Huang Dan possesses a unique sensitivity to pain, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even a mere scrape can send him into a cold sweat, rendering him speechless. Without warning, he finds himself traversing dimensions, embarking on tasks assigned by a mysterious system. In his inaugural world, Huang Dan experiences the true essence of agony, teetering between life and death in a relentless cycle. The new narrative, I come from a parallel world, has arrived. In the biting cold of winter, the wind cuts like a blade, howling with a chilling, ghostly wail that stings the flesh. Upon returning home from work, Huang Dan enters his community, only to be confronted by an electric vehicle, a Mercedes, as it approaches. Inside, a young boy clad in a suit exudes arrogance, barking, "Get out of the way, or you'll regret it." Huang Dan's lips twitch in disbelief at the audacity of today's youth. He continues onward, undeterred. In an instant, his vision blurs, and the sleek automobile morphs into a tractor. The boy vanishes, replaced by a middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot and furious, shouting, "Move aside! Are you trying to die?" As Huang Dan watches the tractor disappear into the distance, its engine's roar pierces his eardrums, echoing like a banshee's wail, leaving him with a throbbing headache. His gaze drops, and he blinks in shock. The once cracked earth is no longer visible. What is happening? A temporal shift? Huang Dan's pupils constrict, realizing that this is no ordinary traversal. His polished shoes have morphed into worn sneakers, with dirt caked upon them, while his black trousers have been replaced by tattered gray shorts, adorned with patches, and his legs are covered in unruly hair. The coat he wore has transformed into a severely pilled green short-sleeved shirt. He extends his hands, noting the rough texture of his skin and the dirt lodged beneath his nails, turning them over reveals calluses on his palms. Drawing in a breath, he realizes he has inhabited another's body. At that moment, a flood of memories inundates his mind. Huang Dan, 23 years old, introverted, reclusive, and somewhat obsessive, prone to conflict when provoked. His father drowned in a river during his childhood, leaving the family without its primary breadwinner, a burden he now bears. His mother, Chun Jinhua, is disabled, unable to walk easily. The family's expenses rely heavily on Huang Dan. He works outside, but, due to an altercation with a young woman, he finds himself in a brawl, injuring a fellow worker and subsequently incurring medical expenses that force him to return home. When questioned by villagers, Huang Dan stammers, fabricating tales of homesickness, spinning a web of lies. Huang Dan furrows his brow. Recognizing that these memories belong to this body upon his arrival, he instinctively absorbed them. Ding! "Greetings, Mr. Huang. It is an honor to serve you." A sudden electronic voice interrupts his thoughts. Huang Dan halts, wiping his brow. "Who are you?" "I am your guardian, responsible for assigning you tasks." "What shall I call you?" "Simply refer to me as System." "Oh, the task has been dispatched. Please check your messages." Before Huang Dan, a screen materializes, displaying the word task in the upper left corner. The Dagua's fury. 2 years ago, while fetching water by the river, I was struck on the back of my head and fell into the water, leading to my demise. I demand to know who the murderer is. Huang Dan finished reading the last word, and the screen vanished. He inquired, "If I complete this task, will I be able to return?" The system replied, "I apologize, but I do not have the authority to answer your question." Huang Dan asked, "What will happen to the version of me in the neighborhood?" The system responded, "I apologize, but I do not have the authority to answer your question." Huang Dan remarked, "Is this an automated response?" The system replied, "No. Mr. Huang, your guardian has sent you a cheer-up firework display. Please accept it, and you'll be able to enjoy the fireworks immediately." "Decline." The system replied. Huang Dan wiped his forehead, his hands slick with sweat. "I am not in the mood to appreciate fireworks right now. Please send them to me another time." The system replied, "Then, please do your best." Huang Dan offered no response. His guardian's summary could be boiled down to 5 words. 1 question, 3 unknowns. Rather than relying on others, he resolved to complete the task himself to uncover what would transpire next. Not wasting time in a daze, tangled in confusion, Huang Dan surveyed his surroundings. Following the original owner's memories, he walked along the main road for a while before turning onto a small path to the left. The ground was uneven, and Huang Dan stumbled through a large pond's embankment and crossed a stretch of woodland, eventually arriving at a village. It was the height of summer, and the midday sun blazed fiercely. Men, women, and children were resting in their homes, with no one wandering about. Huang Dan took a breath, his back drenched in sweat. He quickened his pace, heading straight for the house with a row of peach trees in front. In a shaded area of the courtyard, Chen Jinhua was sitting with a sewing basket, meticulously stitching shoe soles. Upon seeing her child rush in, she began to scold him. It's the middle of the day, and the sun is scorching. Why aren't you at home taking a nap instead of going to the riverbank to catch loaches? Where are the loaches? Huang Dan was drenched in sweat. He tossed his wet shirt into the water basin with a splash, saying, "The water is too deep, I couldn't catch any." Chen Jinhua muttered something else. "There's mung bean soup in the jar on the table." At the mention of this, Huang Dan dashed into the house and poured himself a cup. As he walked, he pondered the sudden transition. It was disconcerting enough, but the season was his least favorite summer. That could be tolerable, but in the countryside. It wasn't that Huang Dan harbored disdain for farmers, rather, he was unaccustomed to this way of life, having never encountered it before. He feared that he might not fit in and reveal inconsistencies. If the perpetrator remained undiscovered, he would be suspected, placing his life in jeopardy. Huang Dan emptied the cup and endeavored to emulate the original owner's character, turning and softly asking, "Mother, is there any mung bean soup left?" Chen Jinhua, using a large needle, scratched at the shoe sole. She replied that there was none left. "That little bit was sent over by Li General. If you want some, he'll make you a pot tomorrow." Huang Dan set down the cup and searched the original owner's memories, recalling fragments about Li Jian. Li Jian was the elder brother of Li Dagua, possessing a handsome appearance, tall and robust, diligent and capable, known for his boldness and integrity. Despite being in his 30s, he had no warm hearth to return to. He had previously been married twice, but both wives had passed away. Rumors circulated that Li Jin brought misfortune to his wives. Originally, Li Jin worked in a bustling city, but when his mother suddenly became paralyzed and refused to leave their village for medical treatment, insisting that she would rather die at home, he had no choice but to return to care for her. Many young women were infatuated with Li Jin, yet their families were resolutely opposed, leading some to despair. Huang Dan sat on a bench, reflecting that Li Dagua's mother had also suffered paralysis 2 years prior. What had transpired 2 years ago? Unfortunately, at that time, the original owner was working in another location and only learned of Li Dagua's death upon returning to the village for the new year. After sitting for a while, Huang Dan remembered that he was shirtless. He wandered through several rooms and found a hand fan in his grasp. He decided to bathe. In the evening. The heat was unbearable, with no air conditioning and dust swirling everywhere, rendering a bath futile. In the afternoon, as the sun became less intense, Huang Dan donned a tattered coat and ventured to the fields to harvest rice. As he dressed, he became caught up in the busyness of farm work. Chen Jinhua, unable to move well, tended to the chickens at the rice bed, which occasionally scattered the rice. One by one, the villagers emerged to partake in the day's labor, filling the air with a cacophony of sounds. Huang Dan, wearing a straw hat and wielding a sickle, looked quite the part as he navigated around the graves towards the field by the pond. A few people approached him from the left, chatting and laughing. Among them, a tall man with a rugged face stood out. He was bare-chested, showcasing a sun-kissed torso and well-defined abdominal muscles glistening with beads of sweat that shimmered in the sunlight. That man was Li Jin. Many young people in the village referred to him as brother. It was not his age, but rather his undeniable skills that earned him their respect. As for the rumors of misfortune befalling his wives, such tales primarily concerned the girls, not the men. Casting a glance at the man, Huang Dan felt parched, as if he were staring at a platter of glazed barbecue. Slowing his pace, he drew nearer, but was met not with the aroma of grilled meat, but rather the pungent scent of sweat. Li Jin had a colorless coat draped over his shoulder with each step he took. The keys hanging from his waistband jingled melodiously. Huang Dan gazed at the large bunch of keys. Were they not heavy? His eyes scanned to see others with similar keys. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Dan turned back, and upon re-emerging, he found a key attached to his trousers, strung with a red cord, swaying as he walked. To adapt to local customs and integrate into the community was essential for him to swiftly embody the essence of the original owner. Upon reaching the edge of the field, Huang Dan beheld the golden rice, resembling a vast carpet of shimmering gold, which instantly sapped his courage to step into the field. A dark-skinned youth approached, tugging a Huang Dan straw hat. In winter, once you've finished cutting this 1/8 of an acre, only a little over an acre will remain. Help me out after you're done. My side is still early. Huang Dan's eyes lifted from beneath his hat to see Zhang Yingxiong, the original owner's cousin. He remained silent. Zhang Yingxiong, unperturbed, promptly leaped from the high ridge of the field into the neighboring one. Huang Dan chose not to jump, instead walking a reasonable distance. As someone who had only ever seen white rice and never worked in the fields, Huang Dan was apprehensive about harvesting rice. He was particularly sensitive to pain, fearing he might cut his hand, yet as he touched the rice ears, his grip on the sickle instinctively adjusted. It must have been the influence of the original owner. Huang Dan exhaled, deftly grasping the rice stalks. With a firm motion of his wrist, he struck down at one spot, the sound of crisp cutting resonating in his ears. He arranged the harvested rice neatly at his feet and stole a glance at the stumps, feeling a fleeting sense of accomplishment. However, that feeling soon dissipated, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the field around him were filled with people hastily harvesting more rice before the heat faded. Soon, the mosquitoes would emerge, swarming in droves. Huang Dan's back ached. He bent over and sluggishly made his way to the embankment. After a few hours of cutting rice, he felt more fatigue than after several days on the construction site. Behind him, the sound of water caught his attention. Turning around, he saw Li Jin, who was perched on a stone slab, his muscular back clearly defined, sturdy arms resting at his sides as he leaned down to drink from the pond. Huang Dan, feeling parched himself, approached and squatted beside Li Jin, washing his hands before sending water downstream. He cupped his hands, bringing the water to his lips. As the water trickled through his fingers, barely making it to his mouth, Huang Dan attempted several times to drink, eventually mimicking the man beside him and lying down to sip from the ground. Suddenly, his arm was tugged, causing him to choke. He raised his head, coughing incessantly, droplets of water cascading down his face, his eyes stinging from the water. Li Jin teased, "In winter, why do you choke like that while drinking?" Huang Dan coughed a few times, retorting, "Brother, why did you pull me?" Li Jin replied, "I saw you wouldn't get up, fearing you might harm yourself, so I pulled you up." Huang Dan cleared the water from his ears. "Oh, thank you, brother." He rubbed his eyes. "You brought mung bean soup to my house at noon. It was quite delicious." Li Jin wiped the water from his chin. "The mung beans were brought to my home by your mother. I checked them, none were spoiled, and they turn out tasty when cooked." Huang Dan concealed his surprise. He hadn't encountered this detail in the original owner's memories, likely due to the chaotic nature of his recollections, which led to certain trivial aspects being overlooked. At that moment, a garbled announcement echoed from a distance. "Dear villagers, tonight there will be a film screening at the playground of Tomiao Primary School. Please bring your stools after dinner to enjoy the show. Parents, keep an eye on your children and remember to lock your doors." Upon hearing the announcement, the field erupted with excitement, cheers rising and falling like waves. Youngsters in their teens and 20s hollered, eagerly abandoning the rice fields, racing home with limbs flailing. The earlier they ate, the sooner they could secure a good spot. Not eating was of little consequence. The film took precedence. In the surrounding fields, only a few middle-aged individuals remained, continuing their cutting as Huang Dan lingered by the pond. Li Jin wiped his face with his sleeve, asking, "Aren't you coming?" Huang Dan replied, "My leg is gone numb." Li Jin tugged at his arm. "Which leg?" Huang Dan answered, "The left one." Li Jin advised, "Spit a bit of saliva and rub it on your left eye." Huang Dan looked at him, bewildered, as if to say he didn't understand. Li Jin approached him, noticing he wasn't moving and didn't make way, so he gave a gentle shove to Huang Dan's shoulder. With his strong grip, he underestimated his own strength, and Huang Dan, caught off guard, toppled into the pond. Li Jin stood half squatting, hands on his knees, watching the young man in the water with a teasing smirk. "Winter, are you fishing? Go to the middle and catch a couple for me to make soup." Huang Dan was an exceptional swimmer, yet the original owner could not swim and was unable to make it ashore. "Brother, save me. Help." As the young man's head submerged, Li Jin muttered a curse under his breath, discarding his jacket and plunging into the pond. Huang Dan was dragged onto the stone slab, resembling a drenched dog. Li Jin's pant legs were soaked, raindrops cascading down his ashen face. "Why would you jump when you can't swim? You nearly scared me to death." Huang Dan replied, "You pushed me." Li Jin turned his head, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. "I pushed you?" Huang Dan nodded. "Yes." Li Jin's face twitched. "Then why didn't you dodge?" Huang Dan remained speechless. Li Jin picked up his wet jacket. "Hurry up. There are at least 2 shows at the Copper Temple tonight. We need to go." Huang Dan walked behind, pondering whether Li Jin's act of saving him meant he was no longer disdainful. Still uncertain. Dinner consisted of dough soup, generously filled with greens, a large pot brimming with it. Huang Dan glanced at the large, chipped bowl before him. With rough bamboo chopsticks, his appetite at zero. The steam rose from the bowl, the aroma of noodles and vegetables intertwining, enticing him. He lifted the bowl to sip the soup and tasted a morsel, his appetite surging to 100. Chen Jinhua remarked, "Mother has spoken to Li Jin. He will come to invite you to the Copper Temple shortly." Huang Dan acknowledged with a simple "oh," resuming his meal. Chen Jinhua stirred her bowl to let the steam escape. There are several fine young women in Chun family village. Don't just focus on the films, seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Huang Dan replied, "No one would be interested in me." Chen Jinhua grew displeased. "What nonsense! My son is as good as anyone." She slammed her bowl and chopsticks down, retreating upstairs to lie down. Huang Dan remained steadfast at the table, finishing his bowl. An old hen startled from the doorway, dropping a few yellow and black feathers. A man trampled over the feathers, calling out, "Winter, it's time to go." Huang Dan pushed a small piece of vegetable leaf to his mouth, instinctively reaching for a cloth to wipe his lips. He hesitated, opting instead to use his hand. For the villagers, watching a movie felt akin to celebrating a festival, brimming with excitement. The main group trekked over a mountain and crossed a river, arriving at a disordered graveyard. The journey there was bearable, as daylight shielded them from the eerie atmosphere. But as night fell, the timid would first have to relieve themselves, lest they be startled by a mischievous dog and embarrass themselves. The girls walked in clusters, their long braids swaying in a lively rhythm behind them. The original owner of Huang Dan had little rapport in the village, initially trailing behind Li General. However, upon reaching the village entrance, a group approached, severing his connection to Li Jian. Now he walked alongside Zhang Yingxiong. "Oh no, I forgot to feed the pig," Zhang Yingxiong exclaimed, animatedly declaring that upon returning home, his father would surely scold him. "Winter, can I sleep at your place tonight?" Huang Dan replied, "No." Zhang Yingxiong exaggeratedly lamented, drawing the attention of those nearby, who thought something was amiss. Huang Dan remained unfazed. Zhang Yingxiong rolled his eyes, kicked a small stone, and set his sights on other companions. Huang Dan gradually slowed his pace, trailing behind the large group. He sifted through the fragmented memories of the original owner to piece together information regarding Li Dagui. Li Dagui was notorious in the village as a bully, known for his penchant for causing trouble and creating chaos. Despite being largely uneducated, he possessed formidable strength and was notably handsome, often pursued by young women. Eventually, Li Dagui married a woman named Wu Kuling, a college graduate and one of the first educated individuals in the entire township. Their union was arranged by their elders, and they shared a loving relationship. In the second year of their marriage, Li Dagui became a father. However, their child fell ill shortly after birth and did not survive past a year. Nevertheless, his bond with Wu Kuling remained strong, and they never quarreled. Huang Dan scratched his nose, reflecting that all this information came from hearsay, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Who could tell what transpired behind closed doors, whether Li Dagui and his wife shared the same bed or not? He paused to remove his sneakers, shaking out the sand within. The shoes had seen better days, but there was still somewhere left in them. Huang Dan slipped his feet back in, recalling that Li Dagui had a close friend named He Wei, who lived in the neighboring Shangheching. Aside from him, the person who interacted most with Li Dagui was his brother, Li Jian. Huang Dan pursed his lips, pondering the suspects. It was hard to say, as people from several nearby villages would be attending a film screening at the Tongmiao that evening. He could take this opportunity to observe He Wei. Ahead, he noticed several women walking together, and among them was Wu Kuling, her short hair distinguishing her. Occasionally, she turned her face to converse with someone beside her. While her appearance was rather ordinary, her fair skin stood out. She was known for her honesty and adherence to traditional values, often more so than others. Despite her husband's death, Wu Kuling diligently cared for her mother-in-law, serving tea and cleaning up after her, attending to all household duties. She dressed conservatively and conducted herself with propriety, maintaining a respectful distance from men, speaking only in brief exchanges. The villagers often remarked that Wang Yuanmei was fortunate to have such a devoted daughter-in-law, though they lamented that her younger son was less fortunate. Huang Dan squinted amidst the rough and dark features around. The fair and clean woman was striking. His hands itched with the urge to sketch. At some point, Zhang Yingxiong leaned in. "What are you staring at Li Dagui's wife for?" Huang Dan replied, "I wanted to borrow her high school textbooks." Zhang Yingxiong was taken aback. "You haven't even completed first grade. What do you need high school textbooks for? To prop up a table?" His voice was loud, drawing attention. Huang Dan had no words to retort. As dusk descended, a large crowd gathered on the playground of Tongmiao Primary School. Small benches were arranged, with those unable to secure a spot moving to the back. The projectionist arrived late, and the crowd dared not complain, fearing he might leave on his bicycle in a huff, and they wouldn't be able to catch him. An eight immortals table was set in the center, and the cacophony of noise faded as those in love paused their conversations. The first film was about a Taoist priest capturing ghosts. Zhang Yingxiong felt a twinge of fear, covering his eyes with his hands. Are the ghosts out yet? Huang Dan replied, yes. Zhang Yingxiong inquired about the appearance of the ghosts. Huang Dan simply said, ghost-like. Zhang Yingxiong, speechless, could only stare as he incessantly inquired, his voice filled with exasperation, prompting Huang Dan to seek a change of scenery. Li Jin's vicinity was a veritable treasure trove of fortune, with enchanting young women encircling him from various angles. Even from a distance, Huang Dan could perceive the intoxicating scent of hormones emanating from Li Jin, let alone the closer proximity of the young women. Seated beside him was Wu Kuling, accompanied by the women from earlier, all of whom were engrossed in the film. Huang Dan was unable to locate He Wei, who had been beckoned to take a seat and watch the film projected on the white cloth strung between two trees. As the first act concluded, the men clustered together to relieve themselves, and the women followed suit. Human nature dictates certain urgencies, and none were exempt from this reality. The small grove behind the playground was parched and yearning, twisting and turning in anticipation of being nourished. Huang Dan contemplated that trailing a woman was improper and tarnished one's character. However, in extraordinary circumstances, extraordinary measures were warranted. He concealed himself behind a tree and soon spotted Wu Kuling emerging from the grove, standing in wait for others. Before long, a man appeared. Wu Kuling stood at a height of 1.70 meters, while the man was not as tall, resulting in a noticeable height disparity that lacked any allure. Huang Dan recognized him from the original owner's memories. It was He Wei, a close companion of Li Daguai. He could not discern the conversation between He Wei and Wu Kuling and internally pleaded, Mr. System, could you assist me? I wish to know the contents of the dialogue between that man and woman. The system replied, 50 points are required during the task. Points will randomly drop, with the frequency depending on task progress. Mr. Huang, remember to collect them in a timely manner. Huang Dan responded, they'll take it on credit this time. The system retorted. Huang Dan continued, grant me a pleading expression, either cartoonish or realistic will suffice. As soon as he uttered these words, a cartoon figure appeared in his mind. Huang Dan mimicked the expression, furrowing his brows and pouting his lips, please. The system objectively assessed, not quite. Huang Dan replied, I did my best. The system responded. Huang Dan suggested, I excel a hearty laughter, would you prefer that? The system replied, no need. Moments later, two voices reached Huang Dan ears, one belonging to Wu Kuling and the other to He Wei. He remained in place, transitioning from complete silence to hearing everything. How is Wang Dama's health? Not bad. Ever since Daguai left, Wang Dama has been heartbroken and fallen ill, alas. He Wei, you called me for a reason, didn't you? Nothing in particular, I just wanted to say that I grew up with Daguai, and Wang Dama is like a second mother to me. If you ever encounter difficulties, come find me at Shangheching. With a big brother around, Li Jin has settled down, and with his wife in charge, both you and Wang Dama will struggle. We'll see. Huang Dan concealed himself further behind the tree, noting He Wei's evident interest in Wu Kuling, his gaze incessantly wandering over her, as if he wished to reach out and tuck his hands into her clothing. Wu Kuling maintained her stance, keeping an appropriate distance, neither offending nor pandering, avoiding any semblance of ambiguity. Her husband, Li Daguai, was handsome and masculine, while He Wei paled in comparison. Thus, He Wei's affection was unreciprocated. Was his jealousy towards Li Daguai born from an inability to win Wu Kuling's heart? Did it lead him to contemplate malicious actions? Could it be so? First, grasp this vine and take a feel. An urgent urge to relieve himself suddenly interrupted Huang Dan's thoughts. He retreated hastily, hearing the sound of water, and found the irrigation crew. Li Jin, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cast a sidelong glance. What are you staring at your brother for? Huang Dan replied, not staring. Though he said so, his gaze remained fixed. Li Jin was amused by the youth's demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. He snatched the cigarette away. Zhang Dan Tian, if you dare to claim you weren't looking, I shall urinate in your mouth. Huang Dan confessed, indeed, I was looking. On the other side, Zhang Yingxiong interjected, brother, Dan Tian means no harm. Li Jin kicked him aside, get lost. Zhang Yingxiong, frightened, fled in a panic, leaving Dan Tian to fend for himself. The other irrigators also paused to witness the spectacle. In such a small village, even the smallest of incidents would spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge. The tales of Zhang Dongshan's social awkwardness were well known among his peers, many of whom had been involved in the events. Everyone was aware that his lame mother had been ingratiating herself with the Li Jin family for years, occasionally bringing gifts, hoping that one day, when her son faced trouble, Li Jin might lend a hand. The atmosphere had soured. Huang Dan first hushed the conversation, then inquired, "Brother, you belong to the Z generation, correct?" Li Jin flicked away the cigarette. "But what?" Huang Dan responded, "Li Dagan." In rural love, Li Jin, after a considerable period, finally comprehended the situation. His angular visage was smudged with coal dust. Casting a glance at the youth, he scoffed. "What generation do you belong to?" Huang Dan replied candidly, "It is evident that I am of the younger generation." Li Jin was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such honesty. Lowering his gaze, Huang Dan noticed the dampness seeping down his pants, causing a slight twitch at his brow. Someone called out to Li Jin, announcing the commencement of the film. He crushed a cigarette but into the grass and turned away without summoning Huang Dan or taking the time to mock him. He was not a person of significance. Huang Dan wiped his hands vigorously on his trousers, having previously aided himself, leaving a lingering odor on his hands. The nearest pond was a considerable distance away, making it impossible for him to wash. Huang Dan attempted to shift his focus. Being introverted is distinct from being reclusive. The former may be slow to warm up and might still have friends, while the latter actively rejects the outside world and is assuredly friendless. Possessing both traits, the original owner was perceived as a peculiar individual in the village. The original owner, whether speaking little or excessively, seemed to irk others, and even in silence. Merely standing aside would invite exclusion and disdain. Over time, his plight worsened. Others were indifferent to him, and he reciprocated that sentiment. As he walked toward the playground, being an anomaly allowed for unpredictable behaviors, which could be advantageous. The allure of the film screening stemmed not only from its entertainment value, but also from its role as a social event for matchmaking. Typically, the youth busied themselves in their respective fields, and this collective outing provided a rare opportunity to observe potential partners. If a connection was made, a few words would be exchanged, leading to discussions with family and the engagement of a matchmaker for courtship. The projectionist, traversing various villages throughout the month, was well acquainted with the dynamics of the community. Hence, the second screening featured a romantic film narrating the tale of a poor scholar and a wealthy young lady, albeit with a tragic undertone. Initially, the story unfolded pleasantly, with the young lady and the scholar meeting at a lantern festival, falling in love at first sight. However, as the plot progressed, it turned bleak. The young lady's parents opposed the union, sending their servants to trouble the scholar's family, ultimately forcing him to leave town. The scholar's mother also urged him to abandon the pursuit, deeming their family too inferior. The latter half of the film was heart-wrenching. Under relentless pressure from the young lady's family, the scholar departed with his mother. Years passed, and upon returning as a successful candidate in the imperial examination, the scholar learned that the young lady had pursued him on the very day he left town, only to encounter robbers en route. When her family arrived, they found her defiled, hanging beneath the tree where she and the scholar had pledged their love. The scholar, upon hearing this, coughed up blood and collapsed, unconscious. Crying erupted on the playground. The girls wept uncontrollably, lamenting the tragedy, exclaiming how dreadful it was, questioning why such cruelty existed, and lamenting the heartlessness of fate. Even some boys were seen wiping their eyes. Zhang Yingxiong, amidst tears and snot, remarked, "Do you not find them pitiable?" Huang Dan replied, "Indeed they are." Zhang Yingxiong wiped his nose and asked, "Then why do you show no reaction?" Huang Dan responded, "I am weeping internally." Zhang Yingxiong, puzzled, inquired, "What does that mean?" Huang Dan explained, "It signifies that I am heartbroken and profoundly saddened." With a gentle sigh, he added, "You are still young. You will understand when you grow older." As the melancholic music echoed through the film, the already deranged scholar engaged in animated conversation with the air, eliciting tears from many around him. Late into the night, they had forsaken their slumber, enduring the torment of mosquitoes while traversing mountains and rivers. Discontent brewed among them, as they had eagerly awaited the film, only to be met with such bleakness. The atmosphere was discordant leaving no room for romantic rendezvous. Huang Dan's gaze fell upon Li Jin, who was shrouded in a flickering orange glow from a cigarette. Burdened by rumors of being a wife killer, it seemed he was destined to remain a lifelong bachelor. His emotions undoubtedly complex. Catching Huang Dan's eye, Li Jin furrowed his brow and ambled over, cigarette in mouth. A cloud of smoke enveloped them, prompting Huang Dan to cough a few times. Before Li Jin could utter a word, someone relinquished their small stool. With legs crossed, he spoke, the smoke dancing with his words, questioning the reason for their tears, asserting that films were mere fabrications, staged according to scripts. A few girls regarded him with expressions of disdain, as if to say he knew nothing of love. Indeed, Li Jin was a rugged man, only familiar with love through the pages of illustrated books, devoid of understanding in its discourse. Time, like a heartless scoundrel, abandons those who cling to it. Regardless of how one might wail or lament, it cannot be retained. As the two films concluded, the throngs from various villages began their return. Young couples, caught in the throes of budding romance, frequently glanced back, seizing fleeting moments to gaze into each other's eyes amidst the crowd, a poignant scene. Huang Dan spotted Wei, whose eyes were fixated on Wu Kuling, the darkness revealing his avarice and desire. Wu Kuling was conversing with Li Jin, oblivious to the scrutiny. While Li Jin sensed something amiss, his expression turning cold, Wei hastily turned away, avoiding further observation. This entire episode unfolded under Huang Dan's watchful gaze as he scratched at a mosquito bite on his face, deep in thought. As the moon ascended above the treetops, a gentle breeze swept in, gradually alleviating the oppressive heat, leaving a refreshing chill in its wake. The group ambled along, discussing the film, unaware of where the next screening would take place. Huang Dan slapped his arm, realizing he was still being bitten, as if the local mosquitoes were eager to accompany him home, befriending those already there. Passing the desolate burial ground, the fabric atop the graves rustled ominously in the wind, prompting many to quicken their pace in unison. The air here was heavy with an unsettling aura, and they feared that lingering too long might invite its touch. Suddenly, a voice pierced the night, declaring the presence of a ghost, sending the girls into a frightened frenzy. Huang Dan glanced at the young man who had leapt into his arms, confirming it was Zhang Yingxiong, not a mere bear cub. Zhang Yingxiong could catch snakes barehanded, unperturbed by rats, bats, or centipedes, yet he trembled at the thought of spirits. In moments of fear, he found himself scorned by his own cowardice. Once past the burial ground, Zhang Yingxiong transformed back into a valiant figure. Do you believe in spirits? Huang Dan inquired. If you believe, they exist. If not, they do not. Zhang Yingxiong, dissatisfied, retorted, I have at least completed middle school, while you barely finished first grade. How do you know so much? His eyes gleamed with determination, wrapped in dreams and aspirations, declaring, next year, I will definitely venture out. Huang Dan remained silent. Curiosity about the unknown world is a natural human inclination. It is only by walking and witnessing that one truly understands. That night, Zhang Yingxiong clung to Huang Dan, insisting on sharing his bed. Huang Dan, with no alternative, divided the bed in half, resulting in a night filled with the incessant whirring of a power drill. Just a couple of days later, Zhang Yingxiong came again to intrude upon his space, to which Huang Dan resolutely objected. Zhang's father chased him from the eastern end of the village to the west, as Zhang Yingxiong had clandestinely smoked in bed, igniting the new cotton quilt. Chen Jinhua offered some words of advice before turning to ask, in winter, you don't smoke while working away from home, do you? I've never seen you smoke. Huang Dan thought to himself, Auntie, your son has no money for cigarettes. He spent it all on gifts for a girl, and doesn't he dare to present them openly. The girl believes they are from someone else, and has grown fond of that person. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a pained shout from Zhang Yingxiong, scattering his thoughts. In the countryside, there is no need for an alarm clock. Huang Dan is awakened each morning by the crowing of a large rooster in the yard. His tasks remained unfinished, rice yet to be harvested and threshed, each chore proving more troublesome than the last. Observing her son's procrastination, Chen Jinhua urged, finish up the field to the west today, dry the rice, and tomorrow we'll get it onto the threshing floor. If you delay, we'll miss the threshing machine. Huang Dan took a bite of a small dish and sipped his porridge, responding affirmatively. Chun Jinhua hurried to the kitchen, deftly preparing a few rice cakes for her son to take to the field in case he grew hungry. With his sickle, water bottle, and bucket in hand, along with the sustenance that would sustain him, Huang Dan set out. Not far from home, he spotted Li Jin near the bamboo grove, accompanied by a young woman with braided hair, clearly not from their village. The young woman, adorned in a white floral dress, was quite lovely and appeared somewhat bashful as she gazed at Li General Huang Dan could only glimpse Li Jin's back, unaware of his expression. Moments later, the young woman's smile vanished, her eyes reddened, and she fled in tears. Li Jin turned, and Huang Dan quickly ducked around the corner, emerging only when the footsteps faded. He scoffed, thinking, why hide? I was merely passing by. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Dan took a detour, passing in front of Li Jin's house, and once again sought refuge around the corner. Outside, Yue held a bag containing a few struggling crucian carp. Wu Cooling stated she could not accept them. Yue's face momentarily faltered before returning to normal. It's just a few fish, he insisted. Wu Cooling replied, your sister has just given birth. Fish soup is good for her during confinement. Yue chuckled, my sister has plenty, she has a large tank. He shoved the bag into Wu Cooling's hands, saying, just take them. Why be polite over a few fish? If the Gue were still alive, he would just taken them without a word. Wu Cooling hesitated in her attempt to withdraw. Yue, frustrated, remarked, Cooling, don't be angry. I sometimes speak without thinking. Wu Cooling's expression soured, and just as she was about to respond, a voice from within called, Cooling, my mother is calling me. She retreated inside, casting her eyes down as she shut the door. Yue's countenance darkened. Uttering a curse, he tossed the fish into the ditch, grumbling, it's just a worthless piece. Li Jin has already had his turn with her, so why act so high and mighty? Spitting on the ground, Yue narrowed his eyes, thinking, once I have my way with you, we'll see how haughty you remain. At the corner, Huang Dan witnessed a remarkable display of verbal excrement. Chun Jinhua was hanging laundry in the yard when she spotted her son returning, a bag in hand. Where did the fish come from? She inquired. I found it, Huang Dan replied, hanging the bag on a bamboo pole. Mom, the fish scales are intact in the breeding basin. The others have been braised. In winter, you should tell me, what about this fish? Chun Jinhua muttered to the empty doorway for a while before proceeding to kill the fish. Meanwhile, Wu Cooling was cleaning the bamboo mat of urine for her mother-in-law. Wang Yuemei, seated in a wheelchair, despite her advanced age, still bore traces of the striking beauty she once was. Otherwise, her two sons wouldn't be so handsome. Wang Yuemei asked, was that Yue speaking outside just now? Wu Cooling confirmed with a nod, mentioning that he had caught quite a few fish and brought some to their home, but she declined them. Wang Yuemei remarked, it is wise of you to be concerned about idle gossip. However, Yue is quite close to the Gue. He is a decent fellow with a warm heart. His visits here are for the Gue, not for you. Implicitly, she suggested that one should possess self-awareness and not take oneself too seriously. Wu Cooling's face paled, but she said nothing. Wang Yuemei then inquired, has your elder brother gone to the fields? Wu Cooling replied softly, yes. Wang Yuemei sighed. He will be 32 after the new year, and I wonder what his plans are. Wu Cooling whispered, I believe he knows in his heart. Wang Yuemei retorted, knows my foot. She instructed Wu Cooling to wheel her over to the large red leather suitcase and retrieve something wrapped in a handkerchief from the bottom. These bracelets and gold ornaments were my dowry. Keep them safe. Wu Cooling was taken aback, unable to believe it. The next moment, she heard her mother-in-law say, find a time to take them to the county town. Whatever they can fetch, let it be. Wang Yuemei glanced at her daughter-in-law. Do not blame your mother for not leaving these things to you. Your elder brother's marriage is of utmost importance. Wu Cooling smiled, I understand. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her ordinary features, yet her complexion was fair and rosy. Mom, I will go to the rice bed and sort the rice now. Wang Yuemei criticized, your face is too wide on both sides. It's better not to expose it all. Wu Cooling tucked her hair back again. In the morning, as the sun blazed, Huang Dan consumed several pieces of rice cakes and drank countless jars of water. In the adjacent field, he observed the tall figure of a man. Having completed his own work, he was assisting others. The man moved with remarkable speed, his muscular arms in continuous motion, and a row of rice stood behind him. "What a capable worker," Huang Dan murmured. "If only I could lend him a hand." Sighing, he grabbed a towel around his neck to wipe his face and continued working. Just before noon, a broadcast echoed. "In the western field, your family's pig has escaped. Your mother urges you to return home quickly. Huang Dan." He lifted his face from the rice field, sunburned and slightly dazed. Laughter rang out along the ridge. "Did you not hear the broadcast? Your family's pig has run away. Aren't you going to chase after it?" Huang Dan observed a man clad in tattered blue garments, his broad shoulders accentuated by a large patch of sweat soaking through his shirt, revealing a robust physique. He spoke languidly. "It's nothing. Pigs have short legs and cannot run far." Li Jin twitched his lips in response. Huang Dan approached from the fields, tidying up before lifting a pole. "Brother, could you assist me in harvesting rice this afternoon?" Li Jin turned his head. "What?" It was unclear whether he genuinely did not hear or feigned ignorance. "Huang Dan reiterated. My mother asked me to finish harvesting the rice today, so that I can spend tomorrow transporting it all." Li Jin's voice mingled with the jingling of his keys. "Your field is 1 mu 2, and you've only managed to harvest 3 or 4 points so far. At your current pace, you have plenty of time." Huang Dan gazed at the back of the man's head, watching beads of sweat roll down his nape. "Next time, I'll help you." Li Jin replied. "I'll take a look this afternoon." The two men traversed the ridge of the field, spotting a small figure in the woods. It was the spotted pig, scurrying in search of shade. As the pig approached, Huang Dan swiftly darted behind. General Li Jin shot him a sideways glance. "Why aren't you herding the pig home, but rather hiding behind me?" Huang Dan replied, "I'm looking for a suitable branch." The spotted pig was now quite close, and Li Jin seized its tail, firmly grasping its front hooves and lifting it slightly. Huang Dan, intimidated by the pig, exclaimed, "Brother, you're truly impressive. I'm in awe of your skills." Li Jin raised his chin. "Watch and learn." Huang Dan inquired, "What?" Li Jinayo responded, "Inao." Huang Dan frowned. "I barely completed first grade. I don't know idioms. I must have heard it somewhere else. I actually don't understand its meaning. Why don't you teach me, and I'll learn from you?" Li Jin, with a scowl, tossed the spotted pig towards Huang Dan. In the village, every household raised a multitude of chickens, ducks, geese, and at least one pig, which would be slaughtered for the New Year celebration. Without a pig, the festivities would be incomplete. Thus, pigs held a significant status within each home, and everyone diligently tended to their well-being. Although Huang Dan feared pigs, he relished eating pig kidneys and found himself glancing at the pig's waist on the way home. The spotted pig, blissfully unaware of his interest, continued to wiggle its rear. Chun Jinhua had inadvertently let the spotted pig escape while feeding it. Limping, she grabbed a stick and went out, but upon failing to locate the pig, she sought out the village head to announce it over the loudspeaker, calling for her son to return home. When she saw her son ushering the pig back, her anxious heart settled. Gasping for breath, she sat down on the doorstep, thumping her thighs and exclaiming, "Run, run. You want to run? Tomorrow, you shall be slaughtered." The spotted pig continued to wiggle, plump and round. Li Jin's home was located at the eastern end of the village, near an old locust tree. Taking a different path than Huang Dan's, with his hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely under the sun. Huang Dan stood at his doorstep, reflecting on his few days in this world. Many villagers hung keys, men on their waists and women around their necks. Yet none gave him the same feeling as Li Jin did. Li Jin is notably tall and robust, with beautifully sculpted muscles visible where his clothing does not obscure them, resembling a finely chiseled statue. He maintains an upright posture, with a narrow waist and a well-rounded backside, adorned with a jingling array of keys that sway enticingly as he walks. Others cannot compare. Every time Huang Dan encounters Li Jin, he instinctively glances at his posterior, believing that the keys signify a certain charm. Chun Jinhua instructs Huang Dan to usher the flower pig into its pen. Reluctantly, he shifts his gaze from Li Jin's backside to that of the flower pig. In this comparison, Li Jin's form remains more appealing. He silently grimaces, grips a wooden stick by the wall, and proceeds inside. The flower pig, meanwhile, busies itself at the door, ignoring him. Huang Dan exclaims, "If you don't go in, I'll strike you." brandishing the stick in a threatening manner. Yet the flower pig remains unfazed. After considerable effort, Huang Dan finally manages to guide the pig back to its enclosure. He wipes the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, feeling as though he has just emerged from a sauna, longing for summer to pass, as the heat is unbearable. For lunch, there is merely a plate of chives and an unfinishable portion of pickled radish cubes. But today, they also have a dish of braised crucian carp. As he eats, Huang Dan contemplates visiting Li Jin's vicinity daily. He Wei, known for his foul mouth, proves to be quite skilled at fishing. In the memories of the original owner, there are similar recollections of He Wei becoming somewhat of a local celebrity for his fishing prowess. Having depleted one pond of its fish, he would move to another, generously sharing his catches with neighbors, thus earning their goodwill. Not limited to fish, he also shares cured meats, salted fish, fruits, and vegetables, all of which are delightful. Wu Cooling does not accept, He Wei discards, but Huang Dan retrieves, which seems entirely reasonable. Huang Dan has a fondness for the tender flesh on the belly of the fish, as it is low in bones, unlike the back, which the original owner preferred since childhood, despite its numerous spines, leaving everything else untouched. The irony is that the original owner often got caught by fish bones, particularly from the back, yet remained steadfastly enamored with it. Huang Dan must not raise any suspicions with his mother, so he selects the flesh from the fish's back to consume. He carefully searches for morsels of fish meat with his tongue, but despite his caution, he still encounters a bone that slips through his defenses. How many times have I told you, when eating fish, don't let your mind wander. When your mind is wandering, don't eat fish. You never listen, she admonishes, chiding him. Chun Jinhua places a large rice ball into her son's bowl, which he swallows. Huang Dan glances at the rice ball and thinks, perhaps I should just drink vinegar instead. What vinegar? She retorts, the rice ball is effective. Chun Jinhua rummages through the chives with her chopsticks, scooping a hefty portion for Huang Dan. The fish's back is full of tiny bones. First, eat the rice ball. Then this, and you should be fine. Without having swallowed the rice ball, Huang Dan rises to visit the kitchen, retrieves a bottle of vinegar, and drinks. Still feeling unwell, he steps outside to induce vomiting, expelling the remnants of his meal that had ensnared the fishbone. He breathes a sigh of relief and returns to rinse his mouth. Chun Jinhua inquires about the fish, and upon learning that the bone has been removed, she shifts the conversation to Winter, asking, where did you procure this fish? Huang Dan's mind races through several convolutions before he speaks the truth. After listening, Chun Jinhua exhibited little surprise. He Wei had previously been a mere shadow of De Gui, accompanying him wherever he roamed. With De Gui's absence, it was only natural for one to lend a hand out of nostalgia. As for your sister Cooling, she refrains from accepting He Wei's goodwill, fearing gossip that could tarnish her reputation. Chun Jinhua poured the fish soup over her rice, mixing it together. Indeed, a widow often faces much gossip. Perhaps recalling some long-buried memories, she sighed softly. Huang Dan, seemingly casual, remarked, Mom, I believe He Wei has feelings for Sister Cooling. Chun Jinhua turned the fish over, searching for the fish maw to savor. With an air of nonchalance, she replied, your sister Cooling has attended university, is literate, and possesses a poetic flair. She is a kind-hearted soul. It would be abnormal for her not to attract admirers. If only you could find a daughter-in-law with even half of her virtues. I would die in peace, she added wistfully. Huang Dan observed the middle-aged woman, her face bearing no traces of skincare, weathered by the elements. Each wrinkle a testament to the passage of time. In the memories of the original owner, his father had left early, and it was his mother who raised him, yet they shared little closeness, unable to endure each other's incessant chatter. The same topic could be revisited endlessly, stretching from this year to the next and beyond. Huang Dan was uncertain whether this nagging was a common affliction among mothers or merely a quirk of Chun Jinhua's. He had neither a mother nor a father, only a steward. Bringing his thoughts back, Huang Dan said, it's difficult to find someone like Sister Cooling. Indeed, Aunt Wang is fortunate. Others can only envy her. Chun Jinhua replied, placing her chopsticks on the table. Suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, she declared, in winter, before your marriage, you must amend your temperament. Look at the hero. He is not much younger than you, yet he carries on with such exuberance. Spend more time with him, and when he goes out to play, he should invite you along. Huang Dan pursed his lips, revealing his disdain. What fun is there in the village? I'd rather stay at home. What will you do at home? You can't even hatch chicks. Chun Jinhua began her lecture. Before long, Huang Dan mimicked the original owner's typical response at this juncture, shattering a bowl and storming into his room, slamming the door behind him. He leaned against the door, listening to the commotion in the main room, yet no outburst followed. He is always like this. Any hint of displeasure, and he resorts to such antics. As a mother, I've grown accustomed to it, but I've been too indulgent. Huang Dan settled by the bedside. The steward, a man of few words and rare smiles, had been the subject of his research into introverted personalities. Introverts often grapple with insecurity, possessing a strong self-awareness that leads them to disregard the opinions of others. Such individuals erect defensive barriers to protect themselves. Yet when in familiar territory or with trusted companions, they may lower their guard and engage in lively discourse. They tend to shy away from group activities, fearing crowds, and may exhibit resistance. However, in the company of one, the dynamic shifts and conversation flows freely. The distinction between introversion and extroversion is not as clear-cut as it seems. The lines are often blurred, for even extroverted individuals may experience profound loneliness, merely masking their solitude with a facade of vivacity to avoid isolation. Huang Dan scratched the mosquito bite on his arm, mimicking the action of wetting his fingers with saliva. Li Jin, like Wu Kuling, was also a university graduate, possessing a level of understanding that set him apart from the other villagers. Furthermore, the original inhabitant had spent much time working away from home, returning only briefly during the new year. Li Jin had attended university in a distant city and remained there for work after graduation, only returning to the village 2 years prior. Their interactions had been minimal. Li Jin was not well acquainted with the original inhabitant, having only heard others speak of him. Should he harbor suspicions and probe further, Huang Dan had a repertoire of explanations ready to deflect his inquiries. At present, the most pressing matter was to uncover the identity of the murderer of Li Dagui. After a while, Chun Jinhua's voice wafted in from outside, calling for Huang Dan to join her at the rice bed. Huang Dan donned his straw hat and stepped outside. The sun blazed fiercely, making it impossible to meet its gaze. His face was cloaked in the shadow of the hat as he shooed away a few chickens, wielding a pitchfork to turn the rice stalks scattered on the ground. These tasks were those of the original inhabitant, and more than half of the field remained to be tended to before his untimely demise. Chun Jinhua worked on the opposite end, her movements swift and efficient. In her youth, she must have been a favorite among the elders for her industriousness and capability. The heat was oppressive, with no breeze to offer respite, and the parched earth was so scorching that even a puddle of urine would evaporate swiftly. Huang Dan's straw hat felt as though it might catch fire under the relentless sun. He wiped the sweat that dripped into his eyes and sought refuge beneath a large tree. Each household had a rice bed situated right at their doorstep. Not only were Huang Dan and Chun Jinhua out turning the rice, but the neighbors were also busy, gossiping about Huang Dan's perceived lack of filial piety. Huang Dan chose to ignore them, as the original inhabitant's response would have been to feign indifference. After a brief pause, he turned a corner of the rice bed, muttering to himself that it was scorching and he needed to return home. Chun Jinhua pointed out that the 2 wooden posts surrounding the rice bed were unstable and swaying dangerously, instructing Huang Dan to find a brick to secure them into the ground. Huang Dan, somewhat exasperated, questioned whether they couldn't postpone the task until later. Frowning, he set off to find a brick. If the posts were to topple, the net they supported would become ineffective, allowing chickens to feast on the rice. In the end, Huang Dan would surely face a barrage of complaints from the original inhabitant's mother. Upon returning to the house, Huang Dan shed his patched-up jacket, draping it over the end of the bed to dry, intending to wear it again in the afternoon. One must wear worn and dirty clothes for farm work. Fine attire was an impractical choice, though the original inhabitant possessed no decent clothing to begin with. Around 1 in the afternoon, Huang Dan ventured out under the blazing sun. Settling beneath the shade of a tree near the field, a blade of grass clasped between his teeth, crisp and slightly sweet. The rural air was refreshing, and the native grass was far more aromatic than that found in urban neighborhoods. Leaning against the tree, Huang Dan wondered if Li Jin would come by. Just then, he spotted a figure approaching. Li Jin was not wearing a straw hat and was dressed in the same old clothes as that morning. The imprint of a bamboo mat still visible on his rugged face from his midday nap. Huang Dan felt a pang of envy. He had foregone his afternoon rest, knowing that lying down would only lead to a sweaty back. With no air conditioning or electric fans, only a hand fan at his disposal, it seemed life was teaching him the true meaning of tranquility amidst the heat. Li Jin nudged Huang Dan, urging him to get moving and stop lounging about. Huang Dan stood up and brushed off the dust from his trousers, saying, "Brother, next time I will definitely help you." Li Jin dismissed his words lightly. The fields were divided according to the population, and the one they had yet to finish was the largest, measuring an acre and 2/10. Huang Dan exerted every ounce of his strength to manage the vast field, realizing that relying solely on himself was futile. He cast a glance at the man beside him, whose sickle appeared sharper than his own. Li Jin, noticing the exchange, inquired if the blade had been sharpened. Huang Dan admitted he had forgotten. As they worked, passers-by along the field ridge spotted Li Jin in Huang Dan's domain, their expressions reflecting the novelty of the scene. Huang Dan faintly overheard whispers suggesting that Chen Jinhua's gifts had not been in vain. The onlookers believed Li Jin's willingness to assist stemmed from a cordial relationship between Chen Jinhua and his mother, who had generously supplied their household with provisions. As the saying goes, accepting favors comes with a price. Li Jin found himself inextricably bound. Huang Dan, however, was unperturbed, grateful for any labor support. His momentary distraction resulted in a deep cut on his index finger, blood oozing forth immediately. Li Jin, who had been ahead, turned upon hearing the sound and saw the young man crouched in the field, the sickle lying at his feet. Just as he was about to make a jest, he noticed the young man was crying, leaving him bewildered. With such a minor cut, why was he in such distress? Huang Dan, a third grader, recalled a moment when he had fallen while running on the playground, having been tugged down by a classmate, while the other boy resumed running without a scratch. Huang Dan found himself unable to stand, the pain overwhelming. From that day forth, he discreetly conducted experiments on his own sensitivity to pain, discovering that his pain receptors functioned at a significantly heightened level, though he could not quantify the extent. Gasping for air, Huang Dan struggled with a pain that felt foreign to him, questioning why his body was betraying him. "System, why is this happening?" he implored, only to be met with the system's apologetic response, declaring it lacked the authority to answer. Slumping down, he found himself perched on a rice stalk, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. Li Jin furrowed his brow. To him, accustomed to enduring cuts and bleeding without sensation, a mere finger cut seemed trivial. Yet Huang Dan's sobs intensified, his throat constricted with suppressed agony. Li Jin, taken aback, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips as he fumbled for matches. With a swift strike, a flame ignited, and he lit the cigarette, discarding the spent match into the field. As he inhaled the rising smoke, he pondered. He had never heard of the youth possessing such a weakness. Had something occurred on the construction site? Crouching beside him, he clicked his tongue in disdain, remarking, "You are even weaker than a woman." With that, he lifted one of Huang Dan's arms, half dragging him from the field to the shaded ridge. Eyes closed and brows tightly knit, Huang Dan's face was a canvas of perspiration and tears, clearly in agony, yet voicing no cries. After a few puffs of a cigarette, Li Jin yanked the towel from around Huang Dan's neck and tossed it into the pond. The rough texture enveloped Huang Dan's face, and with each breath, he inhaled the mingled scents of sweat, moisture, and tobacco. A persistent buzzing filled his ears, rendering him oblivious to the man's words, which were surely unflattering. Time slipped by, and, as the pain began to subside, Huang Dan regained some composure. Though his face remained a ghastly pallor, he sucked the blood from his fingertip, only to be seized by fresh waves of agony, causing him to convulse. Li Jin observed him with a look akin to madness. After a while, Huang Dan tilted his head back to catch a glimpse of the man leaning against a tree, smoking. Li Jin, with a taut expression, cast a sidelong glance and snapped. "What are you staring at? You've frightened me twice already. If there's a third time, leave your fate to the wind." A flicker of something passed through Huang Dan's eyes. The original owner of this body had not shared his affliction. He felt compelled to disrupt the tense atmosphere before Li Jin fell into deep contemplation, diverting the focus away from himself. "Brother, smoking is detrimental to your health. It leaves an unpleasant taste in your mouth and is harmful to your teeth. Over time, they'll turn black." Li Jin's face shifted from red to green, and he sneered. "Now I understand why you have no friends." Huang Dan lowered his gaze. Li Jin assumed he was struck by the comment, only to hear the youth assert, "I do not need friends." Silence enveloped the base of the tree. Huang Dan's attention shifted to the rice fields, and he quickly called Li Jin for assistance. Unwilling to squander time, noticing the youth striding towards the fields, Li Jin's brow twitched. Having endured excruciating pain earlier, he now seemed unaffected. With the help of a strong laborer, Huang Dan felt considerably relieved, observing the rice neatly lined up by the man's feet. He couldn't help but muse on how some people are simply born capable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the sky, only a corner of the field remained. Huang Dan harvested the final bundle of rice and turned to the man perched on the stalks, asking, "Brother, would you care to join me for dinner?" In their village, such gestures were customary. One must at least offer a meal in return for assistance. Though he knew Li Jin would decline, Li Jin had to return home to prepare an egg for his mother, Wu Cooling, who would only eat what her eldest son cooked, no matter how exquisite the dish. True to form, Huang Dan soon heard Li Jin's refusal. He did not press further, simply saying, "Thank you for today, brother." Li Jin fixed his gaze on the youth, but said nothing before departing. Huang Dan returned home to inform Chun Jinhua of Li Jin's assistance, for the villagers would undoubtedly take note. Chun Jinhua entered the house and emerged with a pack of cigarettes, heading towards Li Jin's home, though they resided in the same village. Social debts were meticulously acknowledged and repaid. The rice lay in the field, having rested through the night, and by the next day, it would be ready for harvesting under the sun's rays. This time, Huang Dan worked alone, resting a towel on his shoulder as he balanced two bamboo baskets on a yoke, making trip after trip without pause. For to rest, even for a moment, would mean he could not rise again. By the final trips, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his teeth felt as though they might shatter. He tossed the yoke onto the rice bed and collapsed onto it, muttering, "Finally, it's done." That night, as sleep enveloped him, a small bag marked with 11 drifted through his mind, jolting him awake. The next moment, a voice from the system chimed, "Mr. Huang, congratulations on earning 11 points. As you previously borrowed 50, deducting 11 leaves a balance of 39. Huang Dan replied, "Oh, understood. System, is there a way to alter my pain receptors?" "Apologies, I lack the authority to assist you," replied the system. Huang Dan contemplated the possibility that this system might merely be a novice or an assistant. "What about the fireworks from last time? I would like them, please." Before long, a resounding explosion echoed in Huang Dan's mind, and a vibrant display of colorful sparks materialized, coalescing into 3 words. "Keep it up." Is that all? Indeed. Huang Dan decided to wait for the points to drop instead, as that seemed more practical. In the village, the rice was harvested in batches coordinated by the village head. With payments collected from each household, Huang Dan experienced firsthand the toil of agricultural labor, feeling the sweat trickling down his brow under the midday sun. He gazed at the golden grains spread across the rice bed, his mood akin to that of completing a meticulously crafted blueprint. Chun Jinhua pushed the straw aside, not permitting Huang Dan to lend a hand. During a lull, Huang Dan ventured to the upper river market, a place he had visited twice without encountering He Wei, who had not appeared in the village either. The last time he had eavesdropped on He Wei's scathing remarks, it was evident that he was not one to easily give up. In the evenings, Huang Dan would wander outside, absorbing snippets of gossip that only surfaced after dark. For instance, he learned of a woman from one household carrying on an affair with a man from another, and another wife exchanging glances with yet another man. Moreover, Wu Cooling would often find herself alone by the embankment or pond, standing under the moonlight, passionately reciting poetry. her emotions so intense that she would softly weep at the verses. Huang Dan also observed that Li Jin would emerge around 10 o'clock to squat by the ditch, smoking a cigarette, his silhouette unusually silent. The nights were far more intriguing than the days, which offered nothing but heat and fatigue. Huang Dan had to assist Chen Jinhua in drying the rice, irrigating the fields, and planting late crops amidst leeches lurking in the paddy. This was the memory of the original owner, and Huang Dan sincerely hoped that day would never arrive. One evening, as Huang Dan returned from the upper river market, he passed through a small forest and spotted a figure on the ground. It was He Wei, intoxicated. Huang Dan approached He Wei. He Wei lay there, disoriented, reeking of alcohol, the stench sharp and overwhelming, as if he had soaked in a barrel of liquor. Huang Dan squinted his eyes and suddenly declared, "For the sake of the Gui, I shall escort you home." The mention of that name prompted He Wei to mumble, "He's dead, good." "What did you say?" Huang Dan inquired. He Wei raised his voice, shouting, "Li Da Gui is dead. Good riddance." In the moonlight, Huang Dan observed the contorted expression on He Wei's face, a glimmer of murderous intent that suggested his words were not merely the ramblings of a drunk. Had he committed the act? Or did he possess knowledge of something more sinister? Huang Dan feigned anger, adopting an indignant tone. "Why would you speak ill of the Gui? Wasn't he your good friend? To hell with that so-called friendship." He Wei slurred, laughing uproariously. "Li Da Gui, you're nothing but a fool. You deserve to die. I've long wished for." At that moment, Huang Dan's eyelids twitched violently. Someone was behind him. He inhaled deeply, detecting a faint scent of tobacco, the distinct aroma of 7-Star cigarettes, which Li Jin smoked. Huang Dan did not turn around. The scent of tobacco grew increasingly potent, accompanied by the heavy sound of footsteps, enveloping Huang Dan from behind. He subtly shifted his body away. With his back turned to the moonlight, Li Jin's expression was obscured. He seized He Wei by the collar and forcefully hurled him into the pond. With a splash, the sound of water erupted, followed by He Wei's panicked cries, akin to a pig being slaughtered, struggling in its final throes. Huang Dan watched as the man stood at the water's edge, his back to him, obscuring his expression. It was reasonable to assume it was not a pleasant one. Anyone would be enraged to hear their deceased younger brother spoken of in such a manner. The atmosphere by the pond was suffocating. Huang Dan hesitated, contemplating whether to take a few steps forward and address Li General after all. He felt quite passive under the other's scrutiny. While Huang Dan pondered, He Wei had already swum back to shore. He was a strong swimmer, and after regaining his composure, he thrashed about in fright, as if the Grim Reaper had clutched his leg, nearly dragging him into the underworld. "Awake from your drunken stupor?" A sudden voice caused He Wei to notice the figures standing behind him, more than one. "What is going on? Why are these two here? Watching me drown at this late hour?" Li Jin crouched down, one hand resting on his thigh, the other holding a cigarette, revealing a grin that was starkly white. "Where did you go drinking? You've passed out on the ground." He Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Huh." Li Jin exhaled a plume of smoke into He Wei's face. "You've had too much to drink. I was passing by with Dong Tian and saw you lying here. I intended to take you back, but you insisted on bathing and jumped into the pond." The smoke choked He Wei, intensifying his cough as he twisted his neck backward. Noticing He Wei's gaze, Huang Dan nodded in affirmation. Upon speaking, he caught Li Jin's gaze and returned a knowing look that signaled he understood what to do. He Wei wiped his face. He had attended his nephew's full moon celebration that night and had seen a newlywed couple at the table. The man, a hunchbacked primary school graduate, had a wife who was quite remarkable. Her nose and eyes were perfectly proportioned, her figure as voluptuous as Wu Kuling's. He Wei felt a surge of indignation within him. He considered himself handsome, healthy, having completed middle school, and with a decent family background, yet he could not find a suitable wife. The sight of the man, smiling, felt like mockery directed at him. He lost his temper on the spot and was pulled away by others to a different table. Yet his anger remained unresolved. He Wei consumed glass after glass of baijiu, having overindulged, and he vaguely remembered stumbling to Wu Kuling's door, banging on the iron ring and cursing for a while before wandering into the small forest. The sequence from collapsing in the forest to falling into the pond was a blank. His mind had blacked out from the drinking. His stomach churned, and he retched violently. The foul, murky odor spread, desperately yearning to merge with the cool air, quickly becoming one with it. Huang Dan felt a wave of nausea. Swallowing hard as he shifted away, Li Jin patted He Wei on the shoulder. You can manage to walk on your own, right? The pressure on his shoulder was immense, causing He Wei to tilt his body awkwardly, nearly pressing his face against the vomit-stained ground, which made him feel utterly nauseous, yet he could not free himself. At the tender age of 18 or 19, Li Dagua had ventured to Yin village in pursuit of romance, and He Wei had accompanied him, only to discover that the woman in question had other suitors. A confrontation ensued among the group, escalating to the point where bricks were seized and hurled. Outnumbered, He Wei and Li Dagua suffered a humiliating defeat, emerging with bruises and blood, just as they resembled stricken animals, about to be humiliated further. Li Jin arrived on his bicycle, wielding a steel pipe, and single-handedly subdued the assailants. He Wei, who had always harbored a fear of Li Jin, grew even more apprehensive after that encounter. He would follow Li Dagua and address him as brother, but he would never openly defy anyone, even when subjected to such treatment. He felt a simmering anger, but remained silent. If it had been anyone else pinning him down like that, he would have erupted in a torrent of curses. Turning his head to catch his breath, he muttered, "Brother, you should head back with Dantian." Li Jin chuckled softly, reminding him kindly to drink less, lest he say something foolish. He Wei's face blanched at the thought. Alone by the pond, he felt the lingering chill seep into his heart. A gust of wind swept by, and he recalled the image of Li Dagua being pulled from the pond, his body swollen, mud caked beneath his fingernails, his eyes bulging wide, staring unseeing into the void. A shadow flickered nearby, resembling a person, sending a shiver down He Wei's spine as he hurriedly wrapped his arms around himself and fled. The small forest connected the riverside market and Shatang village, dotted with graves that stood apart from one another, unlike the dense clusters of a mass grave. In this forest, an exposed coffin lay, a sight that elicited no surprise from the villagers, who were indifferent to whether it contained treasures and made no effort to rebury it. The villagers were preoccupied with the harvest, the number of eggs their chickens laid, and the prospects for their daughters-in-law. Huang Dan walked along the path, a piece of his shoe sole having come off, causing discomfort. He heard a voice nearby, questioning why he was not at home sleeping but wandering in the mountains. "I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk," Huang Dan replied. "I saw He Wei and thought he might be unwell, perhaps fainting, which prompted me to call for him." He then mentioned hearing He Wei refer to Dagua as brother. Li Jin interrupted the young man, asking why he hadn't exposed the truth earlier. Huang Dan, filled with anger, retorted He Wei's words about Dagua were well-deserved. Li Jin squinted, his expression enigmatic, and recalled that Dagua had once accidentally hurt Huang Dan. He couldn't remember the specifics, only that their mother had scolded Dagua and taken him to apologize to Chen Jinhua. It was no accident. It was intentional, Huang Dan asserted, drawing from the original owner's memories with clarity. He recalled being young, picking peaches beneath a tree when Li Dagua and a group were playing a game, calling out for him to share the fruit. When he refused, Dagua, feeling humiliated, picked up a stone and threw it, striking the original owner in the eye and causing a significant injury. Huang Dan sighed. "That was a long time ago. We were all just kids back then. It doesn't matter now." He pursed his lips, adding, "Regardless of anything, Brother Dagua is no longer with us." Li Jin silently finished his cigarette, flicked the ash to the ground, and crushed it with his shoe. "Let's go," he said, as if the events of the night had never transpired. "I was aware of it all." The man ahead suddenly halted, causing Huang Dan to bump into him, his nose striking the man's back, sending sharp pain coursing through him. Huang Dan furrowed his brows, tears instantly welling up. Li Jin turned around. "Are you all right?" Huang Dan covered his nose, unable to straighten his back. "Something's wrong. It hurts terribly." Li Jin's expression was peculiar, reminiscent of that incident in the fields. A mere scrape or bump rendered him almost lifeless. He gazed at the young man's crown. "Are you particularly sensitive to pain?" Huang Dan's lips had turned pale, yes. Li Jin, devoid of sympathy, jested. "Is this an affliction of the privileged elite? How did you come by it?" Huang Dan thought to himself, "I am indeed one of the privileged elite, albeit with a rather twisted fate." His nerves were excessively sensitive to pain, and life's various inconveniences often attracted the disdain and scorn of others. On the way home from work, he had inexplicably found himself here, while his guardian was utterly clueless. A situation difficult to articulate. After that night, Yue had not been seen in the village for several days. While watering the vegetables, Huang Dan overheard several women discussing Yue's plight. He learned that Yue had fallen ill with a persistent high fever, speaking incoherently. His family suspected he was haunted by a malevolent spirit and planned to invite a Taoist priest for an exorcism. Setting aside the dung bucket beside the cucumber trellis, Huang Dan removed the paper from his nose. One who is innocent has no fear of ghosts knocking at night, but one who harbors guilt cannot escape worry and dread. As he made his way home, he passed by the old locust tree and spotted Li Jin beneath it, engaged in a game of poker with a crowd gathered around them, all exhaling clouds of smoke. Finished watering the vegetables? Zhang Yingxiong asked, while the others ignored him. Huang Dan turned and walked over. A woman waved her hand in front of her nose. What a stench! Did you bathe in dung this winter? Laughter erupted from the others. Huang Dan kept his head down, silent. Zhang Yingxiong, with limited education and a rather simplistic mindset, believed that those who spoke less were more introspective, convoluted in their thoughts. He disliked such individuals, fearing their hidden agendas. However, since Zhang Dantian was his cousin, he felt displeased to hear the mockery directed at Huang Dan in his presence. Thus, Zhang Yingxiong began to argue with the leading woman, escalating the situation. Li Jin, who had been engrossed in the card game, called out to Huang Dan, tossing him a red ace of hearts. Go buy a pack of cigarettes for the brother. Huang Dan replied, I don't have any money. Li Jin shot him a sidelong glance. You can't ask for money while playing cards. It disrupts your luck. Huang Dan remained unmoved, despite Zhang Yingxiong's persistent glances. A few women in the crowd whispered among themselves, criticizing Huang Dan for his lack of social awareness, claiming he was inferior to even a fraction of his mother. Someone suggested they should go buy for Li Jin instead. Let us finish the game first, Li Jin said with a smile, continuing to play cards. In the end, one gentleman was given the opportunity to play his cards, laying down the smallest straight from 3 to 7, which he had deliberately retained, believing no one could match it and certain he would win. Just as he was about to discard an extra 3, to his astonishment, Li Jin responded, directly advancing on his path. Li Jin had been waiting with a hand from 4 to 8, precisely 5 cards, enough to play out, leaving the gentleman dumbfounded. The other 2 players lamented, convinced of the superiority of their own hands. Li Jin twirled a matchbox, casting a glance at the young man. If you say it's mine, the shop will keep a tab. Only then did Huang Dan make his move. As Li Jin shuffled the cards, he inquired, Do you know which brand to buy? I do, Huang Dan replied. Li Jin only selected the golden package Sprite, priced at $1.50 per pack, its slender, unfiltered body always emanating a distinct aroma, detectable from afar. After Huang Dan procured the cigarettes and the game dispersed, Li Jin began counting his money, a stack of small denominations. He took the cigarette, tore away the transparent wrapper, and remarked, You aren't bound by small feet. Why are you so slow in buying a cigarette? Huang Dan explained he had encountered a madman on the way, who chased him, causing him to stray off his path. The young man's serious response caught Li Jin off guard, rendering further jest inappropriate. What about the madman? He asked. Huang Dan admitted ignorance. As he tapped a cigarette on the table, Li Jin suddenly leaned in, his brow furrowing. You truly smell. Have you stepped in dung? Huang Dan replied, Just on my shoes. Li Jin glanced down, noticing a stain on the left side of the young man's shoe. Goodness, with shoes in such disrepair. Why wear them at all? Huang Dan lamented. I have no others. My mother's making me a pair. Li Jin tucked the cigarette behind his ear, collected the money and playing cards from the table, and commanded, Follow me. Huang Dan silently complied, surmising that Li Jin intended to offer him a pair of old shoes that would surely be too big. In the courtyard, Wu Cooling was harvesting green beans, while Wang Yuemei sat in a wheelchair feeding chickens. Winter is upon us. Huang Dan called out, Annie, Sister Cooling. This was his first encounter with Li Jin's mother. Wang Yuemei, who was a few years older than Shen Jinhua, yet devoid of a rough, weathered appearance. Instead, her features bore the grace of time's passage. Wang Yuemei maintained a neat and tidy appearance, dressed appropriately and attentive to her looks, Her nails were well trimmed, her hair adorned with a few silver strands, all neatly tucked behind her ears, with several honeysuckle flowers secured in place by black clips. Even in her early 50s, she possessed a certain elegance that was unmatched by the other women in the village, including Chen Jinhua. According to the memories of the original owner, Huang Dan knew Wang Yuemei favored her eldest son while harboring a disdain for the second, who brought shame upon the family and often left them to clean up his mess. Wang Yuemei flipped a porcelain basin over, asking, "What are you looking at this winter?" Huang Dan snapped back to attention. "That black-tailed chicken resembles one from my home." Wang Yuemei chuckled. "Its neck is red from the pecking, unlike yours, which are pecked on the rear." Huang Dan acknowledged, I see. My mistake." Li Jin then produced 2 pairs of shoes, inquiring if they would fit. Huang Dan removed the soiled shoes with a gaping mouth and slipped his feet into a pair of blue-gray sneakers, finding them suitable. He then tried on another pair, which also fit well. Li Jin remarked, "These 2 pairs were once mine. Since they fit you, take them home." Huang Dan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." Li Jin waved him off and went to the chicken coop to gather eggs. Huang Dan, holding a pair of shoes in each hand, called out, "Annie's sister Cooling, I'm heading back now." Suddenly, Wu Cooling interjected, "Wait a moment, it's winter." She returned to the house and brought out several books. The first-year Chinese textbook, a math book, and a volume of the 300 poems of Tang. "I heard Ingxiong mention the other day that you wish to study. Take these home and read them. If you have questions, feel free to ask me." What more could Huang Dan say besides thank you? He tucked the books under his arm and turned to leave. 2 roosters in the yard flapped their wings and fought, sending a porcelain basin teetering dangerously. Wang Yuemei instructed Wu Cooling to remove the basin, frowning. "When did you last wash your hair? It's so greasy." Wu Cooling replied, "It's been 2 days." Wang Yuemei asserted, "In this summer heat, 2 days without a wash will certainly leave it foul. Wash your hair before preparing lunch." Wu Cooling acquiesced, "All right." Wang Yuemei seemed to recall something. "He Wei is ill. Find a time to take a hen over to him." Wu Cooling looked up, "But Mom, He Wei." Wang Yuemei interrupted impatiently. "Cooling, I know you are educated and well-versed in the ways of the world. You don't need me to teach you about human relations." Wu Cooling, gripping the porcelain basin, conceded, "You're right, Mom." Their conversation came to an end when Li Jin approached with the eggs. Upon returning home, Huang Dan recounted the story of the shoes. Chen Jinhua, while herding the chickens from the rice bed with a rope, said, "You can keep those. Once I finish this busy period, I'll make you new shoes." Huang Dan shrugged, indifferent, believing that as long as they fit, they were good shoes. He then set about washing rice and cooking, a task he had never undertaken before. If the housekeeper had witnessed this scene, she would have fainted in shock. Chen Jinhua limped into the kitchen, washing a loofah before chopping it on the cutting board. Huang Dan sat by the stove, grabbing a handful of pine needles to light a fire, quickly stuffing them into the hole once they caught flame, and tossing in smaller pieces of wood. Though he had started with no knowledge, he now executed the task with a semblance of skill, all out of necessity. Huang Dan prodded the coals with the fire tongs and casually asked, "Mom, could you tell me about Aunt Wang's past?" Chen Jinhua's voice blended with the rhythmic clattering of utensils. "Why the sudden interest?" Huang Dan replied, "I saw Aunt Wang sitting in a wheelchair today. She can't stand up. She suffered a stroke due to stress. It's been hard for her," Chen Jinhua explained. Life was much tougher back then. The firelight cast a warm glow on Huang Dan's face as he inquired, "Really?" Chen Jinhua affirmed, "Indeed, it was quite difficult. There were times of famine, and people could be killed for minor offenses. Gradually, things improved. Huang Dan listenet intently. Aunt Wang used to dance and perform in her youth. She was quite dignified." Chen Jinhua placed the diced bottle gourd into a large bowl. "Both she and I arrived in the village around the same time. She married the then village head, while I was a man marked by pockmarks, your father." Huang Dan remarked, "Mother, you are more attractive than Aunt Wang." Upon hearing her son's words, Chen Jinhua's face brightened with a smile, delighting in her child's playful banter. Huang Dan set down the fire tongs, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed at the crackling firewood. At over 50, Wang Yuemei appeared far more youthful than the not-quite-50 Chen Jinhua. In truth, among all the women in the village, none could rival Wang Yuemei in beauty. If we were to consider them 20 or 30 years younger, the disparity would be even more pronounced. Is Aunt Wang the village beauty? Not quite. Chen Jinhua wiped the large pot with a cloth, pouring in a splash of rapeseed oil. Your Aunt Wang is renowned throughout the county, with admirers aplenty. This response piqued Huang Dan's curiosity about Wang Yume's youthful appearance. He thought there must be photographs at home, and he wished to see them someday. I sensed a hint of favoritism towards Aunt Wang. Huang Dan maintained his casual tone, expressing his indifference towards the Guegu. The eldest was always sensible, excelling in studies, securing a place at university, and now working in the city, while the second child was a mischievous rascal, avoiding school, merely drifting through life, ultimately achieving nothing. Chen Jinhua remarked, "Who wouldn't show a bias?" Huang Dan tossed a piece of wood into the fire, pondering. So, who was the culprit? He listed He Wei, Wu Kuling, Li Jin, and now Wang Yume had been added to the list. However, no matter how biased one might be, it seemed implausible that one would harm their own child. Huang Dan inquired of the system, seeking even the slightest hint. A process of elimination would suffice. The system responded, "Apologies, I am powerless to assist." Huang Dan shifted his query, asking why his points had not decreased further. The system replied, "I believe the timing is not yet right." Huang Dan acknowledged, "Oh, I see." It was a subtle way of indicating that his progress on the task was too slow and that he needed to exert more effort. In the evening, Chen Jinhua instructed Huang Dan to fetch pig fodder. "Hurry, don't dawdle. The pigs are waiting to eat, or it will be dark soon." "Oh." Huang Dan took the sickle and slung a large bamboo basket over his back to gather pig fodder, encountering Li Jin, who was herding cattle. The two exchanged glances. Li Jin's gaze swept down to Huang Dan's feet before looking away, pointing to an area nearby. "There is plenty over there." Huang Dan approached, standing amidst a patch of lush green pig fodder, bending down to begin his work. Li Jin squatted on a wooden stump, asking, "I heard Chui Ling gave you textbooks and Tang poetry?" Huang Dan replied, "I haven't looked at them yet." Li Jin spat out some tobacco, not pressing further. He picked up a radio from the ground, turned it on, and then mounted his cow, leisurely listening to the music with his hands behind his head. The yellow cow grazed slowly, mirroring its owner's relaxed demeanor. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Suddenly, a water buffalo approached, a female, persistently calling out to the yellow cow, brazenly attempting to entice it, a flagrant display of disregard. The yellow cow, drawn in, charged toward the water buffalo. In a moment of urgency, Li Jin leapt from the cow's back, losing his balance and falling to his knees right in front of Huang Dan. Huang Dan, with his lips pressed together and corners slightly turned upwards, caught the attention of Li Jin, who, with a dark expression, ominously inquired, "Is it amusing?" Huang Dan replied, "Not at all." Since childhood, he had been incapable of laughter, unable to comprehend that particular emotion, and could only mimic it. When others smiled widely, he followed suit. When they laughed and clutched their stomachs, he did the same. Currently, his greatest proficiency lay in hearty laughter, as it was easy to learn and presented no challenge. Other expressions faded from memory once learned. They required a reference to be effectively executed. His mouth's shape naturally tilted upward, and a slight press could easily resemble a smile. Huang Dan tossed the pig grass into the bamboo basket and earnestly advised, "Brother, you needn't kneel. The ground is muddy. Please stand up." Only then did Li Jin realize he was still kneeling, momentarily dazed. He rose, his expression darkening. "Damn it." The radio played a song, singing of blue skies and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters, the melody delightful. The water buffalo and the yellow cattle quickly grew familiar, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Huang Dan continued to harvest pig grass, but when he changed locations, he inadvertently tripped over a vine, causing him to lurch forward uncontrollably. Li Jin instinctively caught Huang Dan, their lips meeting in an unintended kiss, resulting in a clash of teeth and a mouthful of blood. The metallic taste of rust mingled with their breaths, causing Li Jin's face to pale. He forcefully pushed the young man away, disgustedly wiping his mouth and spitting several times onto the ground. Huang Dan followed suit. Li Jin spat, and Huang Dan, almost reflexively, echoed the action. Once they finished, Huang Dan covered his mouth, feeling a wave of pain that darkened his vision, his legs growing weak as the ground seemed to spin beneath him. Li Jin quickly supported the faltering young man. Huang Dan's face turned pale, his brows knitted tightly, eyes shut, tears glistening on his lashes, and his blood-stained lips quivering. Li Jin recalled the wildflowers at the wall's base, vibrant reds and whites clustered together, flourishing beautifully but destined to wilt with the first frost, embodying fragility. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality, as if pricked by something sharp, and instinctively pushed Huang Dan away, only to reach out and steady him again as he began to fall. It was merely a clash of lips, after all. It should suffice. Huang Dan's face contorted in pain as tears streamed down his cheeks. Damn it, that really hurts. Observing the young man's tears, Li Jin mused that the first time might have been feigned, the second as well, but the third surely was genuine. He grimaced, "This habit of yours is truly intolerable." The radio switched to a new tune, singing of tomorrow, of hope, and vibrant days ahead. The heartbroken yellow cattle waded into the pond, seeking the cool water to soothe its troubled spirit, indifferent to the two on shore. Huang Dan halted his tears, reaching up to wipe his face. Opening his mouth toward General Li Jin, taken aback, asked, "What are you doing?" Huang Dan's voice was hoarse and trembling with pain. "Brother, could you check if my lip is split?" Li Jin lowered his gaze, and what met his eyes was a glimpse of the young man's pink tongue, a small trace of blood staining it. Huang Dan's lower lip bore a gash, oozing bright red blood. As his Adam's apple bobbed, Li Jin retorted, somewhat irately, "Mine is split too, you know." He withdrew his hand from the young man's arm, turned his head, and scoffed, "You're so delicate." Huang Dan, unwilling to speak, felt certain that his lips were bruised, and the pain lingered. He seated himself upon the pig grass, burying his face in his knees, his back arching in discomfort. Enduring it would make it pass. No one could aid him, nor could they comprehend his plight. Li Jin's tongue brushed against the interior of his mouth, the taste of rust mingling with the saliva that served as a reminder of his encounter with the young man's lips. He kicked aside a bamboo basket and glanced at the yellow cow, the pig grass, and the young man atop the pig grass before striding away. After a brief moment, Li Jin returned, clutching several long, tender blades of grass, droplets of water glistening upon them. "Chew on this. It will hasten the healing of your wound." Huang Dan lifted his face from his knees, replying, "I shan't chew. It hurts." The thought of his teeth brushing against the wound in his mouth was enough to induce pain. Li Jin glutted. "Are you waiting for me to chew it for you and feed you?" Huang Dan furrowed his brow, tearing a leaf and swallowing a whole. Li Jin regarded him as if he were a simpleton with such a temperament. "When you marry, will you expect your wife to do everything while you wallow in pain?" Huang Dan persisted, "I do not want a wife." Li Jin scoffed, "Oh, really? I heard you got into a fight over a girl in another town." The pain in Huang Dan's wound flared, and he hissed, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. "That's why I've decided against it." He lowered his gaze. "The one I like does not like me back." Li Jin clicked his tongue. How pitiable. Though the words were spoken, his tone betrayed no hint of sympathy. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Dan ventured, "Brother, you've married 2 wives? What about them?" Li Jin's expression darkened instantly as he tossed the tender grass at Huang Dan. Turning to leave, the keys at his waist clattering ominously. Huang Dan caught the grass and followed the man. Li Jin turned back, glaring fiercely, "If you utter another word, I'll kick you into the pond." "I shan't mention it again," Huang Dan replied. "Brother, you have some mud on your backside." The cloud of gloom and anger on Li Jin's face solidified. Huang Dan reached out to pat the man, brushing off the mud there all clean. Stiffening, Li Jin squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Where'd you just touch?" Huang Dan feigned innocence. "I didn't touch anything." Li Jin snitted. "Do you take me for a fool?" Huang Dan squinted, his serious demeanor leaving no room for jest. Li Jin was about to burst with frustration. He descended into the pond, pulled the yellow cow ashore, and retrieved the radio, disregarding the presence of another person. Huang Dan felt a slight alleviation of pain and continued to harvest the pig grass. After filling a basket, he set off home, spotting the yellow cow on the narrow path, with Li Jin absent. As he approached, he finally noticed Li Jin conversing with several women, seemingly acquaintances. The women wore small leather shoes and white knee-high socks, clearly visitors from afar. Huang Dan averted his gaze, only to hear Li Jin call out, "Winter, bring the big yellow back." "Oh," Huang Dan replied, moving to lead the cow, "your master is busy courting. He entrusted you to me. Let's go. The yellow cow appeared reluctant. The task of persuading the cattle was laborious, and I was not particularly inclined to engage in it. Let's both yield a little. The sooner we conclude this matter, the sooner we can part ways. The ox moved at a sluggish pace. Throughout the journey, I employed every tactic of coercion and enticement, ultimately resorting to a desperate tug, uttering several expletives in frustration. As we passed by the threshold of my home, the ox left a substantial deposit of dung. I stood there, dumbfounded. The beast's sense of retribution was indeed formidable, and it would be wise to limit future dealings with it. Setting down my bamboo basket, I returned indoors to fetch a broom, intending to sweep the dung into the ditch. Chun Jinhua was sifting rice on the drying rack. Upon witnessing the scene, she hastily called her son to retrieve some ash from the stove, which we could sprinkle over the dung before sweeping away. I complied, and the ox's excrement was effectively enveloped by the ashes from the burnt wood, rendering it less sticky. Chun Jinhua inquired how I managed to bring the ox back. I offered a brief explanation and led the ox to Li Jin's residence. Wu Cooling was sweeping at her doorstep and paused momentarily upon seeing me. I discreetly observed the fluctuations in her demeanor, noting that several women were seeking my brother. Wu Cooling merely acknowledged me with a soft utterance before guiding the ox into the shed. I deliberately ambled slowly, kicking pebbles along the way. When I heard Wu Cooling's voice behind me, asking how many had come during the winter, as I tossed a stone, I turned to respond, suggesting it might be 4. Wu Cooling replied with another soft acknowledgement, continuing her sweeping. Are they from the river market? I shook my head, indicating it was unlikely, as they were dressed in skirts and leather shoes. Feigning surprise, I mused whether they might be colleagues of my brother from the bustling city, or perhaps university classmates. Wu Cooling, focused on her task, stirred up a cloud of dust. There must be something significant going on. Do you know what it is? I admitted I had not heard. The strands of hair by her cheeks were lifted by the warm breeze, sticking to her perspiring skin. She set down the broom and swept her hair back with her hands. I regarded her, noticing her complexion, a delicate white tinged with a hint of pink. Sister Cooling, you look lovely with your hair swept back. Some are naturally fair-skinned, influenced by genetics or other factors. Though Wu Cooling may not possess striking features, her figure and complexion were exceptional, especially in comparison to others. Hearing my compliment, she blushed and smiled shyly. After exchanging pleasantries, I intended to return, but instead circled around to the back of the house, seeking refuge in the bamboo grove. Before long, Li Jin appeared, accompanied by a woman, the only one among the group with long, straight hair. The other 3 were absent. At the entrance, Wu Cooling tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her face. She wore a blue jacket, gray trousers, and fabric shoes, appearing rather plain and somewhat soiled compared to the woman beside her in a dress. Li Jin offered a brief introduction. The woman with the long hair was charming and familiar, addressing Wu Cooling as Sister Cooling with ease. Wu Cooling's face expressed undeniable embarrassment as she responded passively. Don't linger at the door. Come inside, Li Jin urged. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, he abruptly turned to glance at the bamboo grove. Li Jin, what is it? The woman with long hair asked curiously. Nothing, he replied. In the bamboo grove, I felt the dampness seeping through my back, catching my breath as I made my escape without delay. Upon entering the house, Wu Cooling deftly poured water for her long, straight hair and called Li Jin aside. Elder brother, mother has lain down, she implied, indicating it was inappropriate to disturb her for money to buy groceries at the small shop. Typically, the household expenses were managed by Wang Yuanmei, all kept beneath her pillow. Wu Cooling would receive exactly what she needed for purchasing vegetables. For other purchases, prior consent was required, and approval was not guaranteed. Wu Cooling had no money on her person. Li Jin replied, there are still 2 or 3 large crucian carp in the tank. Just catch one for braising, and stir-fry a couple of vegetables. Wu Cooling hesitated. Elder brother, after all. The young lady has traveled quite a distance. Li Jin took a sip of water. She is visiting relatives in Yinzhuang and happened to stop by here. Wu Cooling tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I see. It's getting late. Will she be staying overnight? I wonder if she would be willing to share a room with me. Should I tidy up a bit first? Li Jin responded. She will sleep in my room. Wu Cooling inquired, "What about you, elder brother?" Li Jin answered, "I will sleep with Dong Tian." "That works," Wu Cooling said. "Elder brother, I noticed your lip is cracked. Perhaps refrain from adding chili to the fish." Li Jin assured her, "It's nothing." Wu Cooling then refrained from further discussion and proceeded to prepare dinner in the kitchen. With her chin resting on her hand, the young woman with long hair mused, "Your sister-in-law graduated from XX University. How could she marry your brother?" Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she chuckled awkwardly. "I meant no offense. I was merely suggesting." Li Jin interrupted. "It was an arrangement made by the elders." The young woman noted, "No wonder. She seems very virtuous." With a matriarch incapacitated, requiring care at the bedside, and with household chores, cooking, washing, and farm work to attend to, I doubt she could manage as well. Suddenly, she caught sight of a memorial tablet, startling her. The jar beside her toppled, crashing to the ground. Sounds from the inner room indicated that Wang Yuanmei had awakened. "You stay in the hall. I will speak with my mother," Li Jin said before pushing the door open. Upon hearing a woman's voice in the hall, one that was not Wu Cooling's gentle murmurs, Wang Yuanmei, upon learning from her eldest son who it was, expressed a desire to go out and take a look. Previously, the money from the bracelets and gold jewelry was sufficient for her eldest son's marriage and building a house. Li Jin clarified, "She is merely a classmate. She is already in a relationship." He briefly summarized the situation. Wang Yuanmei felt disappointed and lost her desire to go outside, returning to lie down. Thinking her mother was overly pleased for nothing, Li Jin fanned his mother with a palm fan. "I am not looking to marry. Let's not cause trouble for others." Wang Yuanmei's expression turned cold. "That is merely the prattling of others." She continued, "Your first wife died of her own accord, and the second was taken by fate. It has nothing to do with you." Li Jin replied sternly, "If I do not marry them, perhaps nothing would happen." Wang Yuanmei seized the fan from her eldest son's hand. "Do you think you're the king of hell? Can you control life and death? There exists a ledger in the underworld, detailing when and how each person will die. When the time comes, the king of hell sends his minions to collect." Li Jin chuckled. "Mother, you're just speaking nonsense." "What nonsense? That is indeed a reality. Each has their own fate." Wang Yuanmei gazed lovingly at her eldest son, the greatest highlight of her life. It is undeniable that her eldest son is studious, handsome, capable, filial, and promising. One should not dwell on past grievances. Those two had short lives of their own. You should marry when the time is right, and pay no heed to idle gossip. As a woman of experience, she understood that one cannot silence the tongues of others. Let them speak until they tire, and once they have exhausted their chatter, it will cease. Li Jin displayed little enthusiasm and chose to wait, as finding a compatible companion is no easy task. After dinner, he sat in the main room for a while, waiting for Wu Cooling and the others to rest, then stepped outside with a cigarette in his mouth, seeking a place to sleep. In the countryside, when Li Jin arrived, Huang Dan was still awake, enjoying the cool evening air in the courtyard. He had discerned a pattern. It was much cooler to sleep after 10 o'clock. Before that hour, even the thought of sleep was thwarted by the heat that ignited his back. Having grown accustomed to the rough bamboo mat and the creaking fan, Huang Dan was different. He was resistant to the cold, but sensitive to heat. Had it been winter, Huang Dan would have found it much more comfortable, with little farm work to do. This was a relatively leisurely season for farmers. Sitting on a small bamboo chair, he gazed at the myriad stars, not only savoring the coolness, but also awaiting someone. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" he inquired. A voice responded, "It's me." Huang Dan raised an eyebrow. Someone had arrived. He stood to unbolt the door, peering out, and was greeted by the fragrant aroma of Seven Joy brand tobacco wafting from the man standing at the entrance, exhaling smoke. "Brother, what brings you here so late?" "I'm here to sleep with you tonight." Li Jin began, but then exclaimed, "Why is there chicken droppings all over your doorstep?" He rubbed his shoes against the threshold, but the stubborn droppings clung to the soles, refusing to budge. Huang then replied, "I fed the chickens outside." Li Jin, perplexed, asked, "What did you just say?" "I said I'm sleeping with you tonight," he reiterated. "Oh," Huang Dan replied, rubbing his nose, "Brother, have you bathed?" Li Jin stepped over the threshold, casting a sidelong glance. "What? Can't I sleep on your bed without a bath?" "I haven't bathed either," Huang Dan admitted. Li Jin bent down, his nose near Huang Dan's hair. Why does your head smell so bad? You reek. Hurry and wash up before sleeping. Huang Dan pouted, wondering who was borrowing a place to sleep from whom. I haven't complained about your smoky scent. Yet you're being picky. Before dark, Huang Dan had fetched water from the pond, pouring it into a tank where impurities would gradually settle to the bottom, leaving clear, sweet water, something only the rural areas of this era could offer. The moonlight was bright, and in the small shed to the west of the courtyard, the sounds of a few restless chickens and ducks echoed, their insomnia prompting mischief. Huang Dan emerged with a bucket, squatting down to pour water over himself. Li Jin sat cross-legged on the bamboo chair, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, the cigarette flickering between his fingers. The scene appeared rather peculiar. With a sudden splash, Huang Dan doused himself with a half bucket of water, which cascaded down his hair and dripped chaotically onto his shoulders, trickling over his chest and back, creating a rhythmic patter as it pooled at his feet, turning the yellow earth into mud. In Li Jin's line of sight, the young man stood with his back turned, his frame gaunt and lacking in any substantial flesh, rendering him rather unremarkable. He took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the pale skin exposed before him. Deprived of sunlight, his skin remained unscathed by the sun's harshness, appearing notably fair in comparison to other areas. Devoid of the calluses that labor would typically bestow, the young man half rose, bending to retrieve the bucket and ladle. As the angle shifted abruptly, Li Jin's cigarette wobbled, ash tumbling onto his chest. Startled, he leaped up, his movement exaggerated, causing the bamboo chair to topple backward. Li Jin stumbled slightly on the chair, nearly losing his balance. But he disregarded stabilizing himself and dashed out through the back door of the courtyard. Huang Dan, he exclaimed as the ladle clattered to the ground. System, is Li Jin aroused? System, apologies, I have poor vision, came the reply. Huang Dan queried, is Li Jin gay? System, regrettably, Mr. Huang, I lack the authority to answer that. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Huang Dan lamented that the system was good for nothing beyond assigning tasks, compelling him to rely on his own resources. He donned his robe and undergarments, pondering that whether or not Li Jin was gay bore little significance in uncovering who had murdered Li Daguet. Thus, he decided to let it be. Later, as Huang Dan settled into bed in the dark, Li Jin returned. He kicked off his shoes and lay sprawled out like he was in his own room, his movements fluid and instinctive. Huang Dan retrieved a fan and lay beside the man. The bed was small, and with two adults sharing it, limbs inevitably brushed against one another. The summer heat was oppressive, and their elevated body temperatures exacerbated the warmth, causing beads of sweat to form and cling uncomfortably to their skin. The air around them crackled with tension. Li Jin felt a fiery heat coursing through him, his breath emanating warmth. He snatched the fan from Huang Dan's hands, vigorously waving it to create a breeze. Brother, it feels so good. Will you sleep with me again tomorrow night? Huang Dan remarqued. Having someone else fan him was far superior to doing it himself, especially since Li Jin's strength produced a powerful gust. Li Jin suddenly turned his head, the dim light obscuring the astonishment on his face. What? Huang Dan replied, it's refreshing. Understanding the implication behind the young man's words, Li Jin's expression darkened, and he tossed the fan back at him, exclaiming, fan it yourself. Huang Dan shifted closer, pressing the fan back into the man's hands. You help me fan. Li Jin reprimanded him in a low growl that bordered on a shout. Stay away from me. Rather than confront the man directly, Huang Dan scooted to the edge of the bed, casually saying, then you continue fanning. Li Jin heard the young man mumble about the heat, veins throbbing at his temples, feeling that no one was as hot as he was. He was on the verge of overheating. What the hell is going on? Have I eaten too much garlic? He reflected while continuing to fan. Before long, Huang Dan's breathing evened out, and he drifted off to sleep. The rhythmic sound of his breaths filled the air, and Li Jin felt a slight itch at his neck. Unable to endure it any longer, he sat up and vigorously scratched his head, cursing under his breath. With a sense of resignation, he flopped back onto the bed. After a brief moment, Li Jin's tense body trembled slightly, his spine relaxing. He wiped his back on the mat and swiftly disposed of the evidence. Taking a deep breath, Li Jin detected a strong, pungent odor, not from the leaks, but rather a sign of his advancing age. Vegetarian fare no longer sufficed. He needed to indulge in meat. Even the three-character classic could not save him. Yet, one would not expect such a strong reaction from a man, especially not twice. With the second response even more pronounced than the first, akin to a young lad. Was this not a sign of illness? Li Jin reached for his cigarettes and matchbox, stepping outside to smoke, lying down on the floor of the main room. The village had fallen silent, the daytime clamor replaced by the chorus of insects in the grass. Their night only just beginning. The heat gradually subsided, giving way to a coolness. Wu Cooling was organizing her poetry collection under the flickering light of a kerosene lamp. As she stepped out to use the restroom, she tread lightly, mindful not to disturb Wang Yuemei inside. Sister Cooling. The voice came unexpectedly, causing Wu Cooling to jump. Turning around, she found Zhou Zhaodi, Li Jin's classmate, her long hair flowing and clad in a white dress, reminiscent of a ghost. Zhou Zhaodi smiled. You're still awake. Wu Cooling replied that she was not asleep. After returning from the restroom, she saw Zhou Zhaodi standing in the main room, seemingly waiting for her. There are so many mosquitoes inside. I can't sleep. Sister Cooling, shall we chat for a while? Zhou Zhaodi suggested softly. Wu Cooling agreed. As they entered the room, Zhou Zhaodi appeared slightly surprised, yet it seemed anticipated that Li Jin's room was not as spacious as Li Jin's, and it had scant furniture, a clear bias. Wu Cooling tucked her poetry collection into the drawer and asked Zhou Zhaodi if she wanted some water. Zhou Zhaodi shook her head, her curious gaze surveying the room. The walls were bare, unlike Li Jin's room adorned with numerous certificates. A large chair was placed by the window, its purpose unclear. By the way, Sister Cooling, I saw the photo taped to Li Jin's wardrobe. He had a round face and big eyes as a child. So adorable, Zhou Zhaodi remarked. Wu Cooling responded with a simple, Li Jin and his brother bore a striking resemblance. Some might even believe they were twins. Zhou Zhaodi scratched at a mosquito bite on her hand, noting, the two brothers are indeed cut from the same mold. Wu Cooling commented, they don't look alike as adults. That's true, Zhou Zhaodi conceded. Both brothers were handsome, but Li Dagua had squandered a winning hand, seemingly intent on defying expectations. Venting his discontent towards everyone, choosing to live authentically, eschewing his brother's path. Unfortunately, his demise came too easily and too early. Who would have imagined that a robust, audacious individual, bold enough to scold the heavens, could perish by drowning in a pond? The atmosphere grew inexplicably heavy. Zhou Zhaodi chose not to dwell on it further and shifted the conversation. Sister Cooling, I've heard you are quite talented in poetry. Might I see some of your work? Wu Cooling modestly replied, I write for fun. Zhou Zhaodi insisted, I would really like to see. With a slight furrow in her brow, Wu Cooling retrieved a poetry collection from a drawer. Sister Cooling, you are truly gifted, Zhou Zhaodi exclaimed as she flipped through the pages, unable to suppress her admiration. Li Jin certainly has a fondness for talented women. Wu Cooling inquired, is that so? Zhou Zhaodi nodded, reminiscing about her university days, particularly the tale of the campus belle pursuing Li Jin, a renowned example of a woman chasing a man at their school. She spoke vividly, infused with her own emotions, tinged with envy and admiration for the campus beauty. Wu Cooling sipped her water, listening intently. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, causing the flame of the kerosene lamp to flicker softly as the night deepened. Li Jin lay on the uneven floor of the main room, feeling uncomfortable before rising and pacing back and forth, rubbing his teeth before retreating to the eastern room. The young man sprawled on the bed, occupying it entirely, sleeping soundly like a log. Li Jin's gaze fell upon the exposed waist of the young man, and with a furrowed brow, he nudged the youth's legs and arms, urging him to move inward. Huang Dan emitted a disgruntled sound. Seeing the young man unresponsive, Li Jin took matters into his own hands, pushing him toward the inner part of the bed and lying down himself. The spot where the young man had been was still warm, igniting Li Jin's irritation, prompting him to curse before taking his place at the foot of the bed. The following morning, the crowing of the rooster failed to rouse Huang Dan and Li Jin. It was instead the loud voice of Chun Jinhua that pierced the air, calling out toward the window with a thunderous resonance. Li Jin opened his eyes, momentarily stunned. Huang Dan, awakening a moment later, shared the same astonishment. If Chun Jinhua were to enter the room or peer in through the window, it would surely terrify them both. The two on the bed were entangled, their arms and legs intertwined, faces inches apart, creating an atmosphere of ambiguity, suggesting either an impending kiss or one that had just occurred. "Are you awake yet?" Chun Jinhua called again. Both Huang Dan and Li Jin snapped back to reality simultaneously, hastily creating distance between them. Huang Dan's back collided with the earthen wall, while Li Jin fell directly to the floor. Rubbing his backside, Li Jin shot a glare at Huang Dan, warning, "If you dare to speak out, I'll deal with you." Huang Dan blinked innocently. "What did you say?" Li Jin's expression twitched. "Forget I mentioned it." Yawning, Huang Dan asked, "Brother, are you coming back to sleep tonight?" Li Jin thought to himself, "Sleep? Not a chance. I've been burning with anger all night and don't wish to meet an early demise." Once outside, Huang Dan discovered the cause of the commotion. Chun Jinhua had been tending to the chickens in the morning and realized that one was missing, an old hen, which had been taken by a weasel the previous night. Heartbroken, she counted the remaining chickens repeatedly, ultimately accepting the harsh reality of losing not just one hen, but the potential loss of many eggs as well. She instructed Huang Dan to fill the hole in the courtyard wall. Originally, the hole had been left for the chickens and ducks to pass through, but now it had also provided an easy entry for the weasel, which needed to be blocked off for good. Huang Dan glanced at the hole before turning to Li Jin. "Brother, can you get some bricks?" Li Jin replied, "I cannot." Huang Dan pressed further. "Then how do I fill this hole?" Li Jin suggested, "Use something else to fill it." Huang Dan asked again, "What?" Li Jin's tongue pressed against his teeth. Swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue, "Let it be. I'll fill it for you later." This statement felt somewhat peculiar to him, prompting him to slap himself across the face, questioning why it seemed so strange. After all, it was merely a hole in the corner of the wall. In the early morning, a tumult of chaotic thoughts filled her mind. Witnessing the man strike himself, Huang Dan appeared utterly dazed. Having skipped breakfast, Zhou Zhaodi exchanged greetings with Li Jin and departed for her relatives in Yin village, apprehensive of encountering Li Jin's mother, who was rumored to have been exceptionally beautiful in her youth and still maintained her appearance with great care. Zhou felt unkempt, fearing her first impression would be unfavorable. As the morning unfolded, Wang Yuemei urged Wu Kuling to pay a visit to He Wei's home. Carrying an old hen, Wu Kuling arrived at He Wei's house. Upon her arrival, she attempted to leave the hen behind, but He Wei's parents insisted, almost pleadingly, that she enter He Wei's room. They were left with no choice, hoping that their son might improve in the presence of someone he admired. Once inside, the door closed behind her, and she was met with a pungent odor of medicine mingled with other unpleasant scents. He Wei lay on the bed, considerably thinner, his eye sockets sunken, his face a ghastly gray. He murmured to the void, his appearance profoundly unsettling. Leaning against the door, Wu Kuling knocked, calling out, "Uncle He, I truly must return." Her voice startled He Wei. Within the room, a brief silence ensued. Wu Kuling rapped on the door with more urgency. "Uncle He, I still have a whole bed of rice to thresh. I cannot afford to be late." There was no response from outside, and her heart sank. She bit deeply in her lower lip, her nails digging into her palms. He Wei, now propped up on his arms, greeted her. "Kuling, you've come." Wu Kuling's back stiffened as she slowly turned, her face a mask of wariness and unease. "Come sit. Why are you standing by the door?" He Wei beckoned, the pallor of his face fading, his eyes gleaming unnaturally bright. "Come here. I have so much to discuss with you, and your arrival is quite timely for our conversation." A shiver coursed through Wu Kuling, her feet rooted to the spot. "Come closer," He Wei urged. In response, she knocked even more forcefully on the door, raising her voice. He Wei's expression contorted in anger. He inexplicably summoned the strength to leap from the bed and rush to the door, seizing Wu Kuling's arm. "Why are you shouting? You walked in my room willingly. No one is threatening you. Why do you act so reluctant? I haven't harmed you." "Kuling, please, remain calm," he continued with a smile. "I'm quite composed. Your visit brings me immense joy." Sweat beaded on Wu Kuling's forehead in her rising panic. "I've known Daguet since childhood. He changes women as easily as one changes clothes. I have never had anyone." He Wei's words became increasingly disjointed. When Dague mentioned you, my curiosity was piqued. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt Dague was unworthy of you. His gaze fixated on Wu, cooling with a greedily distorted longing. His throat convulsing as he spoke. You excel in your studies, compose poetry, and have been accepted to university far away, yet you're being arranged to marry into Shading village. Although Dague had never received an education, he was robust and healthy, unburdened by ailments or disabilities, and possessed a visage that conformed to your ideals. Marrying him rendered you the envy of many women, leading you to contemplate a life of complacency. However, you did not foresee that within mere months of your union, Dague would continue his pursuits of pleasure beyond your control, as no one could rein him in. You were engulfed in sorrow, resentment, and regret, and when he ultimately passed, perhaps you felt a sense of relief. Dewey, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Wu Cooling's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped Hiwei's hand, demanding, "Release me." Suddenly, Hiwei declared, "You've known all along that I harbor feelings for you. Haven't you?" Wu Cooling froze momentarily. What is it like to discover that someone has been watching and adoring you from the shadows? It must be quite exhilarating. Hiwei taunted, leaning in closer, his tone laced with innuendo. Cooling, do you realize how captivating you are when reciting poetry along the field paths, laughing and crying? I often find myself yearning to lay you down beneath the moonlight that you adore. A flush of indignation and embarrassment surged across Wu Cooling's face as her voice trembled. "Let go of me," Hiwei insisted. "Recite a poem for me, right now." Unable to escape his grasp, she shot him a glance. "Do you even understand what poetry is?" This statement struck a nerve with Hiwei, who had always felt inferior due to his lack of academic achievement and average appearance. His self-esteem was particularly fragile in the presence of Li Jin and Dague, and it only intensified in front of Wu Cooling. Aware of her affinity for poetry, Hiwei had attempted to bridge the cultural chasm by purchasing books in the town, only to find them incomprehensible, further emphasizing the disparity between him and Wu Cooling. Yet, Dague effortlessly transcended this gap, subjugating her regardless. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Hiwei's emotions spiraled out of control, his gaze turning frenzied as he roughly seized Wu Cooling's collar and leaned in. Wu Cooling recoiled, her face draining of color. "Hiwei, if you dare to touch me today, I will throw myself against you and end it." Hiwei paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "What a charade of innocence. Just look at the way Li Jin gazes at you. I feel embarrassed for you." Before Dague's demise, he must have already had his way with you. Wu Cooling slapped Hiwei across the face, her eyes reddening with fury as she glared at him. For a brief instant, Hiwei felt a pang of guilt, quickly replaced by defiance. "Am I right? Don't worry, it's just you and me here. No one will hear." He pulled Wu Cooling closer, asserting, "Dague is gone, and you're still young. Being a widow can be profoundly lonely. I can understand why you turn to Li General. He has what I have. He can bring you joy, and I can too." Wu Cooling turned her head away, avoiding his lips. "Cooling, come with me," Hiwei urged, firmly turning her to face him. "Just nod, and I can find a way to win over your mother-in-law and bring you into my life." Wu Cooling replied, "You should abandon such hopes. Hiwei, if Dague knows from beyond the grave, he won't let you off lightly." Hiwei suddenly turned to glance at the room, as if sensing someone lurking in a corner. His face drained of color, and he muttered nervously before erupting into a tirade of curses directed at Wu Cooling. "I must say, your pretense is quite absurd. You have been with Li Dague for years and have even borne a child. What are you trying to prove?" As the word child escaped her lips, Wu Cooling's struggles abruptly ceased. Hiwei, noticing this, began to gnaw indiscriminately at her neck, his heavy breaths resembling that of a boar at feeding time. Regaining her senses, Wu Cooling forcefully pushed him away and screamed, "You enjoy shouting, don't you? Just wait. I'll make sure you shout to your heart's content." With a grotesque expression, Hiwei seized Wu Cooling's wrists, attempting to drag her towards the bed. Wu Cooling fought back fiercely. In their tussle, she lost her balance, and her forehead collided painfully with the edge of the table. Upon seeing the blood oozing from her forehead, Hiwei stood frozen, muttering in a panic, "You ran into it yourself. This has nothing to do with me." The impact left Wu Cooling dizzy, her ears ringing. Blood trickled down her face, painting it a vivid crimson, a sight that must have appeared ghastly to Wei. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and Huang Dan rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he paused momentarily. Sister Cooling? Wu Cooling reached out in desperation. Winter, quickly, hurry. Huang Dan approached and lifted her effortlessly, hastily exiting the room. Wei's parents, flustered, entered the room. Xiao Wei. What happened? Why is Cooling's head? With a loud crash, Wei hurled the water bottle off the table. Once outside, Wu Cooling regained some clarity. Winter, put me down quickly. It's not good if others see us. Huang Dan furrowed his brow but complied, lowering her to the ground. Sister Cooling. Let me take you to the hospital. Wu Cooling shook her head. No need. Why are you here? Huang Dan, having followed her, recognized her as the primary suspect, but refrained from voicing this. Instead, he fabricated an excuse to divert the conversation. Sister Cooling, let us leave the riverbank first. Wu Cooling nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the small forest, Wu Cooling's wound continued to bleed profusely, rendering her unable to walk properly. Huang Dan instructed her to wait while he went to find Li Jin in the village. Before long, Li Jin arrived with a cart, and upon seeing Wu Cooling lying on the ground, bloodied and battered, he was taken aback. He carefully placed her onto the cart, securing the front rope across his shoulder as he pulled her forward. Huang Dan pushed from behind, and together they swiftly made their way across the embankment of the pond and further along until they reached the clinic. The clinic had only one doctor, primarily responsible for vaccinations for children and minor ailments. Any serious issues required a trip to the county hospital. Upon seeing Wu Cooling, the doctor quickly instructed Li Jin and Huang Dan to carry her inside. Huang Dan emerged with blood on his hands, attempting to wipe it on his coat, but it remained stubbornly stained. Brother, I'm going out to wash my hands in the pond. Li Jin, also smeared with blood as he struck a match, raised his head upon hearing this. After washing his hands, Huang Dan wandered around the clinic and discovered a small door. Stealthily, he slipped inside and crouched by the window to eavesdrop. This incident was anticipated by Huang Dan. The widow, having suffered a loss, could not make it public. After all, no one else knew what transpired within those walls. If Wei's parents were to speak, they could easily distort the truth, painting the scenario in such a way that it could be suggested that Wu Cooling had seduced their son. When their son rejected her advances, Wu Cooling inadvertently injured herself by bumping her head. Anyone would believe this, as Wu Cooling was a widow. Time passed, and voices emerged from within. Huang Dan saw Li Jin conversing with the doctor, while Wu Cooling, sitting at the head of the bed with her wound stitched, fixed her gaze intently in Li Jin's direction. She presumed no one would notice her, unaware that her emotions were clearly visible to the observer outside. Huang Dan concluded that Wu Cooling harbored feelings for Li Jin. Contemplating. Huang Dan acknowledged that Wu Cooling's suspicions remained. She had a motive to harm Li Dagawei, yet she might not necessarily be the perpetrator. Perhaps Wu Cooling simply had an innocent affection for Li Jin without taking any action, and the true culprit lay elsewhere. Sighing, Huang Dan addressed the system. Dear system, could you possibly provide me with a hint? If I declare Wu Cooling as the murderer and am correct, could you reward me with a chime? And if I am mistaken, grant me 2 chimes instead? The system responded with its customary official statement. Apologies. I do not possess the authority to respond. Huang Dan sighed again. Mr. Huang, your guardian has sent you a dead fish eye. Please accept it to earn double points upon point drop, valid for 1 month. Huang Dan appreciated this dead fish eye. He thanked the system. He looked again, and Wu Cooling had concealed all emotions, conversing with Li Jin upon hearing Li Jin mention him. Huang Dan, thinking he had been forgotten, quickly circled back and entered through the main door of the clinic. As Li Jin was about to head out in search of him, he spotted the young man returning. Frowning, he asked, Cooling said the injury on her head was from a fall while walking. What really happened? Huang then replied. I was catching loaches at the river market and, passing by Wei's house, heard Sister Cooling's call, so I rushed in. At this point, it was nearly clear what had transpired. Li Jin's face turned pale with anger. Huang Dan approached him. Brother, are you going to find Wei? Li Jin snuffled. Get out of the way. He shoved the young man aside. Caught off guard, Huang Dan's head collided with the door, and he felt a rush of stars before collapsing against the door tears streaming down his face from the pain. Li Jin experienced a fleeting moment of confusion before crouching down. "Let me see. Did you bump your head?" Huang Dan was too pained to speak. He heard the man say, "There's quite a bump. Don't touch it." It was indeed his brother's fault. Li Jin gently wiped the tears from the young man's face, his eyes reflecting guilt and helplessness. The pain in Huang Dan's back intensified, and the man's rough palm bore calluses, his skin prickled with discomfort. Breathing heavily, he stammered, "Brother, your hands are so coarse. It makes me uneasy." The youth's voice trembled with a hint of tears, his appearance pitiable and fragile. Li Jin's breath grew heavy, fixating on the slightly parted lips before him, his mind echoing with a dull roar, blank. In the next moment, Li Jin leaned down, pressing his lips against Huang Dan's. Huang Dan's eyes widened in shock. His mouth was captured, the faint scent of tobacco flooding his throat, leaving him in a daze, eyes wide open. Li Jin's breath became increasingly erratic as his hand moved from the back of the youth's head downwards, gently caressing his neck before shifting to cradle his face. The pain in Huang Dan's head had yet to subside, and now his face throbbed anew. He whimpered, "Brother, please stop touching me. It hurts." The voice beside him was weak, pleading in desperation. Li Jin abruptly raised his eyelids, meeting the tear-filled gaze of the youth. In a flustered panic, he withdrew from Huang Dan's lips and fled the scene. Huang Dan wiped his mouth and brushed away the tears streaming down his pale face, sitting on the ground, taking shallow breaths, afraid to touch the large bump on the back of his head. The lingering taste of smoke remained. "System, my first kiss is gone." Previously, it was merely a bump on the teeth, blood everywhere, but this time it was a genuine kiss, and Li Jin had even used his tongue, entirely different in essence. The system replied, "Mr. Huang, this is not your body." Huang Dan contested this response, asserting that his soul belonged to him. When Li Jin kissed him, he was not a mere bystander. He was an active participant. After a brief silence, the system stated, "Mr. Huang, I have checked. Li Jin also experienced his first kiss." Huang Dan was astonished. "No way. He has been married twice." The system clarified there was no consummation. Huang Dan inquired why. The system answered they died. Huang Dan mused. "I thought they had dated for a while, engaging in intimate acts, but it seems it wasn't the case. What could have happened? Surely, they weren't frightened to death upon discovering Li Jin belonged to the degeneration?" Huang Dan asked about the cause of death, and the system provided an official response, indicating that further investigation was necessary, pondering whether any information could be unearthed from Zhang Yingxiu. Before long, the doctor emerged from the inner room, asking, "Where's Li Jin?" Huang Dan, not turning, replied, "I don't know." The doctor continued, "The total cost of the medication is 7 yuan 85. Huang Dan had only 20 cents in his pocket, feeling utterly helpless. After a full half hour, Li Jin returned from the pond, his coat soaked in a large patch, his hair drenched. Huang Dan remained seated on the ground, his face pale and glistening with cold sweat. Li Jin murmured, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Huang Dan looked up to see the man's face filled with embarrassment as he stated, "The medication costs 7 yuan 85. Li Jin rummaged through his pants pocket, counting out a handful of bills, 1 dime, 2 dimes, a yuan, 2 yuan, but in his flustered state, he lost track after counting. Eventually, he pulled out a 10 yuan note to give to the doctor. He stuffed the change back into his pocket and glanced at the door, only to find that the young man had vanished from sight. Li Jin pinched the bridge of his nose. It was for the best that he had left, as confronting him now would be quite awkward. He had been momentarily entranced, acting out in a blank state of mind. On the way back to the village, Wu Kuling chose to walk instead of taking the cart. Li Jin did not insist otherwise. He simply walked beside her, pulling the cart along. "You mentioned winter," he said. Wu Kuling paused, lowering her gaze, her complexion drained of color. "Brother, please don't tell mother." Li Jin replied, "All right, I won't say a word." Wu Kuling tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ear and whispered, "Let us pretend this never happened. If anyone asks, I will say my head was injured from a fall. I won't allow any gossip to tarnish our family's reputation." Hiwei's parents were aware that she would not disclose the truth, as no one would believe her anyway. It would merely provide others with an opportunity to cast aspersions. Furrowing his brow, Li Jin ultimately refrained from pressing further, only saying, "De Gue is no longer with us. You're free to live your life as you wish. Mother will understand. Wu Kuling shook her head. Mother cannot be without someone. Li Jin responded. If your concern is for mother's health, there is no need for such burden. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. You should plan for yourself. Mother won't blame you, and I believe the Gue won't either. Wu Kuling hastily interjected, Brother, that's not what I meant. She bit her lip. What I mean is with the Gue gone, I should take care of mother and ensure she enjoys her twilight years. Li Jin's peripheral vision caught sight of a young woman. Her dark hair, tucked behind her ear, revealed her fair complexion and gentle, serene demeanor. Kuling, he said, if you have someone you fancy, do tell me. I will handle things with mother. Wu Kuling hesitated. Brother, Nearby, someone in the field was irrigating, hurriedly preparing to plow and plant seedlings. They called out greetings to Li Jin and Wu Kuling, inquiring about their whereabouts and asking about the injury on Wu Kuling's forehead. Li Jin replied briefly and then turned to Wu Kuling. What were you saying earlier? Thanks to winter, this time. Wu Kuling lowered her gaze again and said, Brother, could you please ask him not to speak of this? Li Jin imagined the young man's tearful expression, wanting to refuse and suggest that Wu Kuling address it herself. But the words lingered on his tongue before he swallowed them down. Fine. In such a small village, even trivial matters spread like wildfire. Wu Kuling's forehead was injured, and her clothing bore traces of blood. Even the children playing in the mud would be aware of it. Inside the house, Wang Yuanmei was pruning honeysuckle branches, selecting the finest ones to place in the vase. You could trip and fall just walking. It seems you are regressing, she remarked. Wu Kuling replied that she had not been paying attention. Wang Yuanmei scrutinized the flower branches, discarding the misshapen ones. Did you send the old hen to Hui's family? She inquired. Wu Kuling confirmed, yes, I did. Wang Yuanmei asked about Hui's condition, having heard that he was better due to illness. Is that true? Wu Kuling was uncertain. Wang Yuanmei's gaze swept over Wu Kuling's jacket, noting it was different from the one she had worn out. Come here a moment, she instructed. Wu Kuling complied. Wang Yuanmei said, squat down a bit. Let me pluck a white hair from you. Wu Kuling bent her back in compliance. Wang Yuanmei's gaze was sharp, instantly capturing the faint marks on Wu Kuling's neck. As a woman of experience, she certainly understood how they came to be. Mom, is it done? Wu Kuling inquired. Wang Yuanmei carelessly pulled out a few strands of Wu Kuling's black hair, then went to feed the chickens and fill the water tank. Wu Kuling felt a sting on her scalp, perplexed by her mother-in-law's sudden change in demeanor. Just as she departed, Li Jin entered. Mom, Kuling has an injury on her head. Let her rest. I'll handle the water and feeding the chickens. There's enough rice to keep you busy. Wang Yuanmei's voice, directed towards the door, retorted, it's just a minor scrape. Why be so delicate? When I was pregnant with you, I worked in the fields with a huge belly, enduring deep cuts from a sickle, and I never stopped. Outside, Wu Kuling pursed her lips and went on with her tasks. In the afternoon, Huang Dan had squatted in the corner for a while, and finding no other options, he sought out Li Jin for assistance in filling a hole. Li Jin was on a rice bed, using a wooden shovel to toss the grains. A gust of wind whisked away the husks and chaff, leaving behind a cascade of golden grains. Huang Dan noticed beads of sweat rolling down the muscular arms of the man, each rise and fall of the shovel revealing taut muscles, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat. Li Jin wiped his brow with his sleeve, shifting to pile the grains when he caught sight of the young man. He tightened his grip on the shovel, his movements stiffening. Huang Dan approached. Brother, could you help me fill that hole? Li Jin's face flushed a deep crimson. I can't fill it. Why the redness? Huang Dan's expression was peculiar, furrowing his brow. You didn't say that this morning. Li Jin, inexplicably agitated, turned and shouted, Stop whining. If I say I can't, then I can't. Go find someone else. Huang Dan, unperturbed, replied, Oh, then I'll find someone else. Hearing the youth's footsteps retreat, Li Jin tossed the shovel onto the grain pile. Wait, I'll fill your hole. Moments later, Li Jin brought a bucket of mud to Huang Dan's courtyard, mixing water and soil, adding chaff, and continuing to stir before using a trowel to fill the wall. Haven't you worked on construction sites? Can't handle something this simple? Huang Dan squatted beside him, learning. They use cement for building. It's all the same principle. Li Jin paused before asking, Has the bump on your head gone down? Huang Dan replied, "Not yet." Li Jin inspected the back of Huang Dan's head. "Be careful not to press on it while sleeping." Huang Dan gazed at Li Jin, who also looked back. After a few moments of silence, Li Jin disdainfully remarked, "Move away, don't block the wind, it's too hot." Huang Dan grimaced and retreated indoors. Without the presence of the youth, Li Jin's breathing became easier. He worked swiftly, soon filling the hole. "I'll be back in winter," came Huang Dan's voice from within. "Alright," replied Li Jin. Li Jin pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, casting a glance at the dirt on his hands. He sighed and shook his head, pondering the absurdity of the situation. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he observed the young man, who seemed utterly unconcerned about the brief incident that had transpired earlier that morning. It was he who had been in a fluster, behaving like a fool, even smashing his bowl during lunch. Huang Dan, while preoccupied, chose to remain silent to spare them both the embarrassment. As dusk fell, an elderly beggar made his rounds from house to house, carrying a cloth bag on his back, with his withered hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication. He murmured that good deeds would be rewarded and that the Bodhisattva would bless them. Many villagers, upon seeing him, hastily shut their doors, pretending not to be home. Huang Dan, at the entrance, was busy sorting through a large bunch of chives, discarding the wilted ones. Upon noticing the beggar, he decided to fetch a porcelain basin of rice from the kitchen's grain jar. From the courtyard, Chun Jinhua called out, "In winter, what are you doing?" "Just a half basin will suffice." Huang Dan quietly returned half of the rice to the jar and offered the remainder to the beggar. A few grains fell to the ground, and the beggar squatted down to gather them one by one into his bag, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Huang Dan. Watching the beggar move on to the next house, Huang Dan felt a pang of disappointment as he saw the door shut. His gaze followed the beggar until he arrived at Li Jin's home, leaving with a satisfied expression. After taking a few steps, he opened his bag to inspect his haul, likely filled with a decent amount of food. Li Jin had given the beggar a basin of rice and turned to find Huang Dan standing at the door as well. Their eyes met across the chickens, ducks, and geese returning home, but then quickly averted. Huang Dan sighed, initially hoping to invite Li Jin to his home for the night, where he could fan him and ensure a good night's sleep, just as the previous evening. However, after the earlier incident, it was unlikely that Li Jin would readily climb into his bed again. Chun Jinhua placed some chives into a basket and walked over to Li Jin's house. Upon her return, she mentioned, "Next month, everyone will be heading to the city." Huang Dan merely responded with an "oh." According to the memories of the original owner, the strong men in the village would periodically travel to the city, each carrying various items to sell: poultry, eels, snakes, wild chickens, grains, whatever they could muster. Every penny earned would be used to buy necessities, such as new clothes for their children or a silk scarf for their wives. Chun Jinhua mentioned that when she visited Li Jin's house, she saw Biaozi, Dao, and Dalong there as well. They were discussing how city dwellers had recently developed a taste for snake meat, which could fetch a good price. They were contemplating going to Qing Mountain to catch some snakes. Huang Dan felt no interest in snake catching. He would rather spend his time painting the rural fields, villages, mountains, and ponds. Chun Jinhua wiped the pot with a cloth and insisted, "In winter, you should go too." Huang Dan's eyelids twitched as he leaned against the stove and replied, "Mother, I will go, but you cannot manage the rice and wheat alone. You will only be gone for 3 or 4 days, and by then I will have finished most of the work," Chun Jinhua said. "I've already spoken with Li Jin. He will take you along." Huang Dan pondered, 3 or 4 days. How would I manage in the mountains? On the eve of their journey to the verdant hills, Huang Dan found Li Jin on the western edge of the village. Li Jin had been avoiding him for the past couple of days. "Brother, what time shall we set off tomorrow morning?" Li Jin, not even glancing at Huang Dan, replied, "We'll leave around 2 or 3. If you wake up late, no one will wait for you." 2 or 3. Huang Dan furrowed his brow. "The roosters haven't even crowed yet. How could I possibly rise at that hour?" "Brother, sleep with me tonight and wake me up." Li Jin immediately rejected the suggestion. "No way." After a moment of contemplation, Huang Dan added, "Then I shall have Hero sleep with me." Li Jin shrugged indifferently and strode away, but then turned back with a sulky expression. "Leave the door open for me tonight." In the village, the inhabitants toiled during the day and had little entertainment at night. They often simply enjoyed the cool evening air before retreating to their beds, falling asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. Huang Dan left the door ajar for Li General when Shan Jinhua rose to use the restroom and noticed the door slightly open. She hurried to secure it, muttering about how a loosely shut door could invite thieves and ruin the new year. Before long, Li Jin climbed over the wall and tapped on Huang Dan's wooden window. Huang Dan opened the window, stepping aside to let the man in. With one hand resting on the windowsill, Li Jin effortlessly leaped into the room. "Didn't you say to leave the door open for me?" Huang Dan replied, "My mother closed it." Li Jin. He kicked off his sneakers onto the bed, rested his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Huang Dan, hearing the incessant buzzing around him, swatted at the air with force, causing a mosquito to narrowly escape. His palms tingled from the impact. The noise stirred Li Jin, who cracked his eyelids, open slightly. In the dim light of the moon, he saw the youth sitting at the foot of the bed, likely in pain again. "What are you doing?" Huang Dan replied, "There are so many mosquitoes." Li Jin turned over. "You can take your time swatting them. I'm going back to sleep." The spots where the mosquitoes had bitten itched unbearably, and Huang Dan scratched his arms and thighs. Noticing that Li Jin remained utterly still, he asked, "Brother, don't the mosquitoes bite you?" Li Jin replied, "My skin is tough." Huang Dan mused, "You are indeed quite rugged." Huang Dan then searched for a fan, lay down on the bed, and began to wave it. "Brother, are you hot?" Li Jin thought to himself, "Of course I'm hot. The fire in my heart is blazing. Who knows when it might ignite you as well? And we could both burn." After a while, Huang Dan handed the fan to Li Jin. "Your turn." Li Jin, feeling irritated, took it begrudgingly. Huang Dan removed his outer garment, wiping the sweat from his body and face. "Brother, I won't sleep with you then. I'll just sleep on the ground in the main room. It should be cooler." Hearing the commotion, Li Jin gritted his teeth. "Come back." Huang Dan, who had been slowly approaching the door, hastily returned to the bed at the command. Li Jin cursed under his breath and snatched the fan, fanning vigorously. Huang Dan, with a swelling bump at the back of his head, lay on his stomach, his face pressed against the mat, his eyes comfortably squinted. "Brother, hurry up. I can't go any faster." "Then fan harder. Stop being so naggy. Do it yourself." Li Jin shook the fan, the sound creaking with each motion, thinking to himself, "Why does everything that comes out of this kid's mouth taste so different? It is certainly not him who is unwell, but rather this young lad." Huang Dan sighed and shifted beneath the fan, his heated skin sticking to the mat. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a small pouch marked with the number 88 tumbled into his mind. The system's voice resonated. "Mr. Huang, you have utilized the dead fish eye, earning double points, totaling 176. After deducting your previous debt of 39, you possess 137 points. Would you like to store them in the fly cabinet?" Huang Dan replied, "Yes." The system continued. "A fly cabinet costs 2 points. I shall deduct it directly from your balance." Huang Dan acquiesced, then asked, "System, could you allow me to hear Li Jin's inner voice?" The system responded, "It requires 10,000 points." Huang Dan retorted, "Forget I asked." Around 2 in the morning, Li Jin awoke and nudged the young man beside him. "Winter, rise," he urged, but received no response. After several attempts to rouse him, Li Jin pinched the young man's nose and noted that he was breathing with his mouth open. His expression darkened as he muttered, "Do you want your brother to fall ill?" He had never realized how wicked this young man was. Sitting up on the bed, Li Jin withdrew his hand from the young man's nose and caressed his face, moving down to his neck. Huang Dan furrowed his brow, grasping that hand, murmuring in discomfort, "It hurts." Li Jin's heart raced, and he abruptly pulled his hand away, breathing erratically, his throat dry and hoarse. "Do you not realize that every time you act so pitifully, it unsettles me, making me want to strike you to inflict even more pain?" he said, pressing his fingers against his temple, aware that the one truly ailing was himself. "Zhang Dongtian, I will count to 3. If you do not rise, I shall leave without you." Still, there was no reaction. Li Jin cursed under his breath, pulling the young man up, who was limp and nearly toppled backward. He encircled him with his arm. "Wake up." Huang Dan grumbled in dissatisfaction. "I had just fallen asleep." Li Jin rolled his eyes. "I have not slept at all." "Come on, hurry up and pack. We must be on our way." After a yawn, Huang Dan rested his chin on the man's shoulder, his head leaning against him. his warm breath fanning against Li Jin's neck. Li Jin felt rigid, flustered, like a fool. He drifted back to sleep, prompting Li Jin to grasp the young man's hand and bite down on the back of it. Huang Dan jolted awake, the remnants of sleep scattering like a startled swarm. At this hour, the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Even the roosters were still dreaming. Huang Dan splashed water on his face, becoming more alert. He took a snakeskin bag and a forked wooden stick, then went to gather the dumplings and water he had prepared the previous night. Suddenly, he heard a voice from Chun Jinhua's room. "Winter, come in." He paused, surprised to find her awake so early. The kerosene lamp flickered in the room as Chun Jinhua leaned against the headboard. Accompanied by Li General, he is quite adept at catching snakes. "Let him give you a couple," she remarked. Huang Dan responded, "But he probably won't." Chun Jinhua replied, "If he won't, then so be it. I just wanted to tell you, don't be shy or hesitant. Be bold and express your thoughts." Huang Dan simply replied, "Oh. Most snakes in the early Qing Mountains are non-venomous, so catch as many as you can." Chun Jinhua remarked that the money from this sale, combined with what your mother saved for you, would suffice to build a new house. After the new year, she could send a matchmaker to seek a suitable marriage for you. Huang Dan replied, "Mother, let's forget about marriage. No one wishes to be with me." Chun Jinhua's emotions spiraled out of control. "What has your mother told you? You are no less than anyone else." Huang Dan, with his eyes cast down, exhibited a demeanor of self-doubt and introversion. Chun Jinhua's tone softened. "If you had a sibling, you could support each other, and your mother wouldn't worry so much." She sighed. "Look at Aunt Wang. She has 2 sons, both handsome. The younger one, despite his waywardness, found a cultured daughter-in-law. That kind of fortune is unparalleled." A flicker of something crossed Huang Dan's eyes. Chun Jinhua had mentioned Wang Yuemei's good fortune more than once, her tone ambiguous with jealousy, envy, or merely wistful reflection. He raised his gaze, pondering. Chun Jinhua asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Have you remembered what I told you?" Huang Dan replied, "I remember." Suddenly, he inquired, "Mother, how did your leg become lame?" Chun Jinhua explained, "It's been like that for years. Why burn up now? Quickly gather your belongings and head to your second uncle's. Ing Xiong is going to catch snakes. You two should go together." And finally, General, about 10 minutes later, a group of robust men, accompanied by their wives, gathered at the village entrance, ready for the journey. Just past a small grove, the youngest, Zhang Ing Xiong, declared he would not go. Huang Dan felt similarly disinclined, having not slept enough and feeling lethargic. "I'll return with you," he said. Li Jin frowned. "In winter, your mother specifically instructed me to take you to Zhaoqing Mountain. You must accompany me." Huang Dan cast a resentful glance at the man. Li Jin pretended not to notice. Zhang Ingxiong yawned repeatedly, grasping Huang Dan's hand. "In winter, I'll head back alone. You keep an eye out at Zhaoqing Mountain. If you can't catch a snake, that's fine, but be careful not to get bitten." Huang Dan still bore a ring of bite marks on his hand. Li Jin brushed aside Zhang Ingxiong's hand. "Enough of this fussing." Ingxiong returned to the village. Zhang Ingxiong handed all his food to Huang Dan, waved goodbye, and ran back to catch some sleep. After passing the graveyard, Huang Dan found his sleepiness completely dissipated. He breathed in the fresh air, which bore a chill only present at night. By day, the ground became scorching, and the heat made one wish to climb the walls for relief. Li Jin walked ahead, conversing with the Hu and Along, occasionally glancing back, leading others to assume he had stepped on something, unaware he was merely observing. Time passed, and daylight broke. The group paused by a reservoir outside Yin village to rest and eat before continuing their journey. Huang Dan nibbled on a cold, hard rice cake, which felt uncomfortable from mouth to stomach. He gazed at the sunrise, his mood slightly lifted. Li Jin called Huang Dan behind a tree and pulled out a few fuzzy peaches from his bag, saying here, Huang Dan disliked these peaches due to their fuzziness. Even after washing, they still made him feel itchy and sour. "I won't eat them," he replied. Li Jin teased, "You're so delicate." He took a bite of the peach flesh, declaring, "This is sweet. I prefer sour. You can have it." Huang Dan brought the fuzzy peach to his lips and took a bite, the juice oozing forth, indeed sweet and not sour. He quickly devoured the flesh, discarding the pit, which perhaps would sprout into a peach tree in the coming year. Subsequently, Li Jin took a bite of a fuzzy peach, finding it sour, and consumed it himself, while offering the sweet one to Huang Dan. The two of them swiftly finished off about 10 peaches. After indulging in the peaches, Huang Dan inadvertently tasted the remnants of the man's saliva and suddenly recalled something. "Brother, did you forget to brush your teeth?" Li Jin's face contorted instantly. "I bruched." Huang Dan, skeptical, replied, "I didn't see you do it." Li Jin, feeling guilty, retorted angrily, "I said I brushed, so I did. Why are you so full of nonsense?" Huang Dan fell silent. Li Jin, maintaining a stern demeanor, muttered, "You're so troublesome." He stuffed the bag into his pocket and got up to leave. By the river, there was no one around, not even a single wild duck. Li Jin squatted by the edge, brushing his teeth, muttering incoherently, "How dare you criticize me? Are you tired of living?" Spitting out the foamy toothpaste, he washed his face, stood up, and turned around, only to see someone standing behind him, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, nearly falling into the river. Huang Dan glanced at the man and, noticing the toothbrush in his hand, remarked, "Didn't you say you brush your teeth?" Li Jin, with an unflustered demeanor, replied, "What? Your brother is cleanly inclined. Brushing twice in the morning is perfectly acceptable." Isn't it? Li Jin always felt that Huang Dan's gaze was peculiar, as if he had already discerned the truth about his unbrushed teeth before consuming the peaches. Feeling anxious, he muttered some meaningless curses and walked ahead. The sun rose, banishing the morning chill, and the heat danced in the air, with the sun blazing down, making even the strands of hair feel scorching. When the group reached a water source, they rushed over, splashing water on their faces and arms, clinging to the moisture that had settled in their pores as they continued their journey. Laughter and chatter filled the air, rendering fatigue a distant thought. As each man was robust and accustomed to laboring in the fields, this stretch of road seemed trivial. However, Huang Dan struggled, growing increasingly sluggish, lagging at the end of the line, on the verge of being left behind. Two older bachelors ahead were furtively discussing the women from several surrounding villages, commenting on who had ample posteriors, certain to bear strong airs, and who had a propensity to bend over in front of men, creating a depth that could drown a person. Huang Dan's ears perked up at the mention of Wu Cooling, noting their remarks about her fair skin, undoubtedly smooth, and her appealing figure, capable of toiling in the fields as well as in the bedroom, and how she could recite poetry when boredom struck. As their conversation shifted to Wu Cooling's mother-in-law, Wang Yume, Huang Dan subtly lightened his footsteps. The older man, marked by a dark mole, shared his knowledge, stating that Wang Yume in her youth possessed a figure that 10 Wu Coolings could not compare to, but now, in her old age, she had diminished. As for Wang Yume's beauty, it was renowned. She was meticulous about her appearance, often adorned with flowers and dressed in floral patterns, captivating the attention of all who encountered her, and whenever she spoke, men would eagerly rush to assist her. The short man wiped the sweat from his brow and recounted what his grandmother had said. Wang Yume roamed about the village daily, enticing numerous men, and it was said that Li Jin's father succumbed to despair over her. I could hardly disagree. Who could endure wearing so many green hats without choking on their indignation? The man with the dark mole glanced at Li Jin's figure ahead and lowered his voice, stating that every quarrel between his parents was instigated by her. On 2 occasions, they had even smashed the cooking pot. The same trivial matters were recounted endlessly, to the point where my ears felt calloused. The short man inquired what those matters were. It was nothing but the fact that my father was once utterly enchanted by her, constantly doing favors for Wang Yume and even gifting her family possessions. As the man with the dark mole scratched at an itch on his neck, he turned and was startled to find Huang Dan behind them, exclaiming, "How did you get here in winter?" Huang Dan replied, "I've been here all along." The man with the dark mole swallowed hard, asking if Huang Dan had overheard their conversation. "Not all." Huang Dan shook his head, his curiosity piqued. "What were you discussing?" The man with the dark mole exchanged glances with the short man, and they laughed it off, hastening their steps to the front of the group. Huang Dan licked his parched lips, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The death of Li Dagui might be entangled with some long-buried stories, which could lead to trouble. It was evident that Chun Jinhua was reluctant to revisit the past, and one would need to glean insights from the village's elders. As night descended, Everyone was separated from Yaoqing Mountain by a single river. A wooden bridge spanned the water, its logs secured by hemp ropes. When one stepped onto it, the structure swayed precariously, causing the timid to hesitate. At night, most snakes emerged to forage, and the timing was crucial. One by one, people cautiously made their way across the bridge, swaying as they ventured towards the opposite bank. Li Jin lingered at the back, instructing Huang Dan to go ahead. Huang Dan glanced at the weathered hemp ropes, swallowed hard, and replied, "Brother, you should go first." Li Jin frowned, insisting, "Just go, don't dawdle." Seeing that others had already reached the opposite shore, Huang Dan, eager to join them in the mountains to catch snakes, didn't wait for Li Jin. Knowing that delaying could mean fewer snakes caught and less money earned, they were all acutely aware of this reality. Gripping the snake skin bag, Huang Dan lifted one foot and placed it on the wooden plank, holding a stick in the other hand as he slowly moved forward. Li Jin followed behind, teasing, "At this pace, the sun will rise before you reach the other side." Remembering that the original owner couldn't swim, Huang Dan felt apprehensive. He struggled with water and feared he might fall in and not resurface. Li Jin laughed. "What is there to fear? You have your brother here." As Huang Dan moved slowly, he sensed a man was very close behind him, capable of catching him should he slip. His thought allowed him to relax slightly, but as he did, his body swayed precariously. Li Jin promptly steadied Huang Dan's waist, drawing himself closer and enveloping him in a protective embrace. A warm breeze swept across the surface of the river, rendering the two on the bridge in an intimate pose. Huang Dan cast his gaze down at the hand resting on his waist, noticing it showed no sign of retreating. It seemed meant to stay. "Brother, are we still going to cross?" Li Jin regained his composure, immediately withdrawing his hand, stammering, "Gee, go ahead." His face burned with embarrassment, and he muttered curses under his breath. "Damn, you nearly scared me to death." Huang Dan, the two of them moving step by step, traversed slowly to the opposite bank. While the others had long disappeared from sight, Huang Dan was reluctant to venture into the mountains, where bizarre branches grew in every direction, each scratch causing him considerable pain. Li Jin produced a flashlight, stating, "We'll head that way." Huang Dan followed suit, his gaze and footsteps aligning with the beam of light. The early morning mountains were extraordinarily serene, as those others had already dispersed deftly, delving deeper in search of serpentine traces. Suddenly, Li Jin grabbed Huang Dan, halting his advance. Startled, Huang Dan glanced around, wondering if any snakes were lurking nearby, but saw none. Li Jin approached a certain spot, swiftly swinging a stick to strike at the neck of a snake preparing to flee into the underbrush. He stepped forward, seized the black serpent, and tossed it into a snake skin bag, securing the opening tightly. The sequence of actions was executed with remarkable precision. Huang Dan watched in awe. He relished steamed snake gall, which the housekeeper often prepared for him, yet this was the first time he had witnessed someone capturing a snake. As snakes were likely to be active at this hour, Li Jin had already caught 3 by the time Huang Dan's bag remained empty. Emboldened, he implored, "Brother, may I have one?" Li Jin, a cigarette dangling from his lips, continued to catch more for himself. Huang Dan turned to leave. Li Jin rolled his eyes, reaching out to pull him back. "Come on, give your brother a smile." Huang Dan hesitated, grappling with a myriad of emotions, but smiling was not among them. He was uncertain how to express it. Li Jin removed the cigarette from his mouth, exhaling smoke to the side, and without directing it towards Huang Dan's face. He turned off the flashlight and, in the dim light, declared, "If you smile just once, I'll catch you a snake. If you smile twice, that's 2 snakes. Hurry. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." Huang Dan pondered for a moment before baring his teeth. General Li Jin's lips twitched. Tempted to seize him and deliver a good beating, Zhang Dongtian. "Can you be any more insincere?" Huang Dan could genuinely muster a smile, without any reference. He could not imitate it, but merely showing his teeth was commendable. Li Jin suddenly lowered his voice. "Dongtian, stand still." Huang Dan sensed something amiss, following Li Jin's gaze. He discovered a snake slithering up his ankle, causing him to freeze in place. A bead of sweat trickled down Li Jin's forehead as he mouthed to Huang Dan, "Be good, don't be afraid." He extinguished his cigarette, tucked the flashlight into the back pocket of his trousers, and reached out to catch the snake. As the wind rose, the rustling of leaves echoed through the mountains. Just as Li Jin extended his hand, the snake had already turned its head and bit Huang Dan on the lower leg. A sharp pain surged through him, piercing his mind, and Huang Dan let out a cry, crouching down in agony. Li Jin firmly grasped the snake's vital point, slamming it to the ground. Without pausing for breath, he hastily rolled up Huang Dan's pant leg, revealing 2 bite marks on his calf, with a trickle of blood seeping out. "It's nothing. It's a harmless 3-striped snake," he reassured. Huang Dan, overwhelmed by pain, sat down in the grass, clutching his leg tightly. Li Jin settled down, drenched in cold sweat. The darkness of the night, combined with the fact that he was entangled by a snake, left him in a state of panic. He was uncertain about the species of the serpent and feared for his safety, his hands trembling. "Ah, do you still wish to frighten your brother further?" With a sigh, Li Jin cradled the young man in his arms, his large, callous palms gently patting his back, reassuring him that it would soon pass. Huang Dan was on the verge of fainting from the pain. Li Jin sighed again. Had it been anyone else in this predicament, he might have laughed, dismissing it as merely a bite without venom. But now, with this man, laughter was impossible, as his heart ached with concern. Once they returned, he would slay the snake and prepare a nourishing stew for him. Huang Dan hung limply against the man's chest, his face damp and cold, a mixture of sweat and tears cascading down, soaking into Li Jin's shoulder. To divert his attention, Li Jin gently spoke. "I heard from Zhou Di that the city has changed quite a bit. A cinema has opened, along with a disco bar. When we go next month, I'll take you to see a film and visit the disco." He continued. "He mentioned there's an old hen at home that insists on choosing her nest every time she lays eggs, hopping from one haystack to another, often leaving her eggs to be taken by others." The man's voice stirred Huang Dan's nerve endings, providing a slight comfort, though the pain in his leg still caused it to tremble. Suddenly, Li Jin noticed the young man's ragged breaths and the muffled cries emanating from his throat, which tugged at his heartstrings. This was serious. After a considerable time, Huang Dan's pain began to subside, and he took a deep breath, turning to wipe his nose. Li Jin clicked his tongue in disapproval. "Be mindful. Don't get your snot on my jacket." Huang Dan sniffed, his face pale, lips tinged with a bluish hue. "Brother, is the snake really not venomous?" Noticing tears on the young man's chin, Li Jin wiped them away with his thumb. "Indeed, when have I ever deceived you?" Huang Dan retorted. "You lied this morning about brushing your teeth." Li Jin, taken aback, met his gaze. Huang Dan glanced at the bite mark on his calf, feeling shaken. Grateful to have his brother by his side, Li Jin smiled, relieved that he understood. He pulled the young man closer, retrieving a black pouch from the snakeskin bag. Life in the countryside was not as advanced as in the city, and they relied heavily on nature. Some folk remedies had been passed down through generations, becoming integral to their lives. After deciding to ascend the early Qing mountain, they had gathered commonly used herbs, not only for snake venom, but also for bites from unidentified insects, all cleaned and stored in the bag, prepared for any unfortunate events. Li Jin had brought a generous supply. He crushed a half lotus leaf and carefully applied it to the bite on the young man's calf, ensuring to replace it when dry to prevent swelling. Huang Dan inquired, "Is the snake dead?" Li Jin replied, "Not yet." Huang Dan asserted, "It bit me, so it belongs to me." Li Jin's face twitched, conceding, fine, whatever you say." At last, the snakeskin bag was no longer empty. After a heart-stopping episode, Li Jin insisted that Huang Dan stay close to him, striving not to venture far away. His brow furrowed in concentration, he remained alert, ready to seize him at the slightest sign of danger. In his decades of life, Li Jin had never been so concerned for anyone. As the night wore on, many encountered similar fortunes and exchanged tales of their catches. Huang Dan had not captured a single snake, yet his bag contained 4, all caught by Li Jin. Upon learning of Huang Dan's tally, others expressed their astonishment. Someone remarked enviously, "Well, you did well this winter, catching 4 while I only managed 1. Pray tell, where did you find them?" Huang Dan recounted that he had caught 2 between the rocks, 1 in the grass, and 1 by the water's edge. The crowd was envious, for their exhaustive search had left them weary and battered, their clothes torn by branches, hands scraped and bleeding. In contrast, Huang Dan appeared remarkably clean. Save for a bit of mud and grass clippings on his shoes, and he had quite a haul, with a dozen gazes fixed upon him. Huang Dan glanced at a man leaning against a tree, smoking. Li Jin flicked ash from his cigarette, his eyes inquiring. Huang Dan approachet, refieling. My mother pointed out that I should sell the snakes I caught to save money for my future marriage. Li Jin squinted, pondering the notion of women. Huang Dan shook his head. Not at all. In silence, Li Jin continued smoking. Then he suddenly grasped Huang Dan's bag of snakes. His voice low and tinged with the scent of tobacco. Return the snakes you caught with your brother's help for the sake of a wife. Zhang Dan Tian. Your actions will only sadden your brother. Huang Dan's lips twitched. I've already said it was not my intention. In the night's embrace, Li Jin's gaze, shrouded in smoke, was deep and complex. So, do you seek a wife? Huang Dan replied, not at all. Li Jin paused in surprise, unable to contain his delight. He draped his arm over Huang Dan's shoulder, pulling him into an embrace. Rest a moment. I'll fetch you a couple more. Huang Dan responded, for is sufficient. Li Jin rolled his eyes. Others are begging for snakes. Are you foolish to turn down a gift? Huang Dan pursed his lips. The terrain in the mountains is treacherous. It could be dangerous. What if we encounter a venomous snake? Li Jin's heart raced. He masked his concern with jest. Oh, are you worried about your brother? Fear not. Even if it's a venomous snake, your brother will be fine. Huang Dan frowned. One must not be too greedy. Li Jin peered into Huang Dan's dark eyes, as if glimpsing his very soul. And after a moment, he chuckled. Very well, we shall refrain from further hunting. The early morning mountains were predominantly home to non-venomous snakes, yet that did not guarantee their complete absence. At dawn, the group seized the opportunity for one last round of snake catching when an unexpected mishap occurred. One individual, while capturing a snake, lost his grip and was bitten. It was a green tree viper. The other companions promptly prepared a concoction of 7-leaf herb and various other medicinal plants, applying it to the wounded man's injury. They even resorted to an old remedy, using a strand of hair cut from the wife's head to tightly bind around the man's bitten arm, preventing the venom from spreading. The man was rushed to the nearest hospital at breakneck speed. His life was saved, yet he could not retain the use of his arm. Tragically, it was his right arm. Everyone felt a wave of anxiety. Losing an arm would complicate household chores. Without the ability to work, how would they sustain their lives? Upon returning from Qing Mountain, Huang Dan noticed that Li Jin was acting strangely, constantly glancing at him. When caught in the act, Li Jin hurriedly turned away, his ears flushing red. While fetching water by the riverbank, Huang Dan encountered a man who stepped aside, yet did not pass, standing before him, seemingly hesitating to speak. Setting the bucket down, Huang Dan grasped his shoulder pole and inquired, Brother, do you have something to say to me? Li Jin, with his hands shoved into his pockets, clenched a matchbox. Ever since that night when the young man was bitten, he had been pondering what might have transpired if it had been any other venomous snake instead of Sansaw. Lost in thought, he felt a chill of fear, but was relieved that the young man was unharmed. Though he had never seriously courted anyone, he understood the root of his own troubles and reluctantly accepted it. Huang Dan waited, brother. Li Jin bent down, cupping the young man's face in his hands. In winter, let us be good together. In the reality of village life, Huang Dan faced numerous extravagant declarations of affection each year, all from men. He had discussed this phenomenon seriously with the steward, who believed it stemmed from his somewhat delicate appearance, which might lead men to harbor misunderstandings, even unhealthy thoughts. However, this was the first time he had been confessed to in such an intimate manner, the words imbued with a rough charm. Typically, he heard declarations like, I've liked you for a long time, or it was love at first sight, please be with me. Our zodiac signs align, we are destined. Yet, Li Jin's earnestness was refreshingly simple, something he had never encountered before. Li Jin allowed the young man 3 seconds to respond. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Huang Dan replied, Brother, we are both men. It's not feasible. Li Jin responded, all right then. He leaned in closer, coaxing gently. In winter, I'll take you to see the canola flowers and azaleas in spring. In summer, I'll fend off mosquitoes for you and fan you all night. In autumn, I'll shuck corn and break sugarcane for you. In winter, I'll warm your hands and pick sweet, red persimmons for you. How's that sound? Huang Dan nearly exclaimed a positive response, inhaling the scent of the man's 7-Up brand cigarettes. System. How should I respond? The system replied, Mr. Huang, it is up to you. Just a reminder, Mr. Huang's pain sensitivity is extraordinarily heightened. Even a minor scrape may feel magnified. Couples engage in many activities, so prepare yourself. Huang Dan's eyelid twitched. He recalled something vital. Brother, could you refrain from causing me pain? Li Jin suddenly had an idea, his gaze drifting to the young man's backside. His face flushing with heat as he stammered, I'll try my best. I'll be gentle. Huang Dan remarqued. This statement is as implausible as a man claiming he has brushed his teeth. Brother, I need some time to think, he added. Li Jin shot him a glare. Are you trying to drive your brother to despair? Huang Dan replied. If others discover that we're getting close, it would be disastrous. Li Jin pressed his lips together and, after a moment of silence, said solemnly, Do not worry. I will protect you. If necessary, we can leave the village and find a place where no one knows us. We'll find a way. Huang Dan remained silent, and Li Jin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He maintained a stern expression, masking his own tension. Brother, I've lived 30 years, and this is the first time I have feelings for someone. You cannot toy with me. Huang Dan lifted his hand to wipe away the sweat trickling down the man's throat. Brother, I am not playing with you. Li Jin swallowed hard, gazing intently at the young man, and in the next instant, he bent down and pressed his lips against Huang Dan's. Huang Dan's eyes widened as the man's breath filled his mouth, carrying a faint scent of smoke, and he slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, Li Jin wiped the drool from Huang Dan's lips, breathing heavily. Do you like it when I treat you like this? Huang Dan's tongue throbbed slightly. Li Jin's large, rough hand caressed the young man's back and waist as he whispered near his ear. How about this? Do you like it? Huang Dan felt electrified, clutching the man's hand. Please, do not touch me. Li Jin chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming. Brother enjoys touching you. With no one around to witness the previous scene, Li Jin took the burden from Huang Dan's hands, effortlessly hoisting 2 buckets of water from the ridge and striding home. Huang Dan followed behind, leisurely and content. Days later, Zhou Zhaodi arrived in the village, her pink dress more beautiful than the last time, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an air of tranquility and grace, more vibrant than the flowers on the hillside. Discarding her broom, Huang Dan stealthily trailed Zhou Zhaodi, observing as she entered Li Jin's home. Shortly after, the two emerged together. It turned out that Zhou Zhaodi had ended her relationship before returning to the city, claiming to visit relatives in Yinzhuang, but in truth, she had come to seek out Li Jin and assess his emotional state. During their university days, Zhou Zhaodi had harbored feelings for Li Jin, believing herself unworthy to express them. However, upon learning of an impending arranged marriage, she felt a surge of rebellion and resolved to fight for her own desires. Thus, Zhou Zhaodi boldly confessed her feelings to Li General. It takes immense courage for a girl to cast aside her reservations and openly reveal her emotions. Yet, even with her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms and her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, her beauty could only catch Li Jin's attention from afar, never reaching his heart. Suddenly, Zhou Zhaodi leaped into Li Jin's embrace. At that moment, the eavesdropping Huang Dan inadvertently spotted a floral cloth shoe belonging to Wu Cooling. He crept closer to the wall, observing Wu Cooling's expression, which bore no jealousy, malice, or murderous intent toward Zhou Zhaodi, but rather an air of sorrow and bewilderment. She was simply a pitiable woman. Huang Dan, lost in contemplation, considered that He Wei and Wu Cooling could be excluded. During the time he interacted with Li Jin, every mention of Li Dage was met with palpable defense from others, unmistakably sincere rather than feigned. Li Jin, too, could be ruled out, leaving only. Huang Dan inquired, Mr. System, is the murderer of Li Dage Wang Yueme? The system remained silent. Mr. Huang, if you're certain, kindly inscribe the name of the perpetrator below the task. A task screen appeared before Huang Dan, revealing an additional line below. He squinted, hesitating to fill it out immediately. The system cautioned, Mr. Huang, I must remind you that you have but one opportunity to submit your answer. Once inscribed, alterations will be impossible. Should you name the wrong individual, your mission will fail. Huang Dan asked, what will happen then? The system replied, I apologize, but I lack the authority to disclose that information. Huang Dan said, I'll ponder it further. The screen before him vanished. When he looked again, Wu Cooling had vanished from her previous position. A hand clapped his shoulder, and a voice inquired, "What are you doing here?" Pausing, Huang Dan turned and pointed to a hole in the earthen wall where a bee had entered. Li Jin squinted, a cigarette in his mouth, chuckling, "What a performance." Huang Dan cleared his throat. "Enough with the charade, brother. Has Zhou Zhaodi left?" Li Jin replied, "She has." He took a drag of his cigarette, his gaze drifting into the void. When she lunged into my arms, I simply pushed her away. Nothing more. Huang Dan reassured, "Brother, you needn't worry. I won't be jealous." Li Jin snapped his head to the side, gritting his teeth. "Zhang Dantian, I am your man. You hear a woman confessing to your man and throwing herself at him, and you feel no jealousy?" Huang Dan thought, "Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" He shook his head internally, recognizing the complexity of a man's heart. "All right, next time I shall certainly feel jealous." Li Jin lowered his voice. "I'll deal with you tonight." Huang Dan dismissed it as mere wind in his ears. This man had repeated it many times. And it was likely just a kiss and a little fondling, nothing more. By evening, after feeding the pigs, Huang Dan picked a few green jujubes from beneath the jujube tree in the courtyard. Chen Jinhua's voice echoed from the main room, holding a pair of newly made cloth shoes. "Try these on for winter and see if they fit." Huang Dan still wore Li Jin's shoes. Upon donning the cloth shoes, he took a few steps, finding them comfortable. Chen Jinhua brushed the dust off her son, her face radiating maternal affection, filled with hopes for his future. "You must go to the city and procure a set of new clothes. You will surely look respectable." Huang Dan replied, "Mother, if I sell 4 snakes, I could buy you a coat." Chen Jinhua waved her hand. "Aren't I already half in the grave? It matters not what I wear. Don't squander your money." Huang Dan glanced at the cloth shoes, reflecting on how Chen Jinhua scrimped and saved, counting the rice in the jar, always thinking of him and hoping he would prosper in the city and return in glory. Eventually, it seemed she had come to terms with her fate. Chen Jinhua, set aside the sneakers. Your father's Memorial Day approaches. You should buy some yellow paper in the city. Huang Dan agreed. Chen Jinhua pointed at the square gourd in the courtyard and instructed, "Go to Wang Dama's house and take this with you." Huang Dan hesitated. "Figning reluctancia, Mom. Why do you always send things to Wang Dama?" Chen Jinhua sighed. "Wang Dama has had a tough time. She has always been a strong-willed person, striving to excel in everything she does. Her paralysis has been a significant blow to her, and it must weigh heavily on her heart. If we can lend a hand, we should." Huang Dan continued to sulk. "Our family is much poorer than hers. Why should we help?" Chen Jinhua approached. "Child, how can you speak like that? I thought you were getting closer to Li Jin, hoping you would change your ways." "Change what? I won't change." Huang Dan retorted, embodying the typical reaction of the original character. He took the gourd and left. Upon arriving at Li Jin's home, he found Li Jin chopping firewood in the yard, bare-chested, beads of sweat cascading down his firm muscles, tracing the contours of his lean waist before disappearing into his waistband. Wu Cooling was washing radishes, her loose hair tucked behind her ears. Her nose was slightly reddened, perhaps a remnant of a sorrowful memory, as she had likely been crying. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she remarked, "Winter has arrived." Country Love Huang Dan held the gourd and said, "Sister Cooling, my mom asked me to bring this." Wu Cooling wiped her hands on a cloth, accepted the gourd, and placed it in the kitchen. When she emerged, she was holding a small turtle. "This was caught by my brother in the pond this morning. Take it back to make soup." Huang Dan accepted it, exclaiming, "Your brother can catch turtles. I can't even catch fish." Li Jin, splitting the firewood with a decisive crack, turned and offered, "I'll take you fishing." "Sure." Huang Dan replied enthusiastically. Voices drifted from inside the house. It was Wang Yuanmei calling for Wu Cooling to push her outside. Wu Cooling hurried indoors. Huang Dan glanced over, observing Wang Yuanmei seated in a wheelchair, her hair meticulously arranged, not a single strand out of place, revealing an oval face and willow-shaped brows. She wore a dark blue jacket with buttons askew. Despite the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her demeanor remained graceful. In contrast, Wu Cooling appeared more ordinary and somewhat frail, lacking the charm that time bestows. Wang Yuanmei stood out in Shadang village, or rather, she intentionally chose to live differently, unwavering in her pursuit of a unique essence even at 50. This thought often crossed Huang Dan's mind each time he saw Wang Yuanmei. He mused that the uncrippled Wang Yuanmei would certainly lead a more exquisite life. He wondered how she had come to be paralyzed. Wang Yuanmei instructed Wu Kuling to push her into the yard. Your mother mentioned she wants to arrange a marriage for you. Huang Dan stole a glance at the man chopping wood. Wang Yuanmei chuckled, and he thinks Xiao Fang from the river market is quite nice. She's diligent. Before Huang Dan could respond, Li Jin interjected, Mom, why do you care about that? Wang Yuanmei replied, Xiao Fang's mother seems agreeable to me. You may not like her now, but perhaps you will come winter. Huang Dan asserted, Auntie, I don't like her either. Wang Yuanmei feigned disappointment. Then what kind do you prefer? I'll keep an eye out for you. Huang Dan remarked that he desired someone taller and more robust than himself, capable of fetching water, tending to crops, and assisting with the harvest, while also considering his needs and taking him out for leisure. Wang Yuanmei was taken aback by his words. Beside her, Wu Kuling chuckled, suggesting that Huang Dan seemed to be seeking a bride rather than simply desiring companionship. Huang Dan, with a shy and embarrassed demeanor, simply smiled. Li Jin tossed some firewood onto the pile, turning to laugh as he commented on the merits of such a pursuit, advising Huang Dan to seize the opportunity if he encountered such a person in winter. He winked playfully. After a brief conversation, Wang Yuanmei noticed Huang Dan preparing to leave and instructed Kuling to fetch a bag of longan from her room for Huang Dan. Wu Kuling promptly complied, but Huang Dan interjected, saying it was unnecessary. Kuling paused, glancing at Wang Yuanmei, who reassured Huang Dan that the longan was a gift from someone else, and, noting its quality, suggested he take it home for his mother, who adored such treats. Wu Kuling handed the longan to Huang Dan, who accepted it while recalling that Chen Jinhua had sent him to deliver a square melon to Wang Yuanmei, and he felt it was only proper to reciprocate with the longan, as if preserving dignity. Were those two not decades-long close friends? Did they truly need to compete over such trivial exchanges? Or was he overthinking it? Huang Dan lingered no longer, maneuvering past Li Jin with the turtle and exchanging glances, planning to meet in the small bamboo grove that evening. At the entrance, Chen Jinhua, witnessing the items in her son's hands, expressed her displeasure, scolding him for returning with gifts when he was supposed to deliver something to Aunt Wang. Huang Dan explained that it was Aunt Wang's gift to him. Chen Jinhua, picking up a broom from the wall, swung it at him, admonishing him for accepting gifts from someone in their situation, reminding him of her teachings and lamenting his lack of progress. Huang Dan evaded her swipes, though they were not particularly forceful. Her health was frail, and she soon leaned against the doorframe, her face turning pale. The heroic mother, returning from washing dishes, noticed and rushed over to stop Chen Jinhua, advising her to speak to her son calmly if there was an issue. Chen Jinhua sighed, feeling faint. The heroic mother urgently called for Huang Dan to assist his mother inside. Coming back to his senses, Huang Dan, along with the heroic mother, helped Chen Jinhua to the bed, where she could lie down. Gradually, her breathing steadied, and her complexion improved. The heroic mother sighed and pulled Huang Dan aside, reminding him that his father had passed away early, and his mother had raised him alone. Thus, he should be more accommodating and avoid causing her distress. Huang Dan acknowledged her advice. The heroic mother patted his arm, affirming her trust in him to look after his mother. As he closed the door, he asked, Mother, would you like some water? I can get you a jug. Chen Jinhua waved her hand, cautioning him to remember her words. In the future, if Aunt Wang offered anything, he must not accept it, regardless of what it was. Huang Dan replied, Understood. Chen Jinhua gently stroked his hair, deciding to let it go this time. As for the turtle and longan, you have already retrieved them. If I were to return them to Aunt Wang, it would surely displease her. I will see how to handle the turtle and prepare a meal for you tomorrow. As for the longan, let us set it aside for now. We can use it later when we give gifts. Huang Dan remarked, Mom, Aunt Wang has a brother and sister Kuling, and they live more comfortably than us. Chen Jinhua replied, You don't understand. I have been friends with Aunt Wang for many years, and it is only right to support one another. She refrained from pursuing the topic further and asked Huang Dan to shell the broad beans for dinner. The village was enveloped in the aroma of cooking smoke as everyone had nearly concluded their day's toil. Zhang Yingxiong was plucking feathers from a large rooster to make a shuttlecock for his little niece. In winter, he had caught several snakes, which was quite an achievement. Huang Dan was busy with the broad beans, managing well. Zhang Yingxiong spoke of a man who had been bitten by a venomous snake. He lost an arm, significantly diminishing the household's labor force. His wife could not endure the hardship and left him, abandoning their 2-year-old son and 7-year-old daughter, leaving them dependent on their elderly parents. Life was exceedingly difficult. Huang Dan tossed the shelled broad beans into the basket, reflecting on the fragility of life and the harshness of existence. Upon hearing the news, my father immediately ceased scolding me for my cowardice, acknowledging my lack of ambition. Zhang Yingxiong clicked his tongue. Fortunately, you came through unscathed this winter. Huang Dan replied affirmatively. Chun Jinhua echoed the sentiment, reassuring him by patting his arms and legs, saying it was good that he was unharmed. The sound of a rattle drum resonated from the eastern part of the village, signaling the arrival of a vendor selling trinkets. He carried 2 carts filled with hair clips, hair ties, ornamental flowers, buttons, needles, threads, glass beads, and other small items. The village's young girls and young women gathered around the vendor. Huang Dan was pulled forward by Zhang Yingxiong, discovering a glass top on the cart that displayed the wares inside. The vendor visited only once or twice a month, offering affordable goods that were quite popular among the villagers. Huang Dan spotted a black hair clip adorned with dark floral patterns, quite beautiful, and after inquiring about the price, he turned to Zhang Yingxiong. Could you lend me 50 cents? Zhang Yingxiong rummaged through his chest pocket and handed him a folded triangular bill. Huang Dan purchased the hair clip. Chun Jinhua, busy in the kitchen, noticed the hair clip and remarked, this clip would suit Aunt Wang well. It would be a shame to wear it in this dirty and messy state. Huang Dan placed it on her, insisting, who says, Mom looks good wearing it. It will cheer you up. Chun Jinhua examined herself from different angles by the water tank, then retreated indoors, carefully wrapping the hair clip in a handkerchief and placing it in the wardrobe. After a moment's thought, she put it back on. As the moon rose above the treetops in the bamboo grove by the pond, Li Jin embraced Huang Dan tightly, exclaiming, I missed you so much. Let me give you a kiss. Huang Dan pushed the man gently. Be a bit softer with the kiss. Li Jin, with a hint of annoyance, replied, If you want me to be gentle with a kiss, what can we do otherwise? He pinned the youth against a thick bamboo stalk, bending slightly. His nose nestled against the other's neck, catching a whiff of soap. Have you bathed? Huang Dan tilted his head back, observing slender green bamboo, leaves fluttering down, some landing on his face, while others slipped into his coat. Li Jin removed a few bamboo leaves from the youth's coat. Yet his own hands remained obstinately against the other's body, akin to a rogue. Did you eat it? He asked. Huang Dan replied in the negative. Leaning closer to Huang Dan's ear, Li Jin whispered, That thing is nourishing. Remember to burn it and eat it tomorrow. If you like it, I'll catch you a few more next time. He coaxed, Don't keep your mouth shut. Let me in. Huang Dan replied, I fear you might bite me. Li Jin pinched his waist, reassuring, A 1 tea bite. I would only cherish you. Yet, Huang Dan's lips were nipped, causing him to gasp in pain. Covering his mouth and pushing the man away, tears welling in his eyes. Li Jin's breath quickened, his throat parched. He propped himself on his arms to inspect for blood. Huang Dan kicked him, grasping the youth's ankle. Li Jin felt a tumultuous emotion rising within him. His voice hoarse and dry. I truly wish to claim you right here. Huang Dan glared, bringing his hand back to cover his mouth, commanding, You go aside. Li Jin wrapped his arms around the youth's waist, pulling him closer, pressing his hand down, and murmured softly, Will you help me? Huang Dan replied, No more. Li Jin held on tightly. The man's hands were rough and strong, and Huang Dan could not break free. After a moment, Li Jin felt a sense of relief. He kicked at a spot near his feet, disrupting the scene, his eyes wandering to the youth's backside, pondering when he could truly make this person his own. Seeking a safer location, Huang Dan picked up a handful of bamboo, leaves to wipe his hands. Brother, may I ask you something? Li Jin, Laonging beside Huang Dan, lazily inquired. Huang Dan asked, You had 2 wives before. How did they die? Li Jin's expression shifted slightly, his eyelids half lowering to conceal the emotional turbulence within. Are you afraid I might bring you misfortune? Huang Dan shook his head. I'm a man. It's different. After a prolonged silence, Li Jin struck a match, finally murmuring, The first one died in the sedan chair. By the time we reached my doorstep, she was already lifeless. The second one drank pesticide on the third day of our marriage. Huang Dan watched the match fall onto the bamboo leaves. Why? Li Jin shook his head. Huang Dan fell into silence. In all the villages, given Li Jin's circumstances, one could scarcely find another like him. Setting aside the first woman's cause of death, what the second? Why would she poison herself? Having finished his cigarette, Li Jin declared, "It's getting late. Let us head back." Huang Dan's legs were numb. Li Jin stood, turned his back to the youth, and said, "Come on, I'll carry you." Huang Dan protested, "What if someone sees us?" Li Jin pulled him onto his back. At this late hour, even the pigs are asleep. Who's out wandering? Huang Dan draped his arms around the man's neck. Li Jin gave a slight lift to the youth's backside, knowing deep down he had a fondness for him, yet advised, "But don't hold on so tightly. It could be dangerous." Huang Dan pouted, loosening his grip somewhat, then suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look, a shooting star. Make a wish quickly." Li Jin scoffed, "What wish?" "That's just for children." As the words were spoken, he quietly made a wish in that fleeting moment when a meteor streaked across the night sky. Hoping to cherish a lifetime, 2 lifetimes, 3 lifetimes with the person on his back forever. The following afternoon, during lunch, Huang Dan noticed that Chun Jinhua was not wearing her hairpin. "Mom, where's your hairpin?" Chun Jinhua replied, "It broke, so I threw it away." Huang Dan furrowed his brow, "But I saw you wearing it this morning. How did it break?" Chun Jinhua picked up a piece of chives with her chopsticks and said, "It broke, it just did. Now let us eat." Huang Dan poked at the turtle on his plate, flipping it over repeatedly, bathing it in the sauce. "Mom, don't just eat one dish. Try this turtle." Chun Jinhua replied, "I don't eat that. It has a strong fishy taste." Huang Dan could not argue. Indeed, the fishy taste was quite pronounced, and Chun Jinhua had not cooked it well. Next time, he would have Li Jin prepare it for himself. In the afternoon, after sweeping the cow dung in the barn, Li Jin brought a bundle of grass to feed the cattle. He rinsed his hands with a scoop of water and went to find his beloved. Huang Dan was in the field, pulling out plastic film, recalling the original owner's memory. The rice, soaked in water, would soon sprout once scattered onto the soil. Li Jin took off his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and joined Huang Dan in the field, helping him hold down a corner and press it with clods of earth. "About your mom's hairpin. My mom accidentally broke it," Li Jin mentioned. Huang Dan, intriguet, respondet. "Why did your mom break my mom's hairpin?" Li Jin replied, "I'm not entirely sure. It was Cui Ling who told me. She said my mom thought it looked nice, so your mom showed it to her, and while looking at it, my mom accidentally created a crack. You know how flimsy that plastic is." Huang Dan, resigned, replied, "All right then." Li Jin patted Huang Dan with his clean hand, urging him to hurry. "Don't get bitten by leeches." At that moment, Huang Dan felt a tickle on his calf. He waded carefully to the embankment, finally taking a breath. Planting seedlings was far more terrifying than harvesting rice, with those blood-sucking little creatures swimming about. Just a thought sent shivers down his spine. Before long, Li Jin joined him, and they sat together on the stone slab by the pond, dipping their feet into the water to wash off the mud. Beneath the surface, his larger foot brushed against Li Jin's smaller one. Li Jin pulled out a bamboo leaf from his pocket, which he had casually picked, placing it between his lips. A soft, lilting tune flowed gently, dancing upon the water's surface, basking in the bright sunlight, and resonating in Huang Dan's ears. A serious man is the most captivating. Naturally handsome, his earnestness made even the fish in the pond shy. As the melody ceased, Huang Dan felt a lingering desire for more. "Is it easy to blow?" Li Jin handed him the bamboo leaf. "But it's covered in your saliva," Huang Dan protested. Li Jin flashed a mischievous grin, revealing his white teeth. "Have you eaten less?" Huang Dan, with a playful gesture, reached into the man's pocket, finding nothing else but that single leaf, revealing his intentions. Li Jin's breath grew heavy. "If you keep going, I might just get hard." With a mere glance at Huang Dan, you find yourself captivated. As Li Jin's skin warms, one cannot help but blame you for such distractions. Why would you engage with your brother in such a manner? At that moment, an acquaintance approached. Li Jin swiftly shed his coat, leaping into the pond, plunging beneath the surface, feigning the act of retrieving a clam, which he tossed ashore, followed by another. Huang Dan surveyed the scattered clams, picked up Li Jin's coat and nestled the clams within, intending to take them back for the ducks. 2 days later, the group ventured into the city, successfully selling the snake, and each person set off to procure their own items. Li Jin took Huang Dan to the cinema, where they were fortunate to catch a romantic film that depicted the tender journey of childhood friends blossoming into love, characterized by the vibrant red scarves around the protagonists' necks. The cinema was quite small, filled to capacity with couples, while Li Jin and Huang Dan, 2 grown men, appeared rather out of place, seated on a bench in the corner, hand in hand. As the film reached its climax, the protagonist transitioned from innocent revolutionary camaraderie to deep romantic affection, eschewing ambiguity for a direct declaration of love, pledging their lives to one another. As the screen darkened, Li Jin cupped Huang Dan's face, planting a kiss upon his lips, even daring to sweep his tongue across. Huang Dan, momentarily taken aback, was left with a lingering taste of 7-Up cigarettes in his mouth. "Brother, you really ought to smoke less. It's detrimental to your health," he remarked. Li Jin, momentarily stunned, teased, "And here you are, already instructing your brother before we even enter?" Huang Dan withdrew his hand from the rough grasp of the man's palm, only to have it captured once more. The low timbre of the man's voice brushing against his ear. "It's all up to you." The sound of a horn heralded the end of the film, as the cinema staff announced for everyone to exit in an orderly fashion. Adjacent to the cinema was a newly opened disco, adorned with large floral arrangements at the entrance and banners boasting the slogan "Your youth, my passion," flanked by images of glamorous women. Upon entering, Huang Dan was immediately enveloped by the cacophony of subpar speakers, the air thick with the scent of beer mingling with smoke, interspersed with the fragrances exuded by the girls swaying their hips. Li Jin, tall and robust, exhibited well-defined muscles beneath his coat, his chiseled features radiating a potent aura of masculinity, drawing the attention of numerous women, while Huang Dan remained in relative tranquility. Before long, Li Jin's patience waned. "Shall we head out?" Huang Dan, absorbed in studying the disco's ambience, keen to commit it to memory for future artistic endeavors, caught a glimpse of a woman in white tank top and flared pants casting flirtatious glances in their direction, specifically aimed at Li Jin. Noticing the young man's lack of response, Li Jin took hold of his arm and led him away. Under the blazing sun, Li Jin spent a few coins to buy Huang Dan a lychee-flavored popsicle, insisting, "You eat half, and I'll have the rest." Huang Dan dismissed this, feeling that one was sufficient for himself. The heat melted the popsicle quickly, and soon droplets began to trickle down. Huang Dan's tongue was busy attending to the melting treat, darting here and there, leaving him exhausted. "It's dripping. Hurry up and lick it," Li Jin urged. Huang Dan extended his tongue to comply. Li Jin felt an overwhelming heat, as if he were the very ice pop itself, beads of sweat cascading down his body. He wished for the young man to indulge him in a similar fashion. Huang Dan remarked, "Brother, your thoughts are rather unhealthy. To discern that is quite impressive," replied Li General. He pulled Huang Dan to a secluded corner, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, then bent down to savor the melting ice pop juice that dribbled onto his hand, a sweetness that penetrated to his very core. Huang Dan stuffed the disheveled ice pop, which he had licked, into Li Jin's mouth. They took turns licking, relishing the delightful treat together in their hidden nook. Huang Dan had purchased a bag of hairpins, 2 new outfits, and even a jacket for Chan Jinhua, all with money provided by Li Jin, who had helped him select these items. Remarkably, he had spent none of the earnings from selling snakes, returning to the village with a warm heart. After about half a month, the village became bustling once more, with families busy transplanting rice seedlings. Meanwhile, news circulated from the riverbank that the He family had summoned an elderly Taoist priest from afar to perform rituals for He Wei, hoping to expel malevolent spirits. Some commented that the old priest resembled a weasel, clearly a charlatan. The He family was throwing their money away. Huang Dan covertly ventured to the riverbank, waiting for a long time for the old priest to appear. When he grew impatient, he changed his location, settling behind a small forest grave mound. After an indeterminate period, a Taoist in a green robe approached, a gourd hanging from his waist. Huang Dan sought to uncover the cause of He Wei's affliction, whether it was the result of Li Dagui's mischief or something more sinister, potentially linked to a murderer. The old priest sat atop the hill, uncorked his gourd, and took a swig of liquor. Young lad, is it cooler back there behind the grave mound? Huang Dan's eyes twitched in response, and he stepped out. The old priest continued drinking, seemingly oblivious to Huang Dan's presence. Huang Dan sat beside him and inquired to the system, "Might you persuade the elder to divulge information about Wei? Requires 100 points, the system replied. Mr. Huang, your current balance is 135 points. Confirmation will automatically deduct from your account. Huang Dan confirmed the transaction. The old priest then began to speak, as if entranced. His tone monotonous. The young lad from the He family harbors ill intentions. His brows are furrowed with malice, and his fate is dark, an ominous sign. He may not have long to live. Huang Dan asked, "May I pose a question? System?" The system responded, "Apologies, I lack the authority to answer." Not even that. Huang Dan mused, doubting the system's role as merely a receptionist. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to inquire further, considering the possibility of a response from the old man. The priest's murky eyes began to recount strange tales from his life, disjointed and lacking coherence. Just as Huang Dan was about to leave, he heard the old priest say, "Many years ago, a beautiful young woman came to the temple seeking a fortune for her 2 sons. The prophecy was peculiar. The second son would overshadow the first. While the second lives, the first shall remain lonely." He paused, and Huang Dan, taken aback, asked, "Who was that woman?" The old priest replied, "I only know her surname is Wang." Huang Dan pressed on, "Where did she reside?" The old priest answered, "I do not know." Huang Dan further inquired about the birth dates of the 2 sons, to which the old priest responded, "I cannot recall." Huang Dan was dissatisfied with the outcome and questioned, "Are you fabricating this? How could one possibly predict fate?" The old Taoist replied, "Little one, you must not speak thus. Fate, if believed, exists, and if disbelieved, it is not." Huang Dan retorted, "You've uttered a platitude." The old Taoist responded, "In life, the most prevalent utterances are indeed platitudes." Huang Dan fell into deep contemplation. When you spoke those words years ago, if that woman took them to heart, should any misfortune or calamity befall the eldest, she might blame the second, potentially leading her to commit extreme acts. Isn't that a possibility? The old Taoist replied, "That too is fate." Huang Dan was left speechless. The old Taoist's murky eyes suddenly gleamed, as if he had regained clarity. He glanced at Huang Dan and asked, "Little one, why do you sit beside me?" Huang Dan replied, "I wish to have my fortune told." The old Taoist scrutinized Huang Dan and after a pause said, "You have no fortune to tell." Huang Dan's heart skipped a beat as he watched the old Taoist depart. He turned and collided with someone. It was Chun Jinhua. In a brief span of time, Huang Dan's expression shifted multiple times. Nonchalantly brushing off the grass clippings from his trousers, he exclaimed, "Mother, what brings you here?" "I came to the riverside market to fetch some snails," she replied, seemingly passing by, carrying a basket of vegetables. She glanced at the old Taoist who had traversed the hillside and asked, "Who is that in winter?" Huang Dan continued to remove the grass clippings. "He seems to be a fortune teller." Chun Jinhua inquired, "A fortune teller? Is he the one hired by Wei's family?" Huang Dan replied, "It's possible." Chun Jinhua sighed, chuckling, "How can fate be foretold?" Suddenly recalling something, she added, "In winter, I saw you sitting with that old Taoist from afar. You didn't have your fortune told, did you?" Huang Dan shook his head, "I am not superstitious." It appeared that Chun Jinhua had not overheard anything. It was perhaps for the best. "That's good," she said, as she headed towards the village. Fate is a mysterious thing. One should not casually seek to know it. Some who do may unwittingly ruin their lives, harming both themselves and others. Huang Dan curiously asked, "Is that so?" Chun Jinhua affirmed, "Indeed. The elders often say, fools have good fortune. Knowing too much is not always a blessing." Huang Dan reflected, "That makes sense." Chun Jinhua turned back and said, "Last time, Li Jin helped us harvest rice. This time, his family is planting seedlings. You should lend a hand. We wouldn't want others to think ill of us." Huang Dan's lips twitched. He was delayed in sowing his rice, needing to wait a little longer to plant seedlings, hence he had time to roam. Li Jin was ahead of schedule and already busy. However, he was reluctant to enter the fields due to the leeches. Perhaps tomorrow would suffice, as dusk was nearing. "All right," Chun Jinhua agreed. Upon returning home, Chun Jinhua sat in the yard, meticulously removing the tails of the snails, soaking them in a basin with a few drops of sesame oil, and later washing them clean. During dinner, Huang Dan savored the stir-fried snail meat with chives, the most satisfying dish he had enjoyed since arriving. He felt a pang of longing for home. Chen Jinhua exhibited the traits of a traditional mother. She considered her child's needs in all aspects of food and clothing. As usual, she only picked at the vegetable leaves and did not touch the pieces of snail meat on her plate. Huang Dan had offered Chen Jinhua several pieces of food, yet she complained, expressing her disdain for such delicacies and requesting him to refrain from serving her any more. After the meal, Chen Jinhua busied herself with tidying the table, carelessly wiping her greasy hands on her coat. In the winter, while you remained at home, your mother would visit Aunt Wang for a brief chat. The sound of Huang Dan echoed from the back door of the courtyard, a familiar greeting. The village's latrines seemed to have been constructed by a single craftsman, all resembling simple earthen huts, each with a deep pit dug into the ground to accommodate a barrel for waste, devoid of doors or even curtains. At that moment, Huang Dan squatted beside the barrel, his leg muscles taut, his rear protruding awkwardly. He found the act of relieving himself to be agonizing, fearful of splatters. This squatting position was precarious. No wonder the original occupant had once fallen in. Huang Dan waved a fan, attempting to dispel the foul odor along with the mosquitoes, while silently gathering all the clues at his disposal, sorting them chronologically. Li Dagui and Wu Kuling were betrothed by the older generation, and within a year of marriage, they welcomed a child who tragically did not survive past infancy, the cause of death remaining a mystery. 2 years ago, Li Dagui succumbed to a fatal blow to the back of his head and subsequently drowned in the river. Wang Yuanmei, now paralyzed from the waist down, was cared for by her son, Li Jin, who had resigned from his job in the city to return home. Presently, the prime suspect was Wang Yuanmei, who had once lived a glamorous life, enjoying the affections of many suitors from neighboring villages. Even in her current state, she maintained an air of pride, pursuing perfection and displaying a clear favoritism towards her accomplished eldest son, while harboring evident disdain for her unremarkable younger son. Her apparent lack of concealment regarding her disappointment in him suggested that only those of merit were worthy of her attention and praise. The fortune-teller's mention of a beautiful woman surnamed Wang, with 2 sons, likely refer to her. Huang Dan furrowed his brows in contemplation, only to find himself surrounded by mosquitoes when he regained focus. Meanwhile, Chen Jinhua arrived at the Li household. Wang Yuanmei had just finished her meal and was instructing Wu Kuling to fetch her some water, meticulously drying her hands. Her hands were distinct from those of the other women in the village, with long, elegant fingers that were far from coarse. Once Wang Yuanmei had finished drying her hands, Wu Kuling exited with the basin, closing the door behind her. Wang Yuanmei reclined against the headboard, inquiring, "Jinhua, have you not already crafted 2 pairs of shoe soles for the winter? Why do you continue?" Chen Jinhua deftly threaded a large needle through her hair. Nimbly stitching the soles together, winter's feet wear out shoes quickly. I intend to make a few extra pairs to have on hand. Wang Yuanmei remarked, "You truly have too much time on your hands." To which Chen Jinhua replied, "I would prefer to engage in other activities, but winter prevents me from working in the fields." Wang Yuanmei responded, "Winter is dutiful. He is a good child and will surely succeed in the future." Chen Jinhua retorted, "What success can he claim? He cannot even read, and he struggles in the outside world. He pales in comparison to your Li Jin, who is genuinely accomplished and responsible. He forsook the bustling city to return and support this family. Everyone speaks highly of Li Jin as a devoted son. You, Wang Yuanmei, have indeed borne a commendable son." Wang Yuanmei's expression softened, filled with a blend of pride and a hint of regret. "Had it not been for my frail condition, that child would have thrived outside. He is burdened by my affliction." Chen Jinhua reassured her, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. No one wishes to bear illness or misfortune. It is fate that has brought us here, and we must endure. Moreover, Li Jin has been sensible and determined since childhood. He is aware of his own choices." Wang Yuanmei remarked, "In a few days, it will be old Zhang's Memorial Day. One tiet?" A gust of wind stirred, causing the oil lamp inside to flicker, casting a dim light. Chen Jinhua, distracted, pricked her finger instead of the shoe sole and wiped the blood on her pant leg. Indeed, time passes swiftly. It has been over a decade since old Zhang's passing. Wang Yume inquired, "Have you purchased the yellow paper and other offerings?" Shen Jinhua replied, "Yes. I bought them during our winter trip to the city. The weather today seems favorable for visiting the graves, with no rain anticipated." Wang Yume's throat felt parched, prompting a couple of coughs. "Jinhua, had it not been for me, you would have married the village chief." Chun Jinhua appeared unfazed, chuckling lightly. "Yume, we are both of an age where we have one foot in the grave. Why bring this up now?" A fleeting discomfort crossed Wang Yume's face. Had the conversation reached this juncture? I merely mentioned it in passing. She glanced at Jinhua. "Your outer garment looks worn and filthy. Why haven't you replaced it? There are always chores at home and outside. Anything I wear will become dirty." "It is what it is," Chun Jinhua replied, bending the shoe sole a few times, pressing the needle inside and pulling it out again. "I do not possess your fortune of having a diligent and capable daughter-in-law. I cannot fathom how much less I would worry." Wang Yume's willow-like brows furrowed slightly. "Let it be. At this hour, even a simple jug of water was not brought to me." She often needed to voice her desires. If unspoken, nothing would be done. That girl's demeanor is rather unpleasant, and she is only educated to a degree. There is a clear undertone of criticism and dissatisfaction in her words. Chun Jinhua, whose rough features bore the marks of age, chose to remain silent. Wu Cooling, standing by Huang Dan, inquired, "Is your brother involved with someone?" Huang Dan, munching on a pear in the courtyard, responded with uncertainty. "I saw him making a snake bone chain indoors. It must be a gift for someone." Huang Dan took another bite of the pear. "I'm not sure." Wu Cooling asked a couple more questions, but received no answers, thus refraining from further inquiry. Realizing her own impropriety, "You should get to bed early." After Wu Cooling left, Huang Dan paused in his pear eating, then resumed until it was finished. He made his way to the old locust tree in front of Li Jin's house, picking up small clods of earth to toss into a room. Shortly thereafter, Li Jin and Huang Dan met amidst the thickets on the west side of the village, where mosquitoes buzzed incessantly, easily caught in hand. Huang Dan stated, "I have something to ask you." Li Jin, holding his waist, bit his lip, leaning in for a kiss before continuing their conversation. In the enveloping darkness, not a breath of wind stirred. Li Jin was acutely aware that the youth had a particular aversion to pain. He understood the need to be gentle, to refrain from biting. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the temptation to softly nip at the tender lips of his companion, reluctant to let go. Huang Dan Winjet, letting out a small gasp as he pushed against the man's shoulder. Li Jin held the young man's hand firmly, promising, "I won't bite anymore." Huang Dan's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain, accusingly stating, "You always lie." Upon seeing the youth's reddened eyes, Li Jin felt a shameful surge of desire, quickly assuring, "I promise not to lie again. From now on, I will only relieve myself, not deceive." Though Huang Dan's lips remained unbroken, they bore the marks of teeth. He tentatively licked them with his tongue, the pain causing stars to dance before his eyes as he leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. "What if you do lie?" he challenged. Li Jin lowered his head, replying, "Then you can bite me." Huang Dan met the man's heated gaze, feeling an uncomfortable warmth wash over him. "Where should I bite?" Li Jin's breath hitched as he bent closer, his lips brushing against the youth's ear. His voice a low, gravelly whisper in the night. "Zhang Dan Tian, you claim my thoughts are impure, yet it is you who embodies that. Huang Dan retorted, you are in dire straits." Li Jin muttered a curse under his breath. "My brows are not singed. It is other parts that burn when I touch you. If this continues, I fear my reason may crumble, and I shall combust alongside the one who ignites my fire." He pulled the youth close, declaring, "I desire you." Huang Dan firmly rejected, "No, I fear pain." Li Jin kissed his ear, soothingly assuring, "It won't hurt, not at all. I will be gentle." Huang Dan was not easily swayed, countering, "You are no innocent." Li Jin paused, momentarily taken aback, before he playfully pinched the youth's waist, his rough hand encircling it. "You ungrateful creature, do you not realize how many envy your lean form?" Huang Dan's waist throbbed, prompting him to grasp the man. Li Jin gasped, his veins bulging from the pressure. "Do not provoke me. I might just take you right here." Upon seeing the fierce glint in the man's eyes, ignited with desire, Huang Dan instantly complied, unable to fathom the pain that might accompany such actions. The unknown often breeds fear. Li Jin squeezed the youth's waist a few times, but ultimately lacked the resolve to proceed. Instead, he retreated to the other side of the grove. Huang Dan paced anxiously, determined not to give mosquitoes the chance to bite. He scratched at his backside, and after a while he dug deeper, finding the fabric of his pants insufficient to quell the discomfort. When Li Jin returned, he found the youth scratching his rear while simultaneously wiping away tears. "What is wrong with your backside?" Huang Dan, torn between pain and irritation, had reduced himself to tears from the multitude of mosquito bites. Li Jin wiped the tears from his face, saying, "Let me see." Huang Dan's voice quivered with emotion. "See what? You've seen mosquito bites before." Li Jin shot him a sidelong glance. "I want to see your backside." With that, he swung his arm to pull down the youth's pants. Huang Dan quickly grasped the man's hand to stop him, insisting, "It's just bites. There's nothing worth seeing." He must have left behind a trail of scratches. Just thinking about it makes it unbearable to behold. From tomorrow onwards, one must refrain from attending to nature's call after dark. If any discomfort arises, one should endure it outside until it becomes unbearable, then act swiftly, for that place is unsuitable for contemplation. Li Jin wore an expression of profound understanding, conceding, "Very well. I shall wait until the swelling subsides to show you." Huang Dan, with a disdainful spittle, wiped it on the small red bumps on Huang Dan's arm, then applied it to several on his neck. Spittle is the most potent remedy. A little application can be effective. At night, if you awaken, do not speak, for the saliva in your mouth is even more efficacious. As for those bumps and sores, a little application will surely heal them. Otherwise, I can use my saliva on your backside. Huang Dan promptly covered his mouth. In the western edge of the forest, faint rustling sounds could be heard. Li Jin and Huang Dan exchanged glances, treading lightly towards the source of the noise. They discovered clothes strewn on the ground, where a man and a woman were rolling about. The woman had only married into the village this year. She was a widow remarrying. When a man's life ends, a woman may remarry, facing little more than some idle gossip. No one dictates that she must remain in mourning until death. There are widows like her who, less than a year after marrying, engage in frolics with someone other than their husbands, living vibrantly. In contrast, Wu Cooling diligently tended to her mother-in-law, busying herself as if she had firmly rooted herself in the Li household. The couple on the ground remained oblivious to the two observers. Huang Dan heard heavy breathing, unsure whether it emanated from the burly man below or from the man beside him. He turned to find the man's gaze fixed intently. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Li Jin swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing everything. Huang Dan teased, "Do you still find women appealing?" Li Jin shifted his gaze to the young man's face, grinning as he rubbed against the tip of his nose. "No one compares to you." Huang Dan insisted, "I'm serious. Brother, you still have time." "Time for what? It's far too late." Li Jin's brow furrowed momentarily as he pulled the young man aside, pressing him against a tree. "Zhang Dong Tian, I'll make this clear. If you dare to toy with me and abandon it midway, you will face dire consequences." Huang Dan's eyes widened in faint horror. "You would kill me?" Li Jin pressed him against his chest, stroking his hair, his stubbled chin brushing against him. "Murder is a crime, and imprisonment is no trivial matter." Huang Dan's thoughts whirled, but before he could speak, he heard the man chuckle darkly. "No need for a knife. I'll use a stick, thrusting it into your mouth until you cry out in pain, begging to behave and live with me." The two ceased their voyeurism and began to retreat. Realizing it was too late to return, Huang Dan inquired, "Brother, why doesn't Sister Cooling, being a university graduate and still so young, choose a different path in life?" Li Jin held his hand. "I have broached the subject with her. She has her own ideas." Huang Dan casually asked, "Does Sister Cooling have someone special?" Li Jin replied, "I don't believe so." Huang Dan let out a sigh and decided not to probe further. Instead, he addressed the matter of summoning the man. "I cannot accept that chain. Otherwise, Sister Cooling will grow suspicious. I never claimed it was a gift for you." Li Jin smirked, his eyes gleaming darkly. "That is meant for my wife. If you become my wife, I shall gift you the chain." Huang Dan replied, "I have no fondness for such trinkets." Li Jin shot him a fierce glare. That was handcrafted by your brother. How dare you not appreciate it? He furrowed his brow, his stern features softening with a hint of indulgence. If you find it too small, I shall craft a larger one for you to wear around your neck. Huang Dan quickly shook his head. No need, a bracelet will suffice. Li Jin playfully insisted, bending at the waist to rest his chin on Huang Dan's shoulder, wrapping his arms around his waist. It's not finished yet. Once it is ready, you shall keep it. When we travel to distant places, you must wear it daily. This is a token of our bond. You must not lose it. Understood? Huang Dan replied, understood. He shrugged his shoulder, feeling the weight. Brother, could you please remove your head? Li Jin refused to budge. Is this merely a head? You find it heavy? What if I were to press my entire weight upon you? Huang Dan remarked, I could not bear it. Li Jin chuckled. You may press upon me. Whether seated or prone, I have no objections. Huang Dan grew concerned for himself. The following day, a grave event transpired in Shangheching. He Wei had died. His mother sat on the floor of their home, wailing and beating her thighs, her voice hoarse as she cried, Wei Zi, how could you die so tragically? Who was the scoundrel that harmed you? Now that you are gone, how shall your parents survive? His father also wept ceaselessly. Neighbors gathered to offer their condolences, one declaring, Death is irreversible. Do not grieve too deeply. This remark provoked his mother, who retorted, Your son has died. How can you not mourn? The individual's expression shifted, and a quarrel ensued. Meanwhile, the corpse lay on the bed, as the room erupted into chaos, ultimately culminating in his mother fainting. It remains unclear who first spread the rumor, but it was said that someone returned late at night and glimpsed a figure in the bamboo grove behind Wei's home. As word spread, some daring souls ventured to the grove to investigate. To their astonishment, they discovered a garment, a red jacket that Li Dagui had frequently worn during his lifetime. Its vibrant hue made it conspicuous when worn by a man, and coupled with Li Dagui's spirited nature, it left a lasting impression on the townsfolk. Consequently, both Shangheching and Shatang village erupted in speculation, asserting that Li Dagui's death was undoubtedly linked to Wei, claiming he had returned as a vengeful spirit to exact retribution. Others questioned, if Li Dagui truly sought vengeance, why wait 2 years? Huang Dan, neglecting to gather information from Chun Jinhua, made his way to the Li family at the eastern edge of the village, only to find their door firmly shut. He wandered around the front and back of the house, seeking a place to eavesdrop. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the yard had yet to receive their breakfast, huddled together in protest, while the pigs in their pen contributed to the commotion by forcefully pushing against the door, blissfully unaware of the unusual events of the morning. Wang Yueme summoned Wu Kuling and Li Jin into the room. It was an overcast day, and the light inside the house was dim. Wang Yueme reclined slightly, and the commotion outside early in the morning piqued her curiosity. What was happening out there? Huiling, doing ligging me. She seemed to be unaware, yet appeared to have an inkling of something. Wu Kuling replied, Wei died this morning. Wang Yueme inquired, how did he pass? Wu Kuling shook her head. Wang Yueme scrutinized her, pondering whether she truly did not know or simply did not wish to disclose. Wu Kuling repeated, I don't know. Is that so? Wang Yueme continued to gaze at her. I heard your uncle mention De Gui. What connection does Wei's death have with De Gui? Wu Kuling explained, someone saw a shadow near Wei's home last night. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. They found Wang Yueme, growing impatient, interjected, You're a grown woman, yet you can't articulate? A coat, the red coat of De Gui. Wu Kuling stammered, her hands clenched, lips quivering. Everyone is saying that De Gui has returned to seek revenge. Wang Yueme retorted, I recall all of De Gui's belongings were burned. Now tell me, what is the story behind this coat? Wu Kuling replied, I don't know. Wang Yueme cast a cold glance. Kuling, though your lower body may be paralyzed, your mind is still sharp. Wu Kuling, visibly agitated, responded, Mother, you were present when we sorted through De Gui's things. I truly know nothing. I was at the pond fetching water when I heard of this incident. It startled me, and I rushed back. Wang Yueme adjusted the honeysuckle in her hair. Then why do you appear so uneasy? Wu Kuling defended herself. Mother, I am not uneasy. I simply cannot comprehend. Wang Yueme pressed on. After Jinhua left last night, I called for you. Why didn't you come in? Wu Kuling explained, I was in the fields planting rice during the day, and I twisted my waist. So I went to bed early. Wang Yuanmei opened her mouth to speak, but Li Jin, who had remained silent, interjected, cooling. Go prepare breakfast and check the fire in the stove. Wu Cooling turned to leave. Wang Yuanmei snapped. What are you eating for? Jinsi, you go to her room. Li Jin frowned. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Wang Yuanmei's expression darkened. Your brother has been underground for 2 years, and he was exploited. Can we simply ignore this? Li Jin replied. The situation is not yet clear. Wang Yuanmei interrupted. That is precisely why I am sending you to investigate. Wu Cooling softly said, Brother, you go ahead. I'm fine. Li Jin, frustrated, kicked the threshold and proceeded to the room shared by Wu Cooling and Agui. Wu Cooling followed, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Brother, don't be upset with Mother. She's just feeling unwell. Li Jin responded, I understand. Wu Cooling's face was pale, and she hesitated. Brother, tell me, how could a coat? Li Jin simply stated, humans are more frightening than ghosts. After a moment, Li Jin returned to report, Mother, I checked. There is nothing belonging to Agui in the room. Wang Yuanmei replied, Of course there isn't, for it has all been burned. Li Jin found himself perplexed. Then why do you want me to go? Wang Yuanmei did not disclose the reason. Instead, she approached to massage her mother's legs. Li Jin sat at the edge of the bed, gently squeezing his mother's unresponsive limbs. Wang Yuanmei remarked, It seems that He Wei has faced his retribution. Li Jin looked at her, his eyes questioning. Wang Yuanmei reminisced, explaining that He Wei had once roamed with Li Dagui, collecting goose feathers, and had inadvertently left a girl, a madwoman, with child. Tragically, the woman perished during childbirth, along with her baby. Very few were aware of this incident. Li Jinayo sighed in contemplation. Wang Yuanmei advised, Do not visit He Wei's home. They will not seek you out. Let them gossip as they wish. You need not concern yourself. As Wang Yuanmei anticipated, the He family remained silent. Firstly, they could not elucidate the circumstances surrounding their son's demise within the house. Secondly, they were uncertain whether the garment that appeared was a mere coincidence or a deliberate act. Thirdly, they were burdened by guilt from their past misdeeds. Huang Dan's mission was to uncover the identity of the person responsible for Li Dagui's murder. Whether He Wei succumbed to illness or fright was of no consequence to him. However, He Wei's death was entwined with Li Dagui's, prompting Huang Dan to follow this lead. Huang Dan first sought out Zhang Yingxiong for a casual chat. Zhang was busy at the entrance, preparing sleeves for 2 legs. Though I am unaware of how He Wei met his end, I am certain it was not a case of Li Dagui returning to exact vengeance, he declared. Huang Dan crouched down. What makes you so sure? Zhang Yingxiong replied. From what I gather, He Wei was quite adept at flattering Li Dagui. There was no animosity between them. Is that so? I have heard that He Wei harbored feelings for Sister Cooling, Huang Dan countered. Zhang Yingxiong's expression shifted to one of shock. Is that true? Huang Dan continued. You seem to know a lot for someone who works outside. Zhang Yingxiong shrugged. Even so, if He Wei did like Sister Cooling, he wouldn't dare act on it with his timid nature. People were suggesting that Li Dagui's death was somehow linked to He Wei, making it seem credible, but Zhang Yingxiong dismissed it. On the day Li Dagui died, He Wei was with Sister Cooling gathering firewood on the hill, so he could not have harmed him. Huang Dan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Zhang Yingxiong affirmed, absolutely. I was right behind them. Huang Dan queried, why didn't you mention this before? Zhang Yingxiong coughed. My mother forbids me from speaking out. Huang Dan pressed him. So why share it now? Zhang Yingxiong pouted. I just felt compelled to express my thoughts. Huang Dan inquired, what do you believe caused He Wei's death? Zhang Yingxiong shrugged. How would I know? I don't possess any clairvoyant abilities. He stood up. Enough of this. He Wei is no good. It's irrelevant. I have work to do in the fields. Huang Dan pondered deeply. As evening fell, a voice echoed across the village via the loudspeaker. Fellow villagers, please gather here for a meeting. Within half an hour, the entire village, young and old, had congregated around the rice beds. The village chief, in his 40s, was slender and had 2 thin mustaches, resembling an old goat. If Wang Yuanmei's husband had not perished, he would not have been in this position. The village chief convened a meeting primarily to instill a sense of scientific belief among the villagers. urging them not to succumb to rumors. He raised his hand and solemnly declared, "Rumors cease with the wise. I trust that all of you are wise." A sparse applause echoed across the rice beds. Huang Dan, applying saliva to his mosquito bites, caught a glimpse of Li Jin from the corner of his eye. Li Jin returned the glance. Their eyes met across a distance of more than 10 people, only to swiftly avert. At last, the village chief concluded his lengthy discourse, prompting everyone to return home to prepare their meals. The crowd dispersed. After a day of toil, they lacked the energy for idle chatter, and the earlier fright regarding Li Dagui's ghost had faded. After dining, Huang Dan greeted Chen Jinhua before seeking out Li Jin, wishing to share a bed with him. Li Jin, eager to oblige, swiftly closed the door and pushed him onto the bed. Huang Dan rested his head on the man's arm, refraining from mentioning He Wei. "My mother asked me to help you plant rice in your field," he said. Li Jin's hand wandered beneath his jacket, unnecessary as it was. Huang Dan continued, "Last time you assisted me in harvesting rice. My mother feels it is only right to return the favor. All right, come by tomorrow. Brother will watch over you. And you'll be more motivated," Li Jin replied, brushing his lips against the youth's. "I'm tired today. Brother won't tease you anymore. Let us sleep." Huang Dan, embraced by the man, inhaled the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air. He mentioned needing to visit the restroom and rose to leave, returning shortly after. Li Jin pulled the young man into his embrace, asking, "Is your stomach upset?" Huang Dan nodded yes. Li Jin lifted the youth's jacket, gently patting his belly. "Listen, don't cause any more trouble. My wife needs to sleep." The man's palm was calloused, and the touch was slightly irritating yet painful, prompting Huang Dan to protest. "Brother, please don't touch. I can't bear it." Li Jin acquiesced. "All right, I won't." Huang Dan, perplexed by the man's unusual restraint that night, suddenly heard him say, "Brother will kiss you." The kisses pushed him backward, overwhelming him with a ticklish sensation. Li Jin grasped the young man's shoulders, showering him with incessant kisses. Huang Dan felt as though he were drowning in the man's saliva. "Brother, there is someone outside." Li Jin, not raising his head, chuckled at this late hour. "Who could it be?" Huang Dan insisted. "I truly saw someone." Li Jin's chest rumbled, leaving an imprint on Huang Dan's face. "Then tell me, was it a man or a woman?" Huang Dan winced in pain. "A woman with unkempt hair." Li Jin suddenly turned his gaze toward a corner of the room. Falling silent, Huang Dan followed his gaze, seeing nothing there. He swallowed hard. "Brother." Li Jin burst into laughter, collapsing onto Huang Dan. The weight pressed down on him, causing stars to dance before his eyes. He indeed glimpsed a shadow outside the window. Huang Dan's initial claim of someone outside was a mere fabrication, intended to divert the man's attention and avoid feeling drenched. To his astonishment, it had proven true. Some words should indeed not be spoken lightly. Huang Dan leaned closer to the man's ear, whispering, "Brother, you must look quickly." Li Jin, sensing an unusual tone in the youth's voice, turned his head to see. Outside, there indeed loomed a dark silhouette. Li Jin placed his hand gently upon Huang Dan's lips, forming a shushing gesture. He tiptoed to the window and suddenly pushed it open. "Guiling?" Wu Chuiling was startled. "Big brother, are you still awake?" Li Jin replied. "I was just about to sleep." He frowned and asked, "What are you doing standing there?" Wu Chuiling explained, "I drank too much water tonight. On my way back from the toilet, I heard voices and thought you were arguing, so I came to check." Li Jin glanced at her, noting her floral pajama set that revealed a fair segment of her arms and legs. Her ordinary face appeared even paler in the darkness, lending her an eerie yet fragile demeanor. "There was no argument. I was just talking in my sleep," he said. "Oh, I was wondering what was going on." "So it was Winter who was dreaming," Wu Chuiling remarked. "Are you able to sleep well? You need to rise early tomorrow." Li Jin assured her, "I sleep well." Wu Chuiling said no more. "I'll go to sleep now. You should rest early too, big brother." Li Jin closed the window. Huang Dan propped himself up on the mat, asking, "Brother, do you think Chuiling will find out?" He had intentionally come to sleep at Li Jin's place tonight and had deliberately run outside, hoping to draw out some serpent, and Wu Chuiling had emerged. Li Jin went to fetch a cigarette and a matchbox, inquiring, "What did you discover?" Huang Dan replied, "The matters we got mixed up in." Li Jin chuckled as he placed a cigarette between his lips. "Nonsense. Did you let your brother get involved? Huang Dan responded, no more. With a sidelong glance, Li Jin said. Then that is settled. He struck a match, failing to ignite it. He reached for another, suggesting, shall we proceed first? If we are caught, at least it won't be unjust. Huang Dan lay back down, mentioning he needed to get up early tomorrow. Li Jin took a drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the match with a laugh. It's fine. You let your brother handle it. I could go all night, and tomorrow. Huang then interrupted. I would die in a pool of blood. Li Jin. He rubbed his neck. Don't speak so ominously. It's just a matter of sleeping. I'm not going to harm you. Huang Dan insisted. Communication is crucial. Otherwise, it's detrimental to both parties. Li Jin squinted his dark eyes and chuckled softly. You little rascal. You seem to understand quite a bit. He held the cigarette between his fingers, leaning down to kiss Huang Dan, saying, my mother has some cream. If you don't like it, there's lard in the kitchen. Huang Dan scrunched his lips. I'm heading back. He thought to himself that neither the cream nor the lard could save him. He would suffer immensely. Li Jin pressed it back down. Don't be ridiculous. Just lie still. Huang Dan caught the scent of the Siki brand cigarettes. Brother, didn't you say to smoke less? Li Jin tilted his head, exhaling a smoke ring. This is my first one today. Huang Dan felt as though a heavy stone slab was pressing down on him. Why are you lying on my chest? Li Jin chuckled softly. I want to drink milk. Huang Dan replied, then take your time thinking about it. I'm going to sleep. Li Jin playfully slapped his backside. No sleeping. Your brother hasn't slept yet. Huang Dan felt a sting in his rear and turned away from the man. Li Jin quickly extinguished the cigarette. Wrapping his arms around Huang Dan's shoulders, I was wrong. Huang Dan ignored him. Li Jin kissed his ear and neck, suggesting, if you want to hit me, go ahead, strike as many times as you wish. Huang Dan lamented about his aching hand. Li Jin rolled his eyes, declaring that among the 10 miles and 8 villages, one could hardly find a more delicate individual than him. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact that he was fond of him. Huang Dan remarked that he might as well forego sleep tonight to collect the goosebumps from a mat. Li Jin, with a blush on his cheeks, scolded him, calling him a heartless rascal. He embraced him tightly, asking if his backside still hurt, offering to blow on it to alleviate the pain. Huang Dan sighed, brother, I have a request. Li Jin affectionately ruffled his hair, inquiring about the matter. Huang Dan suggested that it was late and they should coax Li Dagan to sleep. Li Jin, unabashed, replied that he wasn't capable of that. It was Huang Dan who should do the soothing. He playfully lifted Li Dagan and placed him in Huang Dan's arms. Li Dagan, being rather hefty, required both of Huang Dan's hands to cradle him. After some time of gentle coaxing, he finally lulled the little one to sleep. With the dawn's first light, the villagers instinctively rose from their slumber. Some washed clothes by the pond, others watered the vegetables, and many were busy planting rice in the fields. Shun Jinhua prepared corn porridge. As this year's corn crop was bountiful and ready for harvest soon, Huang Dan mused while savoring the porridge, Mr. System, Huey is dead. Initially, I regarded Wang Yueme as the prime suspect, having dismissed Wu Cooling. Now, however, my certainties waver. Furthermore, I find myself doubting Chan Jinhua and Zhang Yingxiong. Zhang Yingxiong claimed to have seen Huey and Wu Cooling gathering firewood on the mountain on the day of Li Dagui's death, raising questions about their alibi. Huang Dan wasn't overthinking. The current situation was shrouded in ambiguity, making everyone appear guilty, except for Li Jin, who merely wished to sleep with him. System, I believe that the more suspicious the circumstances, the more one must remain composed. Perhaps Mr. Huang should conduct further investigations. I understand, Huang Dan replied, then asked Mr. System, could the murder be my body? Zhang Dan Tian? This time, the system provided a straightforward answer. No. Huang Dan felt relieved to have eliminated another suspect. In the morning, Huang Dan secured the opening of his sleeves with a rubber band and headed to Li Jin's fields to lend a hand. Wu Cooling was tossing seedlings and greeted him without any apparent oddity, seemingly unaware of any disturbances from the previous night. Huang Dan's feet sank into the muddy ground. Instead of approaching Li Jin, he maintained a distance. After Wu Cooling emptied her 2 bamboo baskets, she also entered the fields. The 3 of them stepped back as they planted the seedlings, the vertical green shoots standing in the mud, swaying slightly in the warm breeze. Huang Dan straightened his back periodically, hoping that Wu Cooling, lacking any supernatural vision, Wu Ti noticed the strawberry marks left by Li Jin on his chest and back. Nonetheless, he felt uneasy. Whenever Wu Cooling turned her head, Huang Dan instinctively shifted his body. The atmosphere in the fields felt peculiar. As the sun ascended higher, its rays became increasingly scorching, mercilessly beating down on everyone's backs. During a break, Li Jin noticed a patch of mud on Huang Dan's face and reached out to wipe it away. Huang Dan, seeking refuge, inadvertently plopped down into a muddy field. Upon rising, he found his trousers caked in dirt. A glance over his shoulder revealed a leech clinging to him, writhing its yellow and black body. The mere sight, even through the fabric, elicited a sense of revulsion. He vigorously shook his pants, dislodging the leech back into the field. Li Jin, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "What were you hiding from?" Huang Dan lowered his voice. "Sister Cooling is here. We should be more discreet." Li Jin raised an eyebrow and turned to Wu Cooling, who was seated a few rows away, saying, "You should head back." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Wu Cooling replied, "There's still plenty of time in the fields. If it's slow, let it be." Li Jin insisted, "My mother is home alone. I'm worried." "Very well," Wu Cooling acquiesced, washing her feet by the pond before donning her shoes and departing. With one less person in the field, the breeze felt less oppressive. Li Jin glanced around and quickly planted a kiss on Huang Dan's lips, brushing the mud from his face. "Are you going to change your pants?" Huang Dan shook his head. "It's fine. It will dry soon." Li Jin's eyes darted over, playfully pinching the mud, but Huang Dan swiftly swatted his hand away. "Don't let anyone see." With a resigned sigh, Li Jin replied, "All right, I'll follow your lead." Noticing a gaze upon him, Huang Dan craned his neck to see Zhang Yingxiong waving from across several fields. He reciprocated the gesture. In the following days, Huang Dan assisted Li Jin in his family's fields, a sight the villagers found unremarkable, especially since Chun Jinhua often visited Wang Yueme. On the 18th day, Chun Jinhua invited Huang Dan to accompany her to the southern mountains, where they discovered a grave mound surrounded by overgrown grass. In the village, each family had designated burial plots, and one must not encroach upon another's territory. This particular grave belonged to Zhang Dongtian's father, known colloquially as Zhang Matzi due to his pockmarked face, a name that was easy to remember. Chun Jinhua bent down, striking a match and tossing it onto the grave. The orange flames leapt eagerly, engulfing the surrounding weeds, revealing the entirety of the mound. After they extinguished the fire, preventing it from spreading, she squatted before the grave, retrieving yellow paper from her bag. "Dongtian, fetch me a branch." Huang Dan wandered a short distance to gather one. Chun Jinhua began to burn the yellow paper, its glow illuminating her weathered, lined face, a testament to the passage of 17 years. Upon returning with the branch, Huang Dan found Chun Jinhua solemnly burning the paper money, oblivious to the hot ashes that fell upon her hands. "Mom," he called softly. Chun Jinhua wiped her eyes, exclaiming, "Ah." She accepted the branch from her son and poked at the fiery pile. "Dongtian, bow your head for your father." He complied, an unfamiliar experience for one who had never known parental figures. Chun Jinhua tossed a bundle of paper currency into the flames, saying, "Father Dongtian, spend this money wisely. There's not much else." Suddenly, she chuckled softly, "Drink less. It's easy to act foolishly." Beneath the eyelids of Huang Dan, a subtle flicker betrayed Chun Jinhua's resentment towards Zhang Matzi. According to the memories of the original owner, Zhang Matzi met his untimely demise on a day much like today. Over a decade ago, it was pouring rain, and instead of seeking shelter at home, he ventured out alone, never to return, with no witnesses to his actions. The reasons for his departure, the company he kept, or how he fell into the river remain shrouded in mystery. The villagers speculated that the treacherous rain-soaked roads led to his accidental plunge into the water, where he perished, unable to swim back to safety. Zhang Matzi's death was akin to a stone sinking into water, creating ripples for a fleeting moment before the surface returned to tranquility. At that time, the original owner was but a child, weeping and asking her father why he was gone. Chun Jinhua had told her that the River Dragon King had taken him away. From the original owner's recollection, Chun Jinhua's sorrow was palpable, yet devoid of anger. Years later, When the original owner broached the subject again, Chen Jinhua's response had changed. She struck him with a bamboo stick, as if to vent her frustrations, and afterward locked herself away in her room, weeping. Something must have transpired during those years. Perhaps Chen Jinhua had unwittingly discovered the true cause of Zhang Mozi's death, a revelation that shattered her spirit, leading her to misdirect her grief towards her own son. Huang Dan's thoughts drifted back to the present. Mother, perhaps we should visit a hospital in the big city after the new year to check your leg. Jean Yinhua replied. There is nothing to see. Her eyes, obscured by a veil of gray, struggled to open fully. At least you can still walk. But Aunt Wang is entirely paralyzed from the waist down, unable to manage her own bodily needs. Now that is true suffering, pitiful indeed. Huang Dan sensed a hint of mockery in her words. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He pondered, recalling how Chen Jinhua had always displayed a sisterly affection towards Wang Yuanmei, failing to connect the term with any sense of rivalry. If his earlier suspicion was not a mere illusion and concealed sarcasm lingered beneath the surface, then the frequent exchanges of gifts and favors might not have been purely altruistic. Could they perhaps be an ostentatious display? A sudden jolt of realization coursed through Huang Dan. He felt he was grasping something significant, but lacked the time to delve deeper into analysis. The intricate web of truth and deception among women is often perplexing. On his way home, he passed a narrow path adorned with a vast array of honeysuckle, their white and yellow blossoms shimmering in the light. He plucked a few branches to take home and placed them in a vase, leaning in to inhale their delightful fragrance. What purpose does cultivating this serve? Chen Jinhua remarked. It only attracts mosquitoes. Leave it in the main room. Huang Dan responded. Mother, may I take a few to wear in my hair? Chen Jinhua, wielding a broom, dismissed the idea. I'm too old for such frivolities. I'm not a young girl anymore. Huang Dan's brow furrowed slightly. Oh. Chen Jinhua added. There is still plenty of honeysuckle on the table. Why not take some Aunt Wang? Huang Dan glanced at the remnants, the branches crooked and uneven. He gathered the flowers and stepped outside, piecing together snippets of old tales he had overheard about Chen Jinhua and Wang Yuanmei in chronological order. The first tale recounted how Wang Yuanmei, in her youth, was adept at charming men, leading to her husband's demise from distress, leaving her a widow. Subsequently, there was the tragic accident that claimed Zhang Mozi's life. The third point reveals that the original owner, during his teenage years, ventured to work in another region, and upon returning for the new year, Chen Jinhua had already become a cripple. The fourth point indicates that shortly after Li Dagua's demise 2 years ago, Wang Yuanmei suddenly became paralyzed. Is there a connection between this event and Li Dagua's death? Huang Dan, regaining his composure, found himself at the rear of the village, diverging from the direction of Li Jin's home. When he first arrived, he would stroll out at night, eavesdropping on the villagers' gossip. Unfortunately, he failed to glean any useful information, prompting him to cease this practice recently, as it had become rather perilous. Almost every household in the village kept dogs, and even the slightest commotion would attract their attention, instilling fear in him of being pursued. As Huang Dan was about to depart, a loud thud caught his attention. He paused at a doorway and peered inside, discovering an elderly man sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The villagers referred to this elder as Old Jiaozi, for his mind was muddled, and he often spoke incoherently. His family had confined him indoors to prevent him from wandering. It seemed he had encountered some trouble and had been neglected. Huang Dan entered and assisted the elder in standing up. Grandpa, it's Dong Tian, he said. The old man pursed his lips, his speech slurred, with a large bruise on his forehead. Oh, it's Dong Tian. Is your mother all right? Huang Dan's breath caught momentarily. My mother is no longer with us. The elder requested Huang Dan to help him to a wooden chair. That Yuanmei too, our fields are joined, and over the matter of a drainage ditch. She insisted on arguing with your mother. Let them quarrel, but how did it escalate to blows? She may appear frail, yet she possesses considerable strength. She managed to swell your mother's face with a slap. Huang Dan failed to retrieve any memory fragments, likely events that transpired before the original owner could remember. How did Chen Jinhua reconcile with Wang Yuanmei? The elder inquired. Where is your father? Huang Dan replied. My father is busy in the fields. Busy is good. When one is occupied, one's thoughts will not dwell on other matters. The elder's mind wandered, and he began to talk to the air, rambling disjointedly. The palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Uma, how could you utter such words at your boss's grave? Wishing for the second son to die? Huang Dan's eyelids suddenly flickered. Son, the world is in turmoil. Heed your father's advice and avoid meddling in others' affairs. The elder suddenly shouted, Young man, who are you? How did you come to my home? Huang Dan replied, I am Dan Tian, Chun Jinhua's son. He raised a honeysuckle in his hand. I was passing by, saw you fall, and came in. The elder seemed to recollect. Ah, it's you, Dan Tian. You've grown so much. Have you found a wife? Huang Dan shook his head, saying no, and casually remarked, Dagua has found one. He isn't dead? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, that can't be. How could he still be alive? Just as Huang Dan was about to speak, a voice from outside interrupted. He swallowed his questions and turned to see Zhang Yingxiong and a few others, as if they had fortuitously wandered by. Unable to continue his inquiries, Huang Dan had no choice but to depart. However, upon his return, he found the elder's door locked. With no indication of where he had gone, Huang Dan, feeling irritable, kicked a stone away and caught sight of Zhang Yingxiong amidst a group of children, engaging in a game with cardboard. Narrowing his eyes, he returned home to fetch a collection of Tang poetry, settling on the doorstep to recite aloud. Good rain knows its season. When spring arrives, it falls. It enters quietly with the wind at night, nourishing all without a sound. The wild path is cloaked in darkness, while the boat on the river shines with its solitary light. At dawn, one gazes upon the dampened ground, where flowers weigh heavy in the brocade city. After finishing one poem, he turned the pages to discover 2 more verses inscribed in blue ink on the final page. He read them aloud, intentionally raising his volume. Zhang Yingxiong approached and exclaimed, Hey, you misread that. It's not the thunder roars loudly, but the thunder echoes repeatedly. Huang Dan acknowledged indeed. Curiously, he inquired, Yingxiong, this seems to be a poem written by Sister Cooling herself. How do you know that? Zhang Yingxiong grinned. I borrowed a book from Sister Cooling. Huang Dan remarked, Oh, how impressive. I don't understand any of the poems in here. Neither do I. Zhang Yingxiong wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning against the wall while shaking his leg nonchalantly. Just peruse for fun. Not everyone possesses such knowledge. Huang Dan continued, Sister Cooling is still quite young. Why isn't she remarried? Zhang Yingxiong shot him a look. Are you foolish? Sister Cooling is certainly waiting for the Gui. Huang Dan Contret. But the Gui has been gone for 2 years. She can't possibly remain a widow for life, can she? Surely the Gui, if you were aware, wouldn't he wish to see her in such a state? Zhang Yingxiong shrugged. Who knows? Huang Dan casually asked, By the way, Yingxiong, why is no one at great-uncle's house? Zhang Yingxiong shook his head. I'm not sure. He.S. a coward. Could you even converse with him? Huang Dan replied, I left some honeysuckle at his place. It's just honeysuckle. Zhang Yingxiong said dismissively, There's plenty in the West. You can have as much as you want. Realizing his inquiries were yielding unsatisfactory results, Huang Dan rose to leave, having only now considered Zhang Yingxiong as a suspect. As it stood, Wang Yueme remained the prime suspect. That night, a silent rain descended, disturbing the entire village. Huang Dan got up to close the window and caught sight of Chun Jinhua standing beneath the eaves, seemingly there for quite a while. He remained silent, observing from the window, noting the slight tremor of her shoulders as she wept, then suddenly laughed. On such a rainy night, the scene felt somewhat unsettling. Huang Dan swallowed, hesitating whether to step outside, but Chun Jinhua had already turned and returned indoors. The rain ceased before dawn, not lasting until morning, and the sun shone as usual, its rays still scorching. Huang Dan rose early to irrigate the fields and prepare the seedlings, busily moving about with barely a moment to rest. Grateful for Li Jin's assistance. Just as he finished with the fields, he had to gather corn. Huang Dan went with Li Jin, as their cornfields were adjacent, each about an acre wide, the tall, slender stalks offering some respite from the sun. Huang Dan carried a basket, pressed down the corn stalks, and plucked an ear of corn, stripping away the silk. Li Jin set down the water he had brought and sat down beside him. Beneath the yellow straw hat, a fleeting glance revealed a field of corn ripe for harvest. Li Jin, leaning casually with his legs crossed, chuckled, deeming the moment insignificant. Huang Dan, unperturbed, donned long sleeves and trousers to shield himself from the sharp leaves, perspiring heavily as he traversed the distance from home to the cornfield. Approaching from behind, Li Jin wrapped an arm around Huang Dan's waist, extending his other hand playfully. "Look what I brought you." Huang Dan lowered his gaze, spotting a box of elegant cream nestled in Li Jin's palm. As the sun began its descent, casting a fiery glow upon their silhouettes, Huang Dan's face was devoid of color, drenched in sweat, with strands of hair dripping. His eyes were red, streaked with tears, the sky's hues tainted. Li Jin pressed kisses to his cheeks and lips, murmuring, "Brother adores you." Huang Dan's nose turned crimson, his mouth covered by Li Jin's hand, stifling any cries of distress. Were it not for the potion of chrysanthemum spirit, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness the moment Li Jin applied the cream, unable to endure. Gazing at the setting sun, Huang Dan reflected on the numerous things this man had taken from him, beyond just his first kiss. "Brother, I told you to be gentle. You promised, yet here we are, another lie." Li Jin, lazily puffing on a cigarette, replied with a smirk, "Silly child, don't you realize the circumstances? I'm not the one in control." Huang Dan snatched the cigarette from him, accusing, "You bully me." Li Jin clasped Huang Dan's hand, playfully striking his own face. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have tormented you." Huang Dan shot him a glare. "I'm in agony." With a smirk, Li Jin embraced Huang Dan's head and kissed him, assuring, "Next time, I will be gentle." Huang Dan thought to himself, "Who would believe you?" Picking up his coat from the ground, Li Jin revealed a variety of items that had fallen from his pockets. Fresh herbs for staunching blood, dried herbs for reducing swelling, some candies, and a snake vertebra necklace, clearly well prepared for this encounter. Huang Dan, feeling a flush creeping to his cheeks, Li Jin cleared his throat and placed the necklace around Huang Dan's neck. "But didn't you say I shouldn't wear it?" Huang Dan questioned. Li Jin kissed him on the cheek. "There's no one else around. Wear it for me. It makes me happy." He unwrapped a piece of candy and placed it in Huang Dan's mouth. "Savor it. It's sweet." Huang Dan let his tongue envelop the candy, brushing against the necklace. "Brother, my waist hurts. Could you help me dress?" Li Jin pinched his nose affectionately, his eyes filled with tenderness. "All right, I'll help you." Laughter danced around Huang Dan's ears. Turning his head, he saw the man's rugged face adorned with a smile, reminiscent of a satisfied cat. "Brother, what is so amusing?" Li Jin flashed a bright smile. "I'm simply delighted. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Upon seeing you, I yearn to hold you close and kiss you." Huang Dan replied, "We see each other every day." Li Jin clicked his tongue. "Then why do I still think of you so fervently? It feels as though my soul is slipping away. Tell me, are you a transformed spirit?" Huang Dan quipped, "Indeed. I revert at midnight." Li Jin fastened Huang Dan's coat. "Then what kind of spirit are you?" Huang Dan remarked, "The weasel." Li Jin, formidable as ever, could not resist pinching the young man's face. "Go lie down on the grass behind, Huang Dan." Huang Dan gasped in pain, "Don't pinch me." Noticing the youth's eyes glistening with unshed tears and his voice tinged with a sob, Li Jin muttered a curse under his breath, struggling to suppress his own desires. Quickly, "My little ancestor, be on your way." With that, he turned the young man around, presenting his back to himself. Huang Dan hesitated, his shoes still on the ground. Li Jin cursed under his breath, but crouched down, taking hold of one of Huang Dan's feet to wipe away the dirt from the soles. Carefully slipping on his cloth shoes. "I have never treated anyone this way in my life." Zhang Dan Tian. Huang Dan gazed at the man's crown of hair, then at his broad back, observing the beads of sweat rolling down and the faint marks left by claws. After a long moment, he pursed his lips. Li Jin disregarded his own land, focusing instead on harvesting Huang Dan's crops, loading basket after basket of corn onto the cart. As dusk approached, the two finally returned from the fields. Li Jin pulled the cart home, laden with golden, plump ears of corn, alongside his wife. That night, Li Jin sought out Huang Dan to sleep beside him, intending to be there should the youth develop a fever or suffer from diarrhea, allowing him to rush him to the clinic. Yet little did he know that Huang Dan slept soundly, akin to a log. After several checks, Li Jin finally concluded that his wife was exceptionally gifted, a person of potential. Repositioning himself in bed, He half closed his eyes, gently stroking the young man's shoulder, recalling the day's pleasures, wishing fervently for more such encounters. Li Jin's heart burned with fervor as he leaned down to nip at the young man's ear. Huang Dan furrowed his brow. That hurts. Immediately, Li Jin relented, embracing him tenderly. As summer faded into autumn, the weather gradually cooled, and life became less hectic. Time for weeding and harvesting peanuts and cotton increased, and neighbors spent more time chatting, creating an increasingly languid atmosphere in the village. Li Jin took on work, heading to Yinzhuang as a laborer, a venture expected to last about a month. News of this spread through the village, prompting others to express interest in joining, as earning anything was better than nothing. After all, no one would turn away from the prospect of more money. Wu Cooling inquired, "Elder brother, are you short on cash?" Li Jin acknowledged with a sound, planning to save some money before the new year, intending to persuade his mother to leave the village with him and Huang Dan after the holiday. Heading to the city where he had previously worked, a place with better living conditions, advantageous for both healthcare and employment. Wu Cooling refrained from asking further. Not long after Li Jin returned from Yinzhuang, an incident befell Wang Yuanmei. While Huang Dan was boiling water in the kitchen, he heard the announcement on the radio about Wang Yuanmei's disappearance and hurriedly abandoned his tongs to rush outside. Shun Jinhua was in the yard cutting chili peppers, meticulously snipping the vibrant red pods into segments and placing them in a bucket, some to be pickled, while most would be taken to town to be made into chili sauce. "Wait for me, Winter. I'll go with you," she said, swiftly removing her apron and wiping her hands, limping to catch up with Huang Dan. As they walked, Huang Dan asked, "Mother, did you go to Annie's house this evening?" She didn't go. There were so many chilies to handle, and Mother had no time. Shun Jinhua sighed. Had she known that such a situation would arise, she would have accompanied Aunt Wang even if she didn't tend to the chilies. Huang Dan caught sight of a group of people to his left. His stride faltered, and he rushed over. "Brother, have you found her?" Li Jin's expression was one of unprecedented panic. Not yet. He seemed inclined to pull Huang Dan into a comforting embrace, but hesitated, retracting his hand. Wu Cooling, breathless and wiping the sweat from her hair, said, "Elder brother, Mother will surely be fine. I will go to the river market to inquire, and I will inform you immediately if I hear anything." Huang Dan gazed thoughtfully at Wu Cooling's departing figure. "System, where is Wang Yuanmei?" "System, I apologize. I do not have the authority to answer that." "Alrig," Huang Dan replied. The sky had darkened, visibility diminished compared to the day. The entire village had mobilized, wielding torches as they scoured both the village and its outskirts multiple times, yet they could not find her. Everyone was perplexed. Wang Yuanmei, who was paralyzed from the waist down and unable to walk freely. How could she have gone out? And where could she have gone? Why had she not returned home at such a late hour, nor communicated with the family? Li Jin was overwhelmed by an intense sense of unease, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, his throat hoarse from shouting. Huang Dan forcibly pulled Li Jin back. Upon entering, they discovered that the chickens in the yard refused to go into their coop. Ordinarily, at this hour, they would have already settled in. A strange feeling coursed through Li Jin as he approached the coop and crouched down, peering inside. The next moment, he collapsed onto the ground. A foul stench emanated from the coop, and there lay a corpse. Wang Yuanmei was dead. In the village, there were a dozen households, all neighbors. Although they often gossiped and spread rumors, when a family faced trouble, everyone would lend a hand. As soon as the village chief announced over the loudspeaker, everyone set aside their tasks and joined the search, but after much effort, they still could not find anyone and eventually ceased their search. After all, it was late, and everyone had their own families to care for, waiting for dinner. Just as they were beginning to rest, a sudden cry echoed out, a sound filled with profound sorrow that sent chills down their spines. They hurried to Wang Yuanmei's home, stunned by the scene in the yard. After searching for so long and exhausting their voices without finding the paralyzed woman, unspoken fears lingered in their thoughts. However, witnessing Wang Yuanmei lying motionless on the ground rendered them speechless. At the village chief's anguished shout, everyone shuddered, their expressions shifting to one of complexity. The once vibrant Wang Yuanmei, who had suitors for miles around and lived more exquisitely than anyone, had died in such an ordinary manner, under such mysterious circumstances. Aside from Huang Dan and Li Jin, no one knew that Wang Yuanmei had not perished in the storage room, but rather in that foul and cramped chicken coop. Huang Dan comprehended the concealed reasons behind Li Jin's actions. He wished to spare his mother from posthumous gossip after her demise. Should the truth emerge, it would undoubtedly circulate, subjecting her to whispered judgments, mournful reflections, and ridicule. Consider how much Wang Yuanmei cherished her appearance during her lifetime. Her attire was impeccable, and regardless of whether she was 20, 30, or 50, she adorned her hair with flowers such as gardenias and honeysuckles, presenting herself with great beauty. Her pride was palpable. She looked down upon others, relentlessly pursuing perfection, to the extent that she even neglected her own youngest son. The blatant favoritism rendered her family intolerant, and any attempt to counsel her would be met with scornful retorts. Ultimately, in death, she was no different from a beast. It was likely that others would not only harbor such thoughts, but would also disparage her resting place, the chicken coop. What could be more evident than that? Wang Yuanmei's illustrious past was perfectly suited for such derision. Thus, Li Jin would remain silent. He could not bear to let his mother become the subject of ridicule in others' conversations. Huang Dan, however, was perplexed about who could have committed such an act. His brief acquaintance with Wang Yuanmei, combined with his understanding and the original owner's memories, allowed him to form a picture of her character. She was unforgiving towards others and even harsher on herself, unwilling to tolerate any imperfections or blemishes. The perpetrator's choice to conceal Wang Yuanmei's corpse in such a filthy location was an egregious insult, shrouding her once proud existence in a veil of filth and stench that would follow her eternally. Given Wang Yuanmei's nature, even in the underworld, she would struggle to hold her head high. How profound must the hatred, disdain, and enmity be? Huang Dan furrowed his brow. Earlier that day, he had considered Wang Yuanmei the prime suspect in Li Dagui's murder and was prepared to submit his findings. Yet now, she was dead. Huang Dan felt as though he had wandered into a dead end, propelled by an unseen force. Could he, like with He Wei, eliminate Wang Yuanmei from suspicion? His brow furrowed further. Everything he had observed and heard had pointed towards Wang Yuanmei. Her sudden death now left him in a state of confusion. Wu Cooling, returning from the upper river market, stumbled to Wang Yuanmei's side, weeping loudly. "Mom, what has happened? How could this be?" It was then that Huang Dan regained his focus. He cast a glance at the second suspect, Wu Cooling, lowering his eyelids, lost in thought. Wu Cooling was inconsolable, her tears and snot flowing freely as she panicked. Others attempted to pull her away, offering words of comfort amidst the chaos. The courtyard was thick with a stifling sorrow. The chickens had returned to their coop, huddling together, pecking at their wings, blissfully unaware that their once dominant occupant was now lifeless. After Li Jin's cry, he uttered not another word. His silence was unsettling. Huang Dan returned briefly, addressing Chen Jinhua, who sat on the threshold, saying, "I will stay at my brother's place tonight." Chen Jinhua wiped her tears and said, "All right, you should talk to Li Jin and encourage him to let go a bit." Huang Dan scooped a ladle of water from the vat, squatting down to pour it over his hands. "Mom, what do you think is happening? When I saw Aunt Wang at noon, she seemed perfectly fine." Chen Jinhua sighed, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. One moment a person is here, the next they are gone. Her tone was tinged with reproach, lamenting the absence of those who should be by her side. Aunt Wang's health was never in question. Huang Dan replied, "Sister Cooling and brother both have their own matters to attend to. They could not have foreseen Aunt Wang's misfortune." Chen Jinhua sniffed, wiping her nose on the ground, and then cleaning her shoe on the hem of her coat. If either of them had paid a bit more attention. How could such a thing have happened to Aunt Wang? A living person just like that has perished, and we don't even know who is to blame. She pressed her hand against her stomach, struggling for breath, her complexion pale. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it." Huang Dan inquired, "Mom, is your stomach hurting again?" Leaning against the door frame, Chen Jinhua replied, "I'm getting older. Little ailments are common. It's nothing serious. Just need to take a moment." Huang Dan asked, "What about your medicine? Where did you put it? I'll go get it for you." Chen Jinhua's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Huang Dan guessed, "You've already taken it?" Chen Jinhua remained silent. Huang Dan felt a headache coming on. "Mom, You ran out of medicine? Why didn't you tell me? Shun Jinhua retorted. That medicine is quite expensive. A small packet costs several dollars. It tastes horrible and doesn't even work. I think drinking more water and being cautious is better than taking anything. Huang Dan retracted his inquisitive gaze, realizing that Shun Jinhua was resigned to her fate. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, pacing back and forth. I'll go to the town tomorrow to buy you more medicine. Shun Jinhua replied. Even if you buy it, I'll want you take it. Huang Dan suggested, then we'll just throw it away. Shun Jinhua snapped back. Your courage is growing bolder. Now you dare to threaten your mother. Huang Dan returned the ladle to the vat. Mom, health is the most important thing. Look at Aunt Wang. She's just gone. And brother has suddenly left us too. I don't want to share their fate. Shun Jinhua brushed off the dust from her coat. You're not a child anymore. You can take care of yourself. Huang Dan gazed intently at the woman before him. Shun Jinhua steadied herself against the door frame, rising to head towards the main room. There are peanuts boiling in the pot. Take some in a bowl to eat later if you get hungry. Huang Dan stood still, watching her limping figure retreat, squinting slightly as he said, Mom, I know Aunt Wang has passed, and it must weigh heavily on your heart, but once a person is gone, they cannot return. Please, don't be too sorrowful. Shun Jinhua paused her steps, sighed softly. Mom understands. Huang Dan carried the peanuts to Li Jin's house, where the village chief and others had already left. The pigs in the pen were hungry, angrily pushing against the wooden fence, their efforts the only force breaking the oppressive silence. Alas, no matter how hard the pig tried, no one paid any attention, and it was destined to sleep on an empty stomach that night. Huang Dan entered the house, placing the peanuts on the table, and handed a handful to the man sitting on the edge of the bed. Brother, have some peanuts. Li Jin silently smoked his cigarette. Huang Dan's home taked. So he switched to his other one. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he felt utterly lost. Even in the face of towering stacks of blueprints and countless sleepless nights, he had never felt so powerless. The acrid scent of smoke permeated the room, approaching an unbearable intensity. Li Jin extinguished the cigarette and reached for a match, lighting another one to smoke. He did not cry or utter a sound, suppressing his emotions with the haze of smoke. Huang Dan peeled and consumed the salted peanuts in his hand before rising to head to the kitchen. Both large pots were cold. One contained a mound of white rice, while the countertop held unhulled soybeans. And a basket contained sweet potato leaves along with several small sweet potatoes still covered in dirt. Typically, Wu Cooling would cook, but she was now on the brink of fainting, making it impossible for her to prepare dinner. Huang Dan's daily life had always been managed by a housekeeper. He could not cook and could not even distinguish between soy sauce and vinegar. Upon traversing into this world, he had learned how to start a fire and acquired various skills. Peering into the stove, Huang Dan noticed a wealth of dry firewood and a large bamboo basket filled with straw. He went to fetch water to rinse the rice, wash the pot, and prepare porridge. Sitting by the stove, he said, System, Mr. Wang Yuanmei has passed away. The system responded, I have synchronized Mr. Huang's task progress. Huang then inquired, So you are aware of what happened with Li Jin and me in the cornfield? The system replied, I do not know. All intimate details below the eyes are obscured. Huang Dan sighed in relief. He felt shy about such matters, and not knowing was preferable. Following the standard procedures of a murder investigation, Wang Yuanmei's death had presumably cleared him of suspicion. Otherwise, his task would not still be ongoing without any alerts. System, this time my direction was misguided. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Wang Yuanmei likely had an intense favoritism for her eldest son, Li Jin, considering him the pinnacle of her life, placing all her hopes upon him. As for her younger son, Li Dagui, she deemed him as useless as a wall of mud, believing fortune-tellers who claimed he brought misfortune to his elder brother. Thus, Wang Yuanmei harbored even more disdain for her younger son, often expressing that it would be better if he were dead. However, that did not mean she would act on it. Sometimes, certain remarks are merely spoken in passing and do not translate into action. Those who truly commit do not speak at all. Huang Dan adjusted the firewood with tongs, feeling a sense of failure. His mind remained a chaotic tangle, unable to discern any clarity or locate the loose thread, relying solely on death to eliminate the perpetrator. Mr. Huang, your guardian has sent you a warm embrace. Would you like to accept it? I would not. The system responded, I apologize. Huang Dan continued, System. We are not related. Such gestures of affection are inappropriate. The system replied, I was presumptuous. Huang Dan suggested, if you wish to comfort me or offer encouragement, please consider a different approach. The system responded, I can provide you with a free bottle of chrysanthemum elixir. Thank you. Please store it in the fly cabinet. Huang Dan replied, the chrysanthemum elixir is indeed a fine remedy, and I have experienced its benefits firsthand. However, if the system could provide painkillers or something to numb my pain, nerves for an extended duration, I would prefer that. The system expressed its apologies, admitting its limitations. Huang Dan reassured, it's all right. With no other options available, the chrysanthemum spirit would suffice, at least preventing him from bleeding profusely during the agonizing moments of pain that left him convulsing, tears streaming down his face, teetering between life and death. After preparing the porridge, Huang Dan retrieved a bowl from the cupboard, filled it generously, and added a hint of pickled vegetables before bringing it to Li General Midway. Huang Dan diverted his path, heading towards Wu Cooling's room, calling out, Sister Cooling, I made porridge. Would you care for some? A faint sob emerged from within. No. Thank you. Huang Dan raised an eyebrow. The process of elimination proved straightforward and crude, with Wang Yuanmei and He Wei dead. Only Wu Cooling, Zhang Yingxiong, and Chun Jinhua remained, the murderer among these three. Huang Dan chose to remain silent. Upon entering, the scent of smoke was more suffocating than before, nearly blinding him. Li Jin was still propped against the headboard, maintaining his previous position, half-closed eyelids obscuring his face in a haze of smoke, yet a profound sorrow pierced through the fog. Unsettling the heart, Huang Dan blew on the porridge, cautiously offering it, Brother, be careful, it's hot. Li Jin pushed the bowl away. Inexplicably, Huang Dan's hand trembled, spilling some porridge onto his skin. In that instant, he cried out in pain, the bowl slipping from his grasp and crashing onto the mat, the scalding porridge splattering everywhere. A string in Li Jin's mind snapped. He quickly extinguished his cigarette and pulled Huang Dan into the kitchen, plunging the injured hand into a basin of water. Huang Dan gasped, the searing pain slightly subsiding, though sweat dripped from his forehead, tears staining his face. Li Jin, with his other hand, wiped away Huang Dan's tears. His lips pressed tightly together. Huang Dan noticed the man leave and soon return, crushing an unknown herb and applying its juice to the inflamed skin. Brother, please don't be sad. Li Jin's voice was hoarse. I can't. It's impossible. Huang Dan pressed. What will Annie do tonight? Li Jin lowered his gaze. Let her stay in the main room. Seeing the man prepare to depart, Huang Dan reached out to grasp his arm, inadvertently using his burnt hand, igniting fresh pain that pierced through him. He inhaled sharply. Brother, I won't be going back tonight. Li Jin remained silent. The herb was effective for burns. Huang Dan's hand did not blister. He consumed 2 bowls of porridge, washed the pot, and squatted in the courtyard to ponder. After a while, his legs grew numb, and he could not arrive at a definitive answer. He ventured to Zhang Yingxiong's home, only to find the lights extinguished. It was too late to disturb anyone. Huang Dan wandered outside for a bit before returning to Li Jin's place. The moon was round and bright, hanging high in the night sky on the 16th day, illuminating every blade of grass and tree in the village. Huang Dan was unafraid of ghosts. Yet, recalling the sight of Wang Yuanmei's body stuffed in the henhouse, contorted in death, sent a chill down his spine as he walked alone through the village, inhaling the mingled scents of fresh grass, earth, and a hint of chicken droppings. A faint sound behind him startled Huang Dan, and he quickly turned. Who is there? There were neither dogs nor cats, nothing at all. It must be the wind. On such a late night, a gust of wind would certainly stir the leaves and withered grass, creating a cacophony. Huang Dan's heart raced, and he licked his parched lips, offering himself little solace as he quickened his pace to leave. Late-night porridge inevitably led to multiple trips to relieve oneself. Huang Dan was aware that holding in his urine was detrimental to his bladder, yet given the circumstances he endured for a while, but ultimately could not hold any longer. He had initially wished for the man to accompany him, yet he found himself unable to voice this desire, feeling it inappropriate. After all, the man had just lost his mother and had not shed a tear, suppressing his emotions within. As Huang Dan stepped outside, He passed the main room, where Wang Yume's body lay on a board, covered by a cloth that revealed only her head. He swallowed hard, bracing himself as he moved forward. Upon reaching the hen house in the yard, he instinctively turned to look. The only sound was the restless clucking of insomnia-stricken chickens. Yet Huang Dan felt his hair stand on end, as if at any moment, the door of the hen house would swing open and the contorted figure of Wang Yume would emerge. What on earth was I doing, frightening myself? Huang Dan took a deep breath. He had nothing to be ashamed of, and thus he feared not the specters of the night. The outhouse was at the back of the yard, and as Huang Dan relieved himself, he heard a woman's sorrowful weeping. It was Wu Cooling, who apparently had not found sleep either. Wang Yume's death had evidently weighed heavily on her, and her grief was profound and enduring. Logically, as she was merely a stepmother without blood ties, and with her husband gone, she had often found ways to torment him with sarcasm and discontent, even nitpicking the simplest of actions like drinking water. It seemed excessive for her to mourn as if she had lost her own mother. Or perhaps Wu Cooling's heart was merely too tender, too compassionate. Dressed again, Huang Dan leaned against the wall, contemplating that if only he could discern how Wu Cooling's son, not yet a year old, had met his end, it might provide a crucial lead. Unfortunately, through the memories of the original owner, inquiries among the villagers, including Chen Jinhua and Zhang Yingxiong, yielded a singular narrative. The child had suffered an accident. This indicated that very few were privy to the details at the time, and the truth had likely remained confined to the family. However, accidents could manifest in various forms, some potentially being foul play. Huang Dan scratched his neck. In rural settings, if a daughter-in-law bore a son, even a mother-in-law who might despise her would not harm the grandchild. There exists a saying about the affection between generations. If one were to extend this reasoning, assuming the child's death was linked to Li Dagui, then as a mother, Wu Cooling would possess the strongest motive for murder. Huang Dan kicked at the dirt by his feet. His mission was to uncover the identity of Li Dagui's murderer. While the mystery of who had killed Wang Yume and how they had concealed her body within the hen house was beyond his purview, the weeping from within the house ceased momentarily before resuming, and judging by Wu Cooling's demeanor, she seemed intent on mourning Wang Yume in advance. Huang Dan rubbed his arms, returning to find the man with an unopened bag of Sprite, which he immediately seized. "Brother, no more smoking. Li Jin's roulette dictanet. Give it to me." Huang Dan remarked that after an entire night of smoking, if he continued, his throat would surely suffer, rendering him unable to speak the following day. Li Jin lifted his gaze, his eyes fierce. "I shall repeat myself. Hand over the cigarettes." Huang Dan retorted, "I will not." With a swift motion, Li Jin reached out. Instinctively, Huang Dan raised a hand to shield his head. Li Jin paused, the aggression in his eyes dissipating, replaced with a more measured tone. "Do not fear. Brother is not here to harm you. It's winter. Be obedient and give me the cigarettes." Huang Dan replied, "Brother, you promised me." Li Jin sighed heavily, rubbing his face. His hand fell, clenched into a fist, and then released. "Yes, brother once vowed to smoke less in the future, but at this moment, my heart is heavy." Huang Dan gazed at the man with concern. Li Jin leaned back, his head striking the wall. "Do not worry. Brother is fine. Merely feeling unwell. Truly." A suppressed sob emerged from his throat, fingers trembling slightly, and his eyes reddened. "Brother no longer has a mother. Dong Tian, brother is motherless." Huang Dan patted the man's back. Having never experienced the loss of a loved one, he was at a loss for words to alleviate the man's sorrow. It seemed that no words could ease the pain. Only time could gradually consume it. Li Jin buried his face in the youth's neck. Huang Dan felt warm tears stream down his skin, one drop, then two, increasingly more, constricting his heart. "Brother, do not cry." Li Jin held the person in his embrace tighter, as if desperately clinging to the last remnant of something precious, fearing its loss would leave him utterly bereft. Huang Dan couldn't smile, unable to comprehend the emotions at play, yet tears came easily. Pain struck him profoundly, as if his feelings were misaligned. The sound of the man's restrained sobs filled the air, and soon, tears cascaded from his own eyes. When calamity strikes, one is often left in a daze, devoid of thought. By the time clarity returns, Sorrow weighs down like a boulder upon the chest, necessitating a cathartic release through weeping. After the tears had flowed, Li Jin found some semblance of calm, refraining from seeking another cigarette, instead choosing to hold Huang Dan as they slept. Time passed, and Huang Dan awoke to find the man absent from the bedside. He yawned, slipped on his shoes, and ventured outside. The main room was dim, void of oil lamps, with moonlight casting a slanting glow through the door. He spotted the man seated by the edge of the board, eyes fixed upon a corpse before him, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Huang Dan approached, detecting a foul odor. He glanced at Wang Yuanmei, who still wore a few honeysuckle twigs atop her head. Now soiled, the excrement possibly a result of carelessness either during her placement in the henhouse or by someone else entirely. After a moment of silence, Li Jin spoke. "Who do you suppose it could be?" Huang Dan replied, "I do not know." Li Jin continued, "This village is small, with few inhabitants. If an outsider were to enter, surely someone would notice." He pondered aloud. Thus, it must be someone from the village. Who could it be? Huang Dan's brow furrowed. The man's expression was terrifying. Once he discovered who had killed his mother, there was no doubt he would seek vengeance. "Brother, we should report this to the authorities." Li Jin scoffed, recalling the events of 2 years prior when de Gouet met his untimely demise. Upon returning from a leave of absence, he discovered that de Gouet had not merely suffered an unfortunate accident. Rather, he had been struck violently at the back of the head and subsequently drowned in a pond. He derisively added that he reported the incident on the same day, prompting the authorities to send 2 officers to inquire about the circumstances and examine de Gouet's injuries. They speculated that de Gouet's brazen nature had led to enmity, resulting in his murder, but the case was ultimately left unresolved. Huang Dan listened attentively, inquiring if Li Jin had pursued further questions. "Of course I did," he replied. "After returning to work, I frequently made calls and enlisted others to investigate. Yet there was no progress whatsoever." Li Jin's laughter was tinged with bitterness as he recounted how, a year later, the case was deemed closed with the conclusion that de Gouet had simply slipped, striking his head on the stone edge of the pond before accidentally falling in. Huang Dan interjected, "I understand that they fear complications, but they also lack the capacity to delve deeper." Li Jin expressed that in rural areas, death is not regarded with great severity. Incidents involving poison ingestion, hanging, drowning, or even murder occur with alarming regularity, and the unheard tragedies far outnumber those that are known. His gaze shifted to Huang Dan, reflecting on the complexities of human relationships. Even couples who have shared their lives for years may remain unaware of each other's innermost thoughts. And it is not uncommon for one to deliver a fatal blow while smiling, leading the other to a death in their dreams. Huang Dan met Li Jin's piercing gaze and countered, "You speak only of the dark side. Every situation possesses multifaceted dimensions." Li Jin coincided, a slight smile playing on his lips. Returning to the previous topic, Huang Dan asserted, "However, all we can do is file a report. We have no other recourse." He wished to utilize the police's resources to uncover the crucial thread that could unravel the tangled web of mystery. Li Jin remained silent, instructing, "You should return to rest. I will stay a while longer." Huang Dan insisted, "I will keep you company." Li Jin absent-mindedly scraped the dirt from under his nails, recalling that he had been plowing the fields when the incident occurred, catching loaches to prepare for a meal with a young man that evening. Fate had unexpectedly knocked him down. The unpredictability of life struck him anew, a lesson he had encountered 5 times before. The first was when his father passed away suddenly. The second when his brother suffered an accident. The third involving a long-haired woman who was carried back in a bridal sedan but had died within it. The fourth was a frail woman who ingested poison just days after marrying into their family. And now, this was the 5th. One by one, his loved ones departed. Li Jin's breath quickened, as whispers circulated that his fate was cursed, and he brought misfortune not only to his wives but to those around him. Huang Dan sensed the man's distress and opened his mouth to speak, only to have his hand seized with great force. The room, occupied by 2 living souls and 1 deceased, was abruptly enveloped in a profound silence. It was only when Huang Dan uttered a pained sound that Li Jin softened his grip, though he did not release his hold. Huang Dan's face paled from the pain as he struggled to break free, pleading, "Brother, please let go." Li Jin's breath was erratic, bewildered by the fragility of life. Why did it vanish so easily? He had heard that when a person dies, their soul lingers in the place they once inhabited until the arrival of the little ghost. Huang Dan remarked, "Brother, the ant is watching us." Upon uttering these words, he felt a chilling breeze sweep through. Li Jin remained silent. Huang Dan, enduring his pain, reflected on the departure of De Gue and now the ant as well. Sister Chui Ling had been weeping, perhaps reminiscing about the child. "Brother, how did the child pass away?" Just as Huang Dan began to lose hope, he heard a man say, "I only learned about the child's misfortune when I returned for winter break. They have already buried him." According to De Gue and Mother, it was said that the child had choked on food and did not survive. Huang Dan responded with a no, harboring doubts about this explanation, but refraining from probing further, as Li Jin's mood was decidedly somber, rendering further conversation inappropriate. The temperature was high, and the door to the main room was left ajar. As the wind picked up in the latter part of the night, it slammed the door with a loud bang. Something draped over Huang Dan's head caught his attention. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was a white cloth, the same one that had covered Wang Yuanmei's body. What was the purpose of this? Did Wang Yuanmei harbor resentment towards him for severing the lineage of the Li family? Or did she consider him a blemish on Li Jin's reputation? Surely, she could not be attempting to rise from the dead. Huang Dan tore the cloth away, inspected it, and finding it unfit for such a purpose, he stuffed it into the man's arms. "Brother, cover the ant with this. It's chilly at night." Noticing the youth shivering, Li Jin inquired, "Are you cold?" Huang Dan admitted a little. Li Jin urged Huang Dan to sleep in the room, but he adamantly refused. Initially inclined to do so, he now feared that if he turned in bed, he might see Wang Yuanmei standing at his bedside. Huang Dan remained with Li Jin until dawn broke. The rooster crowed as usual, and the sun rose from the east, indifferent to the void left by a life extinguished. Wu Cooling emerged from the room, having wept for an extended period the previous night. Her eyes were severely swollen, her countenance haggard, and she still wore the same clothes, suggesting she had not lain down at all. "Elder brother, did you spend the entire night in the main room?" Huang Dan responded with a muted acknowledgement. Feeling aches throughout his body, Li Jin, seated on a chair, asked, "Cooling, where did you go after I left yesterday? Why weren't you home?" The suddenness of events had left him without the chance to inquire sooner, but the incident had replayed in his mind, leading to burgeoning doubts that were difficult to accept. Upon hearing Li Jin's question, Wu Cooling paused her action of arranging her hair. "Not long after you departed, Mother said she wanted to rest. You know how Mother is. She cannot tolerate noise when sleeping, so I left to water the vegetables in the field." Li Jin remained unresponsive. "Moments later, Hero came to find me in the vegetable patch," Wu Cooling continued. "After watering, I went to his house." Li Jin pressed on. "What did you go to his house for? Who saw you?" Wu Cooling, lifting her head in disbelief, replied, "Elder brother, do you suspect me?" Li Jin's expression remained stoic as he demanded, "Answer me." Wu Cooling's lips trembled as she spoke. Hero mentioned he wanted to repeat a year and asked me to help him with math problems. Her voice was dry, and no one had witnessed her, as there was a wedding taking place at Shangha Market, and everyone had gone there in the afternoon for sweets and merriment. Li Jin remained silent. Huang Dan's peripheral vision remained fixed on Wu Cooling, hoping to uncover any hints of deceit in her words. The atmosphere in the main room was palpably strange. Wu Cooling's complexion was ashen, appearing exceedingly fragile. Li Jin abruptly rose from his seat and strode out, making his way directly to Zhang Yingxiong's residence. As Huang Dan passed by Wu Cooling, he remarked, "Sister Cooling, my brother isn't targeting you. He treats everyone the same. He even inquired about me last night." Wu Cooling's smile was more akin to a grimace. "You needn't comfort me. Regardless of whom my brother suspects, he would never cast a doubt upon you." Huang Dan's eyelids flickered. Wu Cooling's gaze swept over his wrist. Huang Dan swallowed hard. The snake bone chain had been neatly tucked away, something Wu Cooling could not possibly know. "I shall go take a look." The main room was left with only Wu Cooling, who crouched by the board and murmured, "Mother, you often said my head was dirty. Now, with your absence, it must be even more so. Surely it is unbearable." A heavy sigh followed. Zhang Yingxiong was having breakfast, his mind clearly elsewhere, nearly poking his nostrils with his chopsticks on several occasions. Upon turning his head, he spotted Li Jin entering, causing his chopsticks to clatter onto the table, which he hastily grasped, resuming his consumption of salted duck egg. Li Jin got straight to the point. Zhang Yingxiong, with a mouthful of egg yolk, mumbled, "Sister Cooling was explaining problems to me when the broadcast was on." Li Jin inquired, "Are your parents at home?" Zhang Yingxiong replied, "My parents have gone to my second aunt's. It's just Sister Cooling and me." His expression shifted. "Brother, how could you suspect Sister Cooling? She wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken." Li Jin responded, "You seem quite well informed." Zhang Yingxiong rolled his eyes. "Isn't that common knowledge?" He glanced past Li Jin. "Right, Dongtian?" Huang Dan nodded. Zhang Yingxiong took a sip of porridge, his leg trembling slightly, visibly relaxing. "Brother, I understand that you are deeply troubled by the incident involving Aunt, but that does not justify reckless actions." Li Jin responded coolly, "Then let the police handle the investigation." Zhang Yingxiong remarked, "The small police station in town is ineffective. They can barely muster a full table for mahjong. I've heard they still Haven T solve cases from over a decade ago." Li Jin frowned. Zhang Yingxiong continued, "I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to ensure Aunt receives a proper burial." Li Jin turned to Huang Dan. "What do you think?" Huang Dan cast a glance at him, then at Zhang Yingxiong. "Aunt's death is shrouded in mystery. It must be thoroughly investigated." Zhang Yingxiong sighed. "Indeed, it cannot simply be brushed aside." Li Jin fixed him with an inscrutable stare. Zhang Yingxiong seemed oblivious, casually moving to the kitchen to serve porridge. After exiting Zhang Yingxiong's home, Li Jin suddenly asked, "Your mother usually comes to chat with mine. Why didn't she come yesterday afternoon?" Huang Dan replied, "She was in the yard trimming chili peppers." Li Jin then queried, "And you?" Huang Dan tilted his head. Li Jin reassured him, "Brother does not suspect you." Huang Dan acknowledged, "I know." He recounted, "After lunch yesterday, I sought you out to catch loaches in the field. Afterwards, you mentioned the sun was too harsh and told me to return home first. When I got back, my mother had just brought the chili peppers to the yard. She didn't ask for my help, so I went to my room for a nap and woke up to head to the kitchen to boil water." Li Jin's footsteps halted. "How long did you sleep?" Huang Dan replied, "I'm not sure the exact time, probably just a little while." Li Jin inquired, "Is your mother still cutting peppers?" Huang Dan answered, "Yes, brother. My mother is not well. Her legs are weak, and even walking is a struggle." He expressed the concern of a son whose mother is under suspicion. "I understand your feelings, but I hope you can respect my mother." Li Jin responded solemnly, "I apologiza." Huang Dan said, "I'll be going back now." Li Jin kicked the earthen wall, breathing heavily, his eyes swirling with rage and sorrow. Huang Dan hadn't gone far when Li Jin caught up. "Let me see your hand. Is the swelling gone?" "It's getting better." Li Jin pulled him closer. "In winter, don't take it to heart. My mind is in turmoil." Huang Dan replied, "It will be investigated." He withdrew his hand. "Don't let anyone see it." Li Jin said, "You should head back. Don't come to my house today. There is too much going on." Huang Dan acknowledged this. In the rural community, even trivial matters would be blown from one household to another, spreading from this village to that. In the morning, relatives arrived with 2 cuts of meat. Wu Cooling, the daughter-in-law, would wail loudly as each relative entered. This was the ritual of mourning. The relatives joined in with a few cries, merely out of obligation. Eventually, Wu Cooling's sobs became so intense that she gasped for breath, her tears flowing unchecked, revealing the depths of her sorrow. After bidding farewell to the relatives, Wu Cooling's voice became hoarse, and she placed the meat in the kitchen before taking the money received in gifts to the main room. "Brother, there is a total of 276 yuan here." Li Jin didn't glance at it. Wu Cooling remarked, "It's too hot. Let us send mother off tomorrow. I'll speak to the village chief and find a few people to carry the coffin." Li Jin replied, "You can keep the money." Wu Cooling was taken aback. "Keep it? Brother, aren't you short on money?" Li Jin raised an eyebrow. Wu Cooling hurriedly added, "What I mean is, this money is for mother. Since she is no longer here, it should rightfully belong to you." Li Jin stood up and walked out. Wu Cooling pressed the money under a jar, feeling somewhat dazed. In the afternoon, Li Jin visited the police station. The next day, a young man named Lu Donglai, a newcomer from another place, arrived. Freshly graduated, he was filled with vigor and ambition, yet untouched by the corruption of complacency. Lu Donglai briefly inspected Wang Yuemei's room. Finding no signs of struggle were useful clues, indicating it was a crime committed by someone familiar. He inquired about the situation and focused his attention on the woman in the yard. "Who is she?" Li Jin replied. "She is my sister-in-law." Lu Donglai asked, "Where is your brother?" Li Jin responded, "He passed away 2 years ago." Lu Donglai, unfamiliar with the circumstances, asked, "How did he die?" Huang Dan, nearby, lowered his gaze as Li Jin recounted the details of Li Dagua's case. Lu Donglai's expression shifted. "This is absurd." He paced back and forth in the main room, feeling angered by his colleague's hasty conclusion. "We must first clarify the circumstances surrounding Wang Yuemei's death. Call your sister-in-law here." Li Jin summonedu cuidin. Lu Donglai scrutinized her. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this woman was even more distinct from those in the village, and she appeared fearful. "Your husband died 2 years ago. Why have you not remarried, but instead remained with the Li family to care for your mother-in-law?" Wu Kuling replied, "Since I'm married into the Li family, I am a member of the Li family." Lu Donglai raised an eyebrow. "Your mother-in-law encountered a mishap the day before yesterday. Where were you?" Wu Kuling maintained her response, stating she was helping Zhang Yingxiong with his studies, providing an alibi for her whereabouts. Throughout Lu Donglai's questioning, neither Li Jin nor Huang Dan interjected. They exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. "Show me your room," Lu Donglai instructed. Wu Kuling opened the door. Upon entering, Lu Donglai noted that the room was smaller than Li Jin's, but remarkably tidy. He pointed to a red leather suitcase beneath the bed and inquired, "What is in there?" Wu Kuling replied it contained some clothes. Lu Donglai urged her to open it. Panic flickered across her face. There is nothing else in there. Her demeanor clearly betrayed her unease. Not only Lu Donglai, but also Huang Dan and Li Jin perceived her distress. The contents of the suitcase were forcibly emptied, revealing a savings book belonging to Wang Yuemei. The household expenses were managed by Wang Yuemei, and it was implausible that she would entrust her savings book to anyone, least of all Wu Kuling, whom she regarded as an outsider. The savings book was akin to Wang Yuemei's lifeblood. It could only be acquired through coercion. Li Jin's gaze shot toward Wu Kuling, and Huang Dan followed suit. This was perplexing. If the savings book truly belonged to Wu Kuling, why had she not hidden it elsewhere after Wang Yuemei's death? If it did not belong to her, then what was she so anxious about? Or perhaps the suitcase originally contained something entirely different. Both Huang Dan and Li Jin pondered this. It might be the only breakthrough they had. Thus, they refrained from expressing their opinions. Wu Kuling shook her head repeatedly, visibly shaken. "I do not know how that came to be here." Li Jin's expression darkened. "But this is your room. You claim to have no knowledge of it?" Wu Kuling swayed, pleading, "Brother, you must believe me. I did not steal it." She reached for Li Jin's hand, but was brushed away. Lu Donglai's gaze shifted between Wu Kuling and Li Jin, deep in thought. He proceeded to follow protocol, intending to take Wu Kuling back for a statement. Logically, if one had nothing to hide, this matter should have been a straightforward inquiry, perhaps merely the subject of gossip. However, Wu Kuling's reaction was excessively intense. She struggled vehemently, retreating as if she believed that once she left, she would never return. Li Jin's face remained impassive. "Kuling, what are you afraid of?" I'm not afraid." Wu Kuling stammered, her face pale. "It was me, brother, truly not me. No, I did not kill mother." Li Jin regarded her silently. What difference would a visit make? Wu Kuling trembled, her body quaking, rendered speechless. The author wishes to convey that the protagonist's characterization varies, leading to subtle shifts in writing style, which are inherently linked to the world backdrop. The stark contrast between a humble village and a bustling metropolis certainly cultivates disparate atmospheres, hence the narrative approach will differ accordingly. Nevertheless, despite these transformations, certain elements retain their familiar essence, as they are penned by the same individual. At this juncture, some readers may have surmised the unfolding events. I have observed the analyses presented in previous comments. Aside from the amusing interpretations regarding Yuri, others merely skirt around the periphery of my outline. I return once more to seek nourishment for my creative endeavors. See you tomorrow. In the village romance, when Wu Kuling was taken away by Lu Donglai, it was witnessed by some. The village erupted as if a thunderbolt had struck. Neighbors rushed out in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how a woman, typically seen as modest and unassuming, with such delicate wrists, who required assistance even for festive chicken slaughtering and dared not observe pig slaughtering, could commit such heinous acts. The village gossipers began to chatter, finding this scandal more invigorating than farm work itself. Who could have predicted that Xiao Wu, having studied for many years and attended university, would possess such literary prowess and industriousness? It was unfathomable that she could turn against her own mother-in-law without fear of divine retribution. We often lauded her filial piety, her grace, and her capability in managing the household, making her an exemplary daughter-in-law unmatched in the surrounding villages. The human heart is inscrutable. In these times, one cannot discern whether another's heart is dark or pure. Alas, the mere thought of her demeanor and actions around us sends shivers down my spine. It is indeed frightening. Her fade was meticulously crafted. Wang Yueme met a tragic demise, as my boss recounted, having been stabbed to death with a gaping wound in her neck. Her blood drained like that of a slaughtered chicken. Thus, in navigating life, one ought to embrace magnanimity and tolerance, avoiding the tendency to nitpick and dehumanize others. For such behavior invites resentment. What are you all discussing? Xiao Wu was merely taken to the police station for questioning. There is no definitive proof of her involvement. Surely, it must be her. Otherwise, among the dozens in the village, why would only she be taken? Do you think there might be some hidden truth regarding the Gui's death as well? Enough of this talk. In broad daylight, the thought is unsettling. Such a venomous woman deserves to face dire consequences. Huang Dan and Chen Jinhua stood amidst the crowd, allowing the incessant gossip to flow in one ear and out the other. They were relentless in their verbal onslaught against Wu Kuling, expressing disdain as if they could urinate on her reputation, while also casting aspersions on the already deceased Wang Yueme, claiming her demise was a result of her own disdainful demeanor. Chen Jinhua spat in disdain, questioning the morality of those who had been neighbors for decades. As they now spoke ill of Yueme, who could no longer defend herself. We were merely exchanging a few words. What is the big deal? When she was alive, who didn't he know what she had done? She had already acted, so why fear the opinions of others? A woman spoke sarcastically, Jinhua, over the years. You've certainly spent a fortune on Yueme. Now that she has passed, you can no longer curry favor with her, which must leave you feeling quite uneasy. Chen Jinhua remained unfazed, for they hailed from the same village. Who among them didn't he hold a secret or two? Dahuma, when it comes to ingratiating oneself, I could never compare to you. You once offered yourself just to acquire half a tractor-s worth of tiles. The woman's face immediately flushed with anger. Although this was no secret, the events had transpired years ago, and to have them dredged up now felt like a public slap to her face. You truly are remarkable. Yueme once claimed you were unworthy of Laoli, destined only to associate with someone like Matsi, yet you managed to remain unfazed, trailing behind her like a shadow. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, whispering among themselves as if they had nothing better to do. Huang Dan tugged at Chen Jinhua, Mom, let us go home. He didn't understand that the conflict was a war of words, fought by women, devoid of gunpowder but brimming with venomous spittle capable of inciting fury. Chen Jinhua chuckled. Dahuma, your mention of the past reminds me of a certain incident. When you underwent sterilization, I was the one who accompanied you, only for you to run off midway, causing me a great deal of trouble. I eventually found you in a ravine, clinging desperately to a man's waist. Though I can't recall his identity, only that his face was as dark as coal. Laughter erupted around them, filled with ridicule. In the village, everyone knew the notorious Zhang widow, whose flirtations had persisted into her later years, always clinging to men while forbidding any criticism. Enraged, she lashed out, You wretched Chen Jinhua. Do you repeat that? Huang Dan's brows furrowed in dismay. How could this woman's tongue be so foul? He felt compelled to scrub her mouth clean. Chen Jinhua was not one to suffer in silence. She believed in retaliating not just in kind, but with interest. Zhang widow, unable to contain her fury, reached for Chen Jinhua. In that instant, Huang Dan shielded her, receiving 5 deep scratches on his face, crying out in pain as he bent over, clutching his face, gasping for breath. Chen Jinhua's expression darkened. You dare to strike my son? I will not hold back. She charged at Zhang Widow, delivering a swift slap. Chaos ensued, with people intervening, fighting, and arguing, creating quite a tumult. Beneath the old locust tree at the entrance, Li Jin squatted, smoking. Initially indifferent to the commotion, he caught sight of a figure and immediately discarded his cigarette, rushing over. The scent of Chishi brand cigarettes lingered in the air as a hand grabbed Huang Dan. Pulling him up, he wiped his tears with his arm, his lips pale from the pain. Li Jin surveyed the young man's swollen face, blood seeping from it, and turned to bellow in anger. Who did this? Silence enveloped the surroundings. Li Jin, having gone sleepless for days, bore bloodshot eyes that appeared particularly menacing as he glared. Damn it, you dare to act and not own up to it? Which coward dares to step forward? Everyone cast their gazes towards Widow Zhang. Her hair was disheveled, and the collar of her coat had been torn by Chun Jinhua, leaving several marks on her neck. With a defiant spirit, she remarked, Zhang Dantian is not your wife. Why should you seek vengeance on his behalf? Li Jin sneered. What business is it of yours? His expression was terrifying, almost demanding an apology. Seeing that no one came to her defense, Widow Zhang turned and called out, Zhang Dahu, where have you gone? Hurry up and come here. Someone is threatening your mother. Taking advantage of the absence of others at home, Zhang Dahu was preoccupied with a woman inside the house. Just as he was in the midst of their affair, he heard the commotion outside. Hastily pulling up his trousers, he rushed out, asking, what is going on? Sensing the dangerous aura surrounding Li Jin, Zhang Dahu's heart raced, and he quickly said, Brother, there must be some misunderstanding here. Widow Zhang forcefully smacked her son's arm, whispering harshly, You useless thing, why are you cowering? You're just like your deceased father. Zhang Dahu grasped his oblivious mother and, with a forced smile, addressed Li Jin, Brother, we are all neighbors here. There is no need to escalate things further. Noticing that Li Jin showed no signs of easing up, he continued, My mother passed away yesterday, and sister cooling. I understand you're not in a good place, brother. If you're upset, direct your anger towards me. Li Jin, however, was not inclined to let the matter rest. Zhang Dahu glanced at the young man beside Li Jin, dismissing the situation as trivial. After all, what were a few scratches? Crying over that seemed excessive. His mother was an expert at wielding bamboo strips, towels, and sticks, which truly inflicted pain. Thinking this, Zhang Dahu refrained from voicing his thoughts, focusing instead on diffusing the situation. I apologize on behalf of my mother, Dongtian. I am truly sorry. Huang Dan's face was in agony, tears streaming down as he felt the disdainful gazes from those around him, a familiar sentiment that conveyed his perceived fragility, worse than a woman. With his nerves in turmoil, Huang Dan could not be reborn. He could only endure. After he departed, Li Jin did not linger much longer either. Chun Jinhua followed behind them, and thus the incident came to a close. The villagers couldn't help but murmur in sympathy and envy. Chun Jinhua had played her cards well, knowing how to ingratiate herself with Wang Yume. Even in death, she maintained her connections, ensuring that her ineffectual son would have Li Jin's support, allowing him to stride confidently through the village. Li Jin intended to inquire about Wu cooling in town, and Huang Dan accompanied him. The police station was in disarray, with two individuals lounging, smoking, and playing cards, while Lu Donglai sat at the desk on the left, diligently writing notes. Recently assigned and unfamiliar with the area, he was tasked with handling a murder case, and he knew that without thorough preparation, it would be quite challenging. Upon inquiry, Li Jin learned that Wu Cooling had repeatedly lost control during questioning and subsequently fainted. She was currently receiving 4 fluids at the hospital. Lu Donglai pinched the bridge of his nose, noting her volatile reaction as she insisted she had committed murder. Li Jin asked, which hospital? Lu Donglai replied, It's not far from here. He led Li Jin and Huang Dan there, assuring them, Rest assured, once she regains consciousness and her emotions stabilize, I will conduct a thorough interrogation. Li Jin responded, I appreciate it. This is my duty, as it should be. Lu Donglai patted him on the shoulder. Could you assist me by answering a few questions? Li Jin replied affirmatively. Huang Dan, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly stepped aside to kick some pebbles for amusement. Lu Donglai retrieved a small notebook and a ballpoint pen from his pocket. You have been married twice. How did the incidents with your wives occur? Li Jin raised an eyebrow, questioning the relevance to the case. Lu Donglai stated earnestly, as my teacher once said, until the truth of the matter is fully revealed, every minor detail could potentially be a crucial clue. Li Jin remarked, Officer Lu is quite the diligent student. If this man had not come to town, the officers at the station would have likely overlooked everything without a second thought. He produced a box of cigarettes from his pants pocket, not the usual 7 stars, but a more expensive brand, Yinshan, and offered one. Lu Donglai waved his hand, declining, stating he did not smoke. Li Jin also abstained. Once he had settled on a brand, he could not adjust to anything else, no matter how superior. One died in a sedan chair. The other consumed pesticide 3 days after the marriage. Lu Donglai pondered, noting that neither family had reported the incidents. The locals often exhibited a superficial understanding of the law, placing a greater emphasis on reputation, living solely for that, as if face held more significance than anything else. Lu Donglai commented that there exists a category of medical cases where individuals seemingly healthy suddenly cease to breathe. Li Jin raised an eyebrow in interest. Lu Donglai inquired, what led your second wife to ingest pesticide? Li Jin could not articulate a reason. Lu Donglai probed further. Was your relationship not based on mutual affection? Li Jin clarified. It was not. Lu Donglai intoned. So, there was no emotional foundation. Before she took the pesticide, did you two engage intimately? His implication suggested that the woman may have been coerced, leading to her tragic decision. I'm a person who values feelings. Affection must precede intimacy, Li Jin stated bluntly. Officer Lu, do you have any further inquiries regarding my past marriages? Not for the moment, Lu Donglai replied. Your sister-in-law seems to harbor feelings for you. Li Jin's eyelids shot up in surprise. Evidence? Lu Donglai opened his notebook to a page, revealing lines copied from a collection of poems written by your sister-in-law. Dedicated to you. Li Jin glanced at the verses, which concealed Wu Kuling's infatuation, explicitly naming him. She dared not express her feelings openly, opting instead to convey them through poetry. Lu Donglai observed the man's changing expression. It appeared he was unaware and held no feelings for Wu Kuling. Have you disclosed your financial troubles to her? Lu Donglai continued. As far as I know, when someone passes away, relatives often bestow monetary gifts, which can accumulate to a substantial amount. Li Jin's pupils constricted. Officer Lu, such a hypothesis could only spring from the mind of a madman. Lu Donglai countered. The method of your mother's murder was exceedingly brutal. Could it not have been the work of a lunatic? Li Jin closed his eyes briefly, acknowledging that he had indeed shared some details. Lu Donglai noted this and shifted the topic. What is the nature of the relationship between Zhang Yingxiong and your sister-in-law? Li Jin remarked, it's quite good. Lu Donglai posed a few more questions before suddenly shifting his gaze to a young man not far away. I have a friend whose situation mirrors yours, so I possess a slightly deeper understanding of matters between individuals of the same sex than others do, and I can discern such nuances more readily. This path is fraught with difficulty. It is best not to tread upon it. If you can turn back, do so promptly. Li Jin paused, his breath catching. The likelihood of acceptance from the villagers was non-existent. Lu Donglai advised, let me offer you a word of caution. A secret cannot be contained indefinitely. For your safety, it would be wise for you to leave the village. He secured his pen within his notebook and said, let us go. Upon arriving at the hospital, the three made their way to the ward. Wu Kuling lay on a small bed, her eyes closed, her face devoid of color. She appeared gravely unwell. Li Jin refrained from entering, lingering in the corridor for a moment before departing. Huang Dan cast a few more glances. Wu Kuling was awake and aware of Li Jin's presence, but did not open her eyes. It was unclear whether she was resenting his lack of trust or feeling guilty, concealing something she feared would be uncovered. On their return, they did not take the same main road, but instead traversed through the fields. Huang Dan, fatigued, removed his shoes and tossed them onto the grass to air out. His feet were sweaty, and the moisture had made the inside of his shoes damp and sticky. Li Jin grasped Huang Dan's shin and examined the scratches on the left side of his face, which had swollen less than before. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Huang Dan replied, it doesn't hurt, brother. Please don't touch me. Li Jin refrained from touching him, leaning in to gently press his lips against the scratches on the young man's face. regardless of what others say. I care for you not merely because your mother frequently brings gifts. Huang Dan responded, I know. Li Jin sat down, resting his elbows on his knees, his large hands, with pronounced knuckles, raked through his short, stiff hair. In winter, my heart is troubled. The people around him bore an entirely different visage, one that was profoundly unfamiliar and filled him with trepidation and disdain. When did his once simple and unpretentious hometown, Shatang Village, transform into a place that devours its own? Huang Dan could somewhat comprehend that Li Jin dedicated all his time to studying and taking exams, spending his summer and winter breaks working to earn money, indifferent to the trivialities of others' familial affairs. Had it not been for Wang Yuemei's paralysis 2 years prior and her adamant refusal to leave the village, he would have built a life elsewhere and never returned. Now, the tragic demise of Wang Yuemei shattered Li Jin's long-held perceptions of this village. Officer Liu is unlike others. He is responsible and will surely uncover the truth, Huang Dan asserted. Brother, regardless of whether it's Sister Cooling or not, Annie has already departed. Li Jin grasped his hand and pressed it against his forehead. In winter, you are all I have left. You must stay with me. I beg of you. Huang Dan pursed his lips and patted the man's back. After work, he encountered a brazen little boy in a toy Mercedes in the neighborhood, and inexplicably found himself transported to this place, uncertain if that other world remained unchanged. One could only hope it did. Otherwise, he would succumb suddenly, leaving the caretaker to sorrowfully cremate him, and he would return to find no body to inhabit. Huang Dan felt discomfort in his backside and reached down to discover a mess. Huang Dan discarded the dog feces, wiping his hands on the grass. Brother, am I destined for a stroke of luck? Li Jin's face twitched. Huang Dan seized the man's hand. Then you should partake as well. Li Jin evaded, I'll pass. Huang Dan tossed a piece of dog feces into the man's coat. Instantly, Li Jin shed his coat, removing the mess, his expression dark as he shouted, Zhang Dong Tian. The corners of Huang Dan's mouth curved upward. Li Jin was taken aback. You smiled. Huang Dan replied, did I? Li Jin fixed his gaze upon him. Indeed. This time, it was Huang Dan who was momentarily stunned. He touched his face and then his mouth's corner. Is it true? Did I smile? Without a reference point to emulate. How could I manage to smile? Yet, he remained uncertain about what laughter truly entailed, just as he did not comprehend the reason behind his pain. Li Fen embraced Huang Dan in silence. The embrace caused Huang Dan some discomfort. He had come to remember that each time Li Jin held him, it was accompanied by a twinge of pain. Upon returning to the village, Huang Dan remarked, Brother, I wish to see Sister Cooling's room. Li Jin led him inside. The room's contents were, as Lu Donglai had left them, untidy and chaotic. Huang Dan rummaged through drawers and wardrobes, leaving no corner untouched. He crouched in front of a red suitcase, tilting his head and exploring around it, inadvertently catching sight of something black beneath the bed. Li Jin retrieved a stick and prodded beneath the bed, unearthing an item, his own black trousers. Huang Dan exclaimed, There's more. Li Jin, regaining focus, continued to search with a stern expression. Numerous items emerged. Several pairs of socks, a sweater, thermal pants, summer short-sleeve shirts, and a pair of four-corner underpants, all washed and bearing creases from folding. Huang Dan pondered that these were likely the items originally tucked away at the bottom of the suitcase. Wu Cooling, fearing Li Jin would discover her sordid intentions, must have acted hastily. Judging from Wu Cooling's reaction, she was unaware that her clothing had transformed into a form of savings. Who had swapped them out, leaving them behind in a rush. That individual knew of Li Jin's financial struggles and was aware of Wu Cooling's scheme regarding Wang Yuemei's savings account. She sought to assist Li Jin under her name. Could this have been a deliberate setup? A figure surfaced in Huang Dan's mind, and he swallowed hard, his palms becoming clammy. Brother, Sister Cooling has feelings for you. Li Jin discarded the stick. May I indulge in a cigarette? Huang Dan replied, Very well. Li Jin sat on the floor by the bed, silently smoking a cigarette until he finished it, then rose to leave. Huang Dan lingered in the room for a moment before discovering a small notebook. It was Wu Cooling's ledger, meticulously detailing every transaction since her marriage to Li Daguwei, chronicling the money received from Wang Yuemei and its expenditures. As Huang Dan flipped through the pages, expecting nothing of significance, he stumbled upon a hidden secret. It turned out that after Li Dagui's death 2 years prior, and Wang Yuemei's subsequent paralysis, Li Jin had returned from afar to care for her. As Wu Kuling spent more time with him, she gradually developed deeper feelings for him. Thus, if Li Dagui's death is indeed connected to Wu Kuling, then her motive is not to be with Li Jin, but rather stem from something else, perhaps that child. Human imagination knows no bounds and can be quite terrifying. Huang Dan was so frightened by his own thoughts that he sought out Li Jin with a notebook in hand. After reading it, Li Jin requested another cigarette. The household concealed a multitude of untold secrets. The heat was oppressive, the earth scorched, and Wang Yuemei's corpse could no longer be left unburied. Li Jin approached the village chief. In the morning, an elder from a village groomed Wang Yuemei, ensuring that not a single strand of hair was out of place as per Li Jin's wishes, before dressing her in a finely made burial garment. Wang Yuemei was particular about appearances, even in death. Several strong men carried the coffin, accompanied by music and drums, circling the village before heading to the mountains for her interment, right beside Li Dagui and his father. Clad in mourning attire, Li Jin stood at the gravesite, scattering paper offerings, mere pennies, for tradition dictated that too much would attract attention, leading to the grave being disturbed for the treasures within. The strong men wielded shovels to fill the grave, and soon the coffin was covered with earth. The final shovelful of dirt was placed by Li Jin himself. He knelt and bowed several times, remaining in a daze even after everyone had left. Huang Dan urged him to rise, brushing the dirt off his trousers. "Brother, let's return." Li Jin wiped his face, his voice hoarse. "All right." In the courtyard, 5 or 6 tables were set, with relatives from both families present. Chun Jinhua and Zhang Yingxiong's mother prepared the meal, ensuring that dishes such as steamed pork, braised fish, and red date and tremella soup were plentiful. Huang Dan sipped the sweet tremella soup in the kitchen. "Mom, my brother is inside, crying." "Let him cry." Chun Jinhua sighed. "It's better out than bottled up. Keeping it in can lead to troubles." "Indeed," Zhang Yingxiong's mother echoed with a sigh. Huang Dan placed his bowl on the counter. "Aunt, where is Yingxiong? I haven't seen him. He has been unwell from something he ate these past few days," said Yingxiong's mother while stirring the dishes. Huang Dan replied, "I will go check on him." When he arrived, he found Zhang Yingxiong's door firmly shut and bolted. He called out several times, but received no response, which was to be expected. Zhang Yingxiong was hiding inside. 3 days passed, and Wu Kuling had yet to return. The villagers buzzed with gossip, asserting that Wu Kuling was indeed the perpetrator, questioning how the Wu family could raise such a ruthless daughter. Once the pride of her family, Wu Kuling refused to remarry after Li Dagui's death, stubbornly insisting on remaining with the Li family. After multiple quarrels, she had severed ties with her family. The Wu household had been tightly shut since the day they learned their daughter was taken to the police station, having fled to avoid the mockery and disdain of friends and relatives. Huang Dan lingered near Zhang Yingxiong's home, finally seizing an opportunity to slip inside. Zhang Yingxiong appeared far more haggard than Li Jin, who had recently lost his mother. He was visibly anxious, muttering to himself in the courtyard. When he saw Huang Dan, he was startled. "Winter, what brings you here?" Huang Dan replied, "I heard from second aunt that you've had an upset stomach." Zhang Yingxiong grimaced, "Yes. I overindulged in some rice cakes. I have no idea what my mother added to them, but I've been running to the bathroom incessantly, as if my intestines are about to burst." Huang Dan frowned. "Why haven't you gone to the clinic?" Zhang Yingxiong shrugged. "I can't be bothered. I'm utterly exhausted. I think I'll take a nap." Huang Dan said, "Sister Kuling is still at the police station. The village is saying that Annie was killed by her." Zhang Yingxiong did not turn around, asserting that's impossible. "Sister Kuling has always been so kind to Annie. She would never harm her. They're just spreading baseless rumors, their minds filled with nonsense." As Huang Dan gazed at Zhang Yingxiong's back, he suddenly recalled that the young man was not yet 20. It was hard to believe. Perhaps due to years of agricultural labor, he appeared extraordinarily mature, leading one to assume he was a robust man in his 30s. After Huang Dan left, he sought out Li Jin's brother. "I saw Yingxiong, and he seemed a bit peculiar." Li Jin paused in his task of wiping the table. "What do you mean by peculiar?" Huang Dan shared his observations and speculations. "Sister Kuling hasn't returned, and he seems quite frantic." Li Jin tossed the rag aside, his brow furrowing. Winter. What are you implying? Huang Dan countered. Brother, do you remember Hui's death? Li Jin nodded. Yes. Huang Dan continued. How did Dagwai's coat end up in the bamboo grove behind his house? Li Jin mused. After Dagwai's 7th day of mourning, I returned to work. My mother and Cooling sorted through his belongings. They said everything was burned, but I'm unsure of the exact day. Huang Dan analyzed. That means only Wu Cooling and Wang Yuemei had access to Li Dagwai's clothing. Wang Yuemei became paralyzed about half a year after Dagwai's death. So only Wu Cooling had the opportunity to take the coat to Hui's house in the dead of night. Even if she didn't do it herself, she's still implicated. Li Jin spoke solemnly. Winter, tell me what you were really thinking. Huang Dan replied, I believe there are no ghosts in this world. Only those who pretend to be. With the original owner's limited intellect, he couldn't express much more. But that single statement was enough for the man to grasp the underlying meaning and contemplate various possibilities. Li Jin's fingers drummed lightly on the table. Initially, he had suspected Hui of being involved in Dagwai's death and had conducted some discreet inquiries, but found nothing conclusive. Nevertheless, his suspicion and disdain for Hui had never waned. In Li Jin's view, his younger brother's arrogance was partly due to Hui's malicious flattery. Whenever something went awry, Hui would charm him with a few words, leading him astray like a fool, while Hui himself remained safely in the shadows, unconcerned. Thus, when he learned of Hui's demise, Li Jin felt a sense of relief. He did not ponder deeply at the time, but now reflecting back, he realized that the coat hadn't simply appeared. Someone had placed it there. Was that someone Cooling? At that time, Mother had tested her, and Shui Ling's response was unremarkable. She even invited him inside to search. He did not conduct a thorough investigation, merely glancing around. Li Jin's head throbbed painfully. Having been away for school and work over the years, he returned to inquire about the situation. Mother assured him that everything at home was well, even mentioning that De Gue and Shui Ling had a strong relationship, never quarreling. De Gue and Shui Ling echoed this sentiment, claiming all was well. How many lies does this family conceal? In the night, Li Jin ventured alone to Hui's bamboo grove, wielding a flashlight in search of something. Huang Dan remained at home, aware that Li Jin would take action, so he refrained from sleeping. Noises emerged from the main room, prompting Huang Dan to step outside, where he saw Chun Jinhua moving a stool. Mother, you're still awake? He asked. No, she replied. Noticing the shoemaking tools on the table, Huang Dan remarked, Mother, why are you still making shoe soles for me? Those new shoes will last me for years. Chun Jinhua responded, Then leave them be. You'll wear them out gradually. Huang Dan inquired, Why are you making so many at once? Chun Jinhua explained, Mother is getting old. My eyesight will worsen, and I may forget the patterns. While I can still make them, I must craft a few more pairs. Huang Dan, under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, observed the pallor of Chun Jinhua's face. Sensing a lurking illness, life was fleeting. He hesitated to speak, ultimately saying nothing. Before dawn, Li Jin climbed over the wall. Huang Dan had spent the night dozing lightly, too anxious to fall into a deep sleep. Now, yawning incessantly, he fixed his gaze on the object held by Li General Brother. What is that? A lantern frame? Or a kite frame? Li Jin replied. Neither. It is a paper effigy. Huang Dan's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was common knowledge that Hui feared ghosts. Li Jin continued. Someone deliberately dressed the paper effigy into Gui's red robe and waved it in front of Hui's window, frightening him to death. Huang Dan swallowed hard, his thoughts aligned with Li Jin's. Li Jin pointed to the dirty scraps of paper, stating, These 2 small pieces were found in the bamboo grove. The wind was strong that night, and it rained, so they may have been blown away. Huang Dan asked, In this frame? I found it in the western garbage pile. Just a small piece, Li Jin explained. In 10 miles and 8 villages, only Zhang Yingxiong's father is a lantern craftsman. Huang Dan's attention was diverted. Realizing the man carried an unpleasant odor, Li Jin recalled, I remember Zhang Yingxiong learned his father's craft. Making the frame for such paper effigies is quite simple. Huang Dan looked astonished. Brother, are you suggesting that Zhang Yingxiong frightened Hui to death? Why would he do such a thing? Li Gan Binchfeng down his cheek, attributing it to his earlier warning. Huang Dan suppressed his excitement. Li Jin pondered, I have thought it over. The day before Chui Ling married Gui, everyone was in the courtyard making a fuss with a matchmaker. I inadvertently saw Zhang Yingxiong emerge from her room, looking somewhat peculiar. They must have known each other prior. Huang Dan was at a loss for words, realizing the gravity of the situation only now. Li Jin rubbed his temples. At that time, he was solely focused on his studies, indifferent to the people and events around him, as long as the books could provide him with solace. Tomorrow, I shall visit Yinzhuang. Huang Dan remarked that he had heard that Chui Ling's family was away. Li Jin responded, "No matter, I will not seek her family. I will inquire among the neighbors." The following day, Li Jin traveled to Yinzhuang and uncovered a significant detail. During the summer of her sophomore year, Wu Chuiling had gone to Elting to purchase fertilizer and fell ill upon her return, the nature of her ailment remaining unknown, leaving her bedridden for an extended period. During that time, Zhang Yingxiong, only 12 or 13 years old, was absent from the village, having accompanied his parents to visit relatives who resided in Elting. Li Jin took a tractor to Elting, expending considerable effort to gather information from that period. He learned that Zhang Yingxiong, in his youthful mischief, had sneaked out at night to play and returned battered, having been assaulted, narrowly escaping with his life. By pursuing a specific individual, one could uncover many overlooked details. Li Jin shared all he knew with Huang Dan, his only confidant, hoping for insights that might challenge his conclusions, ideally proving him wrong. However, Huang Dan did not express such sentiments. He remained perplexed by the relationship between Zhang Yingxiong and Wu Chuiling. If Zhang Yingxiong harbored a crush on her, it did not seem plausible. If not, the mutual affection would be even more awkward. There had to be some connection, as Zhang Yingxiong would not meddle in such affairs without reason. Now, it became clear it was admiration, reverence, and a sense of indebtedness. Whenever others mentioned Wu Chuiling, Zhang Yingxiong would react defensively. Huang Dan attempted to piece together the information Li Jin had provided in chronological order. In his youthful ignorance, Zhang Yingxiong had clashed with someone in Elting, and while he was being beaten, Wu Chuiling, then a university student, happened to pass by and, moved by compassion, intervened, putting herself at risk. This was likely influenced by He Wei's derogatory remarks about Wu Chuiling, suggesting she was of ill repute, and Li Gui had probably mentioned something to him. In the village, the absurdity of the notion that a woman was deemed unchaste if blood did not flow on her wedding night was widely accepted, labeling her as impure. Some accusations stemmed from mere misunderstandings, while others were not unfounded, as some women had indeed been violated. As Huang Dan entered, a sickle suddenly fell from above the doorframe. The blade, having been sharpened, was exceedingly sharp. Had Li Jin not pushed him aside in time, it would have surely inflicted a grievous wound upon him. Grasping Huang Dan, Li Jin inquired, "Are you all right?" Huang Dan replied, "I am fine." Li Jin, shaken, cursed, "Who the hell did this?" Huang Dan knew the answer. Li Jin insisted that Huang Dan stay with him, but Huang Dan declined, as he felt there was one last piece of the puzzle yet to uncover. Aside from Chun Jinhua, no one else could assist him. During lunch, Huang Dan recounted the incident with the sickle to Chun Jinhua. Sitting at the door, she pounded her thigh and scolded for over half an hour, spreading the news throughout the village, inciting widespread anxiety. Huang Dan witnessed her formidable skill in cursing. Chun Jinhua's voice grew hoarse, and after taking a sip from her jug, she continued discussing various matters, eventually mentioning Wu Chuiling. Your sister Chuiling has indeed faced misfortune. Her family arranged a betrothal for her, and upon graduating from university, she married that good-for-nothing Gui. The following year, she had a child, and one day, after returning from the fields, the child was mauled to death by wild dogs. You cannot imagine the sight. It was a gruesome mess, unrecognizable. Huang Dan lifted his gaze. "Mother, why have you never mentioned this before?" Chun Jinhua replied, "Such matters are hardly pleasant. Even recalling them stirs pity within me." Huang Dan inquired, "How could Sister Cooling leave her child alone in the house?" Chun Jinhua responded, "Your elder brother De Guige was watching. But who could have known he would abandon the child to frolic outside?" Huang Dan remarked, "Why is De Guige so foolish?" Chun Jinhua lamented, "It was all due to He Wei's influence. Your elder brother cannot resist a challenge, clinging to his pride. She wiped her eyes. The child was barely a year old. And now this tragedy has befallen him. How could a mother not be heartbroken? Huang Dan lowered his eyelids, believing that only Wang Yuanmei, Wu Kuling, and Li Deguige knew the true cause of the child's demise, unaware that Chen Jinhua was also privy to it. Although Li Deguige was the antithesis of Wang Yuanmei's ideal son, Li Jin, he mirrored her in one aspect, an obsession with maintaining appearances. Huang Dan, fearful of dogs, dared not imagine the child's final moments. He settled onto a small bamboo chair in the courtyard. System, I believe I may have uncovered the thread of this matter. The system replied, congratulations. Huang Dan continued, tomorrow, I must perform a scene before Zhang Yingxiong. It will determine the success of my mission. Do you have any advice? The system suggested, your acting can be somewhat lacking, but the delivery of your lines must be fluid. Huang Dan acknowledged, that makes sense. He rehearsed the narrative in his mind until it became second nature. Thank you, system. You're welcome, the system replied. Huang Dan vistet again. And they conversed for quite some time before parting ways in the afternoon. After dark, Li Jin stealthily left the village to meet Lu Donglai. The following day, Huang Dan distracted Zhang Yingxiong as parents and, using Li Jin's shoulder as leverage, climbed into his home, only to cut his hand on shards of glass from the wall, causing him to stumble in pain. Li Jin caught him and tended his hand. Be careful. Huang Dan grimaced, sitting half-conscious on the ground, leaning against Li Jin's thigh to catch his breath before attempting to rise. Zhang Yingxiong, lost in thought on his bed, was startled by the noise, his eyes widening in alarm, momentarily forgetting to move. Huang Dan delivered his opening line, Hero, I now know of the deeds you have committed. As he spoke, emotions poured forth, perfectly calibrated. Zhang Yingxiong sprang upright. What have I done? Disappointment flickered in Huang Dan's eyes. Sister Kuling has already confessed. The police are right at your doorstep. Zhang Yingxiong pushed past Huang Dan and peeked through the door, confirming Lu Donglai's presence. His face drained of color. For years prior, on the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, Sister Kuling had gone to the vegetable patch while Deguige stayed home to watch the child. Huey had come to play, and in his absence, the door was left ajar, allowing a wild dog to enter and fatally maul the child. Huang Dan stated matter-of-factly. Out of concern for her reputation, the elder lady concealed the incident, presenting it as an accident. Deguige assured Sister Kuling that he understood his mistake and promised to treat her well in the future. He noticed a fleeting smirk on Zhang Yingxiong's face as he spoke. Yet, the Guegu was oblivious to the profound significance a child holds for a mother. Sister Ling had secretly developed a deep resentment towards him. The villagers assumed their relationship was harmonious, despite the loss of their child, continuing to cohabit as if nothing had changed. In truth, behind closed doors, their life was filled with either quarrels or violence. Auntie had never been fond of the Guegu. She was indifferent to his fate, whether he lived or died, and cared little for the disputes between the couple, as long as they did not fear the roof caving in. Zhang Yingxiong chuckled, giving a thumbs up, remarking on de Gui's remarkable ability to fabricate tales in the winter. Huang Dan interjected, reflecting on the limits of human endurance. Once surpassed, one could no longer bear the weight. De Gui's swimming skills were the finest in the village. 2 years prior, after suffering from a fever and failing to rest adequately, Sister Ling had sent him to fetch water by the pond. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, she struck him on the back of the head with a stick, pushing him into the pond to drown. Zhang Yingxiong found it utterly amusing that a woman like Sister Ling could orchestrate such a deed and then return undetected. Though she struggled alone, she had an accomplice. Huang Dan stared at Zhang Yingxiong, enunciating slowly, "It was you." Zhang Yingxiong laughed heartily, incredulous. "Why would I do such a thing? You can't possibly think I have any fondness for Sister Ling, do you? I'm not foolish enough to act on behalf of a widow." Huang Dan suggested that the story needed to delve deeper into the past. As Huang Dan recounted the events involving El Ting, the fabricated smile on Zhang Yingxiong's face stiffened. He felt gratitude towards Sister Ling. Had it not been for her, he would have been killed. Thus he regarded her as a benefactor, believing her to be the finest person in existence. Huang Dan continued, noting that upon seeing the Gui marry Sister Ling, he felt she deserved better. On their wedding day, he discreetly approached her, revealing de Gui's infidelities, hoping she would leave him. Zhang Yingxiong lowered his gaze. Sister Kuiling, for the sake of her family's reputation, chose not to leave, especially with her classmates present on her wedding day. She could not withstand the gossip. Furthermore, de Gui's tall and handsome appearance attracted many young women, gratifying Sister Cui Ling's vanity at that time. After marriage, de Gui continued to indulge in leisure, and as Sister Cui Ling struggled to rein him in, she gradually realized the marriage was a mistake. Following the child's death, she fell into despair. Huang Dan recounted that 2 years ago, Sister Cui Ling made the resolute decision to rid herself of de Gui, and you assisted her in eliminating him. Auntie, harboring her dislike for de Gui, also bore animosity towards Sister Cui Ling. Despite her excellence, she could not bear to see her, blaming her for her grandson's death, intensifying her torment. Zhang Yingxiong maintained his demeanor. Huang Dan stated that Sister Cui Ling had no one to confide in except for you. As you listen more, a sense of loathing for Auntie developed within you, even twisting your psyche to believe she deserved to die. Only with her demise could Sister Cui Ling find peace. Zhang Yingxiong scoffed, the meaning eluding him. Aware of the elderly woman's fondness for flowers, one stealthily followed her, and at the moment she bent to pick them, pushed her down the mountain, resulting in her paralysis from the waist down. Huang Dan spoke as he subtly adjusted the lyrics alongside Zhang Yingxiong's changing demeanor. Unexpectedly, with the old woman incapacitated, the brother returned, and Sister Cooling surprisingly changed her mind, deciding to remain with the Li family, as she had developed feelings for him. Zhang Yingxiong's fingers, which hung limply, twitched slightly, just once or twice. This secret was uncovered within her poetry collection. Huang Dan remarked that you feared the day of de Gui's demise would be scrutinized, thus advising Sister Cooling to leave. But her stubborn pursuit of happiness rendered her deaf to his counsel, leaving you to watch over her. On one occasion, you overheard He Wei cursing at Sister Cooling outside her door, labeling her as promiscuous. In retaliation, you feigned a ghostly apparition to frighten him, causing him to fall ill with fear. He claimed that the old woman, upon realizing Sister Cooling's affection for the brother, deemed her unworthy of him. And when she learned of He Wei's inappropriate intentions, she still sent Sister Cooling to deliver chickens to his home, urging her to have self-awareness and not to linger in shame. Zhang Yingxiong clenched his fist in anger. Huang Dan mentioned that Sister Cooling often recited poetry along the field ridges at night, sometimes weeping there, and you would always accompany her in conversation. One day, upon noticing the marks on her neck, you were incensed and fashioned a paper effigy dressed in de Gui's attire to frighten He Wei, unintentionally leading to his demise. Zhang Yingxiong seized Huang Dan by the throat, his emotions spiraling out of control. What nonsense are you spouting? Paper effigies? You think I'm some sort of deity? Huang Dan struggled for breath, his face turning purple. At that moment, Li Jin, who had been guarding the back door to prevent any escape, stormed in and kicked Zhang Yingxiong away with great force, fueled by rage. Huang Dan coughed, clutching his neck, asserting that all he spoke were Sister Cooling's own words. Hero, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Yingxiong, his face twisted in fury, bellowed, Zhang Dan Tian, who asked you to meddle? I am your cousin. Why do you wish to harm me so? Huang Dan replied, the sickle above my family's doorway was placed there by you, wasn't it? Zhang Yingxiong froze, his face a mask of hatred. He lunged once more, but was easily restrained by Li General Huang Dan exhaled in relief, his back drenched in sweat, for he had been confronting Zhang Yingxiong the entire time. Lu Donglai took Zhang Yingxiong away, soon returning to the village, asserting that he had confessed, and his statements aligned closely with what Huang Dan had previously said. Otherwise, Zhang Yingxiong would not have believed that Wu Cooling had indeed summoned such claims. Huang Dan called forth the system, glancing at the task screen that appeared before him and filling in the final column with the names of Wu Cooling and Zhang Yingxiong. Does this mean I will leave immediately? The system remained silent. Huang Dan mused, surely, upon completing the task, I wouldn't be unable to return, but must remain in this world? The system replied, apologies, I do not possess the authority. Huang Dan interrupted. Mr. System, you are unable to respond, aren't you? I understand. He had arrived here unexpectedly, and perhaps would depart just as suddenly. All he could do was take one step at a time. Regardless, the task had been accomplished. Lu Donglai disclosed that Zhang Yingxiong repeatedly insisted he had not lied. On the day of Wang Yuemei's demise, Wu Kuling was indeed at his residence, discussing mathematics with him, and had not left until the broadcast sounded. They did not take Wang Yuemei's life. Li Jin fixed his gaze upon the young man and asked, if it were not Zhang Yingxiong and Kuling, then who was it that killed my mother? Huang Dan, in the midst of drinking water, choked. The author wishes to convey, download the app to read. It will be more economical. With this chapter concluded, there is little suspense remaining. It unfolds as you have surmised. The next chapter will bring this tale to its conclusion. Fear not, for I am taking a warm-hearted approach with this narrative. Truly, trust me. See you tomorrow. Li Jin observed the young man cough, his face flushed. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, what are you so flustered about? Huang Dan, catching his breath and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, replied that he was not flustered. Li Jin regarded the young man, his expression inscrutable. Huang Dan accepted the man's scrutiny with an air of innocence. Li Jin tousled the young man's hair and solemnly remarked, Zhang Yingxiong's decision to confess is entirely due to your efforts. Pray tell, how did you deduce that the child was killed by wild dogs? I was completely in the dark. He could never have imagined that the Gui's child would meet such a tragic fate. This was far removed from mere choking incidents. While eavesdropping outside, he had not dared to recall what the child looked like. Li Jin struggled to comprehend the family's secrecy. However, he now found himself alone, devoid of anyone to question. Huang Dan's eyelid twitched. The last time I passed by Naozi's doorstep, I saw him fall and went in to help him up. He rambled on about various matters. Li Jin retorted, you believe the words of that fool? Huang Dan replied, I was willing to take a gamble. At the time, I observed Yingxiong's expression. As soon as I noticed him relax, I would have known I was mistaken and would have immediately retracted my statement. Li Jin pinched the young man's soft earlobe. I thought it was your mother who informed you. He leaned closer, his lips near, whispering after all these years. Your mother has spent the most time with mine in the entire village, visiting our home nearly every day. Huang Dan acknowledged, indeed. A sharp pain shot through Huang Dan's ear, and he gasped, brother, please don't bite me. Li Jin mumbled indistinctly, if I don't bite you, who shall I bite? Huang Dan's eyes glistened with tears of pain, and they began to flow. Li Jin sighed, releasing his grip, wiping away the trickle of blood, and pressed him to his chest. All right, brother will not bite you anymore. Huang Dan's tears shattered the inexplicable and peculiar atmosphere. Neither spoke of the relevant individuals or events thereafter. While they remained silent, others incessantly brought up Zhang Yingxiong's affair, stirring a storm within the village. The community could scarcely fathom the multitude of people and incidents entwined in this matter. Zhang Yingxiong's parents were inconsolable, returning from the police station after hearing their son's account. They stormed into Huang Dan's home, wailing and accusing him of being a vile creature, colluding with outsiders to harm their cousin. Neighbors gathered around to witness the commotion. As the chill of autumn settles in, the affairs of the fields dwindle, leaving the townsfolk restless and eager for diversion. Chen Jinhua summoned Huang Dan into the house, instructing him to remain inside, regardless of what he might hear. Where is your son? Chen Jinhua, Zhang's father bellowed, his voice coarse and his weathered face contorted with fury, resembling a man on the brink of violence. Tell him to come out. I have questions for him regarding the wrongs he has inflicted upon my family. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother sat weeping on the threshold, her face streaked with tears and snot as she lamented, my son, still in his youth, is to be sent away for hard labor. How are we, the two of us, to survive from here on? Armed with a broom fashioned from bamboo, Chen Jinhua stood resolute, ready to fend off any intrusion by Zhang's father. It is your son who has acted foolishly, committing such a crime that led to his capture. Do not lay the blame at my son's feet. He did not compel your child to commit murder. The crowd outside buzzed with gossip, condemning Zhang's father for failing to guide his own son and instead directing his ire towards others. Indeed, it is murder we are discussing, not merely the slaughter of a chicken or a duck. Such actions warrant reform, for who would dare coexist with him otherwise? Despite these sentiments, some felt that Winter's harshness was excessive, considering the perpetrator was, after all, his cousin. This is an act of righteousness over kinship. The village chief and several of Zhang's relatives attempted to mediate, but were met with hostility, their words drowned in a storm of spittle. Zhang's father, eyes ablaze, unleashed a torrent of invective upon Chen Jinhua, even dredging up past grievances involving her brother, Zhang Matzi. Mark my words, Chen Jinhua, this is not over. While my son suffers in labor, your boy shall not escape unscathed. Madman, do you believe yourself a deity? Chen Jinhua retorted, clutching her broom as she limped towards the door. You two are shameless. I still possess some dignity. Do not return here. Inside, Huang Dan could discern the tumult, surmising that Zhang Ying had cast blame upon him, asserting that had he not meddled, he would not have faced such dire consequences. He contemplated venturing out, but then heard Chen Jinhua proclaim, one's actions are observed by heaven. Above our heads, divine beings are ever watchful. His expression shifted, indecisive, as he pondered what thoughts might have accompanied her utterance. Perhaps nothing at all. Before long, Li Jin arrived. The expressions of Zhang's parents morphed as they realized the gravity of the situation. Zhang Ying had slain Li Jin's brother, a fact now undeniable. Their countenances fell, yet they soon simmered with anger, attributing their son's plight to Wu Kuling, whom they blamed for their misfortunes. If not for that calamity, our son would have met a far worse fate long ago. Where would we be amid these tribulations? Li Jin cast a cold glance over the scene and the crowd. Once loud and curious, dispersed. He turned to the woman before him and inquired, is everything well during this winter? Chen Jinhua cast aside her broom, feeling rather aimless. Turning her head, she called out, Winter. Huang Dan's figure appeared in the main room, inquiring, have uncle and aunt left? If they hadn't tea, would I be expected to keep them for dinner? Chen Jinhua retorted sharply, honestly, the older one gets, the more muddled they become. I've never encountered such unreasonable behavior. From now on, our family shall have no dealings with your Uncle S. As she spoke, she bent over, a look of pain crossing her face. Huang Dan hurriedly assisted Chen Jinhua into the room to lie down and fetched her some medicine. After taking the medicine, Chen Jinhua fell asleep shortly thereafter. Outside, Li Jin witnessed the scene and asked, is your mother all right? Huang Dan replied, not particularly well. She refuses to go to the hospital. Li Jin grimaced. That sounds just like my mother. She is unwell, yet one tea leave the village for treatment. I don't understand what their generation is thinking. What could be more important than health? Huang Dan admitted, I don't understand either. Li Jin pulled the young man into his embrace, saying, as for Zhang Yingxiong, that's his own doing. It's all karma, nothing to do with you. Don't be too hard on yourself. Huang Dan nodded yes. Brother, uncle and aunt are unaware. Li Jin snickered, don't worry, I won't hold it against them. It's pointless. He rested his chin on the young man's shoulder, adding, I won't be cooking tonight. I'll eat at your place. Huang Dan agreed, all right. The two made their way to the vegetable garden, one wielding a hoe to turn the soil and push aside the weeds, while the other stretched out a hand to pluck long green beans, which were scarce and hard to find. As Li Jin hoed the weeds, he casually asked, Winter, did your mother pick all these rows of peppers? Huang Dan replied, yes, she said she wanted to make chili paste. Li Jin, puzzled, responded, but it's only a few months in. Why the rush? Other families haven't picked theirs yet. Suddenly, Huang Dan jumped back, exclaiming, brother, there are earthworms. Li Jin looked down and saw 3 or 4 large, white earthworms, rich in protein. Shall I take some back for you to fry tonight? Huang Dan declined. I want to eat them. Li Jin shot him a sidelong glance. If you want to eat them, then fine. But when I'm eating them tonight, don't drool. Huang Dan warned, brother, if you eat earthworms, I won't kiss you anymore, and you're not allowed to kiss me. Li Jin said nothing, merely swung his hoe and nudged the large white earthworms towards the young man's feet. Huang Dan felt a shiver run down his spine, declaring, I'm leaving. Li Jin teased, where are you going? There's no exit over there. Huang Dan changed direction, seeking the small gate of the garden. He walked briskly but tripped over the vines, nearly falling flat on his face. Li Jin burst into laughter, losing grip on his hoe, which then struck his own foot. The retribution came swiftly, leaving him bewildered. Hearing the man's pained exclamation mixed with curses, Huang Dan turned to see Li Jin grimacing while clutching his foot, unintentionally bursting into laughter. Li Jin stared blankly, then quickly recovered, hopping on one foot to stand before the young man. Do that just now again. Let me see you laugh, he urged. Huang Dan, however, was at a loss. He reminisced several times, attempting to move the corners of his mouth, yet remained uncertain of how to proceed. Mr. System, could you provide me with a similar expression to the one I just smiled with? Please hold on, the system responded. A smiling expression materialized in Huang Dan's mind, and he mimicked it. Li Jin's expression was subtle. The curvature of the young man's smile mirrored the previous one. It was different, for there was no mirth in his eyes. He frowned and remarked irritably, Zhang Dantian, you're faking a smile again. Huang Dan truly made an effort. Mr. System, if I happen to smile again in the future, could you take a screenshot and store it in my private fly cabinet? I'd really like to know what I look like when I genuinely smile. It's so rare and should be preserved. I will do my utmost, the system replied. Huang Dan said, I apologize for the inconvenience. Those around him, be it butlers, colleagues, classmates, or friends, could not achieve what this man had done for the second time. He elicited a smile from him without needing a reference. Although he still did not comprehend the specifics of that emotion or what factors were necessary to possess it, Li Jin met the young man's unwavering gaze. What are you thinking? Huang Dan replied, Brother, thank you. Li Jin was taken aback, then smirked. What for? Is it for the cornfield incident? Huang Dan's gratitude evaporated instantly. He glanced at the man's raised foot, wondering if he could walk. Li Jin, reminded by Huang Dan, felt all the pain in his foot surge to his head. He leaned against a bamboo frame to rest. Huang Dan removed his shoe to check for any injuries. Li Jin feigned a groan. Does it hurt? Huang Dan inquired. Li Jin continued to grunt. If you give me a kiss, it won't hurt anymore. Huang Dan stood up to leave. Li Jin called out, Come back. Aren't you going to take care of your brother? Huang Dan replied, Not anymore. Li Jin muttered under his breath, cursing the ungrateful fellow, and quickly donned his shoes, grabbing a hoe to hop along after the young man. Sunshine streamed through the vegetable patch, warming and illuminating the two companions. Li Jin's big toe was bruised from the hoe, but fortunately, the nail remained firmly attached without any signs of falling off. Once home, he would rub a bit of red flower oil on it. Brother, it's the first time I've ever been hit by a hoe. You have a significant role in this, he remarked. Huang Dan caught a whiff of the odor and felt dizzy. You should sit down. I'll go prepare some food. Li Jin grasped his hand and asked, Why hasn't your mother woken up yet? Shall we take her to the clinic? Huang Dan replied, It's futile. My mother won't listen. He did not allow the man to continue on this topic. Once the name Chan Jinhua was mentioned, the atmosphere subtly shifted. The village's land was not particularly valuable. Every household possessed a yard, complete with pigsties, chicken coops, and cow sheds, which were almost essential. The kitchen was spacious enough to hold a wooden table, a cupboard, and a mud-built stove with some firewood piled nearby. Li Jin sat on a small stool in front of the stove, tending the fire. As he stretched his foot, he crushed a pesky insect. There were many more jumping around. Dantian, your kitchen has too many of these pests. I'll give it a thorough cleaning later, he said. Huang Dan took several ears of corn to wash and placed them atop the rice, covering it with a lid. The aroma of the steaming rice gradually filled the air, with smoke seeping from the cracks of the wooden lid, while the water in the two holes at the center of the stove began to boil. Huang Dan filled a bottle with water, for he was not skilled in cooking, and awaited Li Jin's arrival to prepare the meal. Li Jin washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and deftly tore the long green beans into sections, washing them thoroughly before taking 2 peppers and slicing them into shreds. He tended to the fire in the stove and poured in some vegetable oil. Huang Dan watched attentively as Li Jin added the pepper shreds to the pan. He stood idly by, as if waiting to be splattered by the oil. Huang Dan remarked, Brother, you seem quite adept at cooking. Li Jin stirred with a spatula, allowing the fragrant spiciness of the peppers to be released into the hot oil. Who can't cook? It's not difficult. Huang Dan replied, I cannot. Li Jin playfully patted the youth's face with his free hand. No worries, brother. You are allowed to be delicate. Huang Dan, however, scrutinized the roughness of the man's hands. Li Jin chuckled. That's because I'm a man. Delicate skin belongs to young girls. Huang Dan counted the calluses on his palm. While frying the beans, Li Jin teased, If you touch me a few more times, I might just lift you onto the stove. Huang Dan immediately ceased his actions. After finishing the beans, Li Jin washed the pan and prepared to stir-fry the radish greens, proudly declaring, "Stove God, this is my cooking. How does it fare?" Huang Dan glanced at the New Year's paintings affixed to the stove, which Chun Jinhua diligently cleaned, ensuring they remained spotless even with the slightest grease, a treasured sight. Li Jin nudged the youth with his foot. "It's your turn. Introduce yourself to the stove god." Huang Dan said, "Stove god, this is my." Li Jin leaned down, whispering in his ear, "Boss." Huang Dan corrected, "This is my boss." Li Jin playfully pinched his nose, grinning, so obedient. Huang Dan shook his head. In the eyes of those in the household, the stove god was a formidable deity. Whether it was for childbirth, illness, harvests, exams, jobs, or finding a spouse, they all prayed before the stove god, believing that such offerings would ensure protection and smooth sailing. Chun Jinhua, lacking an appetite, stayed in her own room instead of joining in the main hall, and Huang Dan brought her a bowl of rice. Glancing at the food, Chun Jinhua inquired, "Did Li Jin cook all this?" Huang Dan nodded affirmatively. She took the bowl and chopsticks, then set them down on the cabinet. "In winter, when Li Jin stood up for you, I noticed. Now that his family is diminished, why don't you speak to him about coming to our home? We could look after each other." Huang Dan lifted his gaze, then lowered it again. "I'll mention it later." After he exited, he pondered deeply. He sensed Li Jin's suspicions, which Chun Jinhua also perceived. Not only did she not shy away, but she also encouraged the other party to come closer. Was this an indication that she was tacitly allowing the investigation and even providing time and opportunity? After finishing their meal, Huang Dan and Li Jin sat outside, shucking corn, and as they continued, the two retreated indoors to shed their clothing. Chun Jinhua, wide awake, sat by the window, knitting with a basket in her lap. In the stillness, she faintly heard a sound, yet her hands remained deft as the blue yarn slipped from a needle, only to be lifted again, forming a delicate pattern. The temperature had dropped significantly. The warmth of the wind had long since dissipated. When Lu Dong arrived in the village, it had been over a month since the incident involving Zhang Yingxiong and Wu Kuling. He had come to relay unsettling news. Wu Kuling had gone mad. Huang Dan and Li Jin were taken aback. Lu Dong recounted his encounters with Wu Kuling, describing her clutching a pillow tightly, shouting into the void, "He Wei, don't touch my child, Dage. If you leave Xiao Bao to play outside again, I will divorce you." "Mom, I'm not dirty. It's you who is filthy." "Yingxiong, you can't leave people by the pond. Push them in, quickly." Each name she uttered transformed her expression, guarded, furious, distorted, or filled with terror. Alongside her erratic remarks, she would recite poetry, her voice rising with emotion, sometimes weeping, sometimes laughing. No one could discern the meaning hidden within her verses. As Lu Dong departed the village, he remarked that madness might not be such a misfortune. He advised Li Jin against visiting Wu Kuling, believing it would benefit her condition. Li Jin would not go, for he could not muster the composure to face Wu Kuling. It was better to forget her entirely. After sowing rapeseed and wheat, Huang Dan continued to linger in this world. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the new year was approaching. The village had announced over the loudspeaker that everyone should bring their pigs to the open area at the village entrance for slaughter. Huang Dan felt a pang of fear and chose not to participate, entrusting his prized pig to Li Jin, requesting, "Please see it off for me." Li Jin's face twitched as he grasped the pig's rope, urging, "Come, say goodbye to your master." The pig, sensing its impending fate, squealed incessantly. A large basin filled with pig's blood awaited, alongside another basin filled with intestines and lard. One pig represented a significant fortune. Most of the meat would be sold, while the remainder would be cured into preserved meat, ensuring a fine dish for the following year. With only a small portion of fresh pork reserved for the New Year feast, Li Jin sold off his entire pig, a suggestion from Chun Jinhua, who noted the many places where money was needed. Huang Dan observed as the man counted money at the bedside, combined with the gifts received upon Wang Yuanmei's passing. It was enough to build 2 houses with some leftover. Li Jin raised his eyes, asking, "What are you staring at?" Huang Dan replied, "Brother, after the new year, shall we leave the village for the big city?" Li Jin, half closing his eyelids, continued counting the money, unhurried. Huang Dan simply responded, "Oh, compared to summer." Huang Dan felt little difference in the harshness of winter. He feared heat, but not cold. Chen Jinhua lengthened Huang Dan's slightly short woolen pants, insisting he wear them, and presented him with a cotton jacket, cotton pants, and a pair of thick black cotton shoes. Huang Dan donned them all, feeling warm. Chen Jinhua patted his jacket and stepped back to admire him, her eyes filled with maternal affection. My son is quite handsome, not inferior to anyone. Huang Dan touched his face, thinking he was merely decent. Chen Jinhua remarked, you possess great talent, more remarkable than anyone else. Huang Dan did not comprehend her words. Li Jin resides at Huang Dan's home, having brought along his chickens, ducks, and geese. Occasionally, he returns to tidy up the place. Yet it lacks any semblance of warmth or vitality, save for a few ancestral tablets. Upon entering, one is greeted by an oppressive stillness, without people. It ceases to feel like a home. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Chen Jinhua busily grinds rice and flour. Li Jin tends to the fire, using a pair of tongs to extract a sweet potato from the stove, which he then pushes outside to Huang Dan. Huang Dan crouches down, blowing on the sweet potato until it cools enough to handle. He tears away the charred skin and takes a bite of the yellow flesh, scalding his tongue in the process. Li Jin hastily sets aside the tongs and grasps his chin, exclaiming, "Brother, let me see your tongue." At that moment, Chen Jinhua reappears, having finished her task, prompting Huang Dan and Li Jin to distance themselves. Huang Dan covering his mouth, tears welling in his eyes as he retreats to the yard. Chen Jinhua inquires about the winter mishap, to which Li Jin replies that Huang Dan burned his tongue on the sweet potato. He tosses 2 sticks of kindling into the stove and announces his intention to check on the situation. Chen Jinhua calls after him, cautioning against letting Huang Dan drink cold water from the jar, lest he suffer from diarrhea. Li Jin, aware of the gravity of the matter, quickens his pace. Huang Dan's tongue is bright red, the consequence of his sweet potato indulgence, leaving him feeling lethargic and pained, his tongue retreating within his mouth. "Let me show you a trick," Li Jin says, pulling a large, crimson persimmon from his pocket. "Look, what is this?" Huang Dan glances at it and replies, "A persimmon." Li Jin kneels slightly, coaxing, "Would you like to have a taste?" Huang Dan retorts, "I don't want to." Li Jin, incensed, fumes, "Zhang Dong Tian, do you have no conscience? I hurried into the woods to pick the finest persimmon for you, cradling it in my arms, and yet you can't even muster the enthusiasm to take a bite?" Huang Dan replies, "Brother, you're so nagging." As night falls, the cold intensifies. Chen Jinhua wishes to prepare a bottle of warm saline water for her son's feet, but someone has already done so. She lingers under the eaves for a moment, murmuring to herself before returning indoors. In the dead of night, Li Jin stealthily climbs into Huang Dan's bed, holding him close as they drift off to sleep. This has become their nightly ritual. Chen Jinhua, after finishing a new quilt for her son, collapses in exhaustion. Regardless of Huang Dan's protests, Chen Jinhua refuses to go to the hospital. If pressed, she accuses Huang Dan of being unfilial, lamenting that she cannot even rest at home. And furthermore, she refuses to take medicine, deeming it a waste of money. With her illness, the festive spirit of the new year fades away. On the eve of the new year, only Huang Dan and Li Jin share a meal of braised pork, both burdened with unspoken thoughts. From the 1st to the 15th day of the new year, the dragon and lion dance troops traverse each village, bringing with them the jubilance of the season, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Jinhua listens to the sound of gongs and drums, feeling her body failing her. "Son, I know you've already noticed," she says. Huang Dan feigns ignorance, asking what? Chen Jinhua takes his hand, asking, "Do you think your mother is a bad person?" Before he can respond, she continues, "Yes, I am a bad person, with a heart as bitter as gall. Thus, someone like me does not deserve to grow old." Huang Dan reassures her, "Mother, let's discuss it when you feel better." Chen Jinhua shakes her head, "I fear I may not have the time." Her breath was frail, fluctuating like a flickering flame, and with a sheer force of will. She recounted the memories of her past, now tainted and raw, laid bare before her. In her youth, Chen Jinhua, though not strikingly beautiful, possessed a delicate charm. She and Old Li shared an innocent bond, having fallen in love at an early age, and in their navette, they had become intimate. Their families enjoyed a close relationship, and plans were made for their marriage the following spring festival. However, one evening, Chen Jinhua stumbled upon Wang Yuanmei and oldly embracing by a haystack. Instead of confronting them, she fled. Shortly thereafter, Oldly sought her out, confessing his affection for another woman named Wang Yueme. At that time, Chun Jinhua was already pregnant. She could not allow her child to be born without a father, and chose to reveal everything to Oldly. He wavered, promising to sever ties with Wang Yueme and to marry her, vowing to cherish their life together. Little did she know that Wang Yueme would come looking for her. Chun Jinhua found herself at a loss for words and attempted to leave, but Wang Yueme collided with her from behind, causing her to fall, and tragically, the child was lost. A woman, unwed and having lost a child, faced societal scorn. It was a shameful plight that would not only bring disdain upon herself, but also tarnish her family's reputation. Chun Jinhua could not allow her neighbors to discover her misfortune. She bore the pain of her loss in silence, laboring in the fields without falter. That period marked the most arduous chapter of Chun Jinhua's life, a sorrow she would carry forever. The following year, Oldly married Wang Yueme, choosing the very day that was meant for his union with Chun Jinhua. This was a decision made by Wang Yueme, a fact that Chun Jinhua would only learn later. In the same year, Chun Jinhua wed Zhang Matsi, hoping his kindness would suffice. Yet, she soon discovered that Zhang Matsi's heart had been ensnared by Wang Yueme. From that moment on, Chun Jinhua's life became tumultuous, with increasing arguments between her and Zhang Matsi, only finding peace when their son was born, bringing Zhang Matsi's heart back to their family. Wang Yueme was a woman of grace, adept at adornment, exuding an air of aloofness, though devoid of vulgarity. She could effortlessly lead men by their desires. Gossip within the village could drown a person, and Chun Jinhua, harboring resentment, would intentionally draw Old Li's attention whenever she spotted Wang Yueme conversing with another man. After a few instances, Old Li's suspicions would ignite, prompting him to keep a watchful eye on Wang Yueme. Yet, Wang Yueme was no ordinary woman. She would not abide by such constraints. Her words laced with barbs that pierced deep, leaving Old Li humiliated even in the presence of others. Chun Jinhua initially believed that the worst outcome would be a divorce. Yet she could not foresee that Old Li might die from the strain. Nevertheless, Wang Yueme became a widow, a turn of fate that astonished Chun Jinhua. Even as a widow with 2 sons, Wang Yueme still found time to don a dress and adorn herself with flowers parading about. The day Zhang Matsi passed away, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Wang Yueme expressed a desire for meat, prompting Zhang Matsi to brave the rain and procure some from a small shop. Tragically, he slipped and drowned in the river. This incident was recounted by Wang Yueme herself to Chun Jinhua, who detected a mixture of guilt and self-reproach in her words, even as a glimmer of satisfaction and pride shone in her eyes, evidently reveling in the fact that her husband had fallen under her spell. While Wang Yueme refrained from disclosing the specific benefits she had promised, Chun Jinhua could easily surmise them. Upon learning of the incident, Chun Jinhua's resentment only deepened. She embarked on a long-term plan to ensure the demise of Wang Yueme's family. As she raised her son, Chun Jinhua donned a facade of amiability, seeking to cultivate a closer relationship with Wang Yueme. Aware that Li Jin was Wang Yueme's pride and joy, she understood that removing him from the equation would plunge Wang Yueme into despair, yet opportunities to act remained elusive. Unlike Li Daegu, Li Jin possessed a heightened sense of vigilance, and his studies kept him away for extended periods. Although Li Daegu was not favored by Wang Yueme, who wished for him to remain as far away as possible, he was a local bully, constantly stirring trouble. Chun Jinhua's son had been tormented by a group of older children led by Li Daegu, transforming from a lively, cheerful boy into one filled with fear and trembling, nearly losing his sight due to Li Daegu's reckless behavior. Consequently, Chun Jinhua was resolute in her pursuit of vengeance against Li Daegu. The arrival of Wu Kuling presented an opportunity. When the child was bitten by a wild dog, Chun Jinhua was present and quickly drove the animal away with a stick, but the child had already succumbed. Thus, apart from Wang Yueme and her son and daughter-in-law, Chun Jinhua was the only one privy to the truth. Casually, she would mention to Wu Kuling that life is but a fleeting journey and one ought to treat oneself kindly, while also commenting on the adorableness of other people's children. In doing so, she aimed to bolster Wu Kuling's resolve to eliminate Li Daegu. When Wu Kuling and Zhang Yingxiong confronted Li Daegu, Chen Jinhua observed from the nearby woods, ensuring that he was truly dead before departing. She was also present when Zhang Yingxiong pushed Wang Yuanmei down the mountain, intentionally limping towards her while clutching a tree, and hurled a handful of honeysuckle at her. Following that incident, Wang Yuanmei was left paralyzed from the waist down. Her pride rendered her incapable of accepting her new reality. Fearing mockery, she contemplated suicide by pesticide, only to be discovered by Li General. It remains a mystery how he persuaded her to abandon such thoughts. But she subsequently refrained from seeking death, opting instead to maintain a facade of dignity familiar to the villagers. With Li Jin not returning to the city, Chen Jinhua had to tread carefully to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Wang Yuanmei, eager to hold her grandchild, arranged a marriage for Li General. The woman, having had a past, was seen in the village with her suitor in a tangled relationship. Chen Jinhua, having caught sight of this, subtly alluded to the situation in Wang Yuanmei's presence. When Wang Yuanmei conversed with her newlywed daughter-in-law, her probing words revealed an intolerable level of disdain and criticism, instilling fear and humiliation in the other party, who subsequently chose to end her life with pesticide. Twice married, both brides met an untimely demise. The first, due to her frail constitution, was destined for a short life, while the second succumbed to despair, choosing a tragic path. Thus, Li Jin bore the dubious reputation of being a wife killer. Chen Jinhua, however, remained uneasy. She was determined to witness with her own eyes the downfall of Wang Yuanmei while she still drew breath. The workings of fate are indeed peculiar. In the past, Li Jin had often been away, leaving Chen Jinhua without the opportunity to act. Yet now, there was no need for her to intervene. For Li Jin had set his sights on her son, rendering Wang Yuanmei's lineage effectively extinguished. At last, Chen Jinhua savored a victory, standing triumphantly over Wang Yuanmei. She would awaken from dreams filled with laughter, exulting in the irony that Wang Yuanmei, who had scorned her as unworthy and ugly, fit only to marry a man marked by pockmarks, had seen her own ambitious son ensnared by Chen Jinhua's offspring. How ironic it was. Indeed, once Chen Jinhua discerned that Li Jin's affections lay solely with her son, she withdrew her murderous intentions regarding Wang Yuanmei. Yet, some matters elude one's anticipation. The day before Wang Yuanmei's death coincided with the day Chen Jinhua became betrothed to old Li, a fact that Wang Yuanmei insisted on mentioning. Chen Jinhua harbored not only fresh grievances but old resentments as well. Wang Yuanmei stood as the greatest impediment between Li Jin and her son. With Wang Yuanmei's demise, they could depart the village for the bustling city. Furthermore, her death would yield a considerable sum in wedding gifts. Li Jin would ensure that her family would not suffer in the winter, and their fortunes would surely improve. Thus, the seeds of murderous intent took root in Chen Jinhua's mind. She bided her time, and on the day of a joyous occasion in the riverside market, when the villagers were preoccupied, she meticulously prepared to strike. Seizing a pair of scissors, she ended Wang Yuanmei's life with the swiftness of dispatching a chicken, letting her blood flow freely. A woman who had toiled in the fields for most of her life possessed considerable strength. Even a lame person could drag a corpse. Chen Jinhua pulled Wang Yuanmei's body to the chicken coop, adorned her with a garland of honeysuckle smeared in chicken feces, and stuffed her into the foul-smelling coop. Once these grim tasks were completed, Chen Jinhua returned with a calm demeanor, concealing the evidence of her crime. She sat in the yard, using the very scissors that had taken Wang Yuanmei's life to chop peppers, relying on the pungent aroma to mask the stench of blood, numbing herself to the reality of her actions. As Chen Jinhua's voice faded, her breath grew fainter, and she gazed at her son, tears glistening in her wrinkled eyes. Filled with reluctance, "Don't let me be buried beside your father." "Mother." "Nobody." Huang Dan, sensing something amiss, turned his head. The man stood at the doorway, having just arrived, and overheard the latter part of her words, the revelation of Chen Jinhua's act. We turned back. He found Chen Jinhua's eyelids closed, her hands limp by the bedside. She had passed away. It was a death marked by a sense of tranquility, devoid of regrets. Outside, the lion dance continued, the sound of drums and gongs resounding while children laughed joyfully, running past the yard, enveloped in merriment. Huang Dan sat on a stool, while Li Jin lingered at the entrance, both holding their respective stances, neither daring to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. A beggar knocked at the door, hoping to receive some treats for the new year, but was met with silence. Huang Dan paid no heed to Li Jin, and as he passed by, he did not raise his gaze. Instead, he sought the village chief for counsel, who acquiesced. Upon Huang Dan's return, Li Jin had already departed. He let out a sigh of relief, truly fearing that Li Jin might lose control and strike him, potentially causing a fatal accident. Shun Jinhua lay buried beneath a hillside, nestled against a grove of trees, utterly alone and serene. Zhang Yingxiong's parents, upon learning of Chun Jinhua's demise, did not exhibit any signs of schadenfreude. With her passing, words and actions seemed devoid of meaning. Huang Dan spent his days tending to chickens and ducks, sketching with a pencil on paper, and, at night, he would light an oil lamp and stare blankly at the beams of the house, while Li Jin had not returned. He surmised that before departing from this world, it was unlikely he would see him again. Dust to dust, earth to earth, the grievances of the previous generation dissipated with their departure, rendering them irrelevant to the future. This was Huang Dan's understanding. He could not demand that Li Jin share his perspective. After all, Huang Dan was merely an observer and outsider, while Li Jin was the son of another party involved. When the rapeseed flowers bloomed, Li Jin returned. Huang Dan was painting in the courtyard, caught off guard as Li Jin yanked him into the house. His points had been exhausted, and the chrysanthemum spirit provided by the system was woefully insufficient. Huang Dan had to take on credit, and the system did its utmost to secure 3 more for him. Yet, it remained inadequate. Poor Huang Dan perished from the pain. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still within the room, alive again. System, what is happening? The system responded, Mr. Huang, perhaps your time to leave has not yet come. Huang Dan turned his gaze, startled by the sight of a wild man before him, widening his eyes. Brother? His voice was hoarse, likely due to several days of lying down. The system informed him 5 days. Huang Dan inquired, why didn't Li Jin bury me? The system displayed recorded data footage. Huang Dan fell silent. The footage captured Li Jin's shock, helplessness, and rage after Huang Dan's passing, as he clutched his body, cursing and weeping, his face a mess of tears and snot, both pitiful and disheveled. It also showed Li Jin fetching water to wash Huang Dan's body, dressing him in clean clothes, cradling him, singing softly and speaking tenderly, only to break into quiet tears, not the kind of wailing sobs, but gentle weeping. Once the recording concluded, Huang Dan returned to reality, gazing at the man before him. He was unkempt, with deep-set eyes, sunken cheeks, pronounced cheekbones, and still wearing the same clothes from his last return, stained with Huang Dan's blood. The room was enveloped in silence. It was already dusk. The wind blew through the window, and the last rays of the setting sun filtered through the crack, dispelling the lingering darkness. Li Jin trembled as he reached out to touch the young man, caressing his hair, eyes, nose, and mouth. Huang Dan said, Brother, that hurts a little. Li Jin appeared dazed, replying, Be gentle. Huang Dan grasped a bristle of the man's stubble, applying a bit of pressure. Li Jin flinched, as if awakening from a dream, and he enveloped the young man in a tight embrace. Huang Dan winced in pain, his entire body ached. Didn't you say to be gentle? You lied to me. Li Jin's throat emitted a choked sound. He was overwhelmed with emotion, astonished and incoherent. I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong. Please, don't leave this winter. I truly realize my mistakes. Huang Dan replied, I forgive you. Li Jin abruptly lifted his head, cautiously asking, Really? Huang Dan affirmed, Yes, indeed. In a heart-wrenching moment, Li Jin burst into tears. It was a poignant sight to witness a robust man, usually strong and resolute, weeping so profoundly. Huang Dan sighed, Brother, please don't cry anymore. It's rather unbecoming. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback, wiping his face, his tear-filled eyes brimming with happiness. All right, whatever you say, I will comply. As the man leaned in to kiss him, Huang Dan interjected, First, go brush your teeth and wash your face. Li Jin. Huang Dan found it curious that Li Jin showed no curiosity whatsoever, not even a single question. After all, A man who had been dead for 5 days had returned to life, an event so surreal it defied belief. Soon, he understood the reason behind Li Jin's demeanor. Li Jin was both normal and awake, yet somewhat unhinged. Huang Dan noticed that even when he went to the restroom, Li Jin followed him closely, never straying far. Whether it was trivial or significant, Li Jin would often gaze at Huang Dan, occasionally touching him. When it came to sleeping, it was even more absurd. He would awaken numerous times throughout the night, ensuring Huang Dan was indeed alive, displaying signs of extreme anxiety. Huang Dan attempted to soothe him, but to no avail. The anguish of losing a loved one had left Li Jin with deep psychological scars, and now that he had regained what he had lost, he treated it with utmost care, too fearful to reflect on the past. Huang Dan worried that Li Jin might harbor trauma, fearing that he might not cope well, especially considering he had died in the throes of passion. However, after spending an afternoon in the canola flower fields, Huang Dan realized he had overthought the situation. Li Jin was perfectly fine, with no issues whatsoever. In May, Li Jin had everything in order, while the villagers were still lost in their dreams. He packed a few belongings and took Huang Dan's hand, leading him away to the big city. The metropolis was a greedy entity, stripping people of their dreams and courage, cruelly observing as the majority struggled, despaired, relinquished hope, and suffered, granting only a rare few a slice of success. Huang Dan remained by Li Jin's side, witnessing his transformation from an employee to an employer, from having a mere few hundred in savings to accumulating a staggering fortune. They acquired possessions, phones, computers, televisions, cars, and houses, yet they still had only each other. The memories of Sand Sugar Village and its people faded into the river of time, silencing the echoes of the past without the desire to resurrect them. For Li Jin, that previous loss had awakened him to a profound realization. Nothing is more significant than the living. He chose to gradually forget the entanglements of grievances. Just when Huang Dan believed he would grow old in this world, an accident occurred. That day marked the 10th anniversary of the company, as well as the decade since Huang Dan and Li Jin had arrived in this city. On their way home, they became embroiled in a chain collision. Huang Dan miraculously sustained only minor injuries, hailed by the media as an unprecedented miracle. Indeed, it was not yet time for him to depart. However, Li Jin was not so fortunate. It was his destined calamity, meant to die that day, and tragically, in a car accident. Huang Dan entered the ward and beheld a man on the bed, drenched in blood. His eyelids twitched incessantly, and after a considerable pause, he finally grasped the hand extended toward him. Li Jin was coughing up blood, uttering, "Brother, I made a wish on a shooting star. Cough. My wife, we shall have another life, and another." His breath ceased, and his heartbeat faded away. Huang Dan get. Wishes upon shooting stars were but deceptions. With the CEO's incident causing a plummet in the company's stock, Huang Dan took the reins, ensuring that Li Jin's career did not suffer a devastating blow. Li Jin was interred in XX Cemetery. Huang Dan crouched before the gravestone, placing a white chrysanthemum atop it, gazing at the handsome visage of the man in the photograph, whispering internally, "Mr. System, I am the last one remaining. System, please accept my condolences." Rising, Huang Dan made his way toward the cemetery's entrance, only to halt abruptly, glancing back at the gravestone. "Farewell, Li General." Upon returning, Huang Dan dedicated some time to selecting a suitable successor for Li Jin's enterprise. He was a man destined to depart. In the latter half of the year following Li Jin's passing, Huang Dan awoke to find himself standing in a residential community, a toy electric Mercedes colliding with him. A little boy in a suit shouted from the car, "Are you deaf? I told you to move aside, move aside." Huang Dan had traversed back through time. He was clad in a tailored iron gray suit, a tie beneath the collar of his shirt, impeccably tailored trousers, new leather shoes adorning his feet, and a briefcase in hand. What an abrupt return to the past. Huang Dan remained stationary for quite a while, only to realize that the boy in the Mercedes had vanished. As a passerby approached, Huang Dan sidestepped, but after a few strides, his phone rang from within the briefcase. It was an old classmate's voice on the line. "Huang Dan, there's a reunion tomorrow. Do remember to come." Huang Dan replied affirmatively. The voice persisted, "Are you listening?" Just as he was about to respond, a gust of wind swept through, rendering his eyelids heavy. The voice morphed into something unfamiliar, no longer the northern dialect of an old friend, but rather the frail tone of an elderly woman, incessantly chattering. Are you listening? Are you listening? Huang Dan felt weak, attempting to move, but finding himself immobile. He struggled to pry his eyelids open just a sliver, and there appeared an elderly woman clad in splendid attire, her face lined with wrinkles. Huang, you are the sole heir of the Song family. You must not act foolishly out of affection, leaving your grandmother all alone. Huang Dan. At that moment, a torrent of information erupted within his mind. Song Wang, the legitimate son of the Song family, had barely entered the world when both parents perished due to familial strife. Raised solely by his grandmother, who had high hopes for him, he was sent abroad for studies at a tender age and had only returned to the town 2 months prior to inherit the family business. Last night, Song Wang collapsed on West Street, the cause remaining a mystery. Huang Dan, emerging from this body's memories, found little inclination to reconcile the chaos. Had he not just returned? Why was he thrust into another time? Could he not catch a breath? Could it be that the community serves as a transit hub, where individuals appearing within it are mere NPCs summoned for his journey through realms? Huang Dan felt a throbbing headache. The distance from the community to his home was merely a few roads. Why was it so perplexing? Is it still you, Mr. System? Indeed, it is I. The system replied. Huang Dan inquired, what is my predicament? Apologies, I lack the authority to provide an answer. The system responded. Huang Dan pressed on. How many crossings must I endure to return home? Yet the system offered the same reply, a mere task dispatcher, powerless in its assistance. Before Huang Dan, a screen materialized, displaying a familiar layout, though the characters for task in the upper left corner were replaced with their traditional form. The content of the task caused a sense of dizziness, prompting him to request the system to switch to simplified characters. Guess who I am? I am a demon. Recently, I arrived in USH in town, disguising myself as one of them, and have stealthily consumed several individuals. Can you guess who I am? Huang Dan, the author, wishes to convey. The term xiao is a local dialect for wife's cooking. Boss refers to the husband in local vernacular. Sa Muzi is the local expression for jumping frog. This narrative is a refined adaptation based on my previous works, including adjustments to the titles between the system and protagonist, the gaming style task issuance, the design of transition points between worlds, and the suspenseful, mindless plot twists. There are also elements yet to be written. I hope my companions find joy in this. I have indeed delivered the warmth promised, haven't I? The first world shall not be a death escape. I shall reserve that for the second. Now, I may seek nourishment. Grant me your nutrients. Until tomorrow, a hug. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, rippling within the bed curtains as Huang Dan lay motionless. Upon awakening, a sharp pain radiated from his left shoulder, piercing through to his skull. The previous night, the original host, Song Wang, had arranged to meet a classmate, Yilan, at a tea house on West Street. However, as he approached an alley not far from the tea house, a sinister wind suddenly swept through. The original host collapsed, plunging into unconsciousness. To make matters worse, all his valuable possessions were stolen by a thief, leaving him without even an outer garment. Fortunately, with the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, the season was not harsh enough to freeze him. Furrowing his brow, Huang Dan realized that the left shoulder of this body had likely been struck by some object, injuring not only the flesh but also the bone. He speculated that the original host had probably encountered that demon. Nevertheless, the fact that the original host was not consumed indicated that the entity's target was not him. It was merely a passerby, leaving behind a mocking gust of wind. As Huang Dan pondered these matters, he heard a delighted elderly voice exclaim, Huang, you have finally awakened. You mustn't frighten your grandmother like this again. He glanced at the elegantly dressed elderly lady, Song Wang's grandmother, her hair nearly entirely white, with deep and shallow wrinkles adorning the corners of her eyes. Yet her demeanor remained dignified. Such grace was innate, a quality inherent to a well-bred lady, enduring until death. Song Wangshire was the esteemed young lady of the Wang family. Hailing from a wealthy background, she was astute and remarkably gifted in business, far surpassing her elder brothers. From an early age, she donned male attire and accompanied her father in managing their enterprises, tirelessly traversing various locales. During this period, the young Master Song, handsome and charismatic, was the most favored among the several legitimate heirs of the Song family. He entrusted a tea plantation to her management. Upon their first encounter, Master Song was immediately smitten and exerted considerable effort to win her affection. Their families were well matched, leading to a successful engagement. The wedding was a grand affair, with Master Song employing a lavish sedan chair, accompanied by the sounds of gongs and drums, to usher the illustrious Song Wangshi into his home. However, men often succumb to insatiable desires, and despite the flourishing beauty of his household, Master Song sought out wildflowers elsewhere. While the Song family took little notice, the Wang family, valuing their relationship, consoled their daughter, earnestly assuring her that a man having multiple wives was commonplace. They insisted that regardless of how many concubines he took, the primary wife would always hold her place, and should she bear one or two sons for the Song family, her position would remain unassailable. Facing the stark reality, Song Wangshi resolutely extracted her emotions from her heart. From that moment onward, she embraced her role solely as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Song family, the esteemed matriarch in the eyes of the servants and the mother of her children. Yet she was no longer the beloved of Master Song. As for the wildflowers, there were countless distractions outside. Upon encountering one, Master Song soon found himself entangled with 2, 3, or even 4 more. Over the years, he gifted Song Wangshi several younger sisters-in-law. The townsfolk eagerly anticipated the ensuing drama. Yet they never imagined that Song Wangshi would not resort to underhanded tactics to eliminate the other wives. Instead, she referred to them as sisters and fostered a harmonious relationship. Her wisdom was profound. Even if those women vanished, others would inevitably emerge. Rather than squander her time on futile endeavors, she chose to focus on nurturing her children. Nevertheless, Song Wangshi was determined to prevent the concubines from bearing children of the Song lineage, as she wished to shield her own offspring from the turmoil of familial strife. Recognizing that both success and failure in such conflicts were far from glorious experiences. Thus, she paved a smooth yet solitary path for her children. The man, a notorious libertine, allowed his desires to dictate his fate. Master Song met his demise before reaching 40, succumbing in the embrace of a courtesan in a place of revelry. Song Wangshi, composed, gathered the servants to retrieve his remains. The incident stirred considerable gossip throughout the town, lingering long before it finally subsided. With Master Song's death, the widowed wives retained their allure, but soon found themselves without purpose. As the years passed, their childless state led them to succumb to loneliness, prompting them to express a desire to leave, to which Song Wangshi acquiesced. With a capability that many men could scarcely achieve, she negotiated with the clan leader, managing her late husband's brothers while simultaneously educating her children. Ultimately, she ascended to the position of head of the Song family, earning a commendation for her virtue. However, a regrettable incident later transpired, marking a memory that Song Wangshi found intolerable. In light of the Song family's considerable wealth, certain branches, feeling oppressed, conspired privately to unseat her from her position. The father of the original protagonist, the sole son of the Song family, met a tragic fate due to his naive trust in others, ultimately sacrificing his life alongside his wife amidst familial strife, both perishing at the tender age of 20. Fortunately, he left behind a legacy for the Song clan. The matriarch, Song, emerged from the profound sorrow of losing her son, avenging his death, and devoted herself to nurturing her grandson, placing all her hopes upon him, eagerly awaiting his maturation to inherit the family legacy she had safeguarded throughout her life. Now, the numerous concubines have either fallen ill or passed away, yet Song remains, her spirit undiminished. She holds considerable esteem in the town. All who encounter her show her respect. Huang Dan's thoughts return to the present, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the elderly lady's delicate feet, small and fragile, and he wondered if she could still walk. Noticing his silence and the emptiness in his eyes, Song called out, "Along?" Huang Dan spoke, his voice thick and indistinct. "Grandmother, I am thirsty." Song turned her head. "Huania." The door creaked open, revealing a young girl with downcast eyes, clad in a gray-blue cotton dress, her long braid cascading behind her, and a fringe that softened her features. Warner was mute, unable to speak, and she bowed respectfully within the room. Song instructed, Fetch a cup of water. Huang Dan immediately complied. Huang Dan glanced at the young girl, recognizing her as the original protagonist's personal maid, assigned by Song to prepare him for marital matters, ensuring he was acquainted with domestic affairs to avoid any embarrassing mishaps on his wedding night that could tarnish the family's reputation. Upon returning from abroad, the protagonist had been educated in foreign ways, embracing a more open-minded perspective, dismissing many traditional and conservative views. He had assured his grandmother of his absolute fidelity to his future partner, vowing not to engage with others before marriage. However, Song held a different viewpoint. Unable to persuade her grandson and unwilling to be swayed herself, she suggested, "Let her stay and serve you for now." The protagonist disagreed. The following day, Warner was dismissed from the household. Encountering her on the street, Huang Dan witnessed her being harassed by a group of ruffians, her clothes torn and her face marred with injuries. He commanded his servants to intervene and later questioned Song about the incident. Song sipped her tea, stating that the household did not accommodate idlers. Since he did not wish for Warner to serve, she was of no use remaining. She added that Warner, being an orphan, was delicate and defenseless, and even if she escaped being sold into a brothel, her life would hardly improve, subject to the cruelties of scoundrels. Unable to bear the thought, the protagonist decided to keep Warner. This decision proved to be a test, one that left Song disheartened and anxious, for her grandson mirrored his father's soft-heartedness. How could she entrust the vast family estate to such a tender soul? Unaware of the deeper implications, the protagonist was drawn to those like Yilan, who shared his cultural background, exhibiting a vivacious spirit and engaging conversation, rather than someone who merely served tea and remained confined within the estate, oblivious to the world beyond. Warner stepped forward to offer tea. Huang Dan replied, "I can serve myself." Song remained silent. Warner's face turned pale. She bit her lip, her hand trembling as she held the teacup. Huang Dan propped himself up on the bed with his right hand, moving his arm slightly. "Grandmother, see, I'm truly fine." Song Yuanshe replied, "Move your left arm a few times for your grandmother to see." Huang Dan, however, was admonished, "Don't be stubborn. The doctor has already visited and said your left shoulder has sustained a bone injury. You must take extra care." Song Yuanshe sighed, "Wang, you cannot comprehend how frightened your grandmother was when they carried you back." Huang Dan understood. The elderly lady had no children, just a cherished grandson. Song Yuanshe continued, "The young lady from the Yi family, Yilan, is quite lovely, though she possesses a mischievous streak, lacking decorum in her dealings. She's your classmate. Having returned with you, I presume you have interacted. If you truly harbor such intentions, your grandmother will personally pay a visit to the Yi family." Her tone shifted, taking on a note of severity. "The world is quite chaotic. Do not venture out at night, for your grandmother worries, and it would tarnish Yilan's reputation." Huang Dan protested, "I am not," but was interrupted. Song Yuanshe tucked him in, saying, "Rest well. Warner, assist me back to my room." Warner helped Song Yuanshe navigate the threshold cautiously, fearful of any misstep. Huang Dan had been bedridden for several days, his rear sore from lying down. Although only his shoulder was injured and his legs were unscathed, he felt weak and dizzy, barely able to walk a few steps before darkness threatened to engulf him, forcing him to return to bed. After more than half a month, he finally felt revitalized, sensing his energy restored. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a winding corridor, and to his left, an expansive garden awaited. A breeze rustled through, accompanied by the melodious sound of flowing water. Stretching lazily, he noted how handsome he looked in his white suit. "Warner, has anything happened in the town during my absence?" "And at home?" "Again." She responded with a shake. Huang Dan remarked, "I forgot. You cannot speak." Warner displayed no sadness. Perhaps she had long since grown numb, accustomed to her fate. Huang Dan sighed, "Never mind, I was merely inquiring." With her downcast eyes, Warner gently adjusted his suit, smoothing out the minor creases. Huang Dan, hands in pockets, strolled along the corridor and said, "Do not follow me. I am merely going for a walk in the town and will return later." Warner rushed in front of him, opening her mouth to make a few sounds, pointing in a particular direction. Huang Dan glanced where she indicated. It led to the elderly lady's dwelling. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Are you saying grandmother does not permit me to go out?" Warner nodded, her eyes wide. reflecting a mix of youthful innocence and an unusual timidity for her age. Huang Dan gently grasped her arm and pulled her aside, not exerting much force. "I will speak with grandmother." Wanner stood frozen, touching the arm he had grasped, her face flushing slightly. She shook her head vigorously, patting her cheeks to regain composure, and hurried to catch up with him. In the front hall, Huang Dan spotted the elderly lady and a somewhat plump middle-aged man, one of the local gentry, Mr. Zhang, who owned a medicinal herb shop. The original master spent little time in the town and was unfamiliar with the gentry, leaving him with scant memories to draw upon. Upon seeing Huang Dan, Boss Zhang set his teacup aside, rising from his chair with a face full of jowls that seemed to overflow with enthusiasm. "My dear nephew, I have just returned from afar a few days ago, and among my recent batch of medicinal herbs, there are several excellent tonics for invigorating one's qi and blood. I thought to bring them to you for your health." Huang Dan replied modestly, "You flatter me." Boss Zhang immediately adopted an expression of feigned surprise. "What do you mean, my dear nephew? If it weren't for the old lady lending a hand, my apothecary would have long since failed." Huang Dan merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." This simple utterance left Boss Zhang momentarily speechless, astonished to find that the old lady's grandson possessed such cunning, using this tactic to place him in a position of discomfort. I swear, Huang Dan truly did not think so deeply. Changing the subject, Boss Zhang continued, "Things have been quite unsettling lately. Upon my return, I heard that several individuals have vanished without a trace. Alive or dead, they are nowhere to be found. Isn't that strange?" Huang Dan's eyes flickered with curiosity. "Is that so?" Boss Zhang affirmed, "Indeed. Even the county magistrate seems to be silent on the matter. It's quite perplexing." He clicked his tongue, adding, "And have you heard? The bandit den at Spider Ridge has been wiped out by someone, with bloodshed spreading across the hills." Huang Dan imagined the scene of blood saturating the landscape, marveling at Boss Zhang's extensive knowledge from his travels. Feeling pleased with himself, Boss Zhang grew increasingly verbose, straying into absurdity, recounting tales that only a child would believe, filled with monsters and spirits. He reminisced about a peculiar incident from his early days collecting rents in the countryside. Huang Dan was engrossed until a sudden loud bang disrupted his train of thought, startling both him and Boss Zhang. Lady Songwen stood, having forcefully placed her teacup on the table, her expression clearly displeased. "Dear nephew, you must have pressing matters. I shall not intrude." With a shift in tone, Boss Zhang donned a black top hat, adjusting it with theatrical flair, brushing non-existent dust from his gray robe. "Old lady, I entrust you with the matter of the trade association." Huang Dan understood then that he sought a favor. It was a pity, as he had only heard the beginning of the tale. Lady Songwen inquired, "Ah Wang, why are you out of bed?" Huang Dan explained his intentions. Gripping her cane, she rose, her decision resolute. "No, you cannot go." Huang Dan mimicked the original master-s tone, adopting a childish whine, "Grandmother." Lady Songwen remained firm. "Return and rest. We shall discuss this later." Seating himself defiantly, Huang Dan brazenly threatened, "Grandmother, if you do not allow me to go out, I shall refuse to eat." Lady Songwen struck her cane against the floor, exclaiming, "Nonsense!" Huang Dan propped his chin on his hand, leisurely tapping the table with his fingers. Frustrated by her grandson's antics, Lady Songwen leaned on her cane and retreated to her chamber, summoning the steward. "Ah Wang wishes to go to the market. Send a few servants to accompany him." The steward, the oldest in the household with a face lined with wrinkles, replied, "Yes, madam." Lady Songwen added with gravity, "Should the young master lose even a single hair, the Song family will not tolerate it." The steward responded promptly, closing the door behind him as he departed. Song Yuanshi leaned against the headboard, her sharp gaze gradually becoming clouded, shrouded in a veil of indistinctness. Her thoughts drifted far away, unaware of the year, day, or place to which they had wandered, nor the individuals involved in their respective activities and conversations. Suddenly, Song Yuanshi snapped back to reality, her eyes still reflecting lingering terror. It took her a considerable time to regain her composure as she exhaled deeply, hoping it was not. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and every household in town displayed a small bundle of mugwort and calamus on their doorframes, or hung them in their halls and above their beds. The scent of Realgar wine permeated the streets, believed to ward off evil and avert disaster. The townsfolk held this belief steadfastly. Behind Huang Dan followed several subordinates, each skilled and vigilant, exuding an invisible aura of lethal intent. Passers-by hurriedly veered aside, fearful of drawing misfortune upon themselves. The clamor was incessant, and Huang Dan deliberately walked slowly, choosing to traverse the lively and conspicuous areas, thinking that perhaps his bold demeanor would attract the attention of the elusive spirit. After all, judging by the nature of its tasks, it seemed to be a creature plagued by loneliness and ennui, yearning for companionship. Nevertheless, regardless of its motives, the act of consuming humans was unequivocally wrong. As Huang Dan ambled along, he observed the town, which was quite expansive. The East Main Street served as the primary thoroughfare, wide and lengthy, lined with shops offering a plethora of goods. The atmosphere was vibrant, with carriages passing by in succession, the rhythmic sound of hooves fading in and out. He took note of the diverse attire of the pedestrians. Among the men, some donned long gowns, while others wore horse coats, with few in the Western suits like his own. The women's hairstyles alone were a spectacle, varying from straight to curled, long to short, with some adorned with buns and others without, each showcasing their unique flair. He discerned that this was an awkward era, clinging to the remnants of antiquity, leading to an intriguing conclusion. One could ascertain a person's background and lineage merely by observing their hairstyle and clothing. Mr. System, do spirits possess any distinctive traits? Are their appearances, diets, or lifestyles markedly different from ordinary folk? Huang Dan inquired. The system replied, I believe that since the spirit has integrated into the town, it implies that it shares similarities with ordinary individuals. Huang Dan pressed on. Then how shall I locate it? He furrowed his brow, adding, no need for that official response. I am well aware of your limitations. The system replied, apologies. Huang Dan sighed, it's fine. I shall ponder further. He felt troubled, surrounded by two-legged beings bustling about. If the spirit had transformed into one of them, it would lack any distinguishing features, rendering it nearly impossible to identify. In his previous world, he viewed everyone as a potential murderer. In this realm, he perceived all as spirits. Let us proceed. It is preferable to remain in motion rather than stagnate. Song Wang. A voice called from behind. Huang Dan halted and turned, spotting a young woman with glamorous, curly hair approaching, charming and alluring. She was Yilan, the beloved youngest daughter of the Yi family. A servant intercepted her. Huang Dan remarked, that is my classmate. The servant spoke earnestly, young master. The matriarch has instructed us to ensure your safety. If even a single hair from your head were to fall, we would be expelled from the Song family. Huang Dan lowered his gaze, finding 2 strands of hair on his suit. Do you see this? I have already lost a hair. He blew the strands away, reassuring them. Do not worry. My grandmother is not unreasonable. The servants internally thought otherwise about the matriarch. Huang Dan glanced at Yilan, who was beckoning him. I need to speak with my classmate for a moment. You may follow at a distance. The servants exchanged glances and retreated to the side. In the town, there flows a slender river, which a beggar once likened to an earthworm, thus dubbing it Earthworm River. The name caught on, and now it is a notable sight in Yueshan town, drawing visitors from afar. Huang Dan stood by the riverbank alongside Yilan, warm gusts of wind brushing against their faces, leaving him slightly dizzy. It could be said that Huang Dan was quite unfortunate. He despised the heat and loathed summer. His first world had been in summer, and so was the second. Even more dreadful was the fact that while the first world lacked air conditioning and fans, the light clothing allowed for bare arms and feet. In contrast, the second world. Huang Dan surveyed his attire with a sigh. The servants kept a respectful distance, for they could not overhear their master's words. It would be torturous, as the most challenging endeavor in this world is to keep one's mouth shut. Yelan yore a dirija te lavender embroidered kipo, with a slit neither too high nor too low, revealing her long, fair legs. Having just escaped a dull banquet, she asked, Song Wang, do you yearn for love? Huang Dan replied, Ido. Yilan paused, then laughed softly. I have never seen you so candid before. In the past, when I asked you, you would wax philosophical. This is refreshing. Huang Dan sifted through the original owner's memories of Yilan. The original owner harbored unrequited feelings for her. While Yilan had someone she liked in her heart, though she was uncertain of his identity. All she remembered was a silhouette of a figure who saved her when a building collapsed while she played beneath it. That obsession was planted at that moment. Yilan had been searching for him ever since returning from abroad. Song Wang, the times have changed, and they will continue to evolve. Yet, Yueshan Town remains as it always has, archaic, ignorant, foolish, futile, and obstinate. A touch of melancholy gleamed in Yi Lan's eyes as she remarked on the stifling atmosphere. Expressing her reluctance to return, Huang Dan remained silent. Yilan opened her small bag and extracted a deep black cigarette case, biting down on a cigarette. What happened that night? She inquired. Huang Dan replied, I do not know. Yilan searched for a lighter, and with a click, she expertly exhaled a smoke ring, her lips parting slightly. I waited at the tea house for a while and learned from the servants that something had happened to you. As Huang Dan inhaled the scent of the smoke, a brand came to mind, 7-Up. The next day, I visited your house. You were unconscious, and the matriarch had no desire to see me. Yilan smiled, relieved to see that you were unharmed. Otherwise, I would have felt quite remorseful. Had it not been for our arranged meeting, you would not have ventured out. Huang Dan remarked that he had heard things have been a bit tumultuous lately. Yilan, drawing on her cigarette, replied, Indeed, my parents have specifically cautioned me against going out alone. Song Wang, have you heard any rumors? Huang Dan casually mentioned that someone had gone missing. Yilan, surprised, tilted her head and asked, Is that true? Why Haven Tea? I seen a constable around. Huang Dan shrugged. Who knows? Yilan inquired, Would you like to try one? I recently switched brands. Although Huang Dan abstained from smoking and drinking, he suddenly felt inclined to sample it. He took the cigarette from Yilan's hand, lit it, and took a puff, wrinkling his brow in distaste. Yilan shook her head. Young master, you are indeed particular. Holding the box of cigarettes, she remarked, This small box is worth more than many people's earnings for half a year. Huang Dan snapped the cigarette in half and said, Far inferior sprite. With her left hand, cradling her right elbow, her slender fingers grasped the cigarette, her striking red nails dazzling in the light. Their S.A. tailor shop on South Street. The master craftsman, there is quite the skill. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Huang Dan glanced at the few servants trailing behind them. Yilan smiled and said, If you settle down soon, the matriarch will be preoccupied with her great-grandson and won't scrutinize you so closely. Huang Dan replied, It's hard to find someone compatible. After taking a few puffs of her cigarette, Yilan suddenly asked, What about me? What do you think of me? Huang Dan lowered his gaze. Yilan exaggeratedly feigned surprise. What? Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Huang Dan diverted his eyes, stating, Love requires mutual feelings. You have no interest in me. You saw right through me. Yilan sighed. I believe your family will undoubtedly arrange a marriage for you. When you find yourself at a loss, wouldn't it be better if we settled for each other? She flicked away the ash, asserting, My ideal partner is not someone like you. He is a robust man, taller and stronger than you, capable of lifting me effortlessly. Huang Dan scrutinized Yilan. Although she was slender, her bone structure suggested strength. She was half a head shorter than him, but with high heels, she could easily surpass his height. If that man could lift Yilan, lifting Huang Dan would be trivial. Huang Dan raised an eyebrow. Only a demon could achieve that, right? Yilan, how old were you when the incident happened? Yilan replied, 11. Huang Dan noted, You are now 25. Yilan corrected him, 24, thank you. Huang Dan, perplexed, responded, Does it make a difference? So, it has been 14 years. The person you are searching for must have aged. The cigarette in Yilan's fingers trembled as her gaze became resolute and tender. Aged or not, as long as he is alive. Huang Dan could not fathom. Even if you stood face to face with him, you wouldn't recognize him. Yilan showed no signs of discouragement. I would know through a spiritual connection. Huang Dan scoffed. Well, perhaps he believes in it too. Maybe he shares a connection with that demon. Having finished her cigarette, Yilan asked, Shall we go to South Street? Huang Dan shook his head, refusing to go back. He could not return too late. Yilan fastened her small bag and replied, All right, you should head back early. Don't wander aimlessly on the streets. I shall go alone. Huang Dan gazed at the woman's retreating figure, quite lovely indeed. There's a certain charm about her, wasn't there, Mr. System? Indeed, came the reply. Huang Dan strolled along the Worm River, following the usual path. The demon should be in his vicinity. even if it wasn't present initially. It would eventually come to him due to certain matters and individuals. Who could it be? Within the residence, there were numerous servants, such as the accountant, the steward, and the kitchen staff. To investigate, one would need to expend considerable effort. The First World relied on death for elimination, but that method was not feasible for the time being. Huang Dan did not even have a single suspect. In the evening, when the Yi family arrived at the estate, Huang Dan learned that Yilan had gone missing. Ye's father, without even sipping his tea, hastily inquired upon seeing Huang Dan, "My dear nephew, were you with my Lan this afternoon?" Huang Dan spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Ye's father immediately headed to the tailor shop on South Street. Song Zhaoshi inquired of her grandson, Wang, "Did Yilan mention anything else to you?" Huang Dan replied, "No more." A sharp glimmer flashed in Song Zhaoshi's eyes. "You are lying to your grandmother." Huang Dan's lips twitched. This old lady was not easily deceived. Yilan had expressed her disinterest in returning, stating that her family had arranged a marriage for her, which she disliked. The glimmer in Song Zhaoshi's eyes faded. In this world, how often do we truly get what we like? Huang Dan was perplexed. If one did not like something, how could they share a life together? Just as he was about to speak, he heard the old lady ask, "Did Yilan oppose that marriage, hence her elopement?" That seemed unlikely. Huang Dan responded, "Yilan is not one to evade responsibility. Something must have happened." At the tailor shop's entrance, a servant shouted loudly, "Open the door! Hurry, let us in!" An impatient voice echoed from inside. The tailor shop owner, donning his outer garment, unlatched the door, asking, "Who is it? So late at night? Do you not care for anyone? What do you want?" The tailor shop owner was forcefully pushed to the ground, and upon seeing a group of men in gray, he screamed in terror. The servant stepped back, standing respectfully by the carriage, entirely shedding the earlier arrogance, "My lord." The carriage curtain was lifted, and Ye's father stepped down, towering over the tailor shop owner, gazing down upon him. "I have a question for you. Answer truthfully. Should you conceal anything, you may as well forget about this shop." The tailor shop owner nodded nervously, promising to tell the truth. Ye's father inquired if he had seen his daughter during the day. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the tailor shop owner's forehead as he began to piece together the situation. What a misfortune it was. He had finally encountered a distinguished guest like the Yi family's young lady, thinking he would make a fortune, only to find that she bought nothing and brought him trouble instead. "I did see her," he stammered. Ye's father gestured for the servant to step forward and seize the tailor shop owner's collar, lifting him off the ground. The tailor shop owner, tongue-tied, exclaimed, But she left quickly." Ye's father pressed. "In which direction did she go?" I don't know," he stuttered. The proprietor of the tailor shop shook his head in contemplation, recalling the events of that day. Several individuals had been present in the shop, and he had been preoccupied with the business. Thus he had not paid much attention. He only remembered that Miss Yi appeared quite anxious, hastily rushing out as if in pursuit of someone, leaving her bag behind. Ye's father furrowed his brow deeply. "The bag?" He raised his hand, and the tailor was set down, scrambling to the counter to retrieve a small black bag. "This one." Ye's father took it from the servant's hands. Opening the bag to inspect its contents, there was a cigarette case, a lighter, and a lipstick brought from abroad. However, his expression grew increasingly grave. His daughter had always been composed, never impulsive. What could she have witnessed that would cause such alarm, prompting her to abandon even her personal belongings? In the Yi family's hall, the atmosphere was stifling. Ye's father sat at the head, while below him was the second concubine, Bai Ying, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, spoke in a soft tone, "My lord, if I may say, that child Lan is quite sensible. She must have been delayed by some matter outside." Ye's father slammed his hand on the table. What matter could be so pressing that she has not returned at this late hour? Bai Ying flicked her handkerchief dismissively. "Then perhaps it would be better if I remained silent." In her earlier years, she had failed to raise a son and daughter, and now, her only son, a mere 3 years of age, was at the stage of playful mischief, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. He clamored for a horse ride. Typically, Bai Ying would have the servants kneel for her precious son to ride upon them. But with trouble brewing in the household, she dared not provoke Ye's father further. Instead, she held her son on her lap, soothing him softly. The child, however, was not to be pacified. He wailed, his eyes devoid of tears. No, I want to ride the horse. Ye's father, in a fit of frustration, hurled his teacup, demanding silence. Liang jumped in fright. The child's face paled, and he burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Ye's father's glare intensified, prompting Bai Ying to begin to weep. My lord, Wan Lan is your progeny. Is my son not as well? He is so young. Why frighten him? What if he is scarred by this? How am I to endure? She urged them to leave. Ye's father, exasperated, waved his hand, summoning the steward to forcibly escort the mother and child away. As night deepened, the departing servants scoured each household, returning in batches, yet none bore news. They too found it perplexing. How could a living person simply vanish, as if they had sprouted wings to fly away? Ye's father sat in the hall, sighing heavily. His wife had been gravely weakened during Lanlin's birth and soon departed from this world. He had been preoccupied with family affairs, managing various matters, and later encountered a woman of the entertainment district who became pregnant and was subsequently brought into the household. Lan Lan had argued with him, insisting she did not wish to remain at home and desired to go abroad. He had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes. Over the years, the bond between father and daughter had grown increasingly strained. Lan Lan had not returned for an entire night. The next morning, Ye's father took several silver notes to visit the county magistrate. In the morning, the head constable, accompanied by several officers clad in black and wielding knives, appeared in the town, causing whispers among the townsfolk that significant events were unfolding. Huang Dan, bored, was munching on snacks in the garden, occasionally dropping points from his mind, which he hurriedly collected. Since experiencing excruciating pain once, Huang Dan has come to understand the efficacy of the chrysanthemum essence, which requires points to purchase. Warner, standing behind him, gently fanned him. On the table, a plate of dim sum lay diminished to a mere fragment, while outside the wall, indistinct sounds of commotion reached their ears, chaotic footsteps resounding. Instinctively, Huang Dan inquired, "What is happening?" Warner shook her head. Huang Dan wiped his hands with a handkerchief and swiftly traversed the corridor and hall, emerging outside. A hefty man rushed past him, prompting Huang Dan to call out, "Excuse me, sir, is there some trouble?" The man, panting with his hands on his hips, exclaimed, "Indeed, something dreadful has occurred." His face was awash with panic, and as he spoke, his voice trembled. "Young Master Song, I'm not exaggerating. It's all gone. Hands, feet. All of it. Just remnants remain." Huang Dan pressed for clarification. "What exactly has happened?" The man hesitated, yet before he could elaborate, another passerby shouted, "There has been a death." Huang Dan's brow furrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed the sound. The deceased was not Yilan, but a vendor who had gone missing days prior, a peddler of trinkets who roamed the streets, largely unnoticed due to his solitary life. A woodcutter, accustomed to taking his large yellow dog with him while gathering firewood, discovered the grim scene. Today, the dog exhibited unusual behavior, persistently attempting to run toward the specific spot. After several futile attempts to redirect the animal, the woodcutter inadvertently caught sight of remnants in the grass, tattered garments, and several indistinct pieces of flesh, dark and emitting a foul odor. The yellow dog, drawn by the scent, began to gnaw at the bones. Terrified, the woodcutter shouted and swung his axe several times before the dog relented. A throng of townsfolk gathered to witness the horror, many of whom could not stomach the sight and were compelled to vomit, overwhelmed by the grotesque scene. Neighbors of the vendor recognized the clothing, confirming his identity. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that a tiger from the mountains had devoured the vendor, leaving behind only a few broken bones with remnants of flesh. However, some questioned the logic. Why would the vendor venture into the mountains? Was he planning to sell his wares to flora and fauna? Moreover, numerous farmers lived nearby, and many woodcutters ventured daily into those woods. How could it be that no one had reported any incidents? The tea house on West Street buzzed with a mix of patrons, yet no one could glean any reliable information. Huang Dan settled at a table, ordering a pot of Longjing tea. Conversations in the tea house revolved around the vendor's fate, with spittle flying as opinions clashed. "A tiger? Absurd," boomed a burly man. "My father, my grandfather, and we are all woodcutters. I could traverse those mountains blindfolded. And I assure you, never once have I encountered a tiger. The woods harbor only rabbits, wild chickens, and boars, there are no man-eating beasts. I find it implausible as well, chimed in a scholar, his tone noticeably subdued. I have heard from my teacher that there are demons in this world. Could it be the work of one of those? Laughter erupted among the listeners. Demons? That is even less credible than a tiger. The scholar, however, was quite earnest, devoid of any jest. And with a certain tension in his voice, he whispered, "Hush, do not shout. If there truly is a demon, and it is summoned, that would be dire indeed." Someone, eager to display bravado, arrogantly declared, "Look how frightened you are. It's merely a demon. What is there to fear? With so many of us in the town, can we truly be afraid?" The scholar retorted, "Demons can transform into human forms, donning garments to blend into the crowd, making it impossible for anyone to discern them." He gestured towards the others, asserting it could very well be among us, perhaps you, or even you. The atmosphere grew peculiar, with an unsettling chill creeping over the others. I believe your teacher is merely trying to frighten you. In these times, are there really any demons? Spare us your nonsense." Another chimed in, "Indeed, let us return to the matter of the peddler." The peddler's demise had left little to discuss. If anything, the conversation turned to Miss Yi Lan of the Yi family. "Have you heard?" Someone remarked. "Last night, Yi Laoi made such a commotion, going door to door. I could scarcely sleep. From my perspective, Miss Yi Lan is likely in grave peril. This time, we have Captain Liu among us. With his presence, the truth shall surely emerge. Indeed, whatever monsters may lurk, they will reveal their true forms before Captain Liu." Huang Dan glanced at the scholar, recognizing him as a distant relative of the Song family. The Songs operated a private academy, frequented by their kin, and the teacher they spoke of was an elderly gentleman. Huang Dan contemplated finding a moment to converse. Additionally, there was Boss Zhang from the herbal shop. His story remained unfinished. The peddler's death sparked a fleeting sense of dread in the hearts of the people, soon to be overshadowed by the clamor of the streets. Upon learning of the peddler's tragic end, Yi Laoi grew increasingly uneasy, imploring the constable, "I entrust the matter concerning my daughter to you. Please convey to Captain Liu that if my daughter returns safely, I shall reward you handsomely." The constable replied, "Yi Laoi, our chief will do his utmost." In the afternoon, a group appeared at the Song residence, and, astonishingly, the clan leader was also present. The spectacle was such that one might mistakenly believe the affair concerning Miss Yi was tied to the Song family. Huang Dan, attempting to nap at his room, found the sultry weather unbearable, and unable to sleep, he opted to remove his outer coat, lifting his shirt to fan himself with a book. The voice of the steward interrupted, announcing the arrival of the clan leader and the captain. Huang Dan was taken aback. From yesterday to today, there had been no news of Yilan, and he had inadvertently become a suspect. After some contemplation, he donned a suit jacket but soon felt overheated again. So he changed into a blue long robe, rising to open the door and proceeding to the front hall. As he approached, he overheard conversations. The steward introduced, "Young master. This is Lu Chu, Captain Liu." Huang Dan's gaze fell upon the man conversing with the clan leader, a tall and imposing figure, exuding a certain roguish charm and wildness. When he lifted his eyes, there was a smirk, mischievous and slightly wicked. The author wishes to clarify, this entire narrative exists in a fictional realm, entirely fabricated, and should not be compared to reality. This world follows a warm-hearted trajectory. The entire piece conveys, "Trust me, do not fear, do not panic truly. Until tomorrow." 26 guess who I am. The atmosphere in the hall was delicate. Lu Chu observed the young man, staring blankly at him. A smirk played at the corners of his lips as he teased, "Young Master Song, have flowers blossomed on my face?" The few constables stifled their laughter, having noticed that the gaze of the Song family's young master towards their leader resembled that of an enamored admirer. Their leader was indeed handsome, attracting the attention of young ladies who would be captivated at a mere glance. It was a first for a man to gaze so intently, without blinking. Huang Dan came back to his senses, remarking that Lu's demeanor reminded him of an old acquaintance. Lu Chu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Huang Dan continued, "Upon closer inspection, perhaps not so much." Lu Chu merely curled his lips, expressing disinterest without uttering further words. Huang Dan turned to the middle-aged man, the clan leader. who responded with a curt acknowledgement. Last year, when the ancestral hall was being repaired, the contribution from Song Wang was the same as everyone else's. There was nothing additional. The Song family sneered, claiming that with Song Wang's extensive holdings, including vast tea plantations, she should bear the entire responsibility for the repairs. Unfazed by the gossip, Song Wang remained indifferent. How she earned and spent her money was solely her affair, not open to others' judgment. The Song family frequently approached the clan leader about this matter, which had become a source of irritation for him, leading to less than pleasant exchanges with Song Wang. Today, he stepped into this grand residence due to the gravity of the situation necessitating his personal involvement. The Yi family, being a prominent household in the town, had a daughter who was now missing. Song Wang, being a classmate of hers, was among those who had searched for her on the day of her disappearance. The clan leader's countenance was stern. He hoped Song Wang had no connection to this incident, for otherwise, he would have to adhere to clan regulations in addressing it. "What brings you to summon us in such force, clan leader?" Song Wang inquired, leaning on her cane as she approached slowly, aided by her maid. The assembled guests greeted her, "Old madam." Huang Dan moved to assist the elderly lady into a chair. Song Wang gently patted her grandson's hand in silent reassurance, expressing her annoyance. "It is the middle of the day. I had just fallen asleep when the commotion outside awakened me." The clan leader replied, "Miss Yi is missing, and I have brought head Constable Liu to conduct inquiries." Song Wang glanced at the figures of Wang Jiaodo and the others standing outside, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Just inquiries? I had thought you were here to arrest someone." The clan leader's face flushed with embarrassment. Those present, including Lu Chu, remained detached. The intricacies of the Song family's affairs were more dramatic than a theatrical play. The clan leader's motives for bringing such a crowd were both profound and superficial, aiming to embarrass the elderly lady. However, his intentions were deftly discerned by her. "Wang, you must recount every detail of that day without omission." Song Wang instructed her grandson sternly, emphasizing that there could be no secrets in front of the clan leader and head Constable Liu. Huang Dan agreed. The clan leader lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the floating leaves, his peripheral vision grazing Lu Chu. Lu Chu set the knife aside on the table. Addressing young Master Song, "Where did you last meet Miss Yi?" Huang Dan replied, "At the Earthworm River." Lu Chu inquired, "Were there any others present at that time?" Huang Dan remarked that several of his subordinates had been trailing him, and there were individuals moving about on the bridge, all of which were visible. Lu Chu then inquired whether Miss Yi had arranged to meet young Master Song in advance when she dashed out from the banquet that day. Huang Dan denied this, stating that it was merely a coincidence. Subsequently, regardless of Lu Chu's queries, Huang Dan remained unflustered, exuding an air of calmness and composure, with not a hint of abnormality in his demeanor. A constable busily took notes, while the others in the hall maintained a profound silence. After a brief pause, Lu Chu exchanged a confirming glance with the note-taking constable and declared, "Young Master Song, I must inspect your room." Before Huang Dan could respond, Song Wan's voice interjected, "Patriarch, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" The patriarch sipped his tea. "Old madam, given the gravity of this incident, the repercussion for the Song family could be substantial. We should cooperate to assist Constable Liu in uncovering leads. This would be to the benefit of the Song family with no detriment." Song Wan's expression darkened. Lu Chu chuckled lightly. "It is my duty, and I kindly ask for the understanding of both Old Madam and young Master Song." He was the epitome of a robust constable, presently smiling, with a distinctly pronounced curve at the corners of his lips, mingling with an air of irreverence that projected an imposing presence. Some individuals innately exude a sense of mischief. This is distinct from mere misbehavior, showing neither foolishness nor carelessness, but rather a maturity and sense of responsibility. As Song Wan prepared to speak, Huang Dan shook his head at her, signaling indifference to the situation. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chu appeared in Huang Dan's room. The original occupant had studied abroad, and the sights and sounds he experienced were vastly different from those in the town. With his residence adorned with various trinkets brought back from the West, such as a telescope and oil paintings, Lu Chu picked up the telescope, noting that Miss Yi possessed a similar one. Huang Dan responded, "I purchased it alongside her." Lu Chu's expression became inscrutable. indicating that young Master Song and Miss Yi shared a close bond. Huang Dan replied nonchalantly, "It's acceptable." He extended his hand, inadvertently brushing against Lu Chu, who instinctively recoiled, causing the telescope to slip from his grasp and crash to the floor. Huang Dan's chin met with an impact. Lu Chu turned to see the young man bent over in pain, and he scoffed, "Is the young master truly so delicate?" Huang Dan failed to catch the full extent of the situation. The suddenness of the encounter had not only injured his chin, but also caused his teeth to clash painfully, sending a jolt of ache through his temples. When Lu Chu met the young man's tear-filled eyes, he paused momentarily before retrieving the broken telescope, noticing several cracks. "I shall take this to be repaired and return it to you once it is fixed." Huang Dan, in tears, replied, "Do as you wish." Lu Chu lifted one corner of his mouth, stating, "Truth be told, young Master Song, your tears rival those of any woman." Leaning against the door, he exuded an aura shaped by his experiences abroad. Huang Dan lowered his hand from his chin, revealing a significant bruise. "Constable Lu, you struck me and now speak with such levity. Is that not somewhat excessive?" "I struck you?" Lu Chu mocked. "If I had truly struck you, you would not merely have a bruised chin. You would not be standing here conversing with me." Huang Dan wiped away the tears from his face, his voice hoarse and tinged with sorrow. "Fine, you didn't strike me. It was I who struck myself." "Liu Chu." Huang Dan let out a low sound, rubbing his jaw, his face contorting in pain. Lu Chu frowned and instinctively turned to shout toward the door, "Simao, come in." Simao Rashidin, brandishing a knife, his face a mask of anxiety. "Boss, what happened?" Lu Chu extended his hand. "That medicine, bring it to me." Simao blinked, perplexed. "What medicine?" Lu Chu kicked his calf. "The little treasure of yours." Simao's expression transformed into one of dismay as he slowly retrieved a small bottle from his pocket. "Boss, be mindful." Before he could finish, Lu Chu tossed the medicine to Huang Dan. Simao's eyes widened in shock. Lu Chu pulled him outside. Once in the garden, Simao was finally released. He pouted, "Boss, young Master Song is the only grandson of old Madam Song. Does he lack for anything?" The implication was clear. Using his possessions as favors would not impress young Master Song. Lu Chu, while walking, replied, "I'll bring you more herbs later. Gather more medicine." Simao immediately grimaced, suddenly recalling something. "Boss, I saw young Master Song crying. How did you manage that?" Lu Chu replied, "It has nothing to do with me." Simao, skeptical, asked, "Then why was he crying?" "Boss, you didn't bully him, did you?" Lu Chu smirked, "I only bully women." Simao chuckled, "Come off it. You look utterly bored after a night of drinking, merely sipping wine without even touching a woman's hand. Yet you claim to bully? You talk a big game. But when it comes to action, you're quicker to flee than anyone." Lu Chu shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and call old Zhang and the others. Accompany me to the tailor's shop." Simao shivered and hurried to summon the brothers. Liu Chu pauset, realizing that young Master Song's tears had interrupted their business. He muttered a curse. "I'll check back later." After the clan leader and Lu Chu departed, the gates of the Song residence were shut tight. Madam Song ordered the steward to summon everyone in the household. "From this day forth, without my command, no one is permitted to let the young master leave the house. Should anyone be careless, I shall break their legs." The servants trembled in response. "Yes, old madam." Longambush Dyer Straits. Not only the front gate, but also the back door, courtyard walls, and even the dog hole were under watch, leaving him no escape unless he sprouted wings. The heat weighed on him, and feeling vexed, Huang Dan sat in the pavilion, rolling up his sleeves to paint. Such is the privilege of a wealthy family. The stone table was adorned with exquisite brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. He focused on the pond of lotus flowers before him, laying down strokes of green upon the paper. The sensation of pencil against paper was starkly different from that of a brush, each technique unique. Huang Dan worked at an architectural firm, dealing with blueprints daily and occasionally traveling to construction sites. He didn't find it tiring. Rather, it was the minor mishaps that, while trivial to others, became significant for him. In the car, a first aid kit lay ready, some carried personally in fear of an accidental injury. A dragonfly flitted by the side of the pavilion, soaring towards the lotus pond, pausing on a broad lotus leaf, playfully alighting from one leaf to another. Huang Dan, with his head bowed, dipped a fresh brush into ink to paint, and before long, a dragonfly appeared on the canvas. Time slipped away unnoticed until Warner approached, bearing slices of watermelon, standing quietly to the side, her usual gentle demeanor rendering her presence nearly imperceptible. Huang Dan placed the brush aside on the edge of the inkstone, reached for a slice of watermelon from the jade green plate, freshly cut from the well, its rind still cool to the touch. "Warner, please dispose of that painting on the table," he said, settling onto the railing, leaning against a pillar as he savored the fruit. Warner rolled up the painting and turned to leave. After consuming several pieces of watermelon, the ink and paper had been cleared away, replaced with refreshments and tea. He faced the sunlight, squinting slightly, exuding a sense of languor. "Mr. System, have there been any updates on Elon?" he inquired. "No," the system replied. Huang Dan furrowed his brow. It had been 3 days since Yilan's disappearance. If he had indeed been captured by that demon, his return seemed perilous. Should there be further incidents of harm, akin to the tragic fate of the merchant, the town would undoubtedly descend into a state of panic, breeding suspicion and mistrust among even the closest of kin and friends. In such a scenario, a single individual stirring unrest would provoke a terrifying mob mentality. The demon thrived on chaos. The more disorder, the better. Huang Dan pondered deeply. The old lady seemed to harbor some knowledge, restricting his outings recently as a means of protection, perhaps out of fear of an impending calamity. Could it be related to the demon? After inquiring with the steward, he made his way to the Zen room in the backyard. The dimly lit space housed a grand Buddha statue, incense wafting through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a fragrant haze. The old lady knelt on a mat, eyes closed, reciting prayers, her hands clasped around a string of deep brown prayer beads, which rolled one by one as her fingers moved. Huang Dan knelt on another mat, hands joined in reverence towards the statue, hesitating to speak, feeling the moment was ill-timed, and thus waited in silence. The old lady continued her recitation, the words unknown to him. A yawn escaped Huang Dan, and his consciousness began to wane, drifting into a semi-conscious state, when a frail voice called softly in his ear, "Awang, Awang." Startled, he opened his eyes to find a wrinkled face before him, swallowing hard to suppress his fear. "Grandmother." Song Wan's voice expressed surprise. "Child, how can you sleep before the Buddha?" "I apologize," Huang Dan replied. "If you sincerely repent, the Buddha shall forgive you, but do not let it happen again." Song Wan placed the prayer beads in a box at the end of the incense table. "You sought me for something, did you not?" Huang Dan asked. "Grandmother, do you believe in demons?" Song Wan's hand faltered momentarily before resuming its task. "Why do you suddenly inquire about such things?" Huang Dan, Judios, responded. "I heard it at the tea house a few days ago." Song Wangsher closed the box, lit 3 sticks of incense, and placed them in the incense burner. "In this world, there exists myriad phenomena. Perhaps they are not. To speak of it is akin to remaining silent." Huang Dan continued. "Grandmother, there are whispers in the tea house claiming that the one who devours the merchant is not the tiger from the mountains, but a great demon. I believe that not all demons necessarily bring harm." Grandmother observed that he had spent too long abroad, leaving only the knowledge from books in his mind. Song Wangsha replied, "If it does not harm others, can it truly be called a demon?" Huang Dan found himself momentarily speechless. The logic was difficult to refute. People can be categorized as either good or bad, and the same holds true for demons. Every individual possesses their own thoughts, and it is not an easy task to overturn or replace them. Song Wangsher disapproved of her grandson's interpretation, deeming it a notion that should not exist, symbolizing misfortune and death. Her gaze drifted into the void, as if peering into a distant time. Should anyone witness it, calamity would surely ensue. Uncertain if it was the room's decor that stirred the memory, Huang Dan recalled a horror film he had watched with the steward, which featured a similar Zen room. In it, an elderly woman with silver hair recited prayers with her back to the camera, only to suddenly turn around, her eyes weeping blood, her skin missing. The sight of her spitting forth blood, with clots cascading down, left the television screen splattered with gore, a scene so vivid it felt as though it had leapt into reality. At that moment, Huang Dan had been sipping watermelon juice, and he quietly set the cup down while the steward continued to drink, thoroughly engrossed. Returning to the present, he beheld the elegantly dressed matron adorned with jade, and for a fleeting moment he experienced a disconcerting sense of overlap, prompting him to shake his head to dispel the illusion. As one ages, age spots emerge, skin loses its firmness, and when the expressionless gaze of a wrinkled face fixates upon you, it can be quite unsettling. 2 days later, Huang Dan received word that Yilan had been located by Lu Chu. She was still alive. Huang Dan resolved to visit the Yi residence, accompanied by Song Wanshi. Yilan was discovered in the woods, her hair disheveled, her pale purple qipao torn in several places, and her arms and legs bore numerous wounds from her frantic flight and the branches that had scratched her. It was said that her demeanor was frenzied, as though she were possessed, searching for something or someone. Huang Dan noticed a man conversing with his subordinates and withdrew his gaze, continuing to follow the servants of the Yi household towards Yilan's quarters. "Hey!" Lu Chu called out. Huang Dan did not pause. Lu Chu, now impatient, called again. "Young Master Song." Still, Huang Dan pressed on. Lu Chu, addressing him directly with a cold tone, said, "Song Wang." At this, Huang Dan halted, turned slightly, and inquired, "Captain Lu, is there something you need?" Lu Chu examined the young man's pale jaw and replied, "Nothing of great importance. But tell me, it has been several days. When do you intend to return the medicine my brother lent you?" Huang Dan retorted, "You expect to reclaim what you have given me?" Lu Chu's expression remained inscrutable as he replied, "Did I ever say it was yours?" Huang Dan stated firmly, "I have no desire to converse with you at this moment." Lu Chu questioned his own hearing, turning to inquire, "What did he say?" With a cough, Mao placed his hand near his mouth and whispered, "Boss." "Young Master Song said he does not wish to speak with you." Lu Chu's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "What nonsense is this?" Mao conspired with the others. "Do you know what this is about, boss?" "It's sheer humiliation." Lu Chu patted Mao on the shoulder, offering him a warm smile. "Regarding the case of the stolen chicken from that household in Ping'an Village, you shall handle it. Ping'an Village is quite distant, and not only is it over mountains and through valleys, it lacks any lucrative reward." Mao cried out, "Boss, I was wrong." "Off you go," Lu Chu replied, glancing at the young man's retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. After turning down a long corridor and walking some distance, Huang Dan finally arrived at Yilan's residence. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the pungent smell of medicine. Yilan lay on the bed, her complexion pale and devoid of any color. This starkly contrasted with the vibrant spirit he had encountered before. Now, she exuded an indescribable melancholy. In the town, it is considered inappropriate for men to enter the rooms of unmarried women, as it tarnishes their reputation. Influenced by foreign ideals, Yilan's father had become more progressive, and given the special circumstances this time, Huang Dan was allowed inside. Approaching the bedside, he called out her name. Upon hearing her name, Yilan opened her eyes. She moved her lips, seemingly attempting to smile, but the injuries on her mouth and face prevented her from forming a proper expression. "Song Wang, I saw him," she murmured. Huang Dan inquired, "What did you see?" Yilan, momentarily stunned, grasped Huang Dan's arm tightly. "It was him, Song Wang, I saw him." Huang Dan, caught off guard by her fervent grip, nearly fell onto her. He steadied himself against the edge of the bed, urging, "Please calm down." Yilan shook her head vigorously. No, it's not him." She continued, "It is him, Song Wang, truly him, just walking down the street, exactly as before. I wouldn't mistake him." Huang Dan noticed her disjointed thoughts. What had she endured during those days of disappearance? Judging by Yilan's father's reaction, she did not appear to have been assaulted, but rather seemed to have suffered a profound emotional shock, grappling with overwhelming joy and sorrow that she could not yet comprehend. With sorrowful eyes, Yilan lamented, "Song Wang, I searched for so many days, and now he has vanished again." Huang Dan suddenly looked up. "You mean you've been searching for him since that day?" A mix of resentment and disappointment crossed Yilan's face. "Yes, I searched all afternoon in the town, then went to the countryside and the county. I have searched every place possible." Huang Dan pondered. Lord Yi has sent people to search from behind, while Yilan ran ahead, always maintaining a distance. No wonder he couldn't be found. He observed the weary woman and asked, "Have you eaten anything these past few days?" Where have you been staying? I don't remember. Yilan pressed her fingers to her forehead. Song Wang. If he has arrived in Yueshan town, I will certainly find him. I will. Huang Dan thought to himself that Yilan was fortunate. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a cheongsam that revealed her thighs, would be in grave danger outside, yet she had not encountered any harm. Her superficial wounds were evidently self-inflicted. However, Yilan possessed some martial skills. Even the original owner of her body could not defeat her, and no stray animals dared approach her. Huang Dan heard the voice of a woman. Song Wang, please bring me a cigarette. He remained still. Yilan urged, come on, it's right on my vanity. Huang Dan replied, smoking isn't advisable while taking medication. I'm not ill, what medication? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Observing that the young man still did not move, Yilan declared, if you want to go, I shall. As she attempted to rise, the neckline of her nightgown slightly parted, revealing a delicate expanse of alabaster collarbone. Huang Dan turned his head, averting his gaze. I'll go fetch it for you. Yilan caught the cigarette box, swiftly bit down on the cigarette tip, and ignited it with a lighter. After inhaling a few puffs, her demeanor transformed into one of elegance and allure. She smiled, but the wound at the corner of her mouth split open, blood seeping out and trickling down. Song Wang. My love has arrived. Huang Dan shook his head, perplexed by the concept of obsession. Yilan's emotions were extremely volatile. She was determined to escape, as if something outside beckoned her irresistibly. Yi's father, helpless, ordered the doors to be locked and stationed several servants to guard the entrance. Believing the situation to be under control, he was unaware that Yilan would incapacitate a maid and seize the opportunity to slip out. Fortunately, Yi's father happened to check on her at that moment and caught her red-handed. Otherwise, it would have required immense effort and resources to locate her. The thought of not being able to find her, or discovering her in a state unrecognizable as human, was far more terrifying. The death of the merchant was trivial to the townspeople, nearly forgotten. Yet Yi's father could not shake a sense of unease, wishing for the woman to remain at home, refraining from wandering aimlessly. He summoned Huang Dan. When Huang Dan visited Yilan, he noticed she appeared even more haggard than before, and he left shortly. Uncle, I am not a doctor. Yi's father, at a loss, asked, virtuous nephew, do you have any suggestions? Huang Dan felt powerless. Yi's father sighed deeply. Lan Lan was not like this before. She disregards anything I say now. Had I known, I would have preferred to keep her abroad. Huang Dan abruptly remarked, Yilan yearns for a love that embodies freedom. It took Yi's father some time to comprehend. Virtuous nephew, are you implying that Lan Lan has someone she loves? Huang Dan replied, I do not know. Yi's father said in a grave tone, she is the jewel of the Yi family. Only the best is worthy of her. The marriage I arranged for her, in terms of the suitor's family background, lineage, personal attributes, education, cultivation, and abilities, is the finest in the entire county. Huang Dan suggested, perhaps she simply does not like him. Yi's father rapped the table. Then why doesn't she tell me? I am her father. What is there that cannot be discussed openly? He intended to inquire further, but Huang Dan did not afford him a chance. Bai Ying stepped into the hall, hesitatingly saying, Master, I wonder, could it be that Lan Lan is possessed? Yi's father looked up, prompting her to continue. Bai Ying recounted, when I was very young, one day a relative of mine behaved quite strangely, alternating between laughter and tears, and then her speech was detailed and slow, tinged with an irrepressible air of the worldly. Upon finishing, Yi's father wore an odd expression, burning incense and spilling blood. Bai Ying nodded. Yi's father revealed a look of hesitation. Bai Ying gently kneaded his shoulders, imploring, My lord, we cannot afford any further delays. Each passing day inflicts more harm upon Lanlan's body. It is best to address this matter promptly. Yi Fu ordered his servants to prepare the incense ash, forcefully administering it to Yilan. That very night, Yilan suffered from relentless diarrhea. In a fit of rage, Yi Fu sought out Bai Ying, dragging her from the bed to the floor without uttering a word, and struck her with a resounding slap. Bai Ying shielded her face, her voice tinged with sorrow. My lord, what is the meaning of this? I have toiled for this family over the years, and though I may lack merit, my efforts have not been in vain. Where have I fallen short? Yi Fu interrupted, chastising her. You have done this. Upon hearing that Yulan had diarrhea due to the incense ash, Bai Ying feigned shock before adopting a look of grievance. While dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, she protested, "My lord, I acted out of goodwill. You cannot hold me accountable for this." Yi Fu kicked her aside and left without a backward glance. Bai Ying embraced her son, who was frightened and in tears, yet not a single tear fell from her eyes. The household was bustling with gossip, and it was unclear who had spread the news, which circulated wildly in the town. Huang Dan, despite remaining indoors, was well aware of the rumors. The servants of every household seemed to share a common trait, an insatiable appetite for gossip. No amount of threats or warnings from the head of the family proved effective. It was said that only the dead could keep their secrets. The townspeople were conservative, superstitious, and when in a frenzy, more terrifying than any demon. Huang Dan approached the elderly matriarch, expressing his desire to go out. Initially, she was adamant in her refusal, but upon learning he wished to attend the private school of the Song family, she relented, instructing him to bring a few companions and return swiftly without lingering. The school was nearby, and as Huang Dan arrived, he spotted a familiar figure on the steps, an acquaintance from the tea house who, by the records, was the original owner's younger brother. They had little interaction, merely sharing the surname Song as strangers. The scholar did not address him as cousin, but rather as young master. Huang Dan inquired, "Is your teacher present?" The scholar hesitated before replying, "Yes, young master. Allow me to escort you." Huang Dan followed him into the school. The institution was expansive, and members of the Song family's collateral branches frequently bowed in greeting. Huang Dan felt somewhat overheated. He removed his suit jacket, donning only a white shirt, his tousled hair lacking the elegance befitting a young master. Upon reaching a courtyard of the school, the scholar announced, "We have arrived." Lowering his gaze, he added, "Young master, I shall notify the teacher." Huang Dan loosened 2 buttons of his shirt and noticed the scholar swallowing hard. "Are you thirsty?" he asked. The scholar, startled, shook his head vigorously and, lifting the hem of his long robe, took large strides, quickly disappearing through the semicircular stone doorway of the courtyard. Huang Dan tossed his jacket to a servant, unfastened his cufflinks, and rolled up a section of his sleeves, revealing arms devoid of much hair. Shortly thereafter, the scholar reappeared, swallowing again. As Huang Dan brushed past him, he heard the sound of the scholar's gulp. "You should drink some water," he suggested. The scholar bowed his head low and retreated. Entering the courtyard, Huang Dan observed numerous books strewn across the ground, papers rustling in the wind. An elderly man with a white beard sat beneath a tree, sipping tea and reading. The old man removed his reading glasses and remarked, "Young Master Song, what brings you here?" Huang Dan replied, "The southeast wind." The old man, Zhao, casually inquired, "What book do you seek?" Huang replied, "An ancient text detailing the myriad of demons and monsters that inhabit our world." His words were mere fabrications. Yet the shift in Zhao's demeanor suggested the existence of such a tome. Without lifting his gaze, Zhao flipped through the pages of the book in his hands and retorted, "I possess numerous books, but none of them is what you seek. Please take your leave." Huang insisted, "It was your student who mentioned it." Zhao closed his book and queried, "Who?" "I shall determine which little rascal is spreading nonsense." Huang added, "I promise to keep his identity confidential. As you well know, one must honor their word." Zhao scrutinized him, wary of the boy's assertions. Huang's eyes signaled to several attendants who entered the room. Frustrated, Zhao threw down his book and bellowed, "Stop! Do not dare to touch my books." Huang restrained the old man. "Calm down, teacher." Zhao glared at him, his nostrils flaring with indignation. "You are just like your grandmother, a true piece of work." Huang raised an eyebrow. "I am my father's child, and my father is your grandmother's child. Thus, our virtues must align in certain respects." Zhao nearly fell for the youth's reasoning, but soon realized he was left alone in the courtyard. Huang instructed the servants to search the study while he ventured into Zhao's room, where a bookshelf awaited. Instead of blindly rummaging, he stood before the shelf, his eyes scanning the titles. Just then, Zhao entered, only to witness the youth twist a book in the corner of the second row, revealing a hidden passage behind the shelf. Zhao's face darkened. "Who informed you? Was it your grandmother?" "No," Huang replied, taking the ancient text and flipping a page, instantly recognizing it as the item he sought. I merely turned it at random. Zhao vehemently declared, impossible. Huang insisted, it truly was a random action. Among the rows of books, only the one in the innermost corner of the second row bore no dust, indicating it had been handled frequently. Clutching the ancient tome, he said, Teacher, I must take my leave. Zhao trembled with rage. It must be you, Chang. After a moment of frustration in his chamber, Zhao sighed, reflecting on the passage of years, believing he could find peace before his demise, only to be surprised. Huang hurried back, closing the door to examine the ancient text, which was written in archaic characters he could not decipher, though it contained illustrations. System, could you assist with the translation? He inquired. The system responded, 40 points required. After a brief hesitation, he acquiesced. A screen materialized before him, displaying the contents of the ancient text, clearly chronicling extraordinary tales. It was as if an invisible mouse was gradually scrolling down, revealing more information. Huang remained transfixed, his eyes growing weary. Upon closing them briefly, he reopened them to find the section he longed to see, stating that there existed demons capable of transforming into human forms, living amongst humans, feeling pain and bleeding. He felt astonished, realizing that even demons are not omnipotent beings capable of traversing heaven and earth. System, he remarked, I believe it is prudent for you, Mr. Huang, not to underestimate them. Although demons may not be invincible, they are certainly not easily discernible or subdued by ordinary individuals. Huang Dan replied, I am aware, Mr. System. Thank you for your caution. He continued reading, and the subsequent line revealed that demons can bleed profusely without consequence, but tears are a different matter. Each tear shed would diminish 100 years of cultivation. Once one's cultivation is exhausted, they revert to their original form, either to undergo recultivation or to vanish from existence. After finishing, Huang Dan felt a weight settle upon his heart. The ancient text contained only 2 segments, and the remainder appeared to be severely fragmented. There are various kinds of demons, including both greater and lesser ones. He pondered which category he was to seek. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he sat at the table poring over the ancient texts. That night, while the town crier passed through an alley, his foot struck something on the ground, nearly causing him to slip. Holding his lantern aloft, he initially failed to discern the object, but upon reaching down to grasp it, he was suddenly seized by terror and stumbled away in fright. 2 bizarre incidents had occurred in the town. First, the traveling merchant, and then Widow Li. In the alley lay a piece of human skin, adhered with hair and flesh, accompanied by a pair of embroidered shoes. It seemed the murderer had deliberately left this evidence to reveal the identity of the deceased, inciting public panic. The death of Widow Li rekindled memories of the long-forgotten merchant, amplifying the atmosphere of fear. The local gentry convened at the tavern, deliberating on the necessity to recruit capable individuals from the town, or even extending their search throughout the county to undertake patrol duties. Their discussions primarily revolved around financial contributions. Boss Dai of the tavern was quite striking. The tales of her escapades in bed were so numerous that even storytellers hesitated to recount them, partly due to their abundance, and partly because they had become common knowledge, rendering them unremarkable. When Lu Chu arrived, Boss Dai eagerly waved a handkerchief from a distance, exclaiming, Captain Lu, you've been in town for several days. Why not come and sit with me? I've been eagerly awaiting your visit. Lu Chu sidestepped her advances, inquiring, What is that scent you wear, Boss Dai? It's called perfume, she replied, gesturing to a petite bottle gifted by a foreign friend. What do you think? Pleasant, isnt it. Lu Chu pinched his nose, declaring it worse than spoiled water. Boss Dai's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure, retorting, You truly have no appreciation for fine things. She wore a striking red chong sam, adorned with peonies across her ample bosom, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Not only that, the high slit of her dress showcased her long legs, captivating all who beheld her. As she approached, a mischievous smile crept across Lu Chu's lips. Boss Dai, I am in official attire. Should any unsavory scent cling to me, I might just have to invite you for tea. Boss Dai felt a thrill of anticipation, her legs growing weak, but he seemed oblivious. She spat in frustration, adjusting her permed hair. Life is fleeting, Captain Lu. To not indulge in romance is to live in vain. Lu Chu extended a finger, gently pushing her aside, and coldly replied, "Whether life is lived in vain or not, I alone shall determine." As Boss Dai prepared to speak, her gaze fell upon the young man entering, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Ah, young Master Song, please come in." Huang Dan was enveloped in a haze of white. He hastened towards Lu Chu, then bypassed him, storming up the stairs. Lu Chu observed the ascending figure and remarked, "Boss Dai, it seems your charm has waned. Did you notice? Young Master Song is avoiding you as if you were a plague." Boss Dai absent-mindedly traced her painted black nails, sighing wistfully. It appeared that the ranks of bachelors were destined to swell. Lu Chu ascended the stairs, but did not encounter the young man, his whereabouts unknown. On the third floor, Huang Dan found himself in a private room. Having learned from his system that Boss Zhang was present, having come specifically to hear a tale. Boss Zhang, a frequent patron of the tavern and a paramour of Boss Dai, had arrived early and consumed most of his vigor. He was now indulging in a lavish spread of food and drink, relishing every bite. Huang Dan was beckoned to sit across from him. "Young Master Song, won't you indulge in a drink or two?" Boss Zhang inquired warmly. Huang Dan shook his head. He subtly broached the topic of local happenings, mentioning the peddler and widow Li in passing. Boss Zhang, spurred by the conversation, became quite loquacious. After several cups of wine, he belched and recounted, "I've seen that peddler. He came to my place to stock up. He had little money and numerous complaints, picky and choosy, until my staff finally chased him away." "Is that so?" Huang Dan responded. Boss Zhang, his face flushed with drink, affirmed, "Indeed, who would have guessed he would die?" Huang Dan had previously learned that Boss Zhang had fled with his wife during a calamity. She had bound feet and walked slowly, compelling him, in a moment of desperation, to strangle her for his own survival. "Boss Zhang, last time you mentioned collecting rents from the countryside. What transpired thereafter?" "Oh, that," Boss Zhang said, nibbling on some appetizers. He recounted a tale he had heard from a local farmer's wife about her husband, who had gone missing for several days. Upon his return, she proclaimed to everyone that the man was not her husband. At that moment, Boss Zhang had laughed heartily, questioning how decades of marriage could lead to such a blunder, adding, "Surely, a man's skin cannot be exchanged." "Young Master Song, isn't that peculiar?" Huang Dan replied, "Indeed it is." Suddenly, noises echoed from outside as Huang Dan stepped out to find Song Wan and Old Zhao entering the tavern together, their expressions tense, indicative of a prior dispute. Huang Dan paid them little heed, as it bore no relevance to his mission. Present were the notable figures of the town: Boss Zhang from the herbal shop, Boss Dai from the tavern, Song Wan, Huang Dan, and the esteemed Old Zhao. Lu Chu was leading the group, thus his involvement. As night fell, torrential rain poured down, its ferocity striking the ground with a sound akin to wails of anguish, leaving the streets devoid of any human presence. The tavern's doors were firmly shut, while a few patrons on the first floor feasted and reminisced about old tales. Unsurprisingly, the discussions among those upstairs regarding their financial contributions were far from amicable, as matters concerning money seldom find harmony. Due to the downpour, they chose to remain, resting in the tavern's private rooms to deliberate further the following day. Hours later, a piercing scream shattered the night. The cry emanated from Old Zhao, startling the entire tavern. Boss Zhang has passed away, leaving only a head and a complete skeletal frame. It was discovered by Ye's father, who claimed he had gone to discuss investment matters with Boss Zhang, hoping to foster amicable relations and improve the town's security for the benefit of all. According to Ye's father's account, he knocked on the door first. Upon receiving no response and noticing the door ajar, he pushed it open and entered. This marks the third incident. Boss Dai, seasoned in worldly affairs and a woman of experience, fainted at the sight of Boss Zhang's lifeless body. Zhao the Elder and Song's wife did not enter, fully aware of the grim situation, and promptly retreated to their rooms, as their age rendered them unable to endure such gruesome scenes. Lu Chu led a search of Boss Zhang's private quarters. Si Mao and his companions, having encountered various causes of death before, still felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of the head and skeletal remains on the bed. "Boss, this doesn't seem like a revenge killing. A butcher would require considerable effort to dismember a body. Moreover, I, along with Xiao Zhang and the others, remained downstairs the entire time. In such heavy rain, it is unlikely anyone entered from outside. Thus, the murderer must still be within the tavern, likely one of those upstairs. Yi, the elder, is highly suspect. He was the first to discover Boss Zhang's demise. Lu Chu handed a knife to Sima Mao, urging him to speak less and act swiftly. Huang Dan stood at the entrance, noting that only they were present tonight. The culprit might be among them. Regardless of certainty, it was time to investigate. He could finally employ a straightforward method of elimination. Just as Huang Dan was about to leave, he heard Lu Chu call out, "Young Master Song, lend me a hand." "What is it?" he inquired. Lu Chu, clutching Boss Zhang's head, sticky with fluids, requested, "Please roll up my sleeves." Huang Dan replied, "I want to help." Lu Chu's expression darkened. "What did you say?" Sima Mao interjected. "Young Master Song said he wouldn't assist. It's not me saying it, boss. But young Master Song seems to hold quite a disdain for you." Lu Chu scoffed, as if anyone likes him. "The author has something to say. See you tomorrow." Huang Dan contemplated visiting the elderly lady. If she had indeed been frightened, as her grandson, it was his duty to offer comfort. If not, he would have tasks to attend to. Lu Chu halted Huang Dan, stating coolly, "Young Master Song, if I'm not mistaken. You were present when Boss Zhang emerged from the West Chamber tonight." He continued, "At that time, Boss Zhang reeked of alcohol, and you appeared to be in jovial conversation. It seems you two had a pleasant exchange." Huang Dan. Lu Chu set Boss Zhang's head upon the table, stepping back to examine it, chin in hand. Huang Dan cautioned, "Captain Lu, some of the fluid from Boss Zhang's neck has splattered onto your chin." Lu Chu paid it no mind, stating, "Boss Zhang's apothecary has benefited from your family's patronage. Just days ago, he supplied your household with herbs. Before his untimely death tonight, he had contact with you. Do you have nothing to say?" Huang Dan replied, "I have nothing to say." Lu Chu encountered such uncooperative behavior for the first time. He displayed no particular expression. "Young Master Song, are you aware that your current predicament is rather dire?" Huang Dan inquired. "I am aware," came the response. Lu Chu smirked slightly. "Now, could you enlighten me on what you all discussed?" Huang Dan turned his head. "Sima Mao, am I a criminal?" Suddenly singled out, Sima Mao appeared somewhat dazed. "No, that's not the case." Huang Dan continued. "Then may I return to my slumber?" Sima Mao remained perplexed. "I suppose, perhaps." Before he could finish, Huang Dan had already departed. "Young Master Song knows my name?" Sima Mao chuckled artily. "Boss, he actually knows. Boss, are you all right?" Lu Chu revealed a set of pearly white teeth. "Quite well, indeed." Sima Mao shivered. "Boss, with consecutive homicides occurring, we may have to settle in the town for a while. The Song family's influence is vast, and the old matriarch's standing is formidable. Young Master Song is not someone to provoke. If we incite his ire, it could lead to significant complications." Liu Chu Lauget Sopti. "Which of your eyes witnessed me provoking him?" Sima Mao replied, "Both of them." He turned to his comrades. "You all saw it too, right?" The others shook their heads, declaring they had seen nothing at all. Sima Mao quickly backtracked. "Boss, I misspoke. In truth, I saw nothing, I swear." Lu Chu patted his head. "For the case of the chicken theft in Pingan village, you shall set out tomorrow morning. Make haste, and you should be able to return by day's end." Sima Mao felt like crying. Meanwhile, Huang Dan was in the old matriarch's chamber. Grandmother, Song Zhaoshi, was reciting scriptures, her left hand manipulating a string of lapis lazuli prayer beads. "Ah Wang, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Huang Dan replied, "I cannot sleep." Song Zhaoshi paused slightly in her recitation. "What troubles you?" Huang Dan approached and sat beside her. "Grandmother, Boss Zhang met a tragic end." Song Zhaoshi lowered her eyelids, continuing her prayers. Huang Dan tilted his head to observe. Before leaving, the matriarch had changed into a black robe embroidered with subtle golden patterns. Her hair was elegantly styled, the silvery strands meticulously arranged by her personal maid with hair oil, smooth and tidy. A jade hairpin adorned her coiffure, and she wore circular jade earrings, exuding both opulence and dignified grace. "Awang," a voice broke through his thoughts. Huang Dan regained his focus. "Grandmother, did you call for me?" Song Zhaoshi sighed. "You may sleep here with me." Huang Dan asked, "But what about you, grandmother?" She replied, "I shall be reciting scriptures tonight." Huang Dan inquired further. Will it be for the entire night? Song Zhaoshe offered no reply, continuing her incantations. After listening for a while, Huang Dan struggled to grasp the meaning, and drowsiness began to overtake him. After a yawn, another followed, tears streaming from his eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ancient texts mentioned a particular detail. Demons could lose an immense amount of blood without perishing, but they must not shed tears. Each tear diminished their cultivation by a century, and once their cultivation was exhausted, they would revert to their original form, either to undergo rebirth or vanish from the realms of existence. For a demon, it takes a lengthy period of cultivation to transform into human form, allowing them to infiltrate the realm of humanity and savor the myriad experiences of being human, certainly without shedding tears. Thus, can we deduce that those who are capable of weeping can be excluded? Huang Dan fell into contemplation. A torrential downpour raged outside. Everyone remained indoors except for the deceased boss Zhang. The only individuals left were the original protagonist's grandmother, the old scholar from the private school, Boss Dai from the tavern, Yilan's father, and Lu Chu. Where should he begin? Huang Dan's peripheral vision swept over to the original protagonist's grandmother. He pondered, Mr. System. Is there anything that can stimulate the tear glands? The system replied, please hold on. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice resonated again, Mr. Huang. I have found a product that meets your requirements. Huang Dan inquired, what is it called? The system responded, crying like a dead dog. Huang Dan remarked, a splendid name. I shall choose it. Soon, an odorless, colorless gas permeated the air. Upon hearing the sound of weeping, Song Wangsher looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Ah Wang, what has happened to you? Huang Dan's tears flowed uncontrollably as he replied, I am fine. Song Wangsher frowned and said, my child, you are crying so profusely. How can you be fine? She put down her prayer beads and took a handkerchief to wipe her grandson's tears, asking gently, are you frightened? Huang Dan noticed that the old lady's eyes were completely dry, devoid of any tears, and his heart sank as he instinctively shifted away. Mr. System, the old lady is a demon. No sooner had he uttered these words than the task screen appeared, mirroring the first world, with an additional section at the bottom of the task content. He was to fill in the identity of the demon to complete the task. The system cautioned, Mr. Huang, due to the considerable difficulty of this task, you have two opportunities. Once you fill it in, it cannot be altered. If it is not the correct answer, you will have one final chance. A second error will result in task failure. Huang then hesitated. What if someone had underdeveloped tear glands or was simply incapable of crying? He could not afford to act rashly. Since Mr. System indicated that there were two opportunities, it suggested that there was a deeper intrigue at play. Song Wangsher patted her grandson's back, saying, all right, Ah Wang, you are now an adult, a man. What kind of figure do you cut, crying and wailing? Huang Dan hastily instructed Mr. System to remove all surrounding gas. He had already perished in combat. Upon seeing her grandson cease crying, Song Wangsher shook her head, her tone reproachful, yet her gaze filled with affection. It is not that I am chastising you, but why would you go to such a scene? You frightened yourself. Huang Dan gasped, discreetly observing the old lady while maintaining distance. I had an acquaintance with Boss Zhang. He has passed, and I ought to pay my respects. Song Wangsher replied, he is dead. How would it matter if you went or not? Just as Huang Dan was about to respond, footsteps were heard outside the door. He halted his wiping of tears and went to open the door, revealing old Zhao. Closing the door behind him, Huang Dan said, Teacher. Old Zhao was taken aback. Why are you crying so? Huang Dan replied, I am merely reflecting on the transience of life and the fragility of existence. Old Zhao. Huang then inquired, Sir, do you have something to attend to? Nothing urgent, just taking a stroll, replied old Zhao, clearing his throat. By the way, has your grandmother fallen asleep? Grandma is reciting scriptures, Huang Dan responded. Would you like to go in and check on her, sir? Old Zhao waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing of interest. I shall not intrude. With that, he walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Huang then fled. These two elders were of similar age and likely had some history in their youth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Dan decided against visiting the old lady's room, fearing that he might doze off and lose his chance. It is always wise to be cautious. Within less than half a stick of incense burning time, Lu Chu and his team commenced their search. The flesh and blood of Boss Zhang had vanished. As long as the murderer remained in the tavern, the evidence should still be present. They scoured every inch of the establishment, even descending into the well in the backyard and combing through the alleys surrounding the tavern, yet found nothing. The amount of flesh that could be harvested from an adult man could easily fill a large barrel, along with the blood and internal organs. It would not be simple to conceal, especially considering that Boss Zhang was quite corpulent. It was as if that substantial volume had evaporated into thin air. The heavy rain persisted throughout the night, and the oppressive atmosphere in the tavern lingered until dawn. Huang Dan barely slept. He pushed open the window to gaze outside, the fresh air enveloping him, infused with a gentle humidity. As more pedestrians filled the streets, he noticed a tall figure among the crowd, the black official's garb failing to shroud the wildness in his brow. A young girl cast a glance his way, to which he responded with a charming smile, causing her to blush deeply. Lu Chu, having worked tirelessly through the night, purchased soup dumplings from Siqing Tower, savoring them as he walked. Upon reaching the base of the tavern, he suddenly looked up, meeting the gaze of Huang Dan, who had not closed the window and met his stare with calm assurance. Lu Chu raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. Feeling a pang of hunger, Huang Dan descended the stairs but was intercepted by Si Mao. Young Master Song, I regret to inform you that our leader has instructed no one is allowed to leave until the case is resolved. Casting a glance at the young man, uncertain if he had provoked anger, Si Mao added, if you have any requests, please voice them. I shall ensure they are fulfilled. Huang Dan pointed towards the man at the doorway, devouring soup dumplings. He was with us last night on the upper floor. If we're suspects, so is he. If he's permitted to leave, why am I not? Si Mao fell silent. The slender lad beside him tugged at Si Mao's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Mao, what young Master Song said holds truth. Our leader was also on the upper floor last night. Si Mao smacked the boy's head, exclaiming, to even suspect our leader is courting death. The slender lad winced in pain, baring his teeth. Who would dare question our leader? I merely meant that our leader was not with us at that moment. We had no knowledge of his whereabouts. Oh, I truly did not mean it that way. Forget it. I shall say no more. Si Mao was reluctant to head to Pingan village, despite his numerous objections. Come now, raise your voice. The chicken theft case is bound to land in your lap. The slender lad replied, I'm not trying to stir up trouble. It's just that knowing there's a murderer is one thing, but the real fear lies in the absence of one. You understand my meaning? Si Mao shook his head, perplexed. The slender youth also shook his head, remarking that you simply have a large head, unaffected by the rain, as it is filled with water. Si Mao rolled his eyes in response. Ultimately, the perpetrator must be among those few. A paper cannot contain fire, and there are no walls that do not allow whispers to pass through. With the leader present, it was only a matter of time before the adversary was exposed. He turned his head, but the person had vanished. Where was young Master Song? The slender youth replied, I don't know. Si Mao, irritated, said, get lost. It's all your fault for dragging me into this nonsense. He dashed toward the door, but abruptly halted, swiftly hiding behind sign. Huang Dan addressed the man before him. Captain Liu, I kindly ask you to step aside. Lu Chu swallowed the bun in his mouth and replied, young Master Song, my subordinates have likely informed you. I implore you to cooperate with our investigation. Huang Dan asserted, I want something to eat. Lu Chu handed him the paper bag he held, saying, there are 2 more. Take them. Huang Dan accepted it, shook the bag to catch the aroma, and eagerly devoured the buns, but he still intended to leave. Lu Chu, with a stern expression, questioned, you've eaten the buns. What more do you desire? Huang Dan replied, not enough. Lu Chu, assessing him from head to toe, thought that with such a slight frame, one hand could easily manage him. Wasn't 2 buns sufficient? Huang Dan insisted, not enough. Lu Chu snorted, then you'll go hungry. He reached out with one hand to pull the youth into the tavern, instructing his subordinates, go buy 4 large meat buns for young Master Song. Huang Dan interjected, I don't want buns from Siqing Lu. They use too much ginger and too little broth. I want them from Wang Dazhong's place on West Street. 2 meat and 2 cabbage buns, along with 2 youtiao from Master Chin's shop on South Street, and a bowl of doji. Lu Chu grimaced at the numerous demands. A voice chimed in from nearby. Indeed, you're almost as troublesome as the boss. Lu Chu cast a cold glance. What are you still doing here? Si Mao grinned. Boss, I was thinking, this shopkeeper is a local gentry. Once news of his misfortune spreads, chaos will surely ensue. His apothecary might not remain stable, and you'll need manpower. Lu Chu replied, I do not require it. Si Mao insisted, you do need it. I'll go buy breakfast for young Master Song right away. With that, he dashed off, eager not to let someone else steal his chance to shine. Having eaten his fill, Huang Dan sat idly in the hall, observing the man who was spinning a teacup. Captain Liu, having spent many years abroad, I have not encountered similar cases. Whether it be the deceased vendor, Widow Li, or Boss Zhang, I personally believe it is beyond human capacity. Lu Chu discarded the teacup aside, lifting his eyelids with interest. If it is beyond human capacity, then what can be achieved? Huang Dan met the man's gaze. This is also a point of my confusion. Lu Chu flipped over a teacup and poured tea from the pot, addressing young Master Song with your words. I could detain you for deliberately spreading rumors, attempting to disrupt public order, and inciting unrest among the populace. Huang Dan took a sip of tea, smacked his lips slightly, and then poured the tea onto the ground, expressing his disdain for the now inferior flower tea from Yueshan. The words he penned were laced with contempt. He contemplated employing the cry like a dead dog tactic on this man, curious to see if it would induce tears. However, the system informed him that his points were dwindling, evoking a sense of urgency. Despite his efforts to conserve, they were nearing depletion. Resolving to adopt a different approach, Huang Dan rose, feigning instability, and leaned towards the man. As anticipated, he was forcefully pushed aside, but just before falling, he successfully struck the man's nose with his elbow. Lu Chu emitted a pained sound, quickly covering his nose before retreating to the backyard, only to return moments later. Huang Dan's eyes were redder than before. He had fallen hard and banged his knee, causing him to sit on the ground for a while before recovering. Upon seeing the man emerge, he fixed his gaze upon him. Both of Lu Chu's eyes appeared slightly red, glistening with unshed tears. Huang Dan remarked, you can cry, I see. Lu Chu's expression was frosty. What of it? Huang Dan replied, my apologies. Lu Chu's nose seemed to be bleeding profusely, with remnants of blood still visible. Young Master Song, please keep your distance, he requested. Very well, Huang Dan acquiesced, pulling out a chair to sit opposite the man. The veins on Lu Chu's forehead throbbed. Did this young master indulge too heavily in foreign spirits, impairing his judgment? Huang Dan noticed a solitary tear trailing down Lu Chu's sharply defined face. As the tear was about to fall, he instinctively reached out to catch it, only to have his wrist grasped mid-air. Lu Chu teased, young Master Song, what are your intentions? What do you intend to touch? Huang Dan inhaled sharply in pain and released his grip. Lu Chu restrained the slender hand of the youth, clicking his tongue in disbelief. You truly cannot remain abroad, young Master Song. After your trip, you seem to have lost your understanding of human speech. Huang Dan frowned. Captain Liu, please loosen your grip. Lu Chu scoffed lightly. Did you not exhibit quite the prowess a moment ago? Huang Dan retorted. I merely asked you to keep your distance. Did you think I was jesting? Young Master Song, you possess delicate skin akin to a woman, yet you are not one. As for men, I have no interest in such pursuits. His lips curled into a wicked smirk, devoid of warmth in his eyes. So if you find yourself bored and wish to play, seek someone else. Engaging in this charade with me will yield nothing pleasant. Do you comprehend? Huang Dan treated softly, his voice hoarse, you hurt me. Lu Chu froze momentarily, abruptly releasing his grip and standing over the youth. Mocking, you sound like a woman. Huang Dan suddenly raised his head, emotions flickering in his eyes, searching for something before receding. He lowered his gaze, tears accumulating at the tip of his nose, each drop falling steadily. The youth did not wail vocally. The pain was evident upon his face. Lu Chu turned his head and shouted, Si Mao. Si Mao dashed downstairs, and upon witnessing the scene, stuttered, Boss, what? What happened? Lu Chu found himself at a loss for words, musing that there was nothing of consequence to say. Si Mao, glancing at the youth, noted his pitiful tears and the evident pain etched upon his features. Alas, young Master Song is weeping, he remarked. Lu Chu shot him a sidelong glance, warning, if you do not take your leave, I shall compel you to join him in his lament. Without hesitation, Si Mao departed. With a knife in hand, Lu Chu began to pace, circling the vicinity repeatedly. He ascended the stairs, questioning each room one by one. Huang Dan sat in a chair, awaiting the peak of his agony, which would gradually ebb away. There was no other remedy. He examined his wrist, marked by a patch of crimson, pondering the brutality of martial practitioners. First, I must eliminate Lu Chu from suspicion, he thought, and an idea struck him, causing a twitch at the corner of his eye. That ancient tome, Zhao, the old man, was aware, and it seemed the matriarch was as well. The scholar, too, must possess knowledge of it. Thus, what was purportedly a secret was, in truth, not so clandestine. The demon surely had heard whispers, perhaps attempting to dissolve suspicion by mingling with the crowd, feigning tears. Huang Dan sighed inwardly, realizing he could not advance. The boundary between truth and deception was not merely blurred, but entirely invisible. Within the tavern, a homicide had transpired. Though Boss Dai remained awake, his mind wandered unfocused, rendering him disinterested in conducting business. It would not have been surprising had a sign been hung at the door declaring a 3-day closure, as even the waitstaff had been dismissed. The townsfolk observed the constables entering and exiting the establishment, leading to rampant speculation. Could it be that another had met their demise? They fervently hoped otherwise. Gathering outside the tavern, they sought answers. Lu Chu instructed Si Mao and the others to manage the crowd, warning that anyone daring to stir trouble would face imprisonment. The tumult outside mirrored the unrest within. Elder Zhang clamored that he had a class to attend, while Yi Fu, his eyes bloodshot and weary from a sleepless night, bore the pallor of distress, still haunted by the memory of Zhang's sudden death. Song Yinshi leaned on her cane, addressing Lu Chu. "We reside in this town. Should you require information, feel free to inquire." Her demeanor was less than robust, and she added, "Even if the county magistrate were to arrive, it would be inappropriate to confine us here." Lu Chu settled into a chair, placing his knife upon the table, his posture conveying a clear message. Any who dared to leave must first contend with him and his blade. Yi Fu glared at him, exclaiming, "You are but a mere constable. Do not seek trouble." Misunderstanding Lu Chu's intentions, he continued to glare. Lu Chu cast a scrutinizing glance at the assembly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You are all aware of the peculiar circumstances surrounding Boss Zhang's demise. Some of you even witnessed it. Drawing from my years of investigative experience, I must assert that the perpetrator's methods were shockingly cruel, lower than that of beasts." Leaning back in his chair, he declared, "For the safety of all and the tranquility of our town, we must collaborate earnestly to apprehend the murderer. Would you not agree?" Huang Dan discreetly observed the shifts in expression among the group. Yilan's father exhibited signs of instability, fear, and anxiety. The elderly matriarch's face, lined with wrinkles, remained unchanged. Yet the aura she exuded was frigid. As the head of the Song family, she had wielded significant power for decades, and being subdued by a younger generation was understandably displeasing. As for old Zhang, he muttered about misfortune and bad luck, lamenting that he would have been better off sleeping soundly at home last night. He was still waiting for Boss Dai, who had yet to arrive and was still lounging in his room. Lu Chu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, paused, then resumed tapping casually, saying, "Once my friend arrives and investigates the cause of Boss Zhang's demise, you all may take your leave." Ye's father took a deep breath. At his age, he had learned not to act impulsively or recklessly, lacking clarity on the situation. "When will your friend arrive?" Lu Chu checked his pocket watch. "Soon." Before long, a man dressed in a gray long gown and wearing a top hat entered the tavern. He was an inspector by the surname of Feng. Lu Chu lowered his legs. "Greeting, old Feng, good morning." Feng removed his top hat and acknowledged several individuals in the hall before turning to Lu Chu. "Where are you?" Lu Chu stretched and replied, "Upstairs, come along, I'll show you." He turned back with a smile. "Please wait a moment, everyone." Huang Dan observed the man ascend the stairs. He was well known and quite capable, not merely relying on idle chatter. It was likely that he would ascertain that this was not the work of a human. Boss Zhang's head and skeletal remains still lay in his own chamber. As the door creaked open, a foul odor wafted out. Old Feng covered his mouth and nose with a cloth as he examined the remains. His family had been in this profession for generations. In his time, the conditions were somewhat better, and it was more respectable. The title had even changed from coroner to inspector, allowing him to operate independently without following a forensic officer. Progress had been made. After his examination, Old Feng fell silent. Lu Chu raised an eyebrow. Old Feng, you've been quiet for quite a while. What are you pondering? Feng lowered the cloth. Xiao Lu, I suggest you interrogate those individuals promptly to identify any discrepancies. Lu Chu replied, I questioned them last night. Feng folded the cloth and tucked it into his sleeve, stating, wash it and reuse it. Asked him again. Lu Chu's gaze inquired further. Feng gestured towards the skeleton. Look here. There are distinct nom marks on the remains, which were neither made by an animal nor a human. Lu Chu's expression turned peculiar. What could it be then? Feng shook his head. I do not know. Long ago, I overheard my grandfather conversing with my father, speaking of certain inexplicable phenomena existing in this world. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chu ventured, You mean demons? A profound expression crossed Feng's face as he patted Lu Chu's shoulder. We are investigative officers. Such notions would be hard to accept. It is best to clarify matters first. Lu Chu glanced at Boss Zhang's skeleton, his complexion shifting slightly. Feng noticed and asked, What is it? Lu Chu pointed to several areas of the skeleton, his expression odd. When I discovered this last night, there were tiny fragments of flesh adhering to it. Now, they are gone. Since last night, until your arrival, no outsiders have entered the tavern. It seems something significant is at play here, and it hasn't fled. Feng donned his top hat. You'll need to stay in Yueshan town for a while. He recalled something and said, I encountered the young master of the Song family downstairs, returned from overseas. His thought processes and logic may diverge from ours. You might consider having him assist. It could prove beneficial to the case. Lu Chu scoffed, Forget it. I don't get along with him. Old Feng turned to him. You are not married. Why would you need to get along? Lu Chu, unaffected, returned to the main topic. Old Feng, what about the head of Boss Zhang? Have you discerned anything? Old Feng replied, If I told you, you might think I was jesting. The deceased's head was bitten off in a single bite. Mind you, I said one bite, not several or dozens. Lu Chu inhaled sharply. One bite? How large must the mouth be? A mouth that large might not be an issue, at worst. It would just mean an imbalance in facial proportions. However, those teeth, sharper than knives, are quite terrifying. Old Feng adjusted his top hat. I must take my leave. After seeing Old Feng off, Lu Chu summoned Mao to escort Father Yi upstairs. Outside Boss Zhang's chamber, Father Yi remarked, Your friend has already investigated. Can we return now? Lu Chu leaned against the door, unhurried. Before Father Yi could speak, he asked, Elder Yi, when you came to see Boss Zhang, did you happen to see anyone? Father Yi exhibited clear reluctance. Did I not tell you last night? Why ask again? Lu Chu replied, Elder Yi, I previously mentioned that solving this case quickly is in the best interest of all of us. No, I saw no one, just myself. Father Yi calmed himself, attempting to recall the events of last night. It was raining heavily outside, and I had no desire to sleep. I paced in a room for a while before stepping out to find Boss Zhang. I knocked, but there was no response. So I assumed he had retired for the night and was about to return to my room when I noticed the door was ajar and pushed it open. At this point, Father Ye's breath became erratic, his body trembling, and his voice quivered. As for what happened next, I shall refrain from elaborating. Lu Chu discerned the middle-aged man's terror, his gaze scrutinizing. Elder Yi, you reside next to Boss Zhang. You mentioned you were awake all night, pacing in your room, yet you heard no disturbances? Father Yi shook his head. Had I heard anything, I would have certainly gone out to check. He swallowed hard, seemingly nauseated and frightened by the scene he had witnessed, adding, perhaps Boss Zhang would not have met such a fate. Lu Chu brushed off his clothes. No one entered or exited the tavern last night. Elder Yi, you have spent more time with the other individuals than I have, so you must know more about them. Why not share your thoughts on them? Father Yi replied stiffly, Captain Lu, investigating is your responsibility. I am merely a moneylender and know nothing. Lu Chu fixed him with a steady gaze for a few seconds before calling downstairs. Mao, take Elder Yi back. Father Yi protested, no need. Lu Chu posed the same inquiry to Old Zhang. For many years, Old Zhang has been teaching at the private school of the Song family, and dealing with those little rascals requires no small measure of cunning. Wei begins to chatter. Even Lu Chu finds it hard to withstand his incessant prattle. Moreover, his ramblings consist solely of trivial moral platitudes, making it difficult to interject a word. Wiping the saliva from his face, Lu Chu made his way to Boss Dai's quarters. Boss Dai lay in bed, draped in an imported black robe that accentuated her alabaster complexion, embodying a certain elegance. Propping her head up with one hand, she teased, "Lu Chu, if you stare at me like that, I might feel shy." Lu Chu smirked. "I hadn't noticed." With a playful glance, Boss Dai replied, "That's because you're standing too far away. Come closer so I can be seen more clearly." As Lu Chu approached the bedside, he bent slightly, resting the hilt of his sword against the woman's chin, lifting it a tad. "Old Zhang visited you often in his lifetime. His spirit may have been ensnared by your allure, and now he lies lifeless. Boss Dai, your charms are intoxicating, yet they are perilous." The color drained from Boss Dai's face. "Lu Chu, let us speak plainly. Yes, I had an affair with old Zhang, but it was merely a physical need, devoid of any deeper conflict. Moreover, if I wished him harm, I would have chosen a more discreet location, rather than my own domain." Her fair bosom rose and fell with agitation. "Old Zhang's demise at the tavern has impacted me considerably." Indeed, Lu Chu sheathed his sword, only to draw it out again and then replace it. "Yesterday afternoon, someone spotted old Zhang arriving at the tavern rather early. That was by design. We shared an intimate moment," Boss Dai said, arranging her hair, her smile exuding a captivating charm. "What? Lu Chu, are you curious about the details?" Lu Chu Chuka, his features sharp and defined. "Absolutely." Boss Dai's smile faltered before returning. "He had no partner, nor did I. Our union is not a crime, is it?" Lu Chu replied with a teasing, "So, you are indeed in love?" "Merely a fleeting carnal pleasure," she retorted. Lu Chu clicked his tongue. "You are truly heartless." As for the ambiguity Boss Dai spoke of, it hinged upon the individual. "If it were you, Lu Chu, my heart would belong entirely to you," Lu Chu remarked. "Yet old Zhang's head and bones lie within the room. It is said that where a person dies, their spirit lingers. Perhaps he resides upon your bed." Instantly, Boss Dai's complexion turned ashen, her hands trembling violently as she slowly turned her neck to glance behind her. Lu Chu's thin lips curled into a smirk. "Just teasing you. Do not be alarmed." Boss Dai patted her chest, her expression one of lingering fright. "You nearly frightened me to death." With a lingering unease, she declared, "I cannot stay in the tavern any longer. I must return home." "Provided you do not leave this town, you may go wherever you wish," Lu Chu replied. "Now rest." Not long after, Boss Dai summoned Lu Chu once more. "Last night, I saw the old matron in the corridor." Lu Chu raised his eyebrows. "I asked you twice, yet you never mentioned it." Boss Dai lamented, expressing that a virtuous woman like herself could be quite frightened by the sight of a dead chicken, let alone. She refrained from elaborating, placing her hand over her heart, a pained expression on her face. "My heart is still in turmoil. How can I possibly sort through my thoughts?" Lu Chu inquired, "When did this happen?" Boss Dai replied, "It was shortly after we dispersed and returned to our respective rooms, about the length of one incense stick. At that time, I had risen for a midnight visit and heard noises outside my door. I opened it a crack and saw the old matron walking in the corridor." Lu Chu asked, "Did you speak to her when you saw her?" "No," Boss Dai responded. "The old matron is quite stern and authoritative. I have heard many tales of her from earlier days. I feared engaging with someone of her stature, so I refrained from approaching her. Besides, it was quite late, and I wasn't appropriately dressed." Lu Chu stepped outside. Boss Dai called out to his retreating figure, "Hey, Lu Captain, you must uncover the murderer." Lu Chu appeared before Song Wanshi. "Madam, after we parted last night, did you remain in your room during the time of the incident involving Boss Zhang?" Song Wanshi replied, "Indeed." Lu Chu noted that either the old lady or that woman was lying. As he exited, he nearly collided with the youth. Huang Dan remarked, "Captain Lu, may I return to my grandmother's home now?" Lu Chu, not looking at him, replied, "Feel free." Huang Dan added, The man has already left." He did not pursue, hoping to glean information about the investigation's outcome from the other party, but found it futile. Lu Chu had specifically instructed not to disclose Boss Zhang's death. A temporary silence was preferable until the case was clarified. However, on that very day, the entire town was aware of the demise of the herbalist Zhang, with rumors about the circumstances of his death spreading like wildfire. An atmosphere of anxiety permeated the streets and alleys. First, the butcher was left with only bones, then Widow Li with just scraps of skin, and now Boss Zhang reduced to a head and skeleton. One grim fate followed another. It seemed as if something monstrous had descended upon the town. The tea house was bustling with patrons, many standing, all eager for news, hoping to glean some insight. Monsters, beasts, demons, and devils. Various names were bandied about. Huang Dan surmised that it was indeed that fiends spreading such rumors as it served their purpose. The more chaos, the better, ideally leading to self-destruction among them. He remained at the manor, perusing ancient texts repeatedly. Wanner placed a bowl of candied pear on the table and opened several windows, allowing the eager sunlight and breeze to rush in. Huang Dan sat at the table, scooping a piece of pear to eat. Wanner, has anyone arrived at the manor? Wanner responded with a series of affirmatives, playfully mimicking the motion of stroking a beard. Huang Dan inquired, is it Teacher Zhang? Huang Dan nodded. Huang Dan took a large sip of pear juice and swiftly made his way to the old matron. The collateral branch of the Song family harbored concerns for the safety of their offspring, thus temporarily forbidding them from attending private school. With idle hands and a restless mind, old Zhao meandered through the town until he arrived at the Song residence. Have you not yet exhausted the scriptures after decades of recitation? He chided. Song Wan, engaged in her meditation with prayer beads, calmly replied, I am absorbed in my own practice. It is of no concern to you. Old Zhao puffed his cheeks in annoyance. What brings you here? She inquired. With his hands clasped behind his back, he asserted, I seek Song Wang. Wang is in the West Garden. This is the South Garden, she retorted, her demeanor unwelcoming. I cannot abide disorder in my meditation hall. You must leave at once. Old Zhao moved about before her. Disorder? Are you not casting aspersions? At that moment, Huang Dan entered and witnessed the commotion. Grandmother, teacher, why are you quarreling? Old Zhao grumbled. I am not arguing. I have better things to do. Huang Dan, striving to mediate, spoke of trivial matters before addressing the core issue. Teacher, there are rumors circulating regarding Boss Zhang and his associates. Some claim it is the work of demons, and they speak as if it were truth. I have perused ancient texts that suggest demons are not formidable. Old Zhao scoffed. Those people are merely spouting nonsense. What demons have 3 heads and 6 arms, with eyes the size of bowls, fangs protruding from their mouths, and tongues that can extend to swallow a person whole, leaving no trace behind? They must not fear their own folly. Huang Dan concurred. Indeed, such talk seems foolish. Yet, some claim to have seen demons, describing them as strikingly beautiful, with multicolored eyes. Beautiful or not, I cannot say. Old Zhao interjected, but demons' eyes are invariably red. There are no hues of many colors, as if illuminated by sunlight. Not red, but silver. A faint voice echoed from the meditation hall, too soft for Huang Dan to discern. What did you say, grandmother? He asked. It is nothing, she replied. Zhang Laotu, invited to stay for lunch, noted a peculiar occurrence. From the memories of the original owner, he recalled that the old lady detested mushrooms. Yet now she had taken a helping for herself. This anomaly piqued his curiosity. Did you not say you wouldn't eat that? He inquired. At my age, with one foot in the grave, I see no harm in trying something I have never tasted. When the time comes to close my eyes forever, I shall not feel regret, she replied. Rest assured, I shall certainly depart before you, Zhang Laotu quipped. He then added, it seems the heavens are blind. Many wicked individuals outlive the virtuous. Huang Dan's expression twitched slightly. Song Wan, seemingly accustomed to such remarks, chose not to respond. During meals, Huang Dan and the old lady typically exchanged few words, but with an additional guest present today, the conversation droned on, rendering the dishes overly salty. Eventually, Zhang Laotu, with his round belly, took his leave, promising to return the following day. Huang Dan, foregoing a midday nap, contemplated when to visit the Yi residence when someone arrived, stating that Yilan wished to see him. A carriage awaited outside. Song Wan accompanied Huang Dan, indicating they would go to see Yilan. Upon arriving, Huang Dan wished to converse with Ye's father, hoping to uncover any suspicious details. However, the latter took him directly to Yilan's room. Yilan appeared significantly emaciated, sipping red wine amidst a scattering of rose petals on the table and floor. Huang Dan noticed that the elderly lady had been fixated on Yilan since her entrance. Even Ye's father found it peculiar. My dear old lady, my daughter has merely indulged in some frivolity. I beg your pardon, he remarked. Song Wangsha replied, "It is of no consequence." Her words, imbued with both acknowledgement and admiration, left Ye's father momentarily speechless. After a lingering gaze, Song Wangsha exited the room. As Ye's father followed, he whispered to Huang Dan, "My dear nephew, please offer some guidance to Lanlan." With two individuals absent, the atmosphere grew somber. Huang Dan scrutinized the woman drinking wine. Her makeup was exquisite, her lips crimson and teeth pearly white. She was in the bloom of youth, yet exuded an aura of impending wilting. A voice echoed in his mind, "Song Wang, marry me." "What?" Yilan twirled her wine glass. "Let us wed. Once I am married, my father will no longer interfere." Huang Dan replied, "That is not feasible." "Why not?" Yilan rose, circumnavigating the table to stand before Huang Dan, her hand caressing his chest. "Song Wang, I know you have liked me for quite some time. I have been aware of it." Huang Dan grasped her hand, feeling its softness and fragility, which he found unsettling, prompting him to release her immediately. "You summoned me just to convey this?" Yilan affirmed, "Indeed, this was my purpose. I had to plead earnestly for my family to consent." She surveyed the lavishly decorated room. "Do you not find this place reminiscent of something?" "Resemble what?" "Huang Dan inquired. "A cage," she replied, her red lips parting to utter those two words. "Song Wang, we are alike. Once we return, freedom will elude us. This town devours its inhabitants without mercy. We shall perish here." She trembled, embracing herself. "Why can't we assist each other?" Huang Dan responded, "I can help, but the method you propose is unacceptable." Yilan chuckled. "Aside from this, what else can you offer me?" Huang Dan remained silent. Indeed, he could not, for he was bound by the Song family, lacking power or influence, still under the old lady's grasp. Yilan reached out once more, her hand brushing against Huang Dan's face, her eyes pleading. "Only you know the secret of my heart, Song Wang. You cannot refuse to help me." Huang Dan gently removed her hand. "I am sorry, but I cannot treat marriage or love as trifles." Yilan let out a sharp scream, shattering the wine and glasses on the table. Crouching on the floor, she covered her face and laughed. "I do not treat it as a jest either. That is precisely why I wish to strive with all my might." Just as Huang Dan and the elderly lady exited Ye's residence, before they could board the carriage, a throng of beggars rushed forward, pleading for alms. This was a deliberate act orchestrated by Lu Chu. For several days, he had dispatched individuals to monitor the activities of Old Zhang, the Song family, Yi family, and Boss Dai. Thus, he was acutely aware of their movements. The moment Song's elderly matriarch and her grandson arrived at Ye's house, he was already informed. In orchestrating such a scheme, the intention was to separate the elder and younger members of the Song family, as both resided predominantly within the estate, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover any information. Before long, Huang Dan found himself separated from the old lady. All of Lu Chu's men proceeded to follow the matriarch, while he took charge of the other task. He ambled leisurely down the narrow alley until he located a young man sitting beneath a tree, cradling a yellow-feathered bird in his hands. Upon seeing the newcomer, Huang Dan felt no surprise. He surmised that the incident involving the beggar had been orchestrated by this very individual. "Captain Lu, might I request your assistance in returning this bird to its nest?" Lu Chu continued his stride, feigning indifference. "I cannot." Huang Dan replied, "It's right above this tree." Lu Chu halted. "I have stated my inability. Are your ears deaf? What sort of bird is this, that you hold it so carelessly, unafraid of being pecked?" Huang Dan, undeterred, said, "Then I shall take matters into my own hands." He lifted the hem of his long robe, cradled the bird in one hand, and began to ascend the tree trunk. Lu Chu stood at the base. A few leaves fell upon him, 1, 2, 3, and he brushed them away, calling out, "Come down at once." As Huang Dan's grip faltered, he began to tumble, only to be caught by Lu Chu's firm hand beneath him. The author wishes to express, "I'm feeling a bit unwell today and have written slowly. I apologize for the wait, dear friends. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow." Suddenly, silence enveloped the area beneath the tree. Lu Chu felt the softness of the young man's rear and instinctively squeezed once, then again. "Huang Dan." As the man continued to squeeze, he inquired, "Captain Lu, what are you doing teasing me?" Lu Chu's breath caught momentarily, and he promptly withdrew his hand. Huang Dan managed to grasp the tree as he fell. Realizing that climbing was indeed a skill, he struggled to ascend, barely reaching halfway, while ants took notice of his sleeves. And the rough bark of the tree left his palms red and stinging. As he brushed the ants to the ground, he called out to the departing Lu Chu. "Captain Lu." Lu Chu remained unbothered, continuing on his way. Huang Dan could not allow him to leave so easily. The earlier incident had sparked a thought in his mind. He hurriedly caught up and grasped Lu Chu's arm. Lu Chu swatted him away, visibly irritated. "You pinched my backside. Shouldn't you say something about it?" Lu Chu blurted. "It's quite resilient." Huang Dan, taken aback, replied, "Captain Lu." Lu Chu resumed his stride, and Huang Dan attempted to pull him back again. "If it weren't for you, I would have fallen and hurt myself. Consider my backside your reward for catching me." Lu Chu lifted his gaze, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Reward? Young master song. Does your backside merit such a term?" Huang Dan retorted, "You pinched it 5 times. Lu Chu fell silent, his handsome face shifting through shades of blue and black. Huang Dan continued, "Let us not dwell on that. Let us address the matter at hand." He gestured to the small yellow bird in his grasp. "Captain Lu, help me once, and name your price." Lu Chu's demeanor remained icy, no negotiation. Huang Dan pressed set. "Why not?" Lu Chu scoffed, expressing his simple disdain for Huang Dan. Huang Dan replied, "Oh, today I shall compose a letter and send a messenger to the county magistrate, inviting him to visit our town. Regarding the matter of Lu the constable's alleged misconduct towards me, I intend to discuss it over a cup of tea." Lu Chu raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. "Me? Misbehave towards you?" Huang Dan affirmed, "Indeed. If pinching one's bottom does not constitute misconduct, then what is there to uphold in this world? Wouldn't you agree, Constable Lu?" Lu Chu's expression darkened as he retorted, "Young master song. If you insist on behaving like a woman, creating a ruckus by accusing me of misconduct, I am prepared to engage with you to the end." After a moment, he smirked. "However, even if you were to shed a few tears, weeping pitifully, you would still be a man. I cannot be held accountable. It seems young master song must bear the burden." Huang Dan turned to leave. Lu Chu walked in the opposite direction, but after about 10 meters, he turned back, grasping the young man's shoulder and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Hand over your bird." Huang Dan turned back and handed the little yellow bird in his hand to Lu Chu, saying, "My apologies." Lu Chu effortlessly leapt up, grasped the tree trunk, and placed the little yellow bird into its nest before landing gracefully. Huang Dan looked up, leaves falling onto his face, which he brushed away, acknowledging Lu Chu's remarkable agility. Lu Chu switched the knife to his other hand, indicating he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Following Lu Chu, Huang Dan casually inquired, "Constable Lu, how old are you?" Lu Chu cast a sidelong glance. Huang Dan guessed, "Not yet 30, I presume." Lu Chu remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Huang Dan observed him and concluded that he must indeed be younger. Years ago, Lu Chu had only been a mere youth, not the individual Yilan was searching for. "Have you met Yilan? She is the eldest daughter of the Yi family." Lu Chu remarked, "She has an admirable figure." Huang Dan pursed his lips, recalling that it was Lu Chu who had brought Yilan back. They must have met, and he regretted forgetting to inquire about this sooner. He could have clarified matters by asking either Yilan or Lu Chu. With so many recent developments, his mind was in disarray, struggling to piece together one thing while overlooking another. Huang Dan Get. Lu Chu crossed his arms, observing him with a bemused expression. Huang Dan did not respond. Suddenly, the figure of Si Mao appeared, rushing over with a furtive glance at Huang Dan's position, and whispered, "Boss, we haven't uncovered anything." "Liu Chuchuka. Then why have you come to see me?" Si Mao shivered slightly. "Boss, when you smile, you truly are affable. There's no moment when you're not kind." He wiped his face and continued, "I merely came to inform you of this." The old lady went nowhere else but directly back to the Song residence, leaving us with no choice but to retrace our steps. Lu Chu dismissed him with a curt, "Get lost." Si Mao scurried away. Huang Dan withdrew his gaze and approached Lu Chu, requesting, "Constable Lu, would you be so kind as to escort me back to the manor?" Lu Chu gave him a dismissive look. "I have no time." Huang Dan brushed off his long robe and walked in another direction, aware that Lu Chu was trailing behind. likely to ascertain if there was anything suspicious about him. Moments later, Huang Dan stood on West Street. The path beneath my feet, though not particularly wide, stretches interminably, with no end in sight. Huang Dan meanders aimlessly through the streets, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares resonating around him, as stalls and shops line the thoroughfare from one end to the other, offering everything from cosmetics and jade artifacts to an array of delectable snacks. Occasionally, weary peddlers pass by, their faces etched with the traces of the elements. West Street lacks the opulence of East Street, instead exuding a more pronounced air of local flavor. Huang Dan hears the lilting sounds emanating from a nearby theater where performers sing of their own joys and sorrows. This street is home not only to theaters but also to brothels, which remain shuttered during the day. Either the doors are locked, or the attendants lean languidly against the doorframes, yawning in a lackluster manner, as their evening begins only with the onset of night. Huang Dan discovers that the tailor shop previously mentioned by Yilan has closed its doors. He lingers outside for a moment, until a kind passerby informs him that the tailor and his family have returned to their countryside home, seemingly to escape calamity. For them, avoidance may be a blessing, but for Huang Dan, such an escape is unattainable. He must forge ahead towards the places where spirits are said to roam. As he strolls past a boiled food stall, the enticing aroma of spicy broth wafts toward him, prompting him to change course. The young proprietor, clad in a simple black linen shirt, deftly retrieves noodles from a large pot, casting a glance his way with a warm smile. "Sir, will it be one or two?" he inquires. "One," replies Huang Dan. "Then please proceed to the left. There is a seat available." Huang Dan settles into an empty spot, observing his surroundings as he awaits his meal. The stall is encircled by a semicircular wooden table, with a large pot simmering atop a stove, filled with several bamboo baskets brimming with ingredients sought by diners, their delightful aromas wafting through the air. The baskets contain a variety of both meat and vegetable offerings. The boiled dishes here are prearranged, leaving little room for choice. As most patrons are not particular, should anyone have dietary restrictions, they would certainly voice them. The young proprietor moves with a sense of organized hustle. Huang Dan surveys the wooden table before him, which, while meticulously cleaned, bears the marks of age. On the table are bowls, chopsticks, and condiments like chili and pickled vegetables. A few patrons are deeply engrossed in their meals, their faces flushed as they savor the heat of the soup, occasionally wiping away tears only to continue indulging. Propping his chin on his hand, Huang Dan notices two skilled barbers squatting beside their shaving equipment, waiting for customers. Diners may choose to enjoy a meal before a haircut or vice versa, and as long as they are content, it matters not how they proceed. Before long, the young proprietor retrieves a basket from the pot, pouring its contents into a large bowl before presenting it to Huang Dan. "Sir, please enjoy your meal," he says. Huang Dan takes a pair of bamboo chopsticks from the holder, stirs the noodles in the bowl, and takes a bite of the egg, relishing the tender egg white and creamy yolk that meld together in delightful harmony. The proprietor pauses in his cleaning, his eyes widening in recognition. You are Master Song?" Huang Dan, savoring the egg, simply nods. The young man bows and gestures eagerly. "Please take your time, Master Song. If you require more, just call out, and I shall prepare it for you immediately." Huang Dan reassures him. "This will suffice. You may attend to your duties." The young proprietor beams. "Very well." The wooden table was rather unstable. Any slight lean upon it felt as if it might topple at any moment. Huang Dan, while slurping noodles, was acutely aware of the precariousness, fearing that the table might collapse and spill his meal. In this town, a few homicides had transpired, and where there are people, there's gossip. As Huang Dan indulged in his dish, he overheard two individuals nearby whispering conspiratorially. One lamented the impossibility of remaining in the town, expressing a desire to seek refuge with relatives, though uncertain if they would welcome his entire family. The other responded with a cynical view of the world, declaring that chaos permeated everywhere: plagues, famine, bandits, and robbers, all of which were harbingers of death. They sighed, resigning themselves to the notion that each day was merely a struggle for survival, and soon transformed their anxiety into appetite, finishing off the bowl of noodles. Meanwhile, Huang Dan leisurely consumed his vegetable leaves. At the back, Lu Chu leaned against the wall, his legs awkwardly crossed, presenting a rather unkempt posture. Periodically, he craned his neck to observe the young man still seated at the stall, wondering why he had yet to finish his meal. Lu Chu produced his pocket watch, snapping it open and shut with a decisive click. After nearly half an hour, Huang Dan vacated the stall, prompting Lu Chu to step out from his corner. The young vendor called out, "Wait a moment, Captain Lu. Lu Chu had that?" The vendor hastily poured a pre-prepared bowl of noodles from the pot, offering it to him with a smile, saying, "This is specially prepared for you by Master Song." The blue and white porcelain bowl, marked with chips, was brimming with a generous serving of noodles, beef, cilantro, tofu, and some hidden delicacies at the bottom, releasing an enticing aroma. Lu Chu's expression turned peculiar. "For me?" "Indeed," the vendor replied cheerfully. "Once you finish, please settle the payment, along with Master Song's portion." While Lu Chu consumed his noodles with a grim expression, Huang Dan had already been escorted back to the Song residence by the family servant. Upon arrival, the servant promptly announced his presence, and Madame Song, supported by a maid, emerged, inquiring with concern, "Wang, are you unharmed?" Huang Dan reassured her, "I am fine." After her return, Madame Song dispatched all the household servants with a firm directive to locate the missing individuals, insisting that no stone be left unturned. Now that she saw her grandson safely home, the weight upon her heart finally lifted. Just as Huang Dan lay down, the steward informed him of Lu Chu's arrival. Lu Chu had not come merely for the price of a bowl of noodles. His true intent was to seek assistance. "Madam, Master Song has returned from overseas. Well-educated and knowledgeable, beyond our comprehension. I believe his presence will greatly aid in the investigation." Madame Song replied, "The matter of solving cases is for your professional team. He is merely skilled in the art of writing, nothing else." She added, "If there is anything the Song family can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. We shall cooperate fully." Such words were already a significant concession. Nonetheless, Lu Chu was resolute in his determination to bring the pampered young master into his grasp. Believing it prudent to expose him to some hardship and intrigued to discover the true nature of the individual, as the portrayal he had received differed markedly from the reality. Following the departure of several suspects from the tavern, there were no irregularities to report. Lu Chu had yielded nothing of substance and knew he must devise another plan. The atmosphere in the hall was rigid until Huang Dan arrived, breaking the tension. He approached the elderly lady, saying, "Grandmother, I wish to go." Song Zhaoshi struck the ground with her cane, replying, "Absolutely not." Huang Dan assured her, "I promise nothing will happen." Song Zhaoshi retorted sharply, "What can you guarantee?" Huang Dan remained silent, directing his gaze towards the man, his eyes resolute. To achieve a goal, one must be prepared to make sacrifices. "It's your turn, Captain Lu." Lu Chu felt uneasy under the young man's scrutiny. "I will stake my life on it," he asserted, rather than expressing gratitude. Song Zhaoshi's words were laced with sarcasm as she sternly remarked, "Captain Lu, your life is not equivalent to my grandson's." Most would have found such a statement intolerable, perhaps storming off in anger, but Lu Chu merely smiled. "What the old lady says is true. My life is certainly not as precious as that of the young master." He smirked, speaking as if it were a matter of fact. "It is precisely because I understand this that I will do everything in my power to ensure the young master's safety." Song Zhaoshi's expression did not soften. Huang Dan, aware of the man's intentions, decided to play along. Then, "Grandmother, how about giving me a test? If I pass, will you allow me to go?" Song Zhaoshi regarded her grandson, saying, "Wang, you have only just returned and are unfamiliar with the town. Why run about when it is so comfortable here at home?" Huang Dan sighed inwardly. While the estate boasted picturesque bridges, flowing streams, and blooming gardens, along with ample food and attentive servants, he had a mission to fulfill and could not afford to idle away his time. Only by venturing out could he seize the elusive creature. Ultimately, Song Zhaoshi relented, foregoing the test, but insisted that he return before nightfall and dispatched several capable servants to accompany him. As he departed in the morning, Huang Dan chose not to wear a long robe, opting instead for a shirt and trousers for ease of movement, allowing for swifter escape if necessary. Song Zhaoshi insisted that Wanner accompany them. "Grandmother," Huang Dan protested, It's inappropriate for a young girl like Warner to be with a group of grown men. Song Zhaoshi countered. You were the one who insisted on keeping her. She is not without purpose. Huang Dan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Warner outside. She was quite capable and had kept his room impeccably tidy. Grandmother, I truly do not understand your reasoning. Song Zhaoshi replied at that time. I suggested she be your personal maid, and if she performed well, she could eventually become a concubine. You, however, objected. When I permitted her to leave, you brought her back. Now, when I criticize her, you defend her and insist on opposing me. This is not opposition. I am merely stating facts, Huang Dan replied. Grandmother, times have changed. Mutual consent is essential. Song Zhaoshi inquired. Have you asked Wana? Huang Dan shook his head. Without asking, how can you know she is unwilling? Huang Dan responded, I am uncertain of her wishes, but I am clear about my own. I do not consent. Grandmother, let's not discuss this matter further. Outside, Wana bit her lip, her small hands tightly clenched within her sleeves as she walked away, feeling disheartened. At the entrance of the Song residence, Mao awaited the arrival of those emerging, and upon seeing them, he hastened up the steps, greeting, Good morning, young Master Song. Huang Dan responded with a simple morning. Mao chuckled, scratching the back of his head, reflecting on how this young master could sometimes be quite amiable, unlike the unpredictable nature of the eldest brother. Huang Dan was escorted to a quaint breakfast shop on East Street. Lu Chu sat with his comrades at a table, each indulging in a bowl of steaming Yangchen noodles. Having already eaten, Huang Dan was enticed by the fragrant aroma of scallions wafting through the air and the sight of the gleaming white noodles, prompting him to order a bowl for himself. Lu Chu and his companions devoured their noodles and soup with remarkable speed, soon pushing their empty bowls forward and wiping their mouths clean, signifying the completion of their meal. In contrast, Huang Dan savored each strand of noodle, chewing slowly, thoroughly appreciating the smoothness and delightful taste of the green scallions. Observing this, the others remarked on how the young master, even while eating noodles, exuded an air of royal elegance. Lu Chu, unable to contain himself, remarked, Young Master Song, if you continue eating at this pace, the entire morning will pass you by. Huang Dan chose to ignore him, finishing the remaining noodles in his bowl, then raised it to sip the light-colored broth, wiping his mouth with a cloth before announcing, Let us depart. Lu Chu clicked his tongue, exclaiming, You really do take your time. Huang Dan replied, I heard that. Lu Chu's expression twitched slightly. Huang Dan added, The two most significant aspects of life are eating and sleeping. Lu Chu kicked his stool and called out to Mao and the others, Listen up. Young Master Song has returned from abroad, full of profound wisdom that us mere mortals could never comprehend. Huang Dan. This man is inherently flawed, utterly corrupt. Lu Chu sought to probe Huang Dan, while Huang Dan aimed to leverage Lu Chu's assistance in locating his mission objectives. Both harbored their own intentions. As they traversed the streets, passers-by cast curious glances, and before long, the entire town was abuzz with the knowledge that the eldest son of the Song family was accompanying Captain Lu on official business. The townsfolk held great respect for the old matriarch of the Song family, thus refraining from excessive speculation regarding her grandson. However, there lingered a question, what utility could a young master, recently returned from abroad and incapable of carrying burdens, possibly possess? Mao and the others shared this curiosity, wondering why the eldest brother had chosen to involve a young master. Lu Chu remained tight-lipped. Throughout the morning, the group scoured the town, patrolling in search of any suspicious individuals. The sight of Lu Chu and his men instilled a sense of reassurance among the townspeople, who felt that even if something were to occur, they would be safe. Huang Dan sensed that Lu Chu was deliberately toying with him, attempting to lead him to relinquish his pursuit and plead for mercy. The investigation focused on significant individuals and matters, with only Lu Chu's brothers participating, clearly indicating that Huang Dan was viewed as a suspect, devoid of trust. The heat of the day intensified, causing tempers to flare. Huang Dan instructed several attendants to find places to rest, while he reclined on the grass for a brief respite. Not far off, he observed a man with a knife, eyes closed in repose, and approached him. Lu Chu's vigilance was acute. The moment he detected a slight sound, he reacted instantly. Caught off guard, Huang Dan felt a sharp pain as he was struck near his left eye, uttering a pained gasp, as if his very eye might burst from the impact. Lu Chu's thin lips pressed tightly together, silently conveying, "Who told you to come near me?" Huang Dan covered his eye, trembling in pain, cold sweat and tears cascading down his cheeks. He clenched his jaw, his lips quivering. Lu Chu looked down at the young man with an impassive expression and remarked, "When I sleep, even an ant passing by would not escape my notice. Young Master Song, if I have offended you, I ask for your forgiveness." Huang Dan bent down, his back arching in a painful curve. He lowered his head, his dark, tousled hair obscuring his brow and eyes. His lips turned pale as droplets of tears fell onto the grass, leaving the tender green blades bewildered. Lu Chu stood motionless. "Is there blood in your eyes?" Huang Dan waved his hand dismissively. Lu Chu cursed under his breath and turned to walk away. Alone, Huang Dan sat down, loosening his clenched jaw, letting out a sound of distress. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. He grasped it tightly, crying out, "Captain Lu, what are you doing?" "Wait." Huang Dan furrowed his brow. Lu Chu, accustomed to martial arts and wielding a blade, should have calloused palms, yet this hand felt smooth. Turning his head, through his blurred vision, he beheld the owner of the hand, an educated gentleman. The scholar crouched down to meet the young man's gaze, softly inquiring, "Young master, what troubles you?" Huang Dan's face was awash with tears, his injured eye unable to open, leaving him to gaze at the scholar with the uninjured one. This place was quite secluded. When had the scholar arrived? Noticing the tears cascading down Huang Dan's cheek, the scholar swallowed hard. "My teacher sent me to deliver a calligraphy set to old Master Zhou, and I happened upon this vicinity. Upon seeing you, I thought to greet you. Only as I approached did I realize you were in tears." He produced a handkerchief and offered it. "Please wipe your face." Huang Dan accepted it, not to dry his face, but to wipe his nose instead. The scholar, concerned, asked, "Young master, you seem to be in great distress. Would you like me to escort you to a doctor?" Huang Dan declined, pondering inwardly. Mr. System, this scholar, upon our last meeting, swallowed hard, and he just did the same again. Is he perhaps hungry? The system replied, "I believe the act of swallowing conveys much. It can signify a longing for beauty, simple thirst, an instinctive reaction, or even a display of tension." Huang Dan retorted, "Mr. System, your lengthy explanations are no different from silence." The system continued, Huang Dan, reflecting on the original owner's memories. "This scholar is not of the Song family. He was taken in by the original owner's uncle many years ago and raised as a foster son, given the Song surname. The original owner was cherished by the matriarch, having little interaction with the collateral branches of the Song family." The scholar asked, "Young master, do you feel any better?" Huang Dan replied, "Yes, thank you." The scholar tucked the handkerchief into his sleeve. "I learned a little about healing from my uncle in my early years. Young master, may I take a look at your eye?" Huang Dan agreed. He slowly opened his injured eye crack, tears spilling forth. The scholar leaned in closer, frowning slightly. "It is quite red." Huang Dan blinked, his eyes brimming with tears. The scholar licked his lips and softly remarked, "Young master, you have been weeping. It must be quite painful." Huang Dan, hearing the sound of swallowed saliva, glanced downward and understood. The scholar noticed the youth's gaze, and a faint blush adorned his handsome face, his ears turning crimson. "Young master, I—" Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "What are you two up to?" Startled, the scholar hastily took his leave. Lu Chu approached, discreetly concealing a hand behind his back. "Young Master Song, I didn't realize you had such peculiar tastes." Huang Dan wiped away his tears, inquiring what kind. "Lu Chu's gulp." Huang Dan explained, "You misunderstand. That was my younger brother. Lu Chu Vito, a younger brother without any blood relation." Huang Dan replied, "You are quite perceptive." He raised his head and asked, "Captain Lu, is there something hidden behind you?" Lu Chu revealed his hand. Huang Dan insisted, "Show both hands." Lu Chu's forehead twitched, and he relinquished the contents of his hand, tossing a vial of medicine to Huang Dan. "Thank you," Huang Dan said, examining the inscription on the vial. After dropping a single drop into his eye, he felt a cooling sensation that made him want to weep, wondering why it resembled eye drops. Lu Chu, looking down from his height, asked, "What was the matter with you at that time?" Huang Dan capped the vial. He had inadvertently noticed a red thread around the man's neck and wished to see what it held, but he had underestimated the awareness of a martial artist. "I feel a bit parched. I would like you to accompany me to the riverbank." Lu Chu regarded him as if he were insane. "Can't you fetch water by yourself? Do you require company?" Huang Dan replied, "The murderer remains at large. It is not safe." Lu Chu cast a disdainful glance at the youth. "Do you not have several followers? Let them accompany you." Huang Dan sniffled, stating, "They are not as capable as you." Lu Chu clicked his tongue, acknowledging the flattering remark. "Then will you accompany me?" Huang Dan implored. Lu Chu glanced at the youth, whose eyes were red and whose face and nose bore the marks of distress. Appearing woefully pitiful, Huang Dan complied, too weary to run. Before long, Lu Chu returned with a lotus leaf. "Here, drink, young master." Huang Dan accepted the leaf, lifted it slightly, and slowly brought it to his lips, gulping down the water. Lu Chu observed a trickle escape the corner of the youth's lips, running down his neck and dampening a small patch of his shirt, wrinkling his brow at the sight. "How filthy!" Huang Dan choked, coughing a few times. "What?" Lu Chu said nothing, tossing a handkerchief at him. By day's end, Huang Dan had been thoroughly exhausted by Lu Chu's company and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Lu Chu had intended to rest as well, but old Feng unexpectedly sought him out, appearing travel-worn and bearing a weighty expression. "Xiao Lu, I have discovered a significant oversight. Boss Zhang's face is ashen and devoid of blood, resembling someone who has been dead for quite some time, not merely since that evening." After a brief silence, both men simultaneously declared, the one who appeared that day was not Boss Zhang. The two friends, familiar for many years, inhaled deeply and fell into silence. If it was not Boss Zhang, then who could it be? A monster masquerading in human skin? Or perhaps a demon transformed to resemble Boss Zhang? Why would they place Boss Zhang's corpse in the restaurant? Surely it cannot be merely for amusement. Lu Chu remarked that he had searched the restaurant and its surroundings several times that night, even combing through the alley behind the establishment, yet found not a single clue. How did the assailant manage to escape right under our noses? He raised his eyes, suggesting that someone might have aided their escape. Regarding the investigation, I am not adept. But in my view, all those present that night are suspects. Old Feng advised him to be cautious. Lu Chu acknowledged this with a nod. Old Feng continued, mentioning that he had heard young Master Song possessed substantial foreign weaponry, suggesting that establishing a rapport with him could garner support from the Song family, which would be advantageous for Lu Chu. Lu Chu smirked, pondering how he could possibly forge such a connection given that he still bore suspicion. Old Feng urged him to keep a close watch, asserting that the situation should not be too dire. Lu Chu furrowed his brow, finding the weeping tiresome. Old Feng cast him a knowing glance, stating that if he were indifferent, he would not be bothered. His annoyance stemmed from his concern. Lu Chu's expression shifted at this convoluted reasoning. He picked up a knife, declaring his intention to visit Boss Zhang's home, despite the late hour. Boss Zhang's residence was located on West Street, separated from the apothecary by 2 alleys. Lu Chu ventured there alone, without his subordinates, and was received by Boss Zhang's parents in the main hall, where they politely offered him tea. "Captain Lu, have you apprehended the murderer of my son?" they inquired. Lu Chu glanced at the coffin in the hall and countered with a question. "Has anything unusual occurred with Boss Zhang during this time?" After some contemplation, both parents replied in the negative. Lu Chu urged them to reflect further, as this matter was crucial for the investigation. The elderly couple began to ponder. Their age had dulled their memories, making them prone to forgetfulness. After finishing a cup of tea, Lu Chu thought he might have come in vain when Boss Zhang's father recalled an incident from 2 months prior, mentioning that Boss Zhang had not returned home for several days. He exchanged a glance with his wife, unable to remember precisely when. Lu Chu set down the teacup, asking why they had not reported this at the time. The father's face grew troubled. Lu Chu understood. Boss Zhang had no woman to keep his bed warm, and with his ample apothecary, he had no need to worry about sustenance. He must have been out indulging, likely in the company of more than just Madame Dai. The elderly couple, unaware of their son's escapades, did not find it strange. After sitting for a while, Lu Chu departed. Days later, villagers stumbled down from Yueshan, claiming to have seen Boss Zhang in the mountains. This news spread rapidly, igniting widespread panic among the populace. Hadn't Boss Zhang perished in the restaurant? All that remained were a head and a skeleton. How could he possibly reappear? This was no resurrection. With no corpse, there could be no resurrection. This was a ghostly apparition. When Huang Dan heard the news, he was feeding fish in a pavilion, and he called over 2 young maidservants who had not noticed him, urging them to recount the details of what they had heard. The 2 maidservants were taken aback, their faces paling as they stammered through the account they had gathered. Unable to endure any longer, Huang Dan hastily sought out the old woman, hoping for approval to proceed to Lu Chu's location. Lu Chu was engaged in conversation with Old Phone, and it seemed they had just received news themselves, realizing that a certain Boss Zhang lay within a coffin, with another still in the mountains. Huang Dan concealed himself in a corner, resolutely extracting 50 points from his dwindling balance to barter with the system. He overheard Lu Chu and Old Feng's dialogue, a mixture of speculation and verified information, and found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of revelations. Taking a moment to fully comprehend the implications. Boss Zhang had passed away 2 months prior. Any sightings of him since then were merely the manifestations of a demon. This demon had the ability to transform into an ordinary person, infiltrating the crowd so seamlessly that even family members could not discern the truth. Its ability to assume human form likely depended on certain conditions, such as the consumption of human flesh or blood. That very evening, the demon had intentionally placed Boss Zhang's corpse in the tavern, likely to ensnare the local gentry in its sinister plot, eager to witness a grand spectacle. Huang Dan furrowed his brow, recalling his earlier visit to the private room, where he had shared laughter and drinks with the seemingly jovial Boss Zhang. Now, feeling a chill run down his spine, who could have predicted that the figure seated across from him was a demon clad in human skin? His eyes widened in realization. Could it be that the demon was indeed masquerading as Boss Zhang? System, I shall provide my answer now. As soon as he spoke, a task screen titled Guess Who I materialized before him. Wasting no time, fearing the demon might transform into another guise, he quickly entered Boss Zhang's name in the designated field. System, incorrect. Huang Dan was taken aback. Why? Boss Zhang is not a demon. Huang Dan gasped. That cannot be right. Boss Zhang is dead, yet he has appeared in the mountains. If he is not a demon, then what is he? His eyelids twitched, and a thought struck him, unless Boss Zhang was never dead. The body in the tavern belonged to someone else. The demon had orchestrated a plan, deliberately placing that corpse in Boss Zhang's room to fabricate a false narrative of his tragic demise, while the real Boss Zhang had been taken away. The villagers who had seen him in the mountains had indeed encountered him alive. Yet, the demon prevented Boss Zhang from descending the mountain. Perhaps allowing the villagers to see Boss Zhang was part of the demon's design. Such reasoning clarified why Boss Zhang could not be classified as a demon, thus rendering his previous answer incorrect. Mr. Huang, you have but one final chance, the system warned. Should you answer incorrectly again, the task will fail, and the consequences are unknown to me. Huang Dan felt the weight of despair settle upon him. He sighed deeply, recognizing his impulsiveness. Regret was futile. Even if given another opportunity, he would likely act the same. Who could fathom the intricacies of this situation? Huang Dan wiped his face, steeling himself as he proceeded to Boss Zhang's home. The identity of the young master of the Song family proved advantageous in any circumstance, and Huang Dan greeted Boss Zhang's parents, who appeared blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the mountains. With the 7th day yet to pass, the coffin remained in the main hall. Seeking the elders' consent, Huang Dan approached the coffin, bending to peer inside. The exquisite casket was lined with satin, revealing a withered head and a skeletal frame. Even with the lid ajar, the stench emanating from the remains was overwhelmingly potent. The stench was reminiscent of a long-dead rat. Not merely one or two, but an entire room filled with them. Huang Dan held his breath as he gazed upon the coffin, where the head had sunken. Its features no longer an exact match to those in life. Had he been unaware of the circumstances, he might have truly believed it to be Boss Zhang's. Whose head could it be? Huang Dan turned his attention back to the skeletal remains within the coffin. Mr. Feng had some skill. If the skeleton were too dissimilar, he would certainly have noticed. This indicated that the owner of the skeleton before Huang Dan bore a resemblance to Boss Zhang's physique. Huang Dan found himself at a loss. Solving the case was beyond his capabilities. Although Yuanshan Town was not small, whether it concerned significant matters or trivial ones, once known, they would spread like wildfire. If Huang Dan were to inform Lu Chu of these developments, allowing him to investigate, it might yield some insights, such as identifying anyone who bore a resemblance to Boss Zhang, both in appearance and stature. If such a person existed, then the head and skeleton within the coffin would indeed belong to them. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Lu Chu would believe him. After all, he had no evidence, merely his words. Should Lu Chu not only disbelieve, but also deepen his suspicions towards him, it could lead to complications. Taking a sudden breath, Huang Dan was overwhelmed by the foul odor, causing his head to throb. He stepped away from the coffin. Finding a demon was inherently challenging, and locating a clever, scheming one was even more arduous. After departing from Ba Shang's residence, Huang Dan sought Lu Chu once more, only to discover he was absent. Through inquiries with the inn's staff, he learned of Lu Chu's whereabouts and hurried back to the residence. The original owner possessed a firearm, a gift from a friend during a birthday celebration abroad. It could prove useful in a critical moment. Lu Chu gathered a dozen robust men, some stationed at the foot of the mountain, while others accompanied him into its depths. Fear loomed heavily among them. They remained unaware of whether Boss Zhang was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. The terror of the unknown was immeasurable. Captain Lu, we are merely human, unable to contend with demons and monsters, others chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Some were already too frightened to remain, loudly insisting on returning, their demeanor one of indifference to the peril. Lu Chu countered, demons are not omnipotent, otherwise they would not hide in the mountains. Whispers among the crowd acknowledged this logic, yet their reluctance persisted. What if they were to encounter Boss Zhang? That would spell their doom. Lu Chu raised his hand to halt any displays of force among the men, for they were utterly oblivious to the danger that had already encroached upon them. Gentlemen, I'm not a native of Yuanshan Town. You are? Lu Chu stated with a smile. Your families and friends reside here. If you do not protect them, who will? Do you expect me to? He gestured to himself, then to several of his companions, including Si Mao, who wore expressions of mockery. The clamor subsided, leaving only the burly men present, all of whom felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing his words. Captain Lu, it is not that we fear death. It is that we feel powerless, they replied. Lu Chu maintained a smile. You are human, as are my brothers and I. Here, every one of us is flesh and blood. None are exceptions. The curve of his lips faded, and he ceased to utter another word. Dozens of men whispered among themselves, and after a moment of hesitation, they gritted their teeth and acquiesced. Remember my words. Raise the alarm at the first sign of trouble. Lu Chu raised his chin, ready to embark. The group paired off and ventured into the mountains as previously arranged. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage approached, unmistakably belonging to a wealthy family. Lu Chu squinted, recognizing the visitor. As the carriage halted, a delicate hand lifted the curtain, and a young man leapt down, cradling a wooden box. I shall accompany you up the mountain. Lu Chu raised an eyebrow. What can you do? Huang Dan replied, I have a gun. Lu Chu glanced at the wooden box in the young man's arms, doubting its contents could protect him from the demons lurking in the mountains, especially with the formidable Western weaponry that would surely provoke the creatures to defend themselves. Follow me. Huang Dan exhaled, relieved to have made it in time. The mountains were thick with underbrush, vines intertwined, and branches twisted grotesquely, while the ground was littered with countless stones. Any misstep could lead to a fall. Huang Dan trailed Lu Chu, knowing full well that Boss Zhang was indeed Boss Zhang, and that there was a demon lurking in these hills. This demon, for reasons unknown, could not take on a human form to venture in a town. Thus it concealed itself in the mountains, awaiting the opportune moment. Huang Dan pondered this notion. The truth would only be unveiled once they captured the demon. Lu Chu felt a footstep on his own, turning his head with a glare. Sorry, Huang Dan muttered. Moments later, Lu Chu's foot was stepped on again. He turned with a scowl. Young Master Song, if you covet my shoes, just say so. Once the matter at hand is settled, I shall personally deliver them to your estate. Huang Dan whispered, I'm ne'er fuss. Lu Chu replied, I couldn't tell. The group failed to locate Boss Zhang, but a few villagers stumbled upon a watch in a cave. Only Huang Dan recognized it as an imported piece, a rarity that only affluent individuals abroad could possess. He had seen Boss Zhang wearing it during their drinking session at the tavern that night. Lu Chu also recalled it. During their discussions regarding the security arrangements for the town, Boss Zhang had ostentatiously fiddled with the watch. In his absence, the townsfolk's anxiety only grew, prompting them to flee down the mountain as if pursued by some unseen terror. Huang Dan said, "Captain Lu, I need to speak with you." Lu Chu held the watch and replied, "We can discuss it later. I'm not in the mood for idle chatter." Huang Dan insisted, "It's about Boss Zhang." Lu Chu looked up. Huang Dan shared all his suspicions, conjectures, and certainties, sketching a crucial outline for Lu Chu's task. Just as Lu Chu was trying to sort through his thoughts, a frantic voice pierced the air. "Boss, it's bad. A grave situation has arisen." It turned out that the townspeople believed Boss Zhang's home was cursed. So they had gone to his house to smear it with chicken blood, dog blood, and plastered it with numerous yellow talismans. When Huang Dan and Lu Chu arrived, the scene was chaotic. Mr. Zhang's elderly father attempted to intervene, but was overwhelmed by the agitated crowd, falling to the ground as several individuals stumbled over him. Lu Chu shouted, "Everyone step back." Huang Dan witnessed the old man struggling to rise, only to be knocked down once more by the throng, his head bleeding as he lay motionless on the ground. Lu Chu seized the wooden box from Huang Dan's hands, opened it, grasped the firearm, and fired a shot into the sky. The deafening bang finally subdued the unruly crowd. The author wishes to convey, the most terrifying entities are not the monsters and demons, but rather the human heart. This narrative bears a resemblance to the previous one, grounded in a sense of stark reality. My friends are once again skirting the edges of my outline. I hope someone could squeeze in. Until tomorrow, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my companions for their unwavering support. Thank you to Wu Xiangyu's admirers for the deep-sea torpedo and the 12 landmines. Thanks to Invincible Eater for the 3 landmines, 1 rocket launcher, and 2 grenades. Thanks to the patient with dual symptoms for the 3 grenades and 7 landmines. Thanks to Prisoner for the 15 landmines. Thanks to Pu Shanzi for the 5 landmines and 2 grenades. Thanks to What Did You Say for the 14 landmines. Thanks to Ling Wan for the 11 landmines. Thanks to Uncle Do for the 11 landmines. Thanks to Xin Wu for the 1 rocket launcher. Thanks to Candy for the 9 landmines. Thanks to Qing Cheng for the 8 landmines. Thanks to Mekial for the 7 landmines. Thanks to An for the 7 landmines. Thanks to Zhuha for the 6 landmines. Thanks to Abiyu Jiang for the 5 landmines. Thanks to LT for the 1 grenade. Thanks to Walking Wolf Fall for the 5 landmines. Thanks to Dreaming of Traveling for the 1 grenade. Thanks to Bai Kai Ghost Girl for the 1 grenade. Thanks to Chu Qing for the 5 landmines. Thanks to That Cool One at Latitude 37 for the 1 grenade. Thanks to Jiang Yin for the 5 landmines. Thanks to Mujio for the 4 landmines. Thanks to Did You See My Handsome ID for the 4 landmines. And thank you to the sun. Thank you for the smiles. And for the love of ketchup from Hudada. My gratitude extends to 3 Xing, Yazi, and Zhua Xiaocang. I'm also thankful to Zhihe, the author June S. Flower, and Lu Shang. My appreciation goes to Yoji, Ban Mu Fongtang, and the passerby. I express my thanks to Hualao and Jingfen, as well as to Huanhe Lisang and Edianmo. I am grateful to Luo Shengmin, Fengya, and the White Hat. Thanks also to the handsome individuals who raise pigs, Nini Hujiang, and Lingjiao, as well as to the esteemed President Chengzi. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Pidin Shou Rouzhou. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Maiwanwen. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Meng Xiaoming. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Xu Kuang. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Quan Jiji. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to I Am Not the Bowl. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Rikwatoni. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Ji Shang. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Yuan Xiao. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Feng Chiyu Lu. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Haiqi Lai Ba. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Liangshang Yimo. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Feng Se. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Dings. Thank you for the landmine X2. Gratitude to Xianyan Wei Liang. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Chung Zi. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Shi Jiangyu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to 219353338. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Hua. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Yiming. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Jiong. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Feng Chi Chiu Yang. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Tao Ziyuke. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Gong Zi Yun. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Tian Mi. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Shi Liang Xiu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Lang Mu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Chu Shimi and I, Qing's. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Mao Shu Gulu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Qin Wan. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Kriska. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Chiao, Kolita Mo Wong. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Nebel. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Ji Lin Xia. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Janies. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Xian Xiu Chongwei. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Feng Tingshi. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Yishio. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Atia Chi. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Eve. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Imo Luo JJ. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Ali FA. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Ming Tian Huigung Hao. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Do Shop Bao Feng Hua. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Kukuku. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Zi Ling Fei Air. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Hei Bai Daning. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Xiaoji Ran. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Ling Yizhong Run. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Hihi. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to E Mu Qing Tian. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Ben Pao De Shiguangji. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Nanqing Bei Bai. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Zenmiku Ichi 22. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Shui Xiu Lu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Ri AI Shui Shida Gugu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to N Xiao Nu AI Qigua. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Zhen Shida Hua Hao Dan Zhangbushao. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to you, E. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Wu Tang. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to the landmine X1. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Bao 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 Ji. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Duo Jianzhong. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Zishu Inwu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Ta Xianfen Z. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to 21227838. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Shurdu. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Chu Wu Qing. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Wu Ming. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Fan Shui. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Mao Bai. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Jiu Yao. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Man Man. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Rimu Qian Sang. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Hua Xiao Yun. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Nai Zhimi Cho Wahai Shirshi Huan. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Secha Ai. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Kill GA. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Aling. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Wu Du AO. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to me, Qian Mo. Thank you for the landmine X1. Gratitude to Gunan Shun, Mei Chi Yao, Gon Juzi Ji. Thank you for the landmine X1. Guess who I am? After the sound of the gunshot, the chaotic scene was subdued. The surroundings lay in disarray. Tables and chairs, walls, the grand door, windows. These places were drenched in copious amounts of fresh blood. The air thick with the heavy stench of gore. The entire hall resembled a scene from a slaughterhouse, having just witnessed a horrific massacre that was both shocking and chilling. Zhang's father, aged and frail, had been nearly stripped of his life by the crowd's onslaught. He lay prostrate, several shoe prints imprinted on his back, his withered hands bruised from being trampled, and his wrinkled face pressed against the ground, blood seeping out slowly. He remained motionless, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Chu ordered his men to carry Zhang's father in search of a doctor. Zhang's mother fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Lu, my son has done no harm." Lu Chu hurried to support the elderly woman. As she was assisted to her feet, she suddenly cried out in horror, pushing Lu Chu aside and stumbling towards the coffin. "Oh, my son," she lamented, as she saw that someone had poured a copious amount of chicken blood into the coffin, the head and skeletal remains appearing to be coated with a layer of red paint. Trembling, Zhang's mother reached out to wipe the blood from the skull. Her cries filled with despair, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard them. Lu Chu frowned, surveying the scene. "Have you no sense of unease in your hearts? Acting in such a manner toward the deceased?" The bystanders remained silent, each of them convinced that Zhang's household was cursed, believing that mere words could not rouse them from their stupor, but would only deepen their entrapment. Lu Chu, with a stern expression, instructed his men to escort Zhang's mother back to her room and added, "Simao, gather a few people to clean this up." Simao complied and hurried to assist. After a moment of awkward silence, everyone discreetly withdrew. Lu Chu placed his gun on the table, raked his fingers through his short hair, and then pressed his hand down onto the surface, only to remember that it was smeared with chicken blood, leaving him with a crimson-stained hand. Simao spat on the ground. "Boss, what are they thinking? Have they lost their minds? They haven't even grasped the essence of the situation, and they're already at each other's throats." Lu Chu sought a cloth to wipe the blood from his hands, his expression darkening. "Enough, no more talk. Simao Sigid, huh? All one can do is sigh. The nature of humanity is frightful, capable of killing in silence, more potent than the sharpest sword." As Lu Chu exited Zhang's residence, he spotted a young man at the street corner. Huang Dan could not endure the pervasive stench of blood within, the most unbearable aspect being the eerie atmosphere that enveloped the place. He lingered only briefly, standing against the wall with a wooden box in hand, his curiosity and confusion, typical of someone who had just returned from years abroad, bubbling to the surface. Why did those people come to Zhang's house? Lu Chu continued walking, handing the gun to Huang Dan. "Young master, this is not for you to concern yourself with." Huang Dan placed the gun into the wooden box, wrinkling his brow as he caught the scent of blood on Lu Chu. Having spent a considerable amount of time in that room, the odor had seeped into his clothes, and blood still lingered beneath his nails. As he walked, Lu Chu inquired, "By the way, when we were in the mountains, what did you want to discuss with me?" Huang Dan appeared pensive. If he were to claim that the head and skeleton in the coffin did not belong to Boss Zhang, that the real Boss Zhang was still alive, hidden somewhere in the mountains, the man would undoubtedly dismiss him, immediately demanding evidence that Huang Dan could not provide. Should he speak or remain silent? Lu Chu halted his steps, and Huang Dan, momentarily distracted, bumped into his back. Lu Chu felt nothing, while Huang Dan winced in pain. "What are you daydreaming about?" he asked, as Huang Dan's nose turned red from the impact, which he touched to confirm there was no bleeding. Lu Chu towered over him, casting a formidable shadow as he looked down, teasing, "Young master Song, every time I see you, you're in tears. It's getting rather tiresome, you know." Huang Dan retorted, "Could you refrain from speaking for a moment? Your voice is quite irritating." Lu Chu's gaze fell upon the youth's eyes, noticing tears gathering at the corners, which puzzled him. How could a man shed so many tears? "Isn't it said that only women are made of water? Are you one of them?" Huang Dan wiped his tears, his voice tinged with sobs. "Women are made of tofu." Lu Chu raised an eyebrow. "Then what are you made of, young master Song?" Huang Dan replied, "I am made of the same substance as Captain Lu. Whatever he is made of, so am I." Lu Chu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Dan took a moment to collect his thoughts, still tethered to the main topic. "Captain Lu, what I wish to discuss is regarding Boss Zhang." He exhaled deeply. How can you be certain that a withered head and a skeleton truly belong to Boss Zhang? Could there have been a mistake? Lu Chu continued to scrutinize the youth's slightly reddened eyes. What? Huang Dan looked up. Captain Lu, are you lost in thought? Lu Chu scoffed. Do you take me for you? I don't have the luxury of daydreaming. Huang Dan hesitated. I am lying. Lu Chu resumed his stride. Young Master Song, please speak up when you talk. Don't mumble. It's indistinct, and no one can understand you. Huang Dan grimaced, feeling the blame shift to him. As Lu Chu walked away, he turned back, stopping before the youth with an expression of impatience. Hurry up, speak. Huang Dan fentured. Captain Lu, may I ask why you seem to disdain me? Lu Chu paused, a smirk forming on his lips. I senti it obvious? It's because you, young Master Song, are exceedingly hypocritical. Your insincerity is quite off-putting. Huang Dan lifted his eyelids, familiar with the term hypocritical. Throughout his academic and professional life, he had often overheard others remarking on his aloofness and pride, suggesting that he rarely smiled, and when he did, it seemed forced and disrespectful. After Lu Chu's statement, he awaited young Master Song's reaction, surprised to find that the latter remained unflustered, seemingly indifferent. Huang Dan pressed his lips together. I know. Lu Chu, puzzled, asked, know what? Huang Dan replied, I am hypocritical. Lu Chu was taken aback. He observed the youth, noting the absence of anger or any sign of retaliation, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Anyone else would likely take offense at being labeled hypocritical. Lu Chu looked down, intrigued. Huang Dan shifted the topic, reiterating the matter concerning Boss Zhang, stripping it down to its bare bones, leaving nothing but a skeletal remains. Everyone is alike. How did you confirm their identities? Lu Chu's gaze sharpened immediately. Huang Dan replied, I have perused numerous crime-solving books while abroad and attended several relevant lectures. There exists a peculiar phenomenon in this world. Seemingly unrelated strangers may bear an uncanny resemblance to one another, despite lacking any blood ties. This reminded me of the traveling merchant. When the woodcutter found him, all that lay in the grass were mere scraps of meat bones and tattered clothing, alongside the burden that had fallen to the ground. The case of Widow Li was similar, with only a few fragments of flesh clinging to the skin and a pair of embroidered shoes. Pausing for a moment, Huang Dan continued, and then there is Boss Zhang. I recall that his head had shriveled, his face obscured, and the skeletal structure rendered any identification impossible. He pondered aloud, could it be that the identities of those remains, the heads, and the flesh correspond to the deceased, are all in question? Lu Chu remained silent. Huang Dan chose not to elaborate further. This individual would investigate. Lu Chu's piercing gaze questioned, why suddenly disclose this information to me? Huang Dan replied, it just occurred to me. Lu Chu found it enigmatic. It was evident that young Master Song had retained a keen memory of the details surrounding these cases. Intriguing. Huang Dan shrugged. Even the head constable is aware that my grandmother oversees everything I do, wishing for me to remain indoors, never to step beyond the threshold. Now that I have something to engage with, I am spared from boredom. Lu Chu's gaze did not waver. Was it merely this? Huang Dan recited the original speaker's lines, adding a flair of display. His words dripped with pride and satisfaction, befitting a young master returned from abroad, as even the head constable seemed swayed by my discourse. Did he not? Lu Chu's face twitched. Huang Dan sensed a decrease in the man's wariness towards him, the suspicion of him being the murderer or a demon waning. Although I am the eldest son of the Song family, my kin do not acknowledge my abilities, deeming me a mere ornamental pillow, pleasing to the eye yet ineffectual. If I can demonstrate my worth in this case, they may reassess their perception of me. Lu Chu scoffed. You calculate quite clearly. Just as Huang Dan was about to respond, he heard the man's next words, young Master Song, you are not merely an ornamental pillow. Lu Chu slightly bent his back, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. You are more akin to an embroidered quilt, marginally more useful than a pillow. Huang Dan. Lu Chu veered left, entering an alley, extending an unusual invitation. Young master, I am off to dine. Will you accompany me? Huang Dan said nothing, simply following suit. He must seize every opportunity to engage with the prime suspect of the demon. As long as he timely inscribes that individual's name in the task interface when the demon assumes their guise, the task will be deemed successful. The fear lies in encountering a moment of distraction, failing to complete the name before the demon morphs into another, leading to the task's failure. The transition between heaven and hell hinges entirely on luck. Huang Dan and Lu Chu settled into a quaint tavern, ordering a plate of braised beef, a dish of peanuts, 10 steamed buns, and a jar of fragrant liquor. As the food and drink were served, Lu Chu poured himself a drink, remarking, "Young Master Song, I treated you to that boiled dish last time, so it's your turn now." Huang Dan was rendered speechless, realizing that this man's invitation was merely a means to settle the score for the previous meal, while he himself feasted without expense. He glanced at the spread before them and picked up his chopsticks to take a piece of beef, muttering, "I didn't bring any money." Lu Chu snatched the piece from his fingers, exclaiming, "No money? Are you jesting?" Huang Dan attempted to grab another piece, but found his pockets empty. Lu Chu, incredulous, said, "You, the illustrious young Master Song, venture out without money?" Huang Dan replied, "Indeed, I do." Lu Chu took the chopsticks from Huang Dan's hand and dramatically placed them on the table. "Young master, hold on for a moment. Look up and gaze at me." Huang Dan met his gaze. Lu Chu leaned his head on his hand, a smirk dancing on his lips. "This tavern is bustling on E Street. With my speed, I could easily slip away. But you, young Master Song, are not trained in martial arts. I doubt you would make it to the door before being apprehended." "What then?" Huang Dan shrugged. "It's fine. You have money." Lu Chu's face twisted in disbelief. "I have no money." Huang Dan insisted, "It's in your left pocket." "I saw it." Lu Chu. Huang Dan retrieved his chopsticks from the man's side. "Captain Lu, these dishes hardly amount to much. You can cover for now, and I shall treat you later." Lu Chu scoffed, "Forget it. Half a month's salary gone just like that. I clash with this person at every encounter. Our fates are irreparably misaligned." Lu Chu surveyed the table of food, his heart bleeding, and quickly grabbed a piece of braised beef. Huang Dan, who also relished beef, savored his food slowly, chewing meticulously. Soon, only a few morsels remained on his plate. "Captain Lu, why don't you eat the peanuts in front of you?" Lu Chu replied while taking a bite of bun and sipping liquor, "My teeth aren't good." Huang Dan. A waft of fragrant liquor drifted across the table, and Huang Dan couldn't resist pouring himself a glass. The aroma enveloped him, quietly expanding in his mouth, intoxicating him to the point of dizziness. Unaccustomed to the local brew, having only indulged in foreign wines, he found the first sip sour, the second sweet, and before long, he had downed a cup. Succumbing to inebriation, Lu Chu returned after settling the bill, pushing against the young man slumped on the table. "Young master? Young Master Song? Song Wang?" Huang Dan lifted his head, reclining against the chair back, his face flushed from drink. Lu Chu rubbed his forehead, one hand holding a knife, the other pulling at the young man. "Let us go. I have no time to play with you here." Huang Dan's legs felt weak, lacking strength, and he was tugged up only to collapse back down. Lu Chu slapped the young man's face, feeling the smoothness of his skin, and absent-mindedly touched it. Huang Dan, eyes closed and brow furrowed, murmured, "Don't touch me. It hurts." Lu Chu was taken aback, steadying the swaying young man. What else with the dramatics? Huang Dan's expression was one of discomfort, too rough, too unpleasant. Lu Chu opened his hand to examine his palm, calloused and rough to the touch. His expression darkened, pondering why he should care about such matters. He pressed a man into a chair and summoned his servant, instructing him to inform the Song residents that young Master Song was inebriated. The servant, upon recognizing the young master, sighed in acknowledgement. Lu Chu looked down at the youth, perplexed, wondering how a man could possess such a smooth visage. Had he indulged in foreign spirits? Unconsciously, he leaned closer, captivated by an inexplicable curiosity, eager to investigate further. At that moment, Huang Dan's eyes fluttered open, and upon seeing the face mere inches away, he was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Why are you getting so close?" Lu Chu was assailed by the intoxicating scent of the youth's breath, momentarily dazed, and without another thought, he seized a knife and departed briskly, not glancing back. Huang Dan rubbed his temples, questioning whether he had indeed misperceived the situation. He felt certain that the man's tunic had been oddly raised, as if concealing something within. "System, is Lu Chu gay?" he inquired. "He is nothing of the sort," came the reply. Huang Dan pondered, realizing he still did not comprehend, Could you elucidate further, dear system? There is no sexuality, the system responded. Huang Dan wished to roll his eyes, but remained steadfast in his composure. Apologies, I lack the authority to elaborate further. I can only provide answers to Mr. Huang. It's all right, thank you, he replied, mulling over the two answers he had received, still unable to fathom how a person could embody nothingness, devoid of sexuality, yet still exhibit arousal. Before long, the people from Song residence arrived to escort him, and as he was assisted into the carriage, he inadvertently caught sight of a black official boot at a nearby corner. Once the carriage departed, Lu Chu emerged from the shadows, adjusting his garments before taking a few steps to survey his surroundings, seeking a place to sit, his mind empty and unburdened, entering a state of complete detachment. In the afternoon, Lu Chu took Old Feng to Boss Zhang's residence for a more thorough examination of the skull and skeletal remains. Old Feng, having heard Lu Chu's remarks, grew suspicious but struggled to pinpoint the critical detail that could confirm the identity of the deceased. Just as Old Feng withdrew his gaze, he exclaimed, "Lu, come over here and see if the body is tilted to one side." Lu Chu looked closely. The left side of the skeleton was indeed lower than the right, a subtle difference that would be imperceptible to the untrained eye. Old Feng pondered. It could be either a natural slouch or due to years of favoring the left shoulder. Lu Chu furrowed his brow. The town of Yueshan was neither excessively large nor particularly small. The scattered villages made the search challenging. Si Mao and his companions inquired village by village. When idle, one's mind tends to wander, but Lu Chu did not allow himself a moment's respite. He ascended the mountain thrice, attempting to trace Boss Zhang's whereabouts. Yet to no avail. It was as if Boss Zhang had merged with the mountain itself, without discovering Zhang or any clues regarding the remains. Lu Chu unknowingly wandered to the Song residence before retracing his steps. In the afternoon, two servants at the entrance of the Song residence exchanged glances, perplexed. Servant A, Lu the constable has arrived. Servant B, Servant A, Lu the constable has left again. Servant B, On the following day, the servants craned their necks in anticipation, yet Lu the constable's figure remained elusive. Both sighed heavily, their earlier wager now rendered futile. Had they ventured a bit further, they might have glimpsed Lu's disheveled silhouette. The town had enjoyed a brief tranquility until the death of a villager sparked rumors, with some claiming that Boss Zhang had summoned a malevolent spirit, bringing misfortune upon the town. Within the span of a single incense stick's burn, the gossip spread like wildfire. That evening, Zhang's father and mother returned home, only to find several shadowy figures standing in the dimly lit hall. The atmosphere was eerily silent, and the outline of a coffin loomed indistinctly. Zhang's father, on high alert, grasped his wife's hand and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to my home?" The figures remained rigid and silent. As they approached, the couple discerned that the figures were mere paper effigies, their eyes gouged out. Zhang's mother fainted on the spot, overwhelmed by terror. The family of the deceased villager made no effort to intervene, instead pacing anxiously outside Boss Zhang's door, inciting further panic. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Chu dispatched a companion to disperse the grieving family from Boss Zhang's residence. However, the tension did not abate. Recently, several townsfolk had gone missing, including a peddler and widow Li, with others unaccounted for, fueling speculation that they had been devoured by the very spirit that had brought calamity upon them. A mob soon surged toward Boss Zhang's home, their outrage palpable. Zhang's father glared at the crowd, declaring, "My son is human, not a demon." The cacophony of insults persisted. Zhang's family has always known peace. Is he who invited the demon here? He deserves death, not us. The crowd shouted, "Get out. Leave this place. Go." Trembling, Zhang's father surveyed the mob, recognizing faces that had often sought aid from his prosperous family, whether in the form of loans or provisions. Though his son was not particularly generous, he had frequently assisted these neighbors in need, providing herbs to the ailing or helping during childbirth without charge. Now, as his family faced ruin and his son lay grotesquely slain by a demon, reduced to mere bones, those whom they had once aided had encircled them, proclaiming their household cursed, the harbinger of misfortune for the entire town. The families of the deceased were especially fervent, brandishing torches in their fury. And had it not been for the constable's intervening, They might have set fire to both the house and themselves in their wrath. Reflecting on this, Zhang's father scanned the crowd, recognizing those who had once benefited from their kindness. There stood the patched-clothed daughter-in-law of the Huang family. During a time of dire need, when she could not afford medicine for a difficult childbirth, had received herbs delivered without charge from his own hands. The elderly Wu matriarch, adorned with a blue scarf, came to borrow grain one fateful year when her husband had broken his leg, leaving them in dire straits without a single grain of rice. Without hesitation, my companion offered her a bag of freshly harvested rice. Tears streamed down Wu's face as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, vowing to labor tirelessly for our family. That sincere look of appreciation remains etched in my memory. Then there was the old Zhao, clad in tattered robes. Yet, those very individuals who once professed their gratitude and spoke of repaying our family's kindness now exhibit expressions of rage, their teeth clenched as if they wished to devour us whole. Even though their own son has been reduced to mere bones, they remain unrelenting in their fury. Oh heavens! I implore you to open your eyes and witness the plight of our town and our family. My son was also a victim of malevolence. He too suffered. In this moment, Zhang's father appeared utterly helpless and isolated, unwilling to behold the grotesque visages of those around him, even for a fleeting glance. My son, you have departed, and your mother has fallen ill. At last, we shall be reunited, he murmured softly, casting a handful of paper money into the fire. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the flames to dance wildly. Outside, the crowd began to settle slightly under the shouts of the constables. However, this day was destined for turmoil. At the end of the street, someone rushed towards them, shouting something that sent the crowd into a frenzied uproar. A voice pierced the air, shrieking, "Run! Boss Zhang has returned." Bewildered, Boss Zhang noticed the palpable fear in the townsfolk. Those who laid eyes upon him scattered as if they had encountered a specter. Even a longtime friend turned a blind eye, hastily attempting to flee, only to be grasped by Boss Zhang. "Brotherly, what has transpired in this town? Is there something amiss?" The man, gripped by panic, widened his eyes and, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, No, nothing at all, Brother Zhang. We shall speak another day." With that, he wrenched himself free and bolted away. Watching his old friend retreat in haste, Boss Zhang's confusion deepened. Suppressing his hunger, he muttered to himself, "What has happened to the people in this town? Has some calamity befallen them during my brief absence?" As he surveyed the deserted street, a sense of despair enveloped him. Even seeking someone to inquire was futile. Just then, a flicker of hope ignited within him as he spotted a large group approaching. He quickly donned a smile and called out, "Good people, has something occurred? Why do I see so many fleeing?" Amused, he pondered the earlier group that had scurried away like frightened monkeys, as if pursued by a deadly force. Relieved, he noted that these newcomers were not fleeing and were drawing nearer. Finally, he recognized them as familiar neighbors, yet none among them responded to his inquiry, nor did they offer even a customary greeting. Boss Zhang gradually sensed that something was amiss. Although these individuals were indeed his old neighbors, their expressions struck him as unsettlingly foreign. From their indifferent faces, he discerned a flicker of fear, anger, hatred, and an undercurrent of madness. As he approached, he realized that these people were not unarmed. Some wielded carrying poles, while others brandished stout sticks, and a few even held what were unmistakably bamboo rods for hanging clothes. Inexplicably, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, a foreboding that weighed heavily on his heart. The crowd finally came to a halt, remaining silent, exchanging glances as if bound by a shared trepidation, waiting for one among them to take the first step. At that moment, Boss Zhang recognized their intentions were directed at him. The color drained from his face, and he felt compelled to flee home to uncover the truth. Although the crowd obstructed his path home, when he attempted to squeeze through, they surprisingly parted in haste. Those who were slow to move trembled in fear, frantically pushing towards the exit. Given the narrowness of the street, it could scarcely accommodate so many, resulting in a cacophony of screams and wails as chaos ensued. A flicker of hope ignited within Boss Zhang, prompting him to quicken his pace, seizing the chance to navigate through the throng. However, just as he was about to escape, a voice bellowed from the crowd, "Don't let him get away. He is a monster." Voices echoed in agreement. Indeed, if we let him escape today, will we ever have peace again? Amidst the clamor, a woman with a voice like a rusty bell cried out, "Oh, my poor Ernio died a tragic death because of him. I shall confront him." A voice from the crowd retorted quietly, "But wasn't he Ernio killed by excessive drinking? You know nothing. If it weren't for this monster instilling fear in our hearts, will my honest Ernio have resorted to drowning his sorrows in drink?" As if ignited by her words, a frenzy erupted, shouts of violence surged forth. And in an instant, the crowd forgot their trepidation, encircling Boss Zhang once more. His face turned ashen, and his heart raced with terror. He could not fathom how these previously timid individuals had morphed into a violent mob, branding him a demon and clamoring for his demise. Despite his humanity and having treated them kindly, why did they harbor such animosity towards him, so eager for his end, denying him even the chance to plead his case? Struggling to comprehend, Boss Zhang forced a smile, endeavoring to appear gentle as he implored, "What monster? You must be mistaken. I am but a man." Yet, his smile only deepened their horror. Suddenly, a resounding thud struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Before he could utter a cry, the advancing crowd descended upon him with sticks, poles, and rods. They had gone mad. Boss Zhang had no opportunity to defend himself. The pain morphed from initial shock and desperation to an overwhelming numbness, all transpiring in mere breaths. A heart-wrenching wail pierced through the crowd as Zhang's father, fueled by an unknown strength, forced his way through the throng. Stooping with age, he extended his frail arms in a desperate attempt to shield his son from further harm. Yet, the crowd paid him no heed, and in an instant, he was struck down. Both father and son collapsed into a pool of blood, teetering on the brink of life and death. When Lu Chu and his men arrived, they were met with this harrowing scene. Cursing under his breath, Lu Chu seized a man attempting to thrust a bamboo pole into Boss Zhang's chest and hurled him aside with force. A profound silence enveloped the onlookers. The crimson blood staining the ground, Boss Zhang had not transformed into a monster. He was undeniably human. How could this be? He had clearly perished, yet here he was alive. Where's the monster? The crowd dropped their belongings, trembling uncontrollably. Huang Dan, following Lu Chu, surveyed the frightened faces around him and the fallen father and son, a chill running down his spine. He resolved to complete his task swiftly. This era was far more terrifying than the countryside. At that moment, Huang Dan began to grasp the monster's treachery. Both Boss Zhang and his father were taken to a physician for treatment. The doctor pronounced Boss Zhang's condition dire. Lu Chu supported Boss Zhang's shoulder, lifting him slightly as he called out. Boss Zhang's breath came in ragged gasps. Lu, Captain. I. Lu Chu understood his unspoken words. You are human, not a monster. The townsfolk were mistaken. Boss Zhang clutched Lu Chu's sleeve tightly, murmuring that they will have retribution. His words were abruptly replaced by a violent cough of blood. Lu Chu wiped the blood from his sleeve, inquiring about the severed head and skeleton in his room that night. Boss Zhang, spitting blood, recounted that he had only discovered them upon returning to his chamber after parting ways with the others. Lu Chu's brow furrowed. This implied that while they were deliberating, someone had seized the opportunity to place the head and skeleton there. At that time, Si Mao and the others were present, able to provide each other with alibis, while the only other person in the tavern was the cook. That cook belonged to Boss Dai. Lu Chu pressed further. Why did you not call for help? Boss Zhang coughed again, blood mixing with clots and rasped. I opened the door to go out and saw someone standing at the entrance. Lu Chu's gaze sharpened. Who? Boss Zhang shook his head, explaining that the corridor was dark, preventing him from seeing clearly, though he had caught a whiff of a strange odor. Lu Chu asked, was there anything else? Boss Zhang's eyes suddenly widened there. It was. He spewed forth another mouthful of blood and collapsed. Lu Chu found himself drenched in blood, seated in a chair, motionless for what felt like an eternity. Si Mao entered, announcing, Boss Zhang has died. Lu Chu responded, indeed, he has perished. A sardonic smile curled his lips, not at the hands of a monster, but by those of his own kind. Si Mao, typically loquacious and quick-witted, now resembled a mute, at a loss for words. Lu Chu instructed Si Mao to arrange for Boss Zhang's funeral, then proceeded to South Street to inquire about the cook from the tavern. The cook, at home with his elderly mother, lamented the events unfolding on the street, claiming he had not participated and had only observed from a distance. Lu Chu arrived without even sipping a cup of tea, getting straight to the point. The chef's response remained unchanged from the time of the incident. After I finished my work, I went to sleep. Lu Chu inquired about Boss Dai, asking, "You've been working in the restaurant for over 5 years. What do you think of Boss Dai?" The chef replied, "She is astute and exceptionally versatile. In fact, she is more remarkable than many men." Lu Chu acknowledged, "Indeed, it is impressive for a woman to single-handedly manage such a large establishment." The chef, encouraged by Lu Chu's agreement, shared an anecdote. He recounted that he had heard from few waiters that Boss Dai had recently been quite forgetful. Lu Chu says that, as women age, they may exhibit certain symptoms. The chef disagreed, asserting Boss Dai is still quite young. This was true. Boss Dai's charm was evident to all. Lu Chu stroked his chin, pondering what could have caused that. The chef replied, "I do not know. It is indeed strange." After leaving the chef's home, Lu Chu organized the relevant details of the case. Previously, Boss Dai had provided him with a lead, mentioning that she had seen the old lady in the corridor. The old lady vehemently denied this. Between the two, one was surely lying. Now, suspicion pointed toward Boss Dai. Lu Chu visited her residence, which was secluded and quite unique. A maid led him to the spring garden, where Boss Dai was admiring the flowers, still enveloped in a potent fragrance. "I heard that Boss Zhang has died," Lu Chu remarked as he seated himself by a stone table. Boss Dai's expression turned anxious. "When we discussed the investment, the monster must have learned of it, which led to Boss Zhang's abduction as a warning to us." She waved a handkerchief, exclaiming, "Oh, Lu Captain, I deeply regret my decision. Had I known, I would never have allowed you into my restaurant. I fear the monster may come looking for me." "Lu Chu Guestin, how can you be so certain it was a monster?" "Everyone says so," Boss Dai replied, leaning closer to Lu Chu. "You must protect me," she implored. Lu Chu straightened her posture. A woman who managed such a large establishment with remarkable skill undoubtedly had her share of talented subordinates. "You need not rely on a mere captain like me," he noted. Boss Dai's alluring gaze was unmatched. Lu Chu casually asked, "Is your memory good?" She smiled radiantly. "I did not mean to boast, but my memory is impeccable. I remember events from over 10 or 20 years ago quite clearly." Lu Chu, overwhelmed by her scent, felt a wave of nausea. "Aren't you curious," he pressed, "if Boss Zhang returns? Whose remains are those at the restaurant?" Boss Dai laughed. "Captain Lu, you jest. I am merely a restaurateur. How would I know about solving cases?" She wore a blue embroidered qipao, its high slit accentuating her figure. With a slight twist of her waist, she adopted a seductive pose, her legs exposed tantalizingly. "Did you come here to see me?" she teased. Lu Chu pinched her cheek, the smoothness of her skin reminding him of the young master. Yet, despite its allure, he felt no impulse to touch her further. Lu Chu furrowed his brows, momentarily taken aback. It appeared he was grappling with a perplexing matter, unable to comprehend it. Seizing the opportunity while the man was lost in thought, Boss Dai draped his arm over Lu Chu's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Captain Lu, would you mind staying a while?" Lu Chu brusquely brushed off the unwelcome arm as though it were a piece of filth, asserting, "Boss Dai, please maintain your decorum." The allure in Boss Dai's eyes faded, and he retorted, "If you have no interest in me, what brings you here?" Lu Chu patted his shoulder, reminding him, "The remains were discovered in your establishment. Do you truly believe you can remain detached and untroubled?" Boss Dai's expression darkened as he called for a servant. "Xianger, show our guest out." Even without an explicit dismissal, Lu Chu had no intention of lingering. Upon exiting, Lu Chu found his breathing eased. The two puzzling figures were both women, and women were notoriously challenging to deal with. Not long after Boss Zhang's demise, his father succumbed to grief, following his son to the underworld. Life continued as usual. Customers flowed in and out of shops, while the cries of vendors filled the air. Yet, an inescapable gloom enveloped the town. No one dared to mention Boss Zhang anymore. The townsfolk encountered an elderly woman, Boss Zhang's mother, who wandered the streets daily, incessantly muttering to herself, unresponsive to anyone's calls. It was said she had lost her sanity. Huang Dan once came across the old woman and, though he could not discern her ramblings, felt as though she had become detached from the town. After the deaths of her husband and son, the lives of the townspeople mattered not to her. Following her for a while, Huang Dan saw her stumble and hurried to lend a hand. The old woman did not turn back, continuing her forward march, her mutterings unabated. A chill crept up Huang Dan's ankles, coalescing into an icy blade that pierced his heart. When he regained his senses, the old woman had vanished from his sight. The street remained bustling and vibrant, with adults chatting and children frolicking. Everything seemed so tranquil and simple, yet Huang Dan felt increasingly uneasy. He departed from East Street, deliberately circumventing the spot where Boss Zhang and his father had fallen in a pool of blood. Strangely, that very location was the prime area of the street, where vendors typically vied for space each morning, and this day was no exception. The vendor who had secured that spot was selling snacks, calling out cheerfully. Huang Dan recognized him as the same vendor who had attempted to stab Boss Zhang in the chest that fateful day. Had Lu Chu arrived a moment later, both Boss Zhang and his father would have been mercilessly pierced. Huang Dan could not help but stare, astonished by the vendor's unflappable demeanor. Leaving East Street behind, he hesitated for a moment before stepping into the Yi residence as he passed by. Inside the hall, Yi Fu was embroiled in a heated argument with Bai Ying over some matter, but the quarrel ceased when a servant came to deliver a message. Bai Ying exited, holding her child. Huang Dan caught a glimpse of her as he heard Yi Fu's voice, "Esteemed nephew, please sit." Once the servant brought tea and departed, the hall fell into silence. Huang Dan blew on his tea, waiting for Yi Fu to speak first. With a sigh, Yi Fu remarked, "The town is no longer what it once was. You have heard about Boss Zhang's incident, haven't you, esteemed nephew?" Huang Dan replied, "I was present." Ye's father was taken aback, sighing at the unpredictable nature of human hearts. With a face full of regret and self-reproach, he lamented that he should not have summoned Lan Lan back. Huang Dan remained silent. Suddenly, Ye's father proposed, "Nephew, why not take Lan Lan back abroad with you? Among the younger generation, I only feel secure in trusting her to you." His words were clear. Should Huang Dan agree, he would become a son-in-law of the Yi family. The wedding between Yilan and him would occur before their overseas journey, thus assuaging Ye's father's concerns. Huang Dan replied, "Uncle, I cannot leave." Ye's father seemed to anticipate this response, stating, "If you are worried about your grandmother, I can look after her." Huang Dan expressed his lack of confidence. After a few more words from Ye's father, seeing the youth's unwavering stance, he decided to relent, instructing his servant to escort Huang Dan to Lan Lan. Huang Dan found an excuse to depart, having come to see Ye's father, holding on to the hope of not being discovered. As for Yilan, it seemed her sole purpose was to escape the Yi family and find that person. He had not yet devised a plan to assist her, and thus chose not to meet. Leaving the Yi residence, Huang Dan wandered outside with several attendants arranged by the elderly lady before returning. Upon reaching the entrance, his gaze caught a glimpse of a black garment. He signaled for the attendants to wait and quietly approached Lu Butu. Lu Chu leaned against the wall, gripping a knife, lost in thought. Startled by the shout, he straightened up and quickly vanished from sight. Huang Dan recognized this scenario. Lu Chu was evading him. He did not dwell on it further. After more than half a month, the mystery surrounding the demon remained unresolved, and the identity of the skeletal remains found in the tavern was still unknown. Shortly before, the bandit den at Spider Ridge had been eradicated, leaving some stragglers who arrived in town. Huang Dan, not consulting the almanac before going out, encountered bandits who robbed and assaulted him. Fortunately, he was armed. Times had indeed been tumultuous, and such precautions were necessary for self-defense and the protection of others. This was his mindset before the incident occurred. However, once it transpired, Huang Dan realized that overthinking was futile, for he had witnessed the archetype of a pig teammate himself. As Lu Chu engaged in combat with several bandits, their figures intertwined too swiftly. Huang Dan took aim for a fleeting moment, firing a shot that struck not a bandit, but Lu Chu. Lu Chu. Guess who I am? The bandit has been apprehended, and peace has been restored to the town, albeit at the cost of Captain Lu's honorably sustained injury. During the tumultuous skirmish, chaos reigned in the streets. Cries of terror mingled with anguished screams. as people scrambled for safety, oblivious to the circumstances of Lu's injury. When the constables turned their attention, he was already on one knee. Eyewitness accounts varied. Some claimed that Captain Lu had single-handedly confronted a dozen bandits, only to be caught unawares and wounded in the leg. Others insisted that he was a valiant warrior, effortlessly dispatching the brigands as if they were mere children, sustaining his injury only while protecting his comrades. The constables, fierce and formidable, exchanged accusatory glances, questioning who had inflicted harm upon their leader. "Was it you?" "Not I. I was far from him. Don't look at me. I was occupied dealing with two foes and had no time to seek our leader. I only learned of his injury through you." All eyes turned to Si Mao, who was known to be closest to the captain. Si Mao, perched on a chair, rolled his eyes and declared, "What are you all thinking? Had I been nearby, I would certainly have shielded him. Do you not find it strange? With the captain's extraordinary skills, there is no way those bandits could have harmed him in the slightest." He recalled the captain's expression. His fury was palpable when he knelt, a visage that could inspire dread. The constables were perplexed. Who could have possibly wounded their leader? Moments later, the foreign doctor emerged from the captain's quarters, his gloved hands cradling a tray filled with cotton balls, various vials, and a bloodied bullet. The constables exchanged astonished glances at the grim revelation: gunshot wounds. It was no wonder the captain had refused their assistance in bandaging his injury, instead instructing them to summon the foreign doctor. In this town, there were few who possessed such Western weaponry. The constables exchanged knowing looks, reflecting on the individuals present during the incident, and in unison, they exclaimed, "Young Master Song." Meanwhile, their clumsy comrade Huang Dan was in the backyard, practicing his marksmanship. A row of apples, suspended by a rope, swung back and forth, but Huang Dan failed to hit even one, not even grazing the edges. The apples seemed to mock his ineptitude, evading his every attempt with surprising agility. Warner stepped forward with a handkerchief to wipe Huang Dan's brow, offering soft sounds of encouragement. After a brief respite, he resumed his practice. At the entrance of the backyard, Song Wangsher leaned on her cane, observing. The steward, with downcast eyes, noted, "The young master has been practicing diligently since his return." Song Wangsher regarded her grandson with a gaze filled with affection and hope, contemplating the potential utility of his training in the future. Her attention shifted momentarily to the young girl, then back to her grandson. Warner, with her delicate form and gentle demeanor, was mute yet serene, a suitable companion for Ah Wang. The steward affirmed her thoughts. "Indeed." Song Wangsher inquired, "Have you made any progress regarding the medicine I mentioned last time?" The steward replied, "I have made inquiries, and it should arrive next month." Song Wang sighed, recognizing that A Wang was no longer a child. If it weren't for his utter disinterest in matters of the heart, she wouldn't have resorted to such measures. The steward remarked that the young master would eventually comprehend the old lady's intentions. Song Wang turned, noting that understanding was of little consequence. Her only wish was for him to carry on the Song family lineage before her departure. The steward reassured her that the old lady was in robust health. As she walked slowly, her cane struck the ground with a dull thud, echoing her myriad of emotions. After a prolonged silence, she mused. Every person inevitably reaches the end of their journey. Much of the morning had passed. Huang Dan, drenched in sweat, found himself unable to hit the apple even once. For the first time, he felt as though his vision had failed him, and his hands were utterly useless, devoid of the confidence and ease he usually possessed while sketching plans. "Warner, fetch me some clean clothes. I wish to take a bath." Warner, taking small, hurried steps, set about her task. Huang Dan did not require anyone to knead his shoulders or massage his back, having made his preferences clear. Thus, after testing the water temperature, Warner left with his soiled garments. Outside the door, Warner slightly bowed her head, catching a whiff of faint perspiration, her cheeks flushing, her heart racing. A few maidservants passed by, curiously inquiring, "Warner, what are you up to?" She shook her head and averted her gaze. After bathing and donning fresh attire, Huang Dan left the residence, carrying several bundles of medicinal herbs and a food box, and made his way to a tavern in the southern town. In a room at the inn, Lu Chu lay on the bed, one hand behind his head, the other reaching for peanuts from a plate on the cabinet. He cracked open the shells, savoring the crispness of the red-skinned peanuts, his demeanor utterly content. Just then, Si Mao entered and announced, "Boss, young Master Song has arrived." Lu Chu, in the midst of swallowing a peanut, nearly choked, and with his mouth still full, muttered, "Tell him to leave. I do not wish to see him." Si Mao stood there, momentarily stunned. For a fleeting moment, he felt a dreadful illusion that the boss resembled a wronged little wife sulking at her husband. He shook his head to dispel the thought and turned back to the young man in the corridor, stating, "Young Master Song, the boss says he does not want to see you." Huang Dan replied, "I wish to see him." Si Mao shot a glance at him, thinking, what is with this guy? If it were anyone else who had wounded the boss, he would have received a few slaps already. How is it that he stands here unscathed, arms and legs intact? With a stern expression, he questioned, "Young Master Song, why did you shoot at our boss?" Huang Dan responded, "It was a misunderstanding." Si Mao found this puzzling. Normally, if someone inflicted an injury on the boss, he would rush in to deliver a few blows. But standing before this young man, he could not bring himself to utter harsh words. Despite the absence of dramatic emotional fluctuations, there was a serene quality about him that seemed to influence those around him. Honestly, young Master Song, if your marksmanship is poor, it would be wise not to fire recklessly. You've left quite a gaping wound on the boss's leg, and he has lost a considerable amount of blood. Who knows when the flesh will heal? Sameo gestured with his hands, tracing a large bowl shape in front of his chest. Huang Dan remarked, "Sameo, do not deceive me. If the hole were that large, Lu Budu's leg would be shattered to pieces." Sameo's face flushed, and he coughed lightly. "I may have exaggerated a bit, but Master Song, your gun is indeed lethal. The bullet could take a life. Fortunately, it struck the boss's leg. Had it hit elsewhere, it might have demolished your esteemed residence." He sighed. "You know how difficult it is to summon a foreign doctor. It took ages for him to arrive. The boss bled profusely, soaking the entire bed sheet, requiring a basin to catch the blood. It will take at least 10 days to a fortnight of substantial nourishment to recuperate." Huang Dan grimaced. "You should relay that. Just say it's an apology." "Very well. I shall inquire further," Sameo replied. He entered the room and closed the door behind him, saying, "Boss, Master Song wishes to see you to apologize." Lu Chu spat out a peanut shell far away, sneering. "Ask him if I could shoot a hole in him. Would that suffice as an apology?" Sameo replied, "But, boss, you have no gun." Lu Chu smiled gently. "What about a knife?" "That works perfectly." Sameo rubbed his hands together. "Boss, I believe Master Song is quite sincere. He did not come empty-handed, bringing you medicine and food." Lu Chu raised an eyebrow. "What did he use to bribe you?" Sameo immediately swore loyalty. "Boss, I swear, he had nothing." Lu Chu retorted, "He gave you nothing, yet you are still swayed? Are you foolish?" Sameo, Lu Chu, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry, tell him to leave." Sameo exited, looking troubled. "Master Song, I think you should return. The boss is in a foul mood due to his injury." Huang Dan inquired, "What did he say?" Sameo recounted verbatim, "Wait a few days for the boss's mood to improve, then you may visit him again." He smiled, adding, "Do not worry, Master Song. The boss did not harm you and instructed us not to trouble you behind his back, indicating he is not angry with you." Huang Dan said, "Then I shall return for now. We will talk another day." Sameo extended his hand, his mouth opening in silent protest, internally lamenting, "Young master, you could have taken a few packets of medicine back, but at least leave the food. Bringing it over only to take it back seems tiresome." Inside, Lu Chu consumed a couple of handfuls of peanuts, the taste lingering in his breath. He glanced at the door, then back again. Sameo had exited and did not return. Lu Chu lay on the bed for a while, feeling uncomfortable, as if insects were crawling all over him, not just one, causing an itch that frayed his nerves. He could not help but call for Sameo. "Where is he?" Sameo, puzzled, asked who. Lu Chu gave him a look that implied, "Who do you think?" Sameo suddenly realized, "The Master Song you mentioned? He has left." Lu Chu's brow furrowed instantly. Sameo felt a chill run down his spine. He licked his lips and said, "But boss, didn't you tell me to send Master Song away?" Lu Chu, expressionless, replied, "I have changed my mind. Go fetch him back." Sameo's expression was a tapestry of emotions, astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of suspicion that perhaps he was ensnared in a dream. Why else would the boss be behaving like a little wife? What was happening? "Liu Chu Gongman, hurry up." Sameo scratched his face. attempting to articulate his thoughts. But, boss, when the person arrived, we didn't even let him in the door. Now that he is leaving, how can I go after him? Lu Chu pondered the absurdity of the situation, realizing Sameo had a point. He stiffened his face and pointed to his right leg, asserting, "This leg was injured because of him. Regardless of who he is, he owes me tea and water." Sameo exhaled, relieved. "Oh, so that's what it is. Being attended to by the young master of the Song family. That's quite something. No wonder the boss changed his mind." He chuckled. "I'll go after him and bring it back for you." Lu Chu, attentive to the sounds outside, swiftly finished the peanuts in his mouth, concealed the bowl beneath the covers, and adopted a feeble pose, his gaze vacant and his face drawn with fatigue. Huang Dan handed Sameo some medicine, instructing him to brew it, one packet at a time, reducing 3 bowls of water to 1. Sameo caught a few packets, replying, all right. He glanced at the food box, saying, "Young Master Song, may I take this as well?" Huang Dan replied, "I cannot give that to you. It is for Captain Lu." Sameo's disappointment was palpable. Oh, he mused that it must contain pastries, knowing the boss had no taste for sweets, and ultimately they would end up consuming them. Inside the room, Lu Chu propped himself up with one hand, shifting his body to peer towards the door, curious about the contents being brought in. As the young man turned away, Lu Chu quickly lay back down. Huang Dan entered, closing the door behind him, and approached the bed with the food box. The man upon the bed appeared pallid, with dark circles beneath his eyes and stubble on his chin. His lips, devoid of color, were pressed thin, betraying the severity of his injuries. Huang Dan's peripheral vision caught sight of a peanut near the man's left shoulder, likely dropped during his meal. His gaze subtly scanned the room, noticing a small piece of green porcelain peeking from under the covers. Setting the food box on the cabinet, Huang Dan spoke, "Captain Lu, yesterday unfolded as follows. You were engaged in a skirmish with several bandits, and in the chaos, I accidentally injured you." Lu Chu offered a sardonic smile, his tone laced with irony. "How odd that you don't mention I deliberately collided with your gun's muzzle while you were firing." Huang Dan furrowed his brow in apology. Lu Chu, unyielding, was unaware that he resembled a wounded child seeking comfort. Apologies were futile. What need was there for us constables? Huang Dan replied, "Then I shall retract my statement." Lu Chu sat up, inadvertently aggravating the injury in his leg, letting out a muffled groan as cold sweat broke out. The pain in his leg was now accompanied by a throbbing headache. He realized it had been a grave mistake to send Sameo after the young master. That decision was utterly misguided. Huang Dan observed the bandage on the man's leg, which had begun to stain a light red. "Captain Lu, please lie down and refrain from moving." Lu Chu fixed his gaze upon the young man. Huang Dan felt a shiver run down his spine under the intensity of that stare, yet remained silent. Lu Chu averted his gaze for a moment, pointing at the food box. "What is turning inside?" Huang Dan approached the food box and presented several exquisite crispy pastries. Lu Chu took a piece, his face contorting instantly. "Did you make this yourself?" he inquired. Huang Dan replied, "No more." Lu Chu raised an eyebrow. "I wonder why it tasted so delightful." Huang Dan glanced at the man. "Delicious? I can see the veins on your temple bulging." Lu Chu forced himself to eat another pastry, which nearly cost him half his vitality. He raised an eyebrow. "For the time being, young Master Song shall reside here with me." Huang Dan looked at him questioningly. Lu Chu chuckled. "What? Young Master Song, who has studied abroad, has surely heard the adage about taking responsibility for one's actions? While Lu Captain recovers, it is indeed my duty to care for him. However, I fear Lu Captain may find it uncomfortable." Huang Dan confessed, "Usually, the servants in the manor manage my daily life. I am not particularly adept in this regard." Just as Lu Chu was about to respond, a muffled sound erupted from the bed. The room fell silent. Huang Dan silently opened the window, allowing a breeze devoid of chill to enter. Lu Chu asked stiffly, "Why are you opening the window?" Huang Dan replied, "Because you just farted." Lu Chu remained unfazed, smirking as he quipped, "Young Master Song, are you the pot calling the kettle black?" Without hesitation, Huang Dan lifted the blanket. Lu Chu grasped his hand firmly. Huang Dan lost his balance, leaning forward and landing on Lu Chu's chest, his forehead colliding with Lu Chu's chin. Lu Chu winced in pain, his lip getting split. Huang Dan straightened up, sitting at the edge of the bed, rubbing his forehead while gasping, his eyes reddening. Lu Chu noticed tears at the corners of the youth's eyes, delicate and fragile. Huang Dan turned his head sharply. "What did you say?" Lu Chu laughed, a mix of disdain and cheekiness. "Young master, last time you claimed women were made of tofu. I believe you're the softest tofu of all. Just the mere act of venting your frustrations seems to incapacitate you." Huang Dan frowned. "Lu Chu, what did you just say?" In Lu Chu's view, the youth's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the droplets slowly cascading down his face, leaving a trail of sorrow. Unconsciously, Lu Chu wiped it away for him. Huang Dan was taken aback. Lu Chu was also stunned, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to articulate a complete thought. By then, the person before him had already left. Alone in the room, Lu Chu shook the blanket, releasing a whiff of odor. He pinched his nose, thinking that peanuts should not be consumed in excess. Glancing at the plate on the bed, he noticed a few peanuts remaining. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against eating them, muttering to himself, "Your ears are quite sharp. You can hear a fart under the covers." When Simao entered after preparing the medicine, he found the youth absent. "Where has young Master Song gone?" he asked. Lu Chu disdainfully replied, "He has legs. If he wishes to leave, who can stop him? What are you carrying that smells so foul? Take it away." Simao replied, "Boss, this is the medicine young Master Song brought for you." Lu Chu glanced at the dark liquid, instinctively sensing its unpalatable nature. "Is this concoction meant to poison me?" Simao claimed he had consulted a physician regarding the medicine, asserting that it contained only the finest herbs for replenishing energy and blood, which are not easily obtained. "Boss, young Master Song is genuinely kind-hearted." He produced a small pouch from his pocket, saying, "Look, these are the candied fruits young Master Song prepared for you." Fearing the bitterness of the medicine, Lu Chu silently downed the potion in one gulp, then popped a piece of candied fruit into his mouth. The sweetness gradually enveloped his senses, dulling the bitterness. "Simao, have you ever seen young Master Song smile?" Simao shook his head, seemingly at a loss. Lu Chu instructed him to leave. The following day, Huang Dan was performing the 8th set of radio calisthenics in the garden when he was summoned to the inn by a constable, on orders from their leader. Upon arrival, Lu Chu had just finished breakfast and was not reclining in bed. Instead, he sat on a chair, polishing his knife. His features were sharp and resolute, exuding vitality. "Young Master Song, the case at the tavern remains unsolved, leaving my brothers unable to attend to me. I must trouble you." Lu Chu meticulously wiped the blade, the cold glint catching the light against his face, revealing a hint of sternness. "I've sustained an injury to my leg, which hinders my mobility, but there is nothing else of great concern." Huang Dan inquired, "Where shall I stay?" Lu Chu paused, then resumed polishing his knife. "There are vacant rooms at the inn." Huang Dan asked, "Can you manage alone at night?" As a martial artist, Lu Chu was robust, and despite being shot in the right leg, he was fully capable of tending to himself. Yet the words slipped out uncontrollably, "No." Once spoken, words are like water poured out, impossible to retract, and he seemed indifferent to the desire for retraction. Huang Dan suggested, "Then I shall stay with you for convenience." Lu Chu was taken aback. "All right." Huang Dan instructed a servant to inform the elderly matriarch that he would be staying at the inn that evening. The matriarch, deeply engrossed in her prayers, spent nearly the entire day in meditation room, oblivious to whether she sought wealth, blessings, or safety. By nightfall, an extra blanket appeared on the floor of the room. The esteemed young master of the Song family was sleeping on the floor, a revelation that would shock the townsfolk. The participants remained composed. Lu Chu spread out the blanket, shed his outer clothing, and lay down without a trace of reluctance. The window was not securely closed, and a gust of wind extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. Lu Chu's voice broke the silence. "Young Master Song?" "Song Wang." He slowly sat up and nudged the young man on the floor with his uninjured foot, urging him to awaken. Huang Dan, still with his eyes shut, responded, "What is it?" Lu Chu prodded the young man's back again. "Go close the window and light the candle." Huang Dan turned around, asking what's wrong. Lu Chu's face was obscured by shadows, making his expression indiscernible, though his breathing revealed subtle alterations. Nothing much. Huang Dan approached the window to secure it and light the candle, regaining his sight, only to find the man's countenance was not quite right, reflecting tension, unease and vigilance. As Huang Dan approached, he noticed a black insect resting on the quilt, its back adorned with a hard shell that emitted a glossy sheen. It lay there quietly. "Lu, are you afraid of insects?" Huang Dan inquired. Lu Chu swallowed hard and scoffed. "What is there to fear about an insect? I could crush a whole nest with a single hand." "This one is quite delectable," Huang Dan leisurely remarked. "Rich in nutrients, high in protein, and when deep fried, it's crispy and fragrant." Lu Chu gagged. "Enough already." Huang Dan continued. "This season, many insects have hatched and are flitting about in the woods. I'll send Si Mao and the others to gather some for you to fry up." Lu Chu shouted, "I told you to stop talking." Huang Dan softly retorted, "Those who are afraid tremble, yet still claim they are not." The previously still insect began to stir, crawling towards the bed, seemingly intent on sharing the pillow with Lu Chu. A bead of cold sweat dripped from Lu Chu's forehead as he glanced around. "Where's the knife?" Seeing the man swing the knife, Huang Dan observed the insect narrowly evade the blow, scuttling away in a panic. He rushed to the window and released the creature. Lu Chu exhaled in relief. However, upon relaxing, he suddenly found himself unable to hold back his bladder. "I need to relieve myself," he declared. "The urinal is in the back," Huang Dan replied. Lu Chu donned his shoes and hopped forward on one leg. Huang Dan found the sight amusing, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. Just as Lu Chu finished his business and closed the lid, his expression abruptly changed. He turned sharply to Huang Dan. "Hand me the knife." Huang Dan complied without hesitation. As Lu Chu grasped the knife, an intruder burst through the window, a bandit leader who had caught wind of Lu Chu's injury and seized the opportunity to avenge his brothers. Upon entering and spotting Huang Dan, the bandit's murderous intent momentarily wavered. "Are there others?" he asked before launching an attack. As the knife drew near, Huang Dan remained frozen in place, only to be seized from behind by a large hand, pulling him aside just in time for the blade to graze his arm. The sharp pain triggered tears from Huang Dan. Lu Chu yanked the young man behind him before he could utter a word. The bandit had already dashed behind the screen to hide, displaying a semblance of self-awareness, avoiding any foolish actions that might complicate matters further. Huang Dan, unable to see, listened to the sounds of clashing metal while, crying, trying to discern who held the upper hand. "Mr. System, if Lu Chu were to be defeated by the bandit, will they spare me?" he asked anxiously. "That is indeed the case," the system replied. Huang Dan wiped his tears. "What must I do?" "Wait," came the response. The fight, though brief, quickly determined the victor. Lu Chu, who could have easily dealt with the bandit, found himself maliciously targeted at his injured foot. Although he emerged victorious, blood continued to flow from his wound, pooling at his feet. "Young master, come out," Huang Dan called as he emerged from behind the screen. The room bore the aftermath of their struggle, scattered furniture and chaos. He noticed the bandit sprawled across his bedding, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Lu Chu leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "You go finish him off," he urged. Huang Dan glanced at the man's blood-soaked right foot, then turned to the bandit, who was already lifeless. Lu Chu's chest heaved dramatically. He was not dead yet. Huang Dan sniffed. "Well, you go then." Lu Chu shot him a glance. "You go." "I'm not going," Huang Dan retorted. Lu Chu cast him a look that implied he was of no use, then, with a swift motion, released the knife from his grasp, embedding it into the bandit's chest. Now he was undeniably dead. There would be no sleeping on the ground now. Huang Dan noticed the man lift his head, a gash marring his face, his eyes devoid of emotion. In that fleeting moment, he felt a stark difference from their previous encounters. However, when he looked again, Lu Chu had returned to his usual demeanor. Lu Chu steadied himself against the wall as he moved to a chair, disregarding the injury on his leg. "Come show me the wound on your arm," he commanded. Huang Dan remained still. Lu Chu's face contorted with impatience. "Young master, do you want me to drag you over?" Huang Dan approached the man, voicing his inquiry. "What were you thinking when you killed him?" Lu Chu replied, "In perilous situations, the mind goes blank. One thinks of nothing at all. Isn't that taught abroad?" Huang Dan mused that if this man ever refrained from mocking him, the sun might rise in the west. "Give me your hand," Lu Chu demanded. Huang Dan extended his arm. Lu Chu tore open the young man's sleeve, revealing a pale arm contrasted sharply by the wound inflicted by the knife. He produced a small vial, pouring white powder over the gash. "Bear with it. It will be fine soon." Huang Dan's nerves, momentarily subdued, surged anew with pain, causing him to grit his teeth, his mouth filled with a metallic taste of blood. Lu Chu grasped the young man's face, preventing him from biting his tongue, and seeing the tears streaming down, he couldn't help but grimace. Such a small cut. Yet you're acting like this. Huang Dan trembled uncontrollably, bending over in agony, his hands gripping the sides of his trousers, knuckles turning white. Noticing the young man sway, Lu Chu moved closer to support him, still mocking, "I really can't tell if you're a man." Time passed, and eventually, Huang Dan released his clenched jaw, drenched in sweat. Lu Chu tossed him a handkerchief. "For 3 days, keep it dry, and try not to lift anything heavy. Avoid using it if possible." Huang Dan wiped away his tears and sweat, his eyes red-rimmed and voice hoarse. "Thank you." In that moment, Lu Chu felt an overwhelming impulse to see the young man cry louder, as if the more he cried, the better. He pressed his temples, bowing his head to tend to his foot injury. "Don't rush to thank me. Go summon the servant to fetch me some water." Huang Dan glanced at the man's right foot, his eyes widening. Blood had already pooled beneath the table, yet the other seemed unfazed. Lu Chu, perceiving his thoughts, remarked, "What are you staring at, young master? Do you think I'm like you, wailing over a mere scratch?" Huang Dan. The servant soon arrived with water, and Huang Dan allowed him in, taking over the task himself. It was too late to summon a foreign doctor. Lu Chu quickly staunched the bleeding, casually bandaging the wound, then kicked aside the bandit's corpse and settled down to sleep. Huang Dan gazed at the corpse, wondering if it would be removed. Lu Chu yawned, feeling drowsy, suggesting they would deal with it tomorrow. Huang Dan remarked, "Are we to share a room with the corpse?" Lu Chu chuckled, "If you utter another word, I shall make you sleep head to head with it." Huang Dan fell silent. The room was the inn's finest, with a spacious bed that 2 grown men could comfortably share. Huang Dan quickly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Chu, who had been yawning, lay wide awake, unable to find rest. His back itched, prompting him to slip his hand beneath his clothing. Inadvertently, he brushed against the young man's hair, yet did not withdraw his hand. When Si Mao and the others arrived that morning and discovered the body, they became concerned and deliberated on assigning someone to keep watch at the boss's door. Lu Chu opposed this notion, jesting that if someone stood guard, the young master would have an excuse to avoid coming here. Seeing the boss's steadfastness, the others refrained from further discussion. Lu Chu overheard some brothers conversing in the corridor. Those without families spoke of the women in town, Boss Dai, the daughter of the Yi family, while the others boasted about their own romantic interests, eager for the world to know. He heard one brother describe his beloved, detailing her smooth visage akin to satin, her fair hands, fragrant body, and her delicate disposition, which made her prone to tears. Such descriptions painted a vivid picture of a person. Lu Chu had often been dragged by his brothers to indulge in brothels, where everyone could observe the women and respond. Yet he could not. He had never experienced such sensations until recently, not from a woman, but from a man, a weeper like himself. In the days that followed, he unconsciously sought out individuals bearing similar looks and qualities, yet none sufficed. Neither men nor women could spark the same reaction, only that weeping soul could. This realization vexed him considerably. Huang Dan remained oblivious to Lu Chu's inner turmoil and struggles. He continued his care routine, initially hoping to glean information about the case, but ultimately learned nothing, becoming increasingly frustrated each day. Lu Chu's contradictions were palpable. He yearned to see the youth, yet offered nothing but disdain. Days turned into over 10, and with pressing matters at hand, he needed to become active, though he regrettably could not disguise himself for 2 or 3 months. Observing that the man could soon walk, Huang Dan remarked, "Then I shall not come tomorrow." Lu Chu ignored him. As Huang Dan mounted the carriage, he fell to gaze upon him. Turning his neck, he saw nothing. At the window, Lu Chu scolded himself. What more is there to see now that everyone has departed? He leaned against the windowsill, watching the carriage fade from view. Upon returning, Huang Dan learned from the steward that Yi Lan was in his room. He was taken aback. How could the Yi family have allowed her to come out? Had she reconsidered, choosing to abandon her previous stance? With a mind full of questions, Huang Dan made his way to the room for approximately the duration of a stick of incense. Not only Warner, but also other maidservants witnessed Yi Lan exiting the young master's chamber, her cheeks flushed, attire disheveled, hair in disarray, and the lipstick on her lips entirely absent. Being women, they immediately grasped the implications of the situation. Song Zhuangshi soon approached, inquiring Ah Wang, "Have you been involved with that girl from the Yi family?" Huang Dan replied, "We did nothing at all." His words bore the unmistakable tone of a child caught in wrongdoing, anxiety and fear of reprimand rendering him unable to confess. Song Zhuangshi gently patted her grandson's hand, saying, "Whether it happened or not, it matters not. Your grandmother does not blame you. Our Song family is in need of a granddaughter-in-law." Huang Dan protested, "Grandmother, I truly did not." But Song Zhuangshi interrupted, "So many have witnessed it within the estate, and news is spread throughout the town. Ah Wang, regardless of the truth, for the girl from the Yi family, it can only be considered true. Do you comprehend your grandmother's meaning?" Huang Dan lowered his gaze, understanding her implication. Song Zhuangshi continued, "As for what follows, leave it to me, I will handle it. In light of preserving the family's reputation and his daughter's honor." Ye's father personally visited that very day, setting aside his pride to negotiate a marriage arrangement with Song Zhuangshi, expressing indifference towards the dowry, but insisting on a swift union. Moreover, the significance of marrying into the Song family, with its esteemed lineage, was paramount. Had it been another family, Ye's father would not have acted with such urgency. The rumors outside spread like wildfire. Song's young master was to wed the daughter of the Yi family, a match of beauty and virtue, well matched in social standing. A cause for celebration. Lu Chu came to the Song residence to seek out Huang Dan, arriving alone without any companions. "Congratulations on your upcoming nuptials," he exclaimed. Huang Dan leaned over the railing, feeding the fish. "Did you come merely to offer your congratulations?" Lu Chu rested against a pillar. "Indeed, we are acquaintances after all." He squinted, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "People are indeed incomparable. Some are born as mere dust, ants, or muck, while your young master was born with a silver spoon, having studied abroad in his youth, returning to wed a beauty and possess vast enterprises. These are things others can only envy." Huang Dan gazed at the koi in the pond. "You are not me. How can you understand my feelings?" Lu Chu, intrigued, pressed, "And what do you feel? Pray share." Huang Dan remained silent. Lu Chu teased, "Why the silence? Must I speak for you?" He chuckled, "Soon to be the groom, marrying the woman you desire. You must be quite elated, no?" Huang Dan turned away. "Enough with the laughter. It's quite unbecoming." Lu Chu's forced smile faltered, his emotions spilling forth. "Song Wang," he said, "the old lady has given me an invitation. Do you think I should attend?" Huang Dan replied, "You will come." There would be many attendees that day, an opportunity to glean intelligence. A man's duty would not allow him to miss such an occasion. Lu Chu suddenly leaned in closer. Huang Dan remained still, watching as the man's visage loomed larger in his vision. The two nearly touched noses, neither making a move. Lu Chu retreated first and departed. The constables sensed something was amiss with their leader. It was decidedly unusual. As he walked, he stumbled into a door. Colliding with a door was a trivial matter. What concerned me was the fear that he might harm himself with his own blade. "What has happened to the boss?" you ask. As someone who has experienced similar situations, I perceive the boss's demeanor as though his beloved has eloped. Nonsense, the boss doesn't he even have a wife to run off with? Lu Chu remained sequestered in his room, drowning his sorrows in drink, lost in thought, practicing with his sword, and refusing to answer the door to anyone. On the 8th day, deemed auspicious for marriage, the Song family adorned their home with festive decorations. Notable figures from the town gathered, while a clerk sat at the entrance, recording guests' monetary gifts, not merely taking notes, but also announcing the amounts aloud. Boss Dai, 200 taels of silver in a single note, and a pair of jade rui. The onlookers bore expressions of embarrassment. How could they offer less after such a generous contribution? Today, Boss Dai appeared resplendent, donned in a vibrant red qipao that accentuated her porcelain skin, voluptuous curves, and delicate form, resembling a plump peach. Her entrance elicited envy from women and stirred desire among men. She operated the town's grandest tavern, exuding charisma, and was engaged in merriment with numerous acquaintances. Oddly enough, I had shared drinks with Boss Dai not long ago. How could she not recall me? Of course, considering her flirtatious nature, Many have shared drinks with her, and I suppose my place in her memory is rather insignificant. Little do you know, Boss Dai is renowned for her remarkable memory. Even after 7 or 8 years since our brief encounter, she could recognize me at a glance. Lu Chu stood at a moderate distance, attentive to their conversations, his gaze fixed upon Boss Dai, who was laughing with a gentleman, her face radiating joy, seemingly unconcerned about the tavern's fate or the late Boss Zhang, whom she treated as a mere stranger. The scent of her perfume wafted toward him, causing Lu Chu to frown. Suppressing the urge to seek out that young master, and instead redirected his attention toward the matriarch. Song Zhaoshi was graciously entertaining guests, her demeanor poised and dignified, showing no signs of distress. Old Zhao approached, accompanied by a scholar, engaging him in conversation before both made their way to offer congratulations to Song Zhaoshi. Shortly thereafter, Boss Dai arrived as well. Lu Chu observed discreetly, noticing that Huang Dan had also disguised himself, donning the attire of servant, lurking behind to eavesdrop. In the morning, the wedding procession arrived at the Yi residence. Huang Dan, clad in festive garb and mounted on horseback, witnessed the matchmaker and maidservants assisting Yilan as she emerged to take her seat in the bridal sedan chair. As the flower palanquin was lifted from the entrance, amidst the crowd's gaze, Yilan expressed discomfort, requesting a moment's pause as they approached the Qiaoworm River. Shortly after the procession halted, the matchmaker stumbled toward Huang Dan, exclaiming while slapping her thigh, "Young Master Song, the bride is fled." This news provided the townsfolk with an amusing spectacle. Ye's father, his face ashen, dispatched relatives and friends, furious enough to overturn tables, demanding that all servants venture forth to search for her. He insisted that they bring her back, even if by force. The Song residence is relatively calm. Song One has encountered countless storms and can certainly endure this minor incident without losing her composure. She greeted her guests and turned to comfort her grandson, stating that if Yilan has chosen to flee, then so be it. The disgrace brought upon their family is her own doing, not his. A woman who treats lifelong happiness as a trivial matter and is indifferent to the whispers of others regarding her family reveals a flawed character. Song Wan remarked, "Wang, I initially believed Yilan merely to be a woman of liberal inclinations, never anticipating such a chaotic uproar today. Fortunately, the marriage rites were not completed. Had they been, it would have brought great shame to the Song family." She pondered the oddity of Yilan's departure. Did she not express a desire to marry him? Huang Dan admitted ignorance. Song Wan instructed him to return to his room and discuss matters the following day. As Huang Dan closed the door, he sighed in relief. This performance was one he had shared with Yilan, and now his role had concluded. The subsequent developments would be orchestrated by Yilan and another protagonist. Initially, Yilan had approached him, kneeling in his chamber to plead for his assistance, to which he acquiesced. The unfolding events aligned closely with Yilan's narrative. She had meticulously planned for this day and ultimately achieved her goal. Upon reaching his bedside, he was taken aback by the sight before him, stepping back several paces. "Huania, what are you doing in my bed?" Wanner trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her lower lip marked by her anxious biting. Huang Dan's breath quickened, his throat tightening with an inexplicable heat coursing through him. The elderly matriarch had tampered with his food, unbeknownst to her about Yilan's escape. It seemed she intended for Huang Dan to first share a bed with Wanner before engaging with Yilan, ensuring he would have some experience to avoid any unforeseen mishaps on their wedding night, an all-too-common scenario leading to tears and chaos, ultimately becoming public knowledge. Wiping his face, Huang Dan realized that with Yilan's departure, Wanner remained, indicating the matriarch's firm resolve for him to experience intimacy that very night. At his age, filled with youthful vigor, such an encounter would undoubtedly lead to uncontrollable desires, precisely the matriarch's scheme. You may not desire this, but grandmother will assist you. Once you've tasted it, you will understand its allure. The matriarch hoped her grandson would marry and bear children soon. Huang Dan reached for the collar of his wedding robe, tearing a few buttons loose. "Wanner, quickly put on your clothes and leave." Wanner shook her head gently. Huang Dan glanced around, realizing there were no garments. She had been placed in his bed, unclothed. A figure appeared in the garden, Lu Chu evading the surrounding servants and making his way toward Huang Dan's room. The author wishes to convey. See you tomorrow. I'm off to sleep. Good night. Guess who I am when the news broke in town that the young master of the Song family was to marry the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Lu Chu found himself irresistibly drawn to the Song residence. Upon arrival, he discovered the young man leisurely feeding fish, exuding an air of contentment that gnawed at Lu Chu's heart. An inexplicable turmoil churned within him, stirring emotions he could neither articulate nor comprehend. Just as Lu Chu endeavored to dismiss these feelings, they swiftly seized control, clashing with his reason and overwhelming it with an insurmountable force, utterly vanquishing his rationality. With reason defeated, Lu Chu stepped into the pavilion, feigning joy with a smile while secretly wishing for the union to falter, be it through natural disaster or some other calamity. He felt akin to a jilted lover, embodying both bitterness and sorrow. Meanwhile, the young master effortlessly penetrated his Ade, remaining unfazed and indifferent, as if nothing were amiss. Observing the young man's demeanor only intensified Lu Chu's contempt, yet the young man remained unperturbed, his composure unwavering despite Lu Chu's attempts at mockery and provocation. For over a month of close quarters, no matter how Lu Chu tried to vex him, the young man did not lose his temper. Occasionally, he would counter with a retort that left Lu Chu at a disadvantage, maintaining an expression of serene indifference throughout. Remarkably, Lu Chu had never witnessed the young man smile, yet he seemed prone to tears, weeping at the slightest provocation, often shedding tears over the smallest of injuries. Lu Chu had never seen a woman so prone to tears. The young master surpassed them all, appearing more sensitive to pain, and when he furrowed his brow in distress, he looked both pitiable and vulnerable, evoking a deep sense of empathy. Despite this, he did not smile, only cried. Such an anomaly. Lu Chu grasped the invitation and inquired if the young man intended to attend, hoping to discern some shift in his expression. The young man simply affirmed his presence, his tone resolute, leaving Lu Chu feeling ensnared. Leaning closer, Lu Chu inhaled the young man's scent, anticipating rejection or a push away, yet none came. They crossed the line into ambiguity, and Lu Chu fled in confusion. As he made his way back, Lu Chu felt as if he had lost his soul. The inn was on East Street, yet he found himself wandering South Street, ultimately retracing his steps. Upon reaching the inn, he did not pause, but instead circled the town a few times before coming to his senses. Alone in his room, he forcefully extinguished thoughts that should not exist, crushing them underfoot. However, on the day of the event, standing before the festively adorned Song residence, those shattered thoughts began to reassemble, merging and restoring themselves, once again toppling his reason, surging forth in a tumultuous upheaval within his heart. To distract himself, Lu Chu meandered through the Song estate, directing his attention toward the proprietor, the matriarch, and the elder Zhao, observing their behaviors and interactions. By the time he afforded himself a moment to breathe, the bridal procession had already set forth. As one of the town's prominent families, the grandeur of the occasion was overwhelming, enveloping Lu Chu in a suffocating atmosphere of festivity. Lu Chu sought a place to sit, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Boss Dai approached and then departed, leaving behind a lingering scent of perfume. As he stood in the breeze to disperse the fragrance, he overheard whispers in the hall about the eldest daughter of the Yi family fleeing during her wedding procession. Soon, a servant hurried in, murmuring something to the butler, who hastily sought out old Madame Song, confirming the rumor. A smile involuntarily lifted the corners of Lu Chu's mouth. She had run away. What a splendid escape. The guests buzzed with chatter, nearly uprooting the roof of the Song residence. Yet old Madame Song remained unperturbed, sending each one away with promises of future visits. Lu Chu exited through the front door, only to sneak back into the Song estate via the rear courtyard. Time slipped by, and Lu Chu spotted the young man returning, called by old Madame Song for a conversation that lasted nearly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. He quietly trailed behind. By then, dusk had settled. Lu Chu stood outside the door, not intending to enter. He had contemplated climbing onto the roof to peek through a tile when he unexpectedly heard voices from within. There were others inside. Realizing the situation too late, he pushed the door open. The sudden sound startled both Huang Dan by the bed and the woman named Wanner beneath the covers. The scene before Lu Chu caused his expression to darken instantaneously. The woman revealed only her face, youthful and somewhat innocent, staring with large, misty eyes that evoked sympathy. The young man beside the bed appeared disheveled and breathless, presenting an undeniable impression of impropriety. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed, Lu Chu showed no intention of leaving. How fortunate for young Master Song. Huang Dan's head felt as though it might burst. He was at a loss for how to extricate himself from his predicament upon seeing the unexpected visitor. The room fell into an awkward silence, punctuated only by 3 distinct breaths, one cautious, one hurried, and one deep. Lu Chu lifted his eyelids and cast a glance toward the bed. Huan shivat, her eyelashes fluttering as she bit her lower lip until it bled, clearly flustered and embarrassed, utterly at a loss. Huang Dan felt as if he were standing in a furnace, his skin nearly scorched. With a labored breath, he spoke, "Captain Lu, could you do me a favor?" Lu Chu's lips curled into a half-smile. "What, young Master Song? Do you require assistance even in such matters?" His smile was teasing, yet his eyes held no warmth. "If young Master cannot manage, I could offer guidance from the sidelines." Huang Dan tugged at the collar of his celebratory attire, abandoning all pretense. "Just take Wanner away." Lu Chu paused, then chuckled softly. "An exquisite moment is worth a fortune, young Master. Are you not going to seize it? What other performance do you intend to enact?" Huang Dan stepped forward, grasping Lu Chu's sleeve with tightened fingers, his knuckles protruding. Lu Chu looked down, sensing something amiss with the young man. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly understood. His expression shifted, and he promptly opened the door, ushering the young man out. Wanner, watching the wide-open door, clutched the blanket, trembling slightly. Beneath the night sky, the tranquility outside Yushan Town enveloped the world, as those who had busied themselves in the daylight began to drift into slumber, taking the cacophony and restlessness with them. Even the gloom seemed to dissipate somewhat. Huang Dan was led to the backyard by Lu Chu, perching atop the wall. He felt the night breeze that swept past him devoid of any chill, neither gentle nor inviting, but rather imbued with a detached indifference, as if it were merely an audience to a spectacle. Lu Chu stood outside the wall, poised to leap down. Huang Dan glanced below, his vision blurring as the figure of the man began to overlap. He raised a hand to his temple, trying to alleviate the disorientation. A dog's bark pierced the air, and Lu Chu urged him on, calling out specifically, "Song Wang, if you wish to avoid being dragged back by your grandmother to sleep with that woman, make haste." Huang Dan swallowed hard, casting his eyes downward as he jumped, only to be caught by 2 arms, preventing him from hitting the ground. Lu Chu's palm brushed against the youth, and despite the barrier of clothing, the heat emanating from his hand felt like a fiery serpent, eager to coil around him. He withdrew his hand in a fluster. What now? Should he head to the inn? Or? Huang Dan exhaled hot breaths, his gaze clouded with confusion. Lu Chu muttered an expletive, pulling him away from the wall, leaving the Song residents behind as they ventured into the quietest alley. In the alley, 2 sets of footsteps intermingled, steady and chaotic, the dust swirling as the surrounding air was unexpectedly drawn into the fray. Huang Dan could no longer run. He slid down the wall, supported by a steady hand, the voice beside him calm, urging him to continue. Shaking his head, Huang Dan lowered his gaze, damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, obscuring his eyes. "Are you aware of your predicament?" Lu Chu's jaw was taut. "At the end of this alley, just around the corner, lies a brothel. I have frequented it a few times, and I share a good rapport with the madam. I will take you there and help you select a clean woman. With just a word from me, the madam will remain discreet." Huang Dan forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. "I don't want that." Lu Chu's mood lightened, a soft chuckle escaping him. "Then what do you desire?" Huang Dan breathed heavily, his exposed skin glistening with fine sweat, nearing his limit. Lu Chu spoke in a low tone. "You are merely an ordinary person, without a shred of internal strength, and your physique is average. If we do not resolve this, you will find it exceedingly difficult to survive the night." He noticed the youth's lips parting slightly, and his fingers instinctively brushed against them. Huang Dan grasped that hand tightly, the rough texture sending shivers through his eyelids. And without thinking, he pressed his face against it, squinting as he nuzzled. Lu Chu's breath grew heavy, something within him exploding with intensity. He seized the young man's shoulders, his grip a mixture of restraint and urgency. Song Wang. Huang Dan tilted his head, his lips grazing the rough palm. I want. Lu Chu mimicked a swallowing motion, looking down at the youth with a complex expression, one of restraint, excitement, agitation, as well as hesitation and struggle. Young master, have you lost your mind? I'm not a woman. You're not. Huang Dan rubbed against the man's palm, seeking out the calluses, feeling both pain and comfort. Lu Chu felt his veins nearly bursting from the friction. He lowered his head, his heated breath brushing against the youth's ear. Do you know who I am? Huang Dan trembled all over, using his teeth to nibble delicately at those calluses. As breath tightened suddenly, Lu Chu grasped the young man's face with his other hand, lifting him slightly until he could discern the expression upon his visage. Tell me, he demanded, who is the man before you? After a moment's hesitation, Huang Dan stammered, Lu Chu. In the next instant, he found himself pressed against the wall, his lips captured by something warm and soft. Huang Dan's hand curled around the man's neck. His consciousness flickered between clarity and haze, and all he yearned for was water. More and more, for he was parched, nearly to the brink of death. It was Lu Chu's first experience of another's tongue invading his mouth, as well as his first encounter of another's tongue within his own. While he fumbled in this uncharted territory, his partner grew restless, prompting him to bite down instinctively. Huang Dan cried out in pain. Footsteps echoed from afar, the sound of a night watchman approaching. Lu Chu swiftly covered the young man's mouth, leaning in to lick away the tears upon his face, salty and warm. Huang Dan sobet, emitting muffled whimpers that ignited an insatiable yearning within Lu Chu, who playfully nipped at the young man's reddened nose, eliciting an even more fervent cry. As the watchman, lantern in hand, walked past with frequent glances over his shoulder, anxiety coursed through Lu Chu. He hastily pulled the young man away from the alley, leading him to the banks of the Worm River, where solitude reigned. Huang Dan was carried into the river, the cool waters swirling around him, entwining with the flames that raged within his body, a direct confrontation of sensations. Lu Chu gently patted the young man's face, murmuring reassurances, though his words were as much for himself as for Huang Dan. Huang Dan trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in an effort to endure. Unable to withstand the heat any longer, he reached into the folds of the man's robes, only to be pulled away. He then sought to grasp the hem of Lu Chu's garment. In a low voice, Lu Chu commanded, his gaze heavy with desire, behave yourself. Huang Dan splashed water onto his face, to no avail. The heat only intensified, driving him to the brink of madness. In his mind, he implored System, is there a product to suppress this? The System replied, I have found only the chrysanthemum essence on the platform. Does Mr. Huang require it? Huang Dan. There was no time for contemplation as he was dragged into the whirlpool. Lu Chu was acutely aware of the young man's discomfort, matching his own. Two voices clashed within him. One urged him to act swiftly, to seize the moment, while the other scorned, reminding him that the man in his arms had been drugged, rendering him sensitive. Taking advantage of such a situation was unbecoming of a gentleman. Yet he was no gentleman. Thus, he resolved to act with integrity. Caressing the young man's damp hair, Lu Chu's lips curled in a mixture of disdain and wildness. The one he desired would be pursued honorably, never merely a victim of lust. Yet, despite his intentions, he felt an overwhelming reaction surge within him, one that would not subside easily, causing him profound anguish. The yellow-clad figure was drenched, the fabric clinging to his limbs, as he pressed against the man's chest, murmuring, I cannot endure any longer. Lu Chu, realizing the recklessness of the young master, pulled him away, half dragging, half cradling him to a secluded spot by the Worm River. He emitted a low growl from deep within his throat, his voice laced with danger, a warning to not court death. Tears streamed down Huang Dan's face as he sank his teeth into the man's shoulder, the flesh yielding to his bite, the metallic taste of blood seeping through the fabric, mingling with his saliva and swallowed into his being. Lu Chu let out a hiss. Wait a moment. He glanced around, extending his arm into the reeds, shaking them to obscure their presence, ensuring that even if someone passed by, they would remain hidden from view. Huang Dan leaned against him, resting his chin upon the man's shoulder, his nostrils flaring gently as he sobbed in desperation. Lu Chu's eyes burned crimson, his breath crackling with suppressed fury. Who could fathom the torment he was enduring? "Damn it, why are you crying? Shouldn't it be me who weeps?" he thought. Huang Dan cried out in pain. Lu Chu covered the youth's mouth, ignoring his frenzied cries. Unable to vocalize, Huang Dan's sounds were muffled, soft and helpless, as tears cascaded down his cheeks, his back arching as his face nestled into the man's neck. Moments later, Lu Chu washed his hands in the river, catching the unsteady figure and pulling him close. Exhaling heavily, "My young master, you truly drive me to my limits." The author wishes to convey, "Time for dinner, let us embrace." As dawn broke, two women approached the riverbank, carrying wooden basins to wash their clothes while engaging in casual conversation. One lamented about her drunken husband who had turned their home into disarray, while the other recounted her sleepless night as the father of her child vigilantly kept watch by her side. Despite appearing to be of similar age and sharing their lives within the same household, their circumstances diverged starkly. The wind gently swayed the reeds, creating ripples on the water's surface. Huang Dan sat on the grass, changing into a long robe that Lu Chu had procured for him. Although his own garments had dried, they were a vivid crimson wedding outfit, too ostentatious for a stroll through the streets. Lu Chu stood nearby, knife in hand, lost in thought. Not far away, the two women shifted their conversation to the town's notable figure, Boss Dai. In the whispers of the women of Yueshan town, Boss Dai was often described with a few fixed terms: reckless, immodest, shameless, and a siren. They attributed the success of her establishment solely to her allure, claiming she was adept at attracting attention. "Did you hear? Young Master Song was married yesterday, and she attended. My goodness, the chi-pao she wore was cut so high it reached her thighs, and she walked with such a provocative sway. Does she not have any shame?" One remarked. "What shame? She is devoid of it, and not just that, she also lacks a heart." Everyone knows that Zhang, the owner, had a liaison with her, supporting her business during its low times. Yet, when he was laid to rest, she did not even show her face. Women like her lead tumultuous lives and will inevitably face consequences. I must tell you, when Zhang was being surrounded and beaten, I saw her, watching from the West Wind Pavilion. How heartless she is. Another added, Zhang's death was unjust. I thought he was a demon back then. I too struck him with a pole. It's unsettling. Let's not speak of it any further. The two women hastily completed their laundry and departed, their hurried movements betraying a sense of guilt, as if the clear daylight itself bore witness to their misdeeds. Huang Dan pondered, recognizing Boss Dai's charm among the opposite sex. Yet she seemed to avoid entanglements with married men, preferring to share drinks and light-hearted melodies with the unattached. On the day of Zhang's demise, Huang Dan had arrived late. Following Lu Chu, he recalled the West Wind Pavilion's proximity, where he could have witnessed the chaotic scene of Zhang being brutally beaten, lying in a pool of blood. The tumult was overwhelming, and he had not noticed if anyone was present in the pavilion. His peripheral vision had swept past the men, who might glean some useful information from the women's discourse. Indeed, Lu Chu had made an impression. That day, he had sought out Boss Dai, finding her in the garden, admiring the flowers. When Zhang's death was mentioned, she spoke as if discussing a stranger. Upon leaving, Lu Chu inquired with her maid, who claimed that her mistress had remained indoors without venturing out. Had the maid lied, concealing something for her mistress, or was she merely unaware? Huang Dan sneezed, realizing it was nearly July. The river's water was not cold, but he had lingered too long, and his frail constitution had succumbed to a cold. Lu Chu did not look at him. "Is it ready?" Huang Dan replied, "Not yet." Lu Chu still did not glance over. "What is the matter?" Huang Dan continued, "Usually, Wana helps me dress. These buttons are difficult to fasten." An unnamed fury ignited within Lu Chu, and he let out a disdainful laugh through his nose. At over 20 years of age, did he still require assistance in dressing? Were his shoulders not arms, but mere ornaments? Huang Dan lowered his gaze, fixated on the troublesome button. Lu Chu shot him a sidelong glance. "Why the silence?" Huang Dan retorted, "You always mock me. I don't wish to converse with you." Lu Chu walked away without uttering a word. Huang Dan fastened all the buttons, straightened his long shirt, and picked up the suit from the ground, moving forward. He spotted a man beneath the pear tree, who had not left but stood waiting for him, his profile sharp and defined, his stature imposing. A young married woman passed by, stealing a glance at the man, her cheeks flushed as she hurried away, only to glance back, her eyes filled with admiration. Huang Dan walked at a leisurely pace. In this era, a married woman caught consorting with another man faced dire consequences, perhaps even death. Yet, there would always be those who risked everything for true love, as well as those merely seeking excitement, ultimately succumbing to their desires. Taking responsibility for one's actions is perhaps the most common yet arduous task in a person's life. Huang Dan approached Lu Chu, saying, "I'm hungry. Let us go eat." At that moment, any rational person would recognize this as an opportunity to descend the metaphorical steps, simply needing to take a step down to remain friends. Lu Chu, however, seemed to have been struck by a mule. Not only did he refuse to descend, but he also grew obstinate. "Don't you want to talk to me?" Huang Dan remarked. "I'm not speaking to you. I'm conversing with that bug on the tree." Lu Chu turned, noticing a large black insect on the tree trunk, exuding a foul odor. He jumped back several paces, ready to draw his blade. Huang Dan interjected, "It's just a bug." Lu Chu's resolve to slay it was firm. It was not only large, but also repugnant, and it had to be eliminated. "Step aside," Huang Dan said. "Children aren't afraid of bugs." A hint of discomfort flashed across Lu Chu's face. His ears tinged with a faint blush. He scoffed, "Children fall and get back up to run again. Yet you, the young master, would lie on the ground, wailing and crying out in pain." Huang Dan conceded, "Fine, you win. Spare the bug. Let us go have breakfast." Lu Chu's grip on the hilt of his knife remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the black insect, his brow furrowed in seriousness. Huang Dan declared, "Let us forget it. I'll go alone. Farewell." He had not walked far when a voice called from behind. "Didn't I say to slow down?" The morning market bustled with activity. Vendors wove through the streets with their burdens, vociferously hawking their wares. Homemade pastries, baked goods, and fruits, all cheaper than those in the shops. Huang Dan and Lu Chu found themselves at a breakfast stall on West Street, ordering 2 servings of buns, steamed bread, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Both had expended considerable energy the night before and were quite hungry. At this hour, the eatery was quite crowded, with nearly every seat occupied. As Huang Dan savored a couple of sips of soy milk, he was met with numerous sympathetic glances. Observing the reactions around him, one could not help but feel a sense of pity, as if he were a groom abandoned by his bride on their wedding day. Still clad in his wedding attire while seeking breakfast, truly a woeful sight. Beyond this, there appeared to be no other matter at hand. He speculated that either one remained in his room with the door closed, leading the elderly matriarch and the servants to believe he was still asleep, or that the events of the previous night had been discovered. The matriarch, maintaining her composure, had refrained from sending out a search party, perhaps opting to await his return to settle the score. Huang Dan's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed the man across from him, who was munching on fried dough sticks while stealing glances at him. When their eyes met, the man wore an expression of embarrassment akin to being caught in the act. Huang Dan offered a smile. Lu Chu, taken aback, momentarily forgot to chew his fried dough, nearly choking in the process. "Huang Dan prompted. Take a sip of your soy milk." After a few coughs, Lu Chu managed to gulp down a few mouthfuls of soy milk before inquiring, "What made you laugh so suddenly?" Huang Dan was momentarily taken aback, mentally querying, "Mr. System, Lu Chu just mentioned I laughed. Did you capture that moment?" The system confirmed. And before Huang Dan's eyes appeared 2 images, one depicting Lu Chu's injured leg as he hopped around the inn, and the other from moments ago. He pondered over the images, realizing what a smile truly looked like. Lu Chu, raising his eyelids, nearly spilled his soy milk, exclaiming, "Young master, I implore you, spare me such a smile. It feels too forced." Huang Dan's smile waned, as he too felt it lacked authenticity. A smile must arise from genuine emotion to resonate as real. Neither of them broached the subject of the previous night, as if something had shifted in their understanding that rendered discussion unnecessary. The wounds on Huang Dan's tongue and lower lip tinged with pain. Yet he found a strange delight in the situation. He took a bite of his steamed bun, savoring it slowly. Regarding that matter from the tavern, including this instance, please inform me of the total, and I shall repay you. Lu Chu's eyes widened. Did he intend to settle the score? Huang Dan remarked, as a constable, your income is modest, and you still need to save. I cannot constantly rely on your generosity. Lu Chu furrowed his brow, interpreting this as a slight against his earnings. Huang Dan clarified, I do not think less of your income. Every coin you earn is through your own efforts, which is commendable. I have yet to secure employment upon my return, and am still dependent on my family support. Lu Chu's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. How did this man seem to know his thoughts? Huang Dan explained, Imreli conjecturet. Lu Chu's face twitched, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, and the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. Then guess again, what else lies in my heart? Huang Dan continued to enjoy his bun, responding me. Lu Chu halted his breath, and in the next moment, he heard the young man say, You wish for that to be the answer. Suddenly, the small space at their table fell into a tranquil silence, distinct from the surrounding clamor of the shop. Both Huang Dan and Lu Chu remained silent, finishing their meal before departing. They traversed West Street, passing through several alleys until they stood at the entrance of the back courtyard of the Song residence, avoiding the main gate, which seemed to shroud them in an air of ambiguous intimacy. Huang Dan stated, I shall return now. Liu Chu aboli intezet. It will not be the same in the future. Huang Dan inquired, What? Lu Chu turned his head slightly, replying, Nothing. After a moment, Huang Dan glanced at the man, pursed his lips, and warned, If you mock me again, you'll be sleeping with insects. Lu Chu shot him a glare, exclaiming, You are truly venomous. Huang Dan retorted, If my mouth gets bitten, Grandma will ask questions, and I cannot deceive her. Lu Chu raised an eyebrow. To say you bit it yourself. Huang Dan contrat. What if Grandma asks how I resolved things last night? What should I say? Lu Chu smirked. Surely you, having traveled abroad, should know how to handle such trivial matters. Huang Dan replied, I don't. After a moment of silence, Lu Chu suggested he simply confessed to spending the night in the river, which would conveniently explain his wet clothes. Huang Dan mentioned, Wanner saw you last night. Lu Chu dismissed this with indifference. She's just a mute. She can't speak. Huang Dan cautioned, Do not underestimate the mute. Lu Chu frowned, growing impatient. Why don't you just let me deal with this and explain it to the old lady? Huang Dan refused, stating, That would complicate things further. I'll gauge Grandma's reaction first before making any plans. Thank you for your efforts last night. Lu Chu thought to himself, indeed. It had been a struggle of restraint. He hadn't anticipated that with delectable food before him, he would only taste a mere lick and endure the temptation. Huang Dan expressed relief. It's fortunate you came. Had you not, I fear I would have. Truly, it was a stroke of luck. For Huang Dan, since Lu Chu harbored no other intentions towards Wanner, he must refrain from taking advantage of her, as he bore responsibility not only for himself but for her as well. Just as Lu Chu was about to speak, the back door swung open. A figure flashed before Huang Dan, and the man vanished. A servant of a night-blooming jasmine. Upon spotting Huang Dan, widened his eyes in surprise. A master? Huang Dan acknowledged with a hum, passing him to enter the house, casually inquiring, Has anything happened at home? The servant stammered, Wanner has been kneeling in the garden all night. Huang Dan's eyelids twitched, and he quickened his pace towards the garden. The steward appeared from nowhere. Master, the old lady is waiting for you to have breakfast. Huang Dan redirected his course to the front hall. Madame Song sat above, dressed impeccably, her demeanor kind and gentle, showing no signs of concern. You have returned, she greeted. Huang Dan settled beside his grandmother. Grandma, last night Madame Song interrupted. First, let's have breakfast. Having finished his meal, Huang Dan surveyed the lavish spread before him, but ultimately opted for porridge, as it was easier to digest. The two of them ate in silence, embodying the principle of eating without speaking quite thoroughly. After the meal, Madame Song signaled for the steward to summon Wanner. Although it was neither raining nor the depths of winter, kneeling on the hard ground for an entire night would be unbearable for anyone, let alone a frail woman. Wanner approached unsteadily, on the verge of fainting. A maid, seeing her sluggishness, harshly pinched her waist, urging, Hurry up, don't keep the old lady waiting. Wanner's complexion was pallid, cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to move forward. Upon reaching the front hall, she was compelled to kneel. Huang Dan stood up to assist her, but Song-Wan admonished sharply, "Sit down." He complied and returned to his seat. Song-Wan stated, "Huang, a servant is merely a servant. Do not let a person of dubious character disrupt the family's decorum." Huang Dan replied, "Understood." He then inquired, "Grandmother, what has Wanner done to deserve kneeling for an entire night?" "It is what she merits," Song-Wan retorted, taking a sip of tea. "One who fails to serve their master properly must face consequences." Huang Dan fell silent. Song-Wan set down her teacup. "Huang, tell me why you were not in your room last night. Where did you go with Captain Liu?" Huang Dan glanced at Huang. Her pale face shook slightly, her eyes betraying a profound unease, silently conveying to him that she hadn't spoken of it. Huang Dan averted his gaze, stating that he had spent the night outside. Song-Wan pressed further, "Which young lady was it?" Huang Dan was taken aback. The old lady assumed Lu Chu had taken him to a brothel, while he had merely soaked in the river all night. Song-Wan's expression shifted dramatically. "What?" Huang Dan sneezed. Song-Wan quickly summoned the steward to fetch a doctor. "Huang, what were you thinking?" She continued, "Grandmother acknowledges that last night's events were ill-considered, lacking prior consultation with you. Yet, the means were prepared for you. You chose to forsake the straightforward path for a convoluted one. Do you not realize how foolish that is?" Huang Dan cast a sidelong glance at Wanner, remaining mute. Song-Wan queried, "Then why did Captain Liu appear at the estate last night?" Huang Dan's mind whirled. He was to search the mountains and sought him out knowing he possessed the Western gun brought back, hoping he would accompany him for safety. However, once outside, he had Liu take him to the Earthworm River, while Liu himself ascended the mountain. They only met again just before dawn, and the clothes he wore were provided by Captain Liu. Upon hearing this, Song-Wan admonished, "Do not act so recklessly in the future. One cannot linger in water for extended periods. It is detrimental to one's health." Huang Dan sneezed twice in succession, wiping his nose with a handkerchief. You have caught a cold. Remember to take better care of yourself and never submit to discomfort." Suddenly, Song-Wan said, "Huang, come here, let grandmother have a look." A pang of anxiety struck Huang Dan. The old lady's eyesight was keen, and she had noticed the wound on his lower lip. At that moment, a loud thud echoed from the entrance as Wanner collapsed to the ground. Huang Dan contemplated giving Wanner a sum of money in a few days, urging her to return to her hometown or venture elsewhere, anywhere but remaining in the Song residence. A cold and fever, though not a grave illness, was still quite distressing. Huang Dan felt feverish, took some medicine, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In a hazy state, he sensed a hand caressing his face. He attempted to open his eyes, but felt too weak, struggling briefly before sinking deeper into sleep. Meanwhile, Sima was summoned by Lu Chu to visit the merchant's home for inquiries. He found it perplexing, as the merchant had long since passed, and no one had inquired about him. What was there to investigate? Amidst the ethereal mountain mist, the mournful cries of strange birds echoed through the winding mountain path. At last, a few slanting thatched cottages emerged at the foot of the hill. This was a dilapidated village, home to no more than 7 or 8 families. Upon entering the village, Sima inquired about the whereabouts of the peddler, and soon found himself at the doorstep of the vendor's abode. The 2 decaying wooden doors stood askew, with a rusted copper lock dangling in the middle. On either side of the entrance lay several crooked, dilapidated bamboo baskets, presumably used by the peddler for storing goods. Sima circled the entrance, but found nothing of interest. He returned to the door and pushed against it with considerable force. The old wooden door creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the rusty lock held firm, despite his repeated efforts to force the door open. Sima was met with failure, and he was left with no choice but to peer through the narrow gap between the door and its frame. The interior was sparsely furnished, indicating that the peddler's business was not thriving. He barely managed to scrape by, perhaps due to his bachelor status. The home was in a state of disarray, long neglected and cluttered with various worn-out items, exuding an unpleasant odor. Rubbing his nose, Sima prepared to observe more closely when he felt a hand on his left shoulder. Startled, he turned swiftly to see a vigilant matron standing behind him. likely drawn by the noise he had made while trying to open the door. She regarded him with suspicion, assuming he was a would-be thief. "Good lady, I am a constable from the town, here to investigate the case concerning the peddler," Si Mao explained, suppressing a smirk at the thought that, given the peddler's destitute condition, even a genuine thief would have no interest in robbing him. The matron, upon realizing he was an officer, exhaled with relief, but remained apprehensive. As the neighbor of the peddler, she had been gripped by the unsettling rumors circulating in the village regarding the case. Some claimed he had been devoured by wild beasts, while others whispered of a monstrous creature. Recently, there had been talk of a certain Zhang, who had been mistaken for a monster and beaten to death. "This year has been most peculiar," she lamented. "We lock our doors tightly before dusk, too fearful to venture outside." With the arrival of a constable, she understood that there might indeed be substance to the peddler's case. Strangely, so much time had passed since his disappearance, and when he was finally discovered, only a few scraps of flesh and bones remained, along with his cart. Without a face on those bones, how can anyone ascertain if they belong to the peddler? She pondered aloud. Si Mao inquired, "Madam, when did you last see the peddler?" After a moment's reflection, she replied, "I believe it was in March. He was out in front of his home, airing his quilts. I cannot recall the exact day. However, I do remember that he seemed quite cheerful during that time, boasting that a friend of his had achieved success and become the chef at the town's inn, even inviting him to dine there." "What? The inn chef?" Si Mao's heart raced at this revelation. The only prominent inn in town belonged to Boss Dai. The others were merely small eateries. Could the peddler's friend be the very chef he had encountered previously? "Madam, did the peddler possess any distinctive features?" He pressed on. There was nothing remarkable about him. The peddler's stature was not short, resembling that of his father. "Oh, young man," she remarked, "you are quite tall yourself. Have you taken a wife yet? Young men like you, working under the county magistrate, generally do not attract the daughters of ordinary families." "My aunt's neighbor S. cousin S. daughter." The woman S. gaze towards Si Mao sparkled with interest as she scrutinized him, nodding in satisfaction from time to time, which startled Si Mao into interrupting her. "Aunt, let us discuss business. You mentioned the peddler's height. How does he compare to me?" The woman replied, "He is considered one of the taller men in the village. But compared to you, he still falls short by half a head." Si Mao pressed further. "Does he possess any other distinguishing traits?" "Other distinguishing traits? None, I suppose." She pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, yes. The peddler fell while climbing a mountain in his youth, and his left leg has been slightly lame ever since." Si Mao took note of this and inquired about other matters, yet uncovered no further revelations. Ultimately, he opened the peddler's door and searched the interior meticulously, inhaling a cloud of dust before departing the village with a grimace. Upon returning to town, Si Mao relayed all his findings to Lu Chu. Lu Chu instructed him to summon Old Feng. Since the resurrection and subsequent demise of Boss Zhang at the hands of the villagers, the remains that had been resting in the coffin had been removed to make space for Zhang, and Lu Chu had no other place to store them but his own room. Before long, Old Feng arrived, facing the skeleton and skull for the third time, each encounter yielding a different sensation and analysis. Wearing gloves, he examined the skull from various angles, leaning in to assess each bone of the skeleton meticulously, as per Lu Chu's request. Although Old Feng was a forensic examiner, he harbored a severe case of obsessive cleanliness, revealing the contradictions within his character. Listening to Old Feng's findings, which indicated a slight twist in one of the bones of the deceased's left leg, Lu Chu compared it against the list of individuals who had recently gone missing or had died in town, systematically eliminating possibilities until he concluded that the true owner of the skeleton was indeed the peddler. Gazing at the desiccated skull, unrecognizable in its countenance, he realized he had never seen the peddler's face, which explained the delay in his discovery. Old Feng removed his gloves, declaring, "At last, the case begins to take shape." Lu Chu replied, "What shape? I feel as though the mystery has deepened." He mused aloud. Someone murdered the peddler, placed his remains in the tavern, and then abducted Boss Zhang. What would the motive be? And regarding the dismembered flesh and embroidered shoes, could we not deduce that it was not Widow Li, but someone else? Old Feng replied, "Do not ask me. I can only communicate with the dead." Lu Chu continued, "There are countless methods to commit murder. Why choose to skin, butcher, and dismember? Is there some deep-seated grudge? Donning his top hat, Old Feng advised, take your time to ponder. Lu Chu lingered in the room for a while before instructing his subordinates to prepare the skeleton and skull for burial. He then ventured off alone to a certain location. In a narrow alley of Jinnan, 3 families reside, among them a chef and his elderly mother. According to Lu Chu's investigations, the chef is not originally from the town. It was only after he secured a position as a head chef at a restaurant that he had the means to purchase a property in town and bring his mother from the countryside to live with him. On his previous visit, Lu Chu had not paid much attention, but this time he took a moment to observe the modest abode. The small walls of blue bricks, with vines winding their way out, suggest a home that, while not affluent, is free from worries of hunger. Boss Dai's restaurant thrives with good business, and her generosity benefits the staff who work under her. Lu Chu grasped the iron ring on the door, and shortly thereafter, a white-haired old woman peeked out, her face etched with curiosity. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired. During his last visit, the chef had sent his mother back inside, and they had not met. Lu Chu replied, "Madam, I am the town's constable, and I wish to inquire about your son." Upon hearing the word constable, a flicker of anxiety crossed the old woman's face. "Constable, has my son gotten into trouble?" Lu Chu reassured her, "No, madam, there is no need for concern. I merely wish to discuss some other matters with him." The old woman sighed in relief. "Oh, very well, Huang Dan, the constable has arrived. Come out quickly." At his mother's call, the chef hastily emerged from within, exclaiming, "Constable Lu, I assure you, I told you everything during your last visit. Not a word of falsehood escaped my lips. I am here for another matter." Lu Chu settled onto a wooden bench beneath the eaves. "Do you know the peddler who went missing a while ago and was later found dead in the mountains?" The chef responded, "Peddler? I do not know him. I spend all my time in the back kitchen of the restaurant, so busy that I hardly have time for friends. How could I possibly know such a misfortunate pauper?" Lu Chu scrutinized his eyes, sensing nothing amiss in the chef's demeanor. He appeared completely composed, devoid of any hint of unease. As he caressed the etched patterns on his knife sheath, doubts crept in. Could it be that the investigation by Si Mao was flawed, and the chef truly did not know the peddler? Yet, the woman who provided the tip had no motive to fabricate her testimony. "Constable, please have some tea. We are but a humble household and cannot afford tea leaves. I can only offer you a bowl of well water. I hope you will not find it unworthy." The chef's mother brought over a bowl of clear water in a chipped porcelain cup, and after Lu Chu accepted it, she sat down before him. "Thanks to Boss Dai's generosity, we have been able to live a good life. She is truly a wonderful person. It is unfortunate that fate has dealt her a cruel hand. How can her business continue after such a tragedy at the restaurant?" Upon learning that her son was not in trouble, the old woman felt at ease and engaged Lu Chu in casual conversation. She, indeed, was a kind-hearted soul, more concerned for Boss Dai's well-being than for her son's employment in the wake of the restaurant's closure. The chef, seemingly displeased with his mother's words, gently urged her, "Mother, please stop talking and return inside. Boss Dai is a wealthy person. Such a loss is trivial for her. You needn't worry about others." Lu Chu, while sipping water, discreetly observed the mother and son duo. The chef, who typically seemed to hold a strong allegiance to Boss Dai, exhibited an unusual tone today that suggested a strange attitude towards him. It was unexpected that the notoriously flamboyant Boss Dai had both admirers and detractors, such as this elderly woman, who appeared genuinely concerned for him, though Lu Chu remained inscrutable. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was whether the chef and the vendor were acquainted. From the chef's demeanor, it seemed he was unfamiliar with the vendor. Lu Chu shifted his gaze to the chef's elderly mother. "Madam, may I inquire which village you both hail from?" The chef seemed poised to respond, but it was the elderly woman who spoke first. "We are from Huangshi village." "Huangshi village? That appears to be quite close to the vendor's residence." Lu Chu scrutinized the chef's expression, hoping to discern any change, but to his disappointment, the chef remained unperturbed. "Sir, what you may not know is that life in the mountains is inherently harsh. The mountains isolate our village from the outside world. Some individuals never escape this mountainous existence. Those so-called neighboring villages are actually separated by several mountains, and unless there is something significant, we seldom interact." The elderly woman sighed. wiping her eyes with her age-spotted hands. A villager like her son, who has managed to become a chef in a tavern, has surely endured considerable hardship. The chef turned his head. Mother, why must you speak of such things? Lu, the constable, is here on urgent business. Please refrain from rambling. The elderly woman, chastised by her son, pouted in indignation. I shall say no more. I shall say no more. Lu Chu raised an eyebrow. After the elderly woman left, the chef chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, Constable Lu. My mother is of an age where she enjoys her chatter. It's quite all right. It is common for the elderly to behave in such a manner, Lu Chu responded, setting down his bowl. Since you do not know the vendor, I shall take my leave. I merely intended to find someone to assist in retrieving his remains. It is a pity that the vendor had no relatives or friends, and now his remains lie abandoned in the tavern, with no one to help in his burial. The chef expressed his sympathy. Alas, it is indeed tragic. Us mountain folk are destined to endure suffering throughout our lives. A glimmer of darkness flashed in Lu Chu's eyes. The chef must have anticipated his return for inquiries after their last encounter. Thus, he had likely prepared his responses in advance. Initially, Lu Chu's inquiries were met with responses that seemed reasonable, yet the chef's overly calm demeanor was suspicious. The townsfolk only knew that when the vendor was discovered, there were merely a few scraps of meat bones and a burden. There were no remains, for they were buried in the mountains long ago. Earlier, Lu Chu had intentionally made a mention, and the chef, despite his meticulousness, revealed a flaw in his facade. The chef's lack of surprise or confusion only indicated that he had known from the beginning that those remains belonged to the vendor. Consequently, everything began to connect. The vendor's demise was undoubtedly linked to his friend, the chef, who may have used the pretext of inviting the vendor for a meal to lure him to the tavern, only to subsequently murder him. Certainly, these are merely Lu Chu's speculations for now. The precise role of the chef in this case warrants further investigation. When Lu Chu returned to the chef's residence, he found the individual had already succumbed, lifeless within his own abode. The chef's body was gruesomely severed. The upper half lay upon the ground, while the lower half was mysteriously missing. Old Feng remarked that the deceased's upper body bore but a single wound, located at the waist, and noted the surrounding flesh had decayed, indicating it was not inflicted by a weapon. Lu Chu pondered aloud. Was it not a pawn? Old Feng replied that it remained uncertain. He surveyed the area, noting the absence of blood upon the floor, walls, and all the furnishings, suggesting that the victim's blood had been drained prior to dismemberment. Lu Chu conjectured. Was it an acquaintance who struck when the victim was unprepared? Old Feng reminded him. I previously advised against inquiring about the living. Lu Chu furrowed his brow, having anticipated some action from the chef, even dispatching individuals to monitor his vicinity. He had not foreseen such an incident. Old Feng placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Lu Chu's countenance darkened, for the number of individuals involved in the case had increased. The recently discovered clues had abruptly ceased to bear fruit. The lead concerning the chef had proven ineffective, now rendered futile. Within the room, Lu Chu began to search, discovering several strands of animal fur in various locations, dark gray in hue. Old Feng, take a look at this, he called. Old Feng glanced at the fur, speculating that the deceased must have kept some sort of pet. Liu Zhu Vao Wen, recalling he had visited twice without hearing any sounds of animals, nor had his subordinates reported anything. Old Feng and Lu Chu exchanged a knowing glance, both contemplating a singular possibility. Perhaps a beast, covered in fur, had consumed the chef, leaving only the upper half behind, having first devoured the lower half, and then satiated, had refrained from further consumption. Or perhaps it had temporarily stashed the body in the room, intending to return when hunger struck again. Lu Chu held the strands of fur, narrowing his eyes. The method of this crime bore resemblance to previous cases, yet an odd sensation stirred within him, as if someone had intentionally orchestrated this scenario to frame the beast. Though Lu Chu attempted to conceal the circumstances of the chef's demise, it nonetheless drew the attention of many townsfolk. Boss Dai was summoned by Si Mao, standing amidst the crowd, seemingly detached, ignoring the whispers and stares of others. Boss Dai, aren't you going to take a look inside? Si Mao inquired. Today, Boss Dai donned a chi pao, a pale moonlight shade, considerably more modest compared to her usual attire. Yet her figure remained captivating. She gazed at Mao, her eyes sparkling. Dear little constable, as a woman, I would surely have nightmares upon witnessing such a bloody scene. Mao stood in stunned silence. Boss Dai chuckled. You are truly adorable, little constable. Mao's face flushed crimson. Those nearby spat in disdain, chastising Boss Dai for her shamelessness, as the deceased had been the chef of a tavern. Yet here she was, flirting with a man at the entrance. Lu Chu took charge of the chef's funeral arrangements, as the elderly widow expressed her wish to have the coffin returned to their hometown for burial. A return to where one belongs. Lu Chu instructed Mao to procure a cart for transporting the coffin. The journey from town to countryside would require some time, and they would likely need to rest along the way. On the day of departure, the sky was overcast and dreary. The elderly woman grasped Lu Chu's hand. Her face streaked with tears and snot as she expressed her gratitude to the captain, lamenting how life in the mountains was far better than in the town. She recounted how she had urged her son to remain in the countryside, but he stubbornly refused, insisting on coming to town. Tragically, just as their fortunes began to improve, he lost his life, his body left in a state of disarray. She pondered aloud whether her son had offended some deity to warrant such a cruel fate. Lu Chu offered her some comforting words, inquiring if anyone had visited her home prior to her son's misfortune. The old woman replied in the negative. Lu Chu had assigned men to keep watch around the area, gathering intelligence on the chef's daily activities, including whether he ventured outside, whom he encountered, and what he did. He asked these questions in hopes of uncovering a surprising revelation, but none emerged. As the coachman assisted the old woman into the carriage, she suddenly recalled an important detail. Ah, Captain, she exclaimed, the night before my son's incident, he mentioned that he was going to meet someone significant. Lu Chu's brow furrowed. Did he say who it was? The old woman shook her head, stating he returned home in the dead of night. Lu Chu pondered how a mere cook could slip away unnoticed by his watchful subordinates, only to return later. Who could this important figure be? After bidding farewell to the departing carriage, Lu Chu made his way to the establishment of Boss Dai. He too had stationed men nearby to monitor the area. Upon arrival, he found one of his subordinates dozing in a corner, eyes shut and head bobbing. Lu Chu approached, admonishing, I instructed you to keep watch, and yet here you are sleeping? The constable jolted awake, quickly scrambling to his feet. Boss, I was watching closely. The door has been shut all morning, and no one has come out. Lu Chu retorted, with your eyes closed. How could you possibly see if anyone exited? The constable sheepishly scratched the back of his head, admitting, I just dozed off for a moment. Lu Chu chuckled. Return to your slumber now. Summon Mao to take your place. The constable shivered at the thought. Boss, grant me another chance. I promise to be vigilant. As he spoke, he could not suppress a yawn, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Lu Chu's expression darkened. Hurry and go. The constable hurried away. Lu Chu pulled the doorbell, and Boss Dai's maid answered. Captain Lu, she greeted. Lu Chu inquired about the events of the 15th night. The maid explained that her master had been unwell that evening, and she had left dinner at the door. When she checked later, the meal remained untouched. Lu Chu regarded her words with skepticism, recalling how, during the last incident involving Boss Jean, Boss Dai had been in the attic, yet the maid had claimed he never left. Inform your master that I came by, he instructed. The maid departed, only to return moments later, eyes lowered, reporting, Captain Lu, my master is yet to rise. Lu Chu glanced at the sun, deciding to return later. When he returned in the afternoon, he was met with the news that the master had gone out. Mao claimed he had not seen him. Lu Chu, please. Are you certain you did not leave for even a moment? Mao, looking guilty, replied, I did leave briefly. I had an upset stomach. As Lu Chu wandered through the town, the sky gradually darkened, and he did not encounter Boss Dai, unaware of his whereabouts. A few days later, Boss Dai hired a new chef, and the tavern reopened. The local gentry flocked to present their congratulatory gifts. However, Song Yinshi chose not to attend, deeming the tavern owner unworthy of her esteem. Huang Dan, having spoken highly of the establishment to the elderly lady, was finally permitted to visit the tavern. Since returning from the riverside, he had been diligently taking his medicine, and although his fever had subsided and his runny nose had ceased, his cough persisted, rendering his voice hoarse. Concerned, Boss Dai inquired, Young Master Song, what seems to be the matter? The scent of perfume wafted towards Huang Dan, exacerbating his discomfort, and he coughed into his clenched fist. The weather was evidently growing warmer, verging on oppressive heat. Boss Dai remarked, "How could you have caught a chill in such conditions? In my opinion, it will be prudent to consult a Western doctor, young Master Song. This cough cannot be good for your throat." Huang Dan waved his hand dismissively, finding the woman's fragrance overwhelmingly pungent, making him feel nauseous. Throughout the town, it was common knowledge that Boss Dai had a penchant for attractive men, and she was not likely to let Huang Dan slip away easily. With a scrutinizing gaze, Huang Dan queried, "Boss Dai, I possess a modicum of knowledge about perfumes. Might I inquire as to the brand you are wearing?" Boss Dai responded that the bottle bore a string of characters unknown to her, but it was indeed pleasant. Huang Dan retorted that it was rather overpowering. Unruffled, Boss Dai laughed, seemingly unfazed by his critique, insisting that it was merely a matter of perception, urging him to take another whiff. Huang Dan held his breath, stating, "You have applied too much." With a playful giggle, Boss Dai explained, "Young Master Song, you must not be aware. If one sprays too little, the scent dissipates quickly, but with a heavier application, the fragrance lingers throughout the day." Just then, the attendant at the entrance announced, "Master Yi has arrived." Mr. Yi entered, clad in a black silk gown with yellow embroidery, his countenance rather grim. His daughter had eloped on her wedding day and had yet to be found, undoubtedly affecting his spirits. A brief encounter between Huang Dan and Mr. Yi led to a moment of awkwardness, as Mr. Yi had previously visited to offer apologies, given that the situation had arisen from his daughter's actions, causing quite a stir in the town and turning both families into a laughingstock. The Song family had shown considerable grace by refraining from pursuing the matter further. "Dear nephew, are you unwell?" Mr. Yi inquired. Huang Dan replied, "I merely have a slight cough." Mr. Yi pressed, "Have you consulted a doctor?" "Doctor Zhou from Anna Hall is a relative. Shall I send someone to fetch him to examine you?" Huang Dan politely declined. "No need, thank you, uncle." Mr. Yi patted Huang Dan on the shoulder, adding, "If you receive any news of Lan Lan, please be sure to inform me." Huang Dan nodded, uncertain of Lanlin's whereabouts. She might still be in town, or perhaps had departed long ago. Regardless of the situation, it seemed unlikely she would seek him out, as she had once knelt before him, declaring it was the last time she would ask for his assistance. A servant from Mr. Ye's household presented a congratulatory gift to the tavern manager, a golden Buddha statue. Upon observing the proprietor die, one could not help but be captivated. She remarked that her establishment had recently fallen into misfortune, but now, with the presence of a golden Buddha, malevolent spirits would dare not approach. "Old Master Yi, I appreciate your generosity," she expressed. Old Master Yi responded with a courteous dismissal of her compliment. The conversation meandered into mundane topics, with Dai intentionally omitting any mention of Yilan, instead inquiring about his second concubine, Bai Ying, and suggesting a game of mahjong together. A subtle shift in Old Master Ye's demeanor was evident as he mentioned her attention to his young son. Dai continued, recalling her last encounter with Bai Ying, who had given birth to a healthy boy and retained her youthful beauty, expressing that Old Master Yi was indeed fortunate. Ye's responses were perfunctory, clearly signaling his reluctance to delve deeper into the subject. Huang Dan remained in the periphery, observing the exchange, contemplating the prospect of bestowing an award for the best performance to whoever was adept at deception. The establishment was bustling, with banquets held on all 3 floors. Given Ye's stature, his place was on the 3rd floor. Shortly after his arrival, old Zhao approached, accompanied by his most promising pupil, who, upon noticing Huang Dan, flushed with embarrassment. Huang feigned ignorance of the situation. Old Zhao reminisced, "Many years ago, when you opened this establishment, I gifted you a couplet. Do you remember?" Dai appeared bewildered by the inquiry. Huang Dan, pondering the implications, noted that Dai was currently the most suspicious subject. He meticulously compiled the information surrounding her. Her connection with Boss Zhang, who had mysteriously disappeared from her establishment, the discovery of unidentified remains in a private room, her role as a mere bystander on the day of Zhang's incident, and the recent death of her chef, quickly replaced by a new one. Once a shrewd individual, she now exhibited a remarkable decline in memory. Each appearance was accompanied by a heavy scent of perfume. Was it a lack of understanding of fashion? or perhaps an attempt to mask something more sinister. The second suspect initially appeared to be the elderly matron, but Huang Dan's suspicions shifted towards a trio of Lu Chu, Old Zhao, and Old Master Yi. Ultimately, he found himself focusing on Old Master Yi. In the eyes of the townsfolk, Yi was simply a devoted father, willing to search tirelessly for his daughter, devoid of any hints of involvement with malevolent forces, which only fueled Huang Dan's suspicions further. The atmosphere grew tense. Noticing Dai's reaction, Old Zhao attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, stating that forgetting was inconsequential, as he had prepared another couplet for her. Dai smiled, expressing her gratitude, and requested the couplet from the scholar, casting a glance at his face. "Mr. Zhao, your student possesses an admirable appearance." Old Zhao cleared his throat, signaling for the scholar to depart, wary of any potential entanglement between him and Dai's alluring attire. The scholar, blushing, quickly exited, and as he passed Huang Dan, he softly uttered, "Young master." Huang Dan acknowledged him with a simple He noted the scholar's flushed ears. The scholar did not linger, as Old Zhao urged him onward. Inquiring of Huang Dan, "Where's your grandmother? She did not attend?" Huang Dan replied in the negative. Old Zhao approached with his hands clasped behind his back and greeted a passerby. Turning to Huang Dan, he remarked, "Huang, do you think that the meditation room has been subjected to some enchantment? How else could it have drawn away your grandmother's soul? She spends all day in there. Not a worry about going moldy." Huang Dan replied, "The weather is dry. It won't get moldy." Old Zhao continued, "Indeed, I've noticed your grandmother seems to have lost her wits over this. I told her many years ago that the divine beings have to care for all living souls. How can they possibly manage it all? It is far better to rely on oneself than to depend on the gods." She brushed my words aside, believing that by merely chanting a few verses, her wishes would be fulfilled. Such a notion is absurd. Huang Dan coughed a few times and asked, "Teacher, is there something my grandmother is concealing from me?" Old Zhao chuckled lightly.